Paul's Letter to Rome, by Interfectorem. Read by Hannah Young, daughter of Lieutenant Paul Young of the new Canaan Guard, 2277. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind, that by testing you may discern what is the good, acceptable, and perfect will of God. Romans 12:2. Act 1. The miseries and misfortunes, love and blessings of family, friends, and new Canaan, my home. A beacon of light in a sea of dark, when one of us has died, that isn't the end. The light of our Lord has resurrected the dead, and no matter the trials, his work is forever. Chapter 1. A Light in the Darkness. All of you know, for we have spent weeks leading up to this moment. On this day, October 23rd, the Lion of Judah opened the 7 seals of the scroll and unleashed God's wrath upon the world 200 years ago. Our Lord saw the people, the societies, and the aims of those societies, and still loved them dearly, even though they had long since turned their backs on him. Many years before, our Lord bestowed a gift upon mankind, which was the power to end their troubles and put an end to the incessant fighting of man. That gift was the power of the atom. With the power of the atom, what mankind could do would be unlimited. However, such a power could be used in a way to either help man or destroy him. God gave man the unlimited potential of the atom, but man had fallen far from grace, and like another test upon his creation as was done in Eden, the burden of choice came upon those who could and could not see him. The societies of the old world were so large, so prosperous, so selfish, that they hadn't seeded the Lord's message in the gift. They squandered the blessings to bring prosperity and peace to the world by manufacturing more and more instruments of annihilation, opposing entirely the peace it could bring. They couldn't see the gifts they had before them, and continued to war over the resources that had been rendered obsolete by the divine gift. The supernations poured their resources into manufacturing atomic spears instead of atomic power, strength, and unity. Those nations were blinded by the pettiness of the world, and felt so big as though they were gods. The nations of man had finally turned completely away from the Lord, and so they fell into the trap of the evil one, thus making God's will in this era inevitable. As he'd done to Sodom and Gomorrah, so our Lord would do again. However, God considered the plea of Abraham 200 years ago, those of righteousness, those devoted to the Lord, and those who knew the voice of Christ his Son would live, if not be redeemed in the fires and destruction following the 7th seal, and the silence in heaven. As atomic spears landed, our people, the children of Christ, survived and even prospered after the judgment of 2077. The people of New Canaan survived the years of winter, thrived in the years of tribalist plague, and prospered under the chaotic world of post-judgment. And do you know why that is? It is because we have been chosen. Our people carried the knowledge of the world before, and learned the lessons taught to the supernations of old. And why were we able to do that? It is because we have never lost sight of the face of our Lord, Jesus Christ. Our people were spared the horror of the divine horsemen of famine, war, and death itself. In the darkest of times, when the walls have been breached, and when our missionaries return to the kingdom of heaven, though we still live during times of plague, famine, drought, and the fallen who pound on our gates, we continue on, following the call of the white horse of conquest. Conquest not by the war and violence of man's past, but by the conquest of divinity, and by the conquest brought about by shedding light over a dark, dark world. The reason we continue on and thrive even despite the terrors around us is because no matter the storm we've faced, the beautiful face of Christ was and continues to be in our hearts, our minds, and in our sight. In a world that needs him now more than ever, we continue onward, remembering that even though we, the world, and so many others outside the walls continue to die, we do so with the knowledge that death means nothing when the resurrection of those who know him awaits. Before he proved to us what awaits the rest of us, he spoke the new covenant to those who loved him on the night he was betrayed, and knowing that his death would ensure the ultimate victory. And so, we take this bread, "Nathaniel, get up. It's communion," I said quickly to the prone guard staring through the sights of a sniper rifle. He stood up and rushed quickly over to the bread on the table. Bishop Mordecai continued on the radio. "And remember me. You may eat. Now, take this cup. For the wine is his blood, and remember that it was spilled for all of you, so that you may be forgiven, born anew, cleansed of this earth, and washed of sin each and every day you partake in this meal. You may drink." We all did so, and the bishop continued over the radio as we bowed. "Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day of remembrance. The lessons taught to the world on this day 200 years ago are remembered by you and relived in our minds every day. The world had fallen so far, and your word kept us alive when we were nearly dead. Your word resurrected us when we were dead, just as you did your Son, and continue to do each moment. Our eyes see you through the chaos of this world, and our hearts feel the pain that Christ endured on behalf of us all. We thank you for this day, for the food we have, and for the work we do. It is in your name that we work, and we pray for guidance in these trying times. We pray that your light will continue to be shown through our actions, and we pray that you hold us and show us how to walk with you and you alone on the road ahead. We pray this in the powerful and holy name of our Lord and precious Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen." At the word, "Amen," I raised my head and opened my eyes to adjust back to the blinding light of the midday sun, hearing the same word echo from the mouths of the rest of my men in the guard. As the others opened their eyes and readjusted to the world, my eyes were taken to the north, where I could see the people within the temple just beginning to trickle out. The sight of the large white structure in the heart of town always was a sight to behold. The steeple stood tall and high above the rest of the buildings in town, with a large stone foundation and a wide series of steps leading up to the large wooden house of God. More people began to exit the distant church and congregate around the steps or the town square to socialize, and I started wondering when the renovations were going to take place, since I heard that we've obtained the proper amount of stone and bricks from my friend in construction. As beautiful as the temple was, the fact it was made of wood began to increasingly sit strangely with some of us in New Canaan upon learning that a house of God made from the same stone of its foundation was possible. My thoughts about all of this were suddenly interrupted when the unique character that was my guard, Nathan/Nathaniel, interrupted the quiet ambiance of our tower by asking aloud, "Hey, so, why are the fellas in the East Tower still praying?" Our eyes went to East Tower, and I was going to answer with the answer I thought Nathan already knew when the newest member of my detachment beat me to it. William Ramos said, "The radios in the towers are on a delay, Nathan. How do I know that and you don't?" Nathan ignored the question at the end, instead asking generally, "So they're still listening to Bishop Mordecai's sermon?" As Nathaniel turned back to look at each of us expectingly, the eyes of Ramos, John Langdon, and Carl Northrup went to me with my second. John Langdon asking me, "Care to enlighten Mr. Nathaniel, Lieutenant?" Nathaniel interrupted, "I go by Nathan, Mr. Langdon, and my last name is Porter, in case you forgot." John replied quickly by apologizing to Nathaniel Porter, and I grinned at that. All my guards, save for Ramos, enjoyed calling Nathan Nathaniel, since he seemed to cringe every time he wasn't addressed by his preferred name. After a long enough silence, I indulged the poor man. "Yes, Nathan, the guards in the other towers listen to the same sermons we do on a delay. And before you ask, it's so that there will always be a set of eyes on the market, while one tower is absorbing the message of Mordecai's sermon." "Oh? Thanks for that, Lieutenant," said Nathan, as he shot spiteful looks at the other guards. "You're welcome, Nathan," said I, before deciding to toy with the man in a way he'd understand. "But that reminds me, shouldn't you be on that rifle right now?" Before I could finish, Nathan was already shifting out of his chair and towards the high-caliber sniper rifle he left before communion. Always one to add an extra something else to his normal duties, Nathan turned his black baseball cap back around, exposing the white cross on it towards us, as he collapsed to the prone position. Taking his place behind the rifle and expressing for anyone who will listen, Nathan griped to himself, "Can't believe we were forced to work on a Sabbath yet again." Just before John could explain yet again the reason for the guard's recent Saturday Sabbath days, Nathan added with a glance back to us. You know, I read in the Old Testament the other day that they killed a guy for picking up sticks on the Sabbath day. Pretty sure it was Numbers chapter. Verse? Or was it Deuteronomy? Anyway, I forget which verse exactly, but that seems a bit drastic, you know. Getting stoned to death for picking up a few sticks for firewood? John finally replied. If you're worried we'll get stoned to death for working on Sunday, I'll remind you once more that we've been taking our Sabbath days on Saturday for the past 3 weeks, Nathan. And I've been staying well away from sticks on those Saturdays, I assure you, said Nathan with a small chuckle and a glance back at us to see if his joke had its intended effect. Upon catching my eye, I'll admit that I too was grinning, but before he could get too comfortable, I said, Great job, but those were the days of Moses. Nowadays, we'll just stone you for making jokes when you should be keeping an eye on the markets. Of course, Nathan knew I was joking, but the meaning wasn't lost as the smile left his face, and he turned back to scan the market through the lens of that rifle. The other guards laughed at my joke, knowing how it would make Nathan flustered, but before long, we were all back at it. I turned to the radio and lowered the volume a little as the soft post-sermon worship instrumentals came back on. Carl and Ramos took their places on the parapets flanking Nathan, and John scooted his chair an inch closer to the radio. My legs seemed to grow numb from sitting in that fold-out chair for so long, and I took the moment to stand up as the midday sun continued to beat down on us. The sudden movement reminded me of the pain in the site of my injury, and I watched John look me over with a curious eyebrow like he was going to ask me the expected question. Before he could, I answered for him. I'm all right, John. John stayed quiet but nodded his head in acknowledgement before turning his eyes back to the cloth and Thompson's submachine gun on his lap. As I rose, I felt the pain in my side leave, and the injury was quickly forgotten as I took my spot on the north railing to take in the view. Looking back towards the temple, the steps around it and the town square were almost completely packed with everyone socializing about their families, businesses, the news, or their thoughts on the sermon itself. The distant chatter reaching us in the tower as one incoherent sound carried in the wind. Children ran to their friends and began playing in the square or in the nearly vacant streets, and all was peaceful as I took in the view. Following the people back to the temple, I thought I saw Bishop Mordecai exit with his entourage of others who ran the temple, but they were too far to truly make out. My eyes traveled up the steeple and to the cross sitting on top, the highest object in 30 miles. I remembered the early days in my childhood when that cross was put there and how it upset many of the Mormon members of the community, but the consensus had been reached, and Mordecai's predecessors brought them around by reiterating the importance of the cross at the time, and especially in the current day. My, how those were the days. Of course, we had our share of problems back then too, but it wasn't more than 30 years ago that we were in a position to truly debate theology, whether or not we should observe this practice versus that, whether we should recognize the cross as the symbol it was or not, etc. In the end, I remembered those days were a thing of the past, and the present was far more pressing as my eyes went from the cross to the east, to the snow-topped mountains, then down to the town where chimneys were pouring their smoke into the air. Scanning the vacant streets once more, my attention finally went to the walls around New Canaan. Every quarter-mile along the wall sat a tower keeping watch over the surrounding wasteland, each one occupied by a team of 3 to 5, and defending the community in ways that the wall itself couldn't. As my eyes scanned the towers near and distant, I followed the wall to the railing of the tower in which I stood, and began to wonder what I knew I shouldn't. The wall was thin. The wall around our settlement of roughly 6,000 was not impressive by any means, although the wall was fortified enough to keep people out. It was the men in the towers that acted as the true defense against the outside world, and I couldn't help but think that if we fortified the walls with that concrete to be used in the temple renovation, some of us might be able to sleep a little easier at night. I knew a temple made to last was of extreme importance in its own right, but I knew the dangers outside. After all, the mere thought of that world out there brought about a reminder of the wound in my side. Either way, before I could overstep my place by considering how I would run this town. I shook the thoughts out of my head and followed the rest of the wall to the tower I stood upon, just as the large clouds began to obscure the midday sun. As much as I loved the overcast days, I knew what was coming as the world turned gray and a cold wind touched my skin. The days were still hot, but the cold wind and tinge of gray that came with those clouds reminded me of the world outside and how cold the nights were getting. I heard the distant sound of one of the nearby gate crews shouting the order, and the metallic clank of gears working brought my attention to the world outside the gate. Shuffling over to the spot next to Carl Northrup, he acknowledged my presence with a nod before turning back to the same scene I joined. The world to the south, just outside the walls, was buzzing with activity. The market stalls were all set up and catering to the countless visitors from lands beyond. I watched the long caravans of traders from everywhere coming in and going out. Tribals from our friends in the wilderness flooded each stall, and more smoke from the inns and hovels poured into the sky around the marketplace. Many people of New Canaan began to take their Sabbath day on Saturdays with the Guard, since they knew that winter's arrival would mean an influx of travelers and tribal visitors. And I only prayed that all the seamstresses had enough goods to help all who came to us before the truly cold months. Even though there were so many who came to us for the things of this world they needed, the world outside the walls was still the world outside the walls. There immediately came a reminder of what that was exactly when I saw several members of the Guard doing their duty amidst the buzz of the market by breaking up a fight between two men who were likely what Carl conjectured then and there. Probably fellas from rival tribes. I patted the young man on the shoulder and acknowledged him. That sounds about right. I paused, watching the distant guards below appearing to lecture the two men individually with a warning. Wish they'd come to our gates to find unity. Carl nodded silently, internally reminding me that there was a reason they were outside the walls of our town, and the quiet hung for a second before Carl turned his head to me, asking softly, "You healing up all right, Lieutenant? What happened out there was?" The guards below backed off and the feuding tribals went their separate ways, giving one another insulting gestures before disappearing into the crowds. Of the market, before I could assure Carl I was fine, the voice of Nathan came from the rifle next to us. "Think one of them tribals was a white leg, LT?" I didn't much care for the reminder, but answered Nathan, "No." Our men below wouldn't have been able to break it up with their words if that was the case. Just as I finished speaking, Ramos asked from the other side of Nathan, "Hey, Lieutenant? If I might ask, you never really told us what happened to give you that fresh wound." All my men in the tower turned their attention to me, save for Nathan, who only cocked his ear upward as he continued observing the market. I never went into details with these men about what happened on my most recent expedition into the West, but despite what happened, and what they already knew about those who didn't come back, there really wasn't much to say. So I could only tell them, went west into white leg territory, got jumped. Simple as that. John said from his place by the radio. "We know that, sir." "But," he paused and Carl asked, "they gearing up for war?" I let out a small sigh, burying the memories of that recent trip when I answered for them all I knew. I wouldn't worry about anything. White legs move around all the time, just didn't expect that many of them out there. John asked from behind me. "So is their war with the 80s over?" I suddenly began feeling that pain in my abdomen again, and I couldn't think as I heard the questions I didn't know the answers to. I wanted to put their minds at ease, but I simply didn't know. Between all the enemies we were facing as a community, all the recent misfortunes, and every personal and public problem considered, I kept myself calm and said as sternly and calmly as I could for all the men in my detachment now staring at me, "Look, I don't know. They saw my frustration, and their expressions fell. Let's focus on today." Another silence lingered as I felt their eyes leave me, and I remembered thinking, I hope they don't think less of me for that. Of course, I've had to chew out a number of my guards in the past, but this was the group I was most familiar with. I knew I should be more detailed, but there were simply too many things about everything that I didn't know, especially with the current pressures outside the wall. These men looked up to me, and I sincerely wanted to lead the best I could. but I was just as if not more in the dark about all this than any of them, despite my position and recent actions for the Guard. I felt their eyes return to the different sectors they should be observing, and felt their disappointment linger in the air. Just as I felt calm but strangely alone, the pain in my side rescinded once again, and my eyes turned towards the west. The memories of that trip began to flicker across my vision as my eyes started to take in the vast west full of the desolate ruins of Outer Ogden towards Salt Lake City, and then to that vast stretch of gray beyond, even more gray than ever under that overcast sky. The noise of the market below couldn't distract me, and I began seeing the events of that raid in that damned boy's face when I found myself looking through that gray plain of the Great Salt Lake and saying, "Lord, make it end, please. I can't take this right now." More memories came, and even though my men were all focused on their duties to notice me, I felt like everyone was watching me. No more than a few seconds passed when the Lord answered my prayer. The world came back in an instant. My mind was clear. The sounds returned, the eyes left, and colors came back even beneath the gray sky. When up the steps came someone new. John and I turned to the slim staircase up to the tower roof, and when I saw who it was, I automatically said to everyone, "Constable on deck." John stood while Ramos and Carl turned and Nathan remained prone. Constable Obadiah Hanshaw's head rose more and more from the floor of the tower as he made his way up the last few steps, wearing that enormous signature smile on his face. As soon as he had both feet firmly planted on the tower roof, he twisted his mustache with his dirty gloved hands and said cheerily as always, My, what proud enforcers I have manning my towers. Settle back in, fellas. No need to pause your duties for your little old constable." That was the cue. Ramos and Carl turned back to their sectors with smiles on their faces, and John said to the constable immediately, "Little old constable? You're quite the modest one with words. How'd you even fit up those steps? Ha ha." Constable Hanshaw was the captain of the new Canaan Guard, the head commander of anyone called to protect the community as an entrance enforcer, and was by no means a little man. It wouldn't have surprised me if Constable Hanshaw was part giant or something, because his stature and even character in general could only be described by what he said in response to John. "You shush, John. You're only needed up here in case my shoulders get me caught in the stairwell." John chuckled at that as I heard the others suppress their own laughter. I was thankful for being saved by the constable's arrival, and all my internal troubles were a thing of the past when I saw that goofy giant turn his grinning face towards me, so much so that I could only ask my commander, "Still feeling the spirit of Mordecai's sermon, I see?" His eyes met mine, and he took a seat in my chair by the radio. I must admit that the sermons of October 23rd always put me in a bit of a sour mood, but Mordecai is right. A reminder of our Lord's new covenant and resurrection is always a cause for a cheery spirit. Constable Hanshaw began idly looking for scraps in the communion bread bowl, only to be disappointed before his eyes went to John, who said, "Why aren't you in your Sunday best, Constable?" I was curious about that as well. I said before the constable could speak. The constable was the only member of the guard who still took his Sabbath on Sundays with the rest of New Canaan lately, that way he could be there to discuss matters with Mordecai and the other officials of the temple. But he was dressed today in the uniform attire and even basic equipment of ours. The constable sat there dressed in the standard boots and black cargo pants of a guardsman, complete with the white-collared shirt and black patrol vest marked with the old-world letters of the Ogden or SLC police departments. The only thing he was missing was the black cap marked with a cross, but that was understandable since he came from a Mormon family in town, and the cap was one of the optional pieces of guardsman uniform. Either way, the constable explained his choice of attire this day by saying casually, "I didn't feel like getting all gussied up today. That stiff ceremony uniform is really uncomfortable. You fellas will understand when one of you takes my place someday." His eyes went to me, and I could feel the smirks my men had on their faces at that. Then the constable added, "Besides, it couldn't hurt to make a round to check up on my boys at their posts. Think the Lord would forgive me if he considered this to be work, haha." I felt Nathan about to say something from behind that rifle, but I beat him to it. "Funny you mention that, Constable. We were just discussing working on the Sabbath here with Nathan. Nathan's under the impression we should still stone people for that, so you watch your back, Constable." All of us laughed, save for Nathan, who immediately shot in. "I didn't say that!" Then he heard us laughing and focused even more on the horizon to hide his embarrassment. He buried his face even further into the rifle's scope when the constable said, "How would he do that? I've seen Nathan throw, and I'm pretty sure my 6-year-old girl has a better arm." Nathan lowered his face even more into the rifle and shook his head in defeat. When the laughing died, I asked the constable, "So, Constable, aside from checking in on us, what brings you up here? You holding up all right?" "Actually, Paul," said the constable, "I would like to have a word with you in private, if that's all right." Unconsciously, I looked around as I heard Nathan let out an oohing sound as if I was in trouble. Then I replied to my commander, "Of course, Constable." The constable stood himself up and gestured for me to follow with his head as I wondered what this was about, even though I had a decent idea. Pushing myself off the railing beside Carl, the movement made me wince at my wound again, and the constable's face made a movement like he noticed my pain too. Turning his head towards the slim staircase up the tower, I followed the large man, who stopped just before proceeding down. Speaking for the rest of the guards in my detachment, Constable Hanshaw said to them, "Carry on, boys. I expect full description reports of every person who enters the market while your lieutenant is away." I heard William Ramos, my newest guard, about to ask how that was possible, since there were dozens, if not hundreds, of people entering and leaving the market this time of day, when I said, "Ignore him, Ramos." Then the constable proceeded down the steps with his body at an angle, laughing to himself all the while. Down the 2 flights of stairs we went. The inside of the tower was dark and tight as ever, especially under the cloudy sky. Not even the light coming in from the loopholes was helpful, and the constable said to himself, "Need to install some lights or torches in here, this is ridiculous." Hearing the constable muse to himself was nothing new, and replies were never necessary since most of the guard knew that he only wanted to get them to smile when he wasn't discussing important matters. Remembering this made me think again about what this private talk was about, and I considered the possibilities until we reached the bottom of the 2-story tower. With our feet on solid ground, the constable pushed open the thick steel door to the tower, and we entered the streets of New Canaan. Looking to the right, I saw the gate crews watching over a caravan entering the city as I took my place on the side of the door outside the tower. When I turned to the constable, he noticed me standing by and said, "Come on, Paul, let's go for a stroll." I nodded wordlessly and caught up to the constable, beginning his leisurely stroll down the dusty streets of town. The streets were a little more populated now, with people beginning to head to their homes after socializing in the post-sermon town square. But I was more focused on the reason for this private talk, since we could have had it just outside my tower. All the more puzzling was why the constable was quiet, with me at least. Every resident of New Canaan we passed greeted the constable as we walked, and the constable was not shy at all about greeting the people back by name in his overly cheery way. Many people greeted me as well along this silent walk, and I tried to be as polite as I could, but as I've said, my mind was elsewhere. At last we rounded a street corner I passed pretty often on my way to the enforcer's barracks, when Constable Hanshaw slowed his stroll and asked me calmly, "How are you holding up, Paul?" He glanced at me by his side, and I wasn't taken too off guard, but my thoughts were interrupted and I replied, assuring, "I'm all right, Constable. Nothing new to report." He stopped and leaned on the lamppost next to him and faced me with the words, "You can drop the formality, Paul. Seriously though, how is your wound?" I hadn't noticed the wound on this walk, but despite the reminder, the physical pain stayed dormant for the moment as some of those memories flickered in the back of my mind. I must have been silent for longer than anticipated, even though it wasn't more than a few seconds since I saw Constable Hanshaw's face morph from its cheery state to its sincere one I don't see too often. I wanted to reply, but I simply couldn't find the words. I could only let out a sigh and continue the silence a while longer before managing to say, "I'm all right." The answer again wasn't good enough. I could see it in his face. Shutting off my brain, I said, "I honestly feel a bit worse inside than I ever did outside." He let the answer hang as he adjusted in his place beside the pole. A few passers-by greeted the two of us, but the constable only nodded in acknowledgement of them before turning back to me and asking, "Your wound healing up all right?" If only to help ease my discomfort. I could only nod in response before he again adjusted against that pole and stated softly to me, "You know it. What happened to Evan or any of them wasn't your fault, right, Paul?" Images of that boy's face were at the front of my mind now, and I winced at their presence as I fought to get them out of my head. I knew Hanshaw could see the struggle within me, and the feeling of a tear in my eye motivated me to fight a little more, even if it was just with words. "Hanshaw, I don't know why the death of that young man is haunting me so much this time." The constable nodded, continuing to look at me with deep sincerity as I went on. "I've seen plenty of my new Canaan's men die in battle, but I can't figure out why this death is hitting me so hard. Maybe it's my age having an effect on me." There it was. I could see all of it, all those short, vague, and chaotic memories of that routine expedition out west not more than a month ago, near the shores of the Great Salt Lake, between a pair of ruined buildings on the outskirts of SLC. The mountains rose high in the far west beyond the vast lake, and all I could hear was the deafening gunfire. My boys with me were too green and weren't ready, but in all fairness, I wasn't either. If the White Legs got routed in their recent war against the 80s tribe of the Southwest, it certainly didn't seem like it. There were far too many than anyone could have expected. I watched 4 in my team get killed before they could fire a shot, seeing their bodies get pelted by tomahawks and spears, only for the rifles to finish the work from the ruins and ridgelines. I don't know how many we killed, if any, and Constable Hanshaw's backup was 10 minutes away. There was nothing to do, and nowhere to go but back east towards Hanshaw's bivouac, but even seconds in, and it was already too late. I saw that boy, Evan Buller, fall to my feet with a bullet in his leg, as he and my brothers gave their all against the oncoming bullets and warriors to little avail. His eyes met mine, and I heard over the roaring gunfire, "Lieutenant, save me!" My eyes fell to his leg where a pool of blood was already too deep around it, and saw those eyes once again pleading for me to do what I simply couldn't. But I was damned if I wasn't going to try. I gave the command, the call to fall back, and my men on the perimeter fled without order or discipline back east, and I took the hands of Evan in mine as I started dragging him east through the smoke and dust. Within the first seconds, it was already too hard to drag him, and so I took his arms, ready to hoist him over my back, but when his eyes met mine once again, he died. I saw and felt the impact of 6 bullets pierce his body, and his eyes were on me the whole time, as I watched the life leave them. Can't say that I'll ever forget what that cold and pale face said to me there at that moment. Before his head could fall limp with the rest of his body, that face, that damned face, told me that I did what I never wanted to do. It said, "You failed me," and then I felt the bullet clip right through my abdomen. I failed him, Henshaw. I failed everyone on that expedition, and it was so close to our home, too. I couldn't save him or anyone when they needed me most. The constable never broke his focus on me as I spoke the same story I did when he arrived with the backup. The face I was seeing now was the same face I saw when I was looking up from the ground that day after the bullet sent me to the floor. All I could add to this story was what I had gotten from it in hindsight. I wiped the tear from my face and said, "I don't know why I'm still thinking about that so often." I regathered my composure and reiterated once more, "Ain't the first time I saw one of my brothers return to the kingdom." I continued to collect myself, and the constable remained silent and watching me. I closed my eyes and took a few deep breaths to further compose myself, and found myself asking the Lord why it was still so painful to watch a brother return to his embrace. Such a thing seemed to be a cause of celebration, but it was really hard to think of it that way when I remembered what that young man's face looked like when I couldn't save him. Opening my eyes, the constable had not moved, and the world resuming around us appeared like it was so far away. Just as it was the day the constable and his men came to our rescue, the constable knew that there was not much to say. He'd been there before countless times, and also knew that words weren't helpful to someone who'd just survived a moment like that. However, I'd been silent long enough, and I was collected enough now for the constable to give his first words in over 10 minutes. I know there isn't much I can say or do that will help you with the guilt of surviving a tragedy like that, but you know I've been in your shoes as well. He paused, and I nodded, feeling slightly less heavy from telling that story again. But then he went on. It's easy for something like that to shake one's faith, but I can only tell you that even in some of the darkest moments our Lord works miraculous ways you'd never predict. His expression fell even more before he said, "When I came upon your body back there, I felt the same thing you did looking at Evan. I felt as though I failed you too, sending you out ahead of us. When I saw you lying there, I knew that I had lost a son of mine." His eyes met mine again, and he added with a croak in his voice, "But then your body began to breathe. I was given my son back, and I can't thank him enough for that." He put his large arm around me and sniffed. I felt completely broken, but this man who basically helped raise me as his adopted son, had nothing but the love of God in his heart, as he said to me, "You were spared that day for a reason, son. I don't know what that reason is exactly, so don't go asking me about it. Ha," he added with a sniff. "Still completely wrecked in the midst of all this care," I said without thought. "I wish it didn't hurt so bad. I've been praying for the days when it didn't." Before I could go any further, the constable released his grip on me and said to my soul, "You care about your men. That's a good thing, so don't you ever go thinking it's not." I was going to protest if I could come up with the words or why, but he went on. "The only thing that sets us apart from the wicked out here, or even the lands of the far south, is that we care for ours. It might be painful in the aftermath, but knowing that each one of our men or missionaries holds the love and care of the Lord Most High is the reason that our work is all the more important. You understand that, Paul?" I looked at the man, felt the pain in my side grow a bit, and nodded. "Thanks for that, Hanshaw. I needed that." He nodded softly before saying, "I'm not one to speak for him, but I see the pain you're suffering for that boy as a sign that you're truly becoming a great leader. I ask any of your men regularly, and all of them have nothing but love and admiration for you. That only happens when their leader has the same for them. It might be harder to see them go than it was when you were younger, but remember that when that fiery trial comes to you, you are sharing Christ's sufferings with him. Just keep your head up, Paul. You don't want to miss it when it comes time for rejoicing and his glory is revealed." I thought about the verses in 1 Peter he was referring to, and he was right even if the pain was still there. Every now and then you need a reminder that your pain is nothing unique. The book we all study proves every day that everything we've ever been through has been experienced before. Even though the pain would still linger, we must keep our eyes towards heaven, or else we might miss it when he reveals himself again, like in what my survival did for the constable. After that, there was nothing to do but let everything my friend the constable said sink in. A long silence lingered in the air, and the pain continued to grow in the sight of the wound as my internal pain subsided. The people passing in the streets greeted the two of us wordlessly, just knowing that we needed a moment. At last, the constable turned back to me, just as I was adjusting my vest around the site of my wound, and said, "Why don't you take the rest of the day off, Paul?" Still partially recovering from the emotionally chaotic moment with my commander, I collected myself further and said, "I couldn't. But the constable wouldn't allow it." "Wasn't a question, Paul. It's an order." The constable's face twisted ever so slowly back to its default cheeriness, and seeing that made my recovery even quicker in that miraculous way. After a moment, I could only say to the man, "Just make sure my replacement knows what to do at the end of shift. I'll go tell Mr. Langdon right away that he's in charge for the rest of the afternoon. We'll see if it doesn't get to his head a bit," Hanshaw said with a smile. I was thankful for this return to normalcy and could only indulge in it as I replied, "You know it will, sir." He collected himself further and laughed at that, finally saying to me, "Get home, Paul. Spend the rest of the day with Danny and make sure the kids aren't getting into too much trouble. Don't worry about your duties and just rest up. Everything will be fine, and just know that me and the others will be praying for you." "Will do, sir," said I, and before turning to part ways, I said again, "Thanks again for everything." He only nodded at me and began walking back down the street towards the tower, Now, with the streets lively and bustling under the gray sky, some clouds had parted, making the land half glowing, and there I proceeded down the streets towards my home. The weight of my cross was still very heavy between the most recent burdens I carried and innumerable others, but knowing men like Constable Hanshaw were helping me carry it made it that much lighter, light enough for me to proceed towards home. I remember my home that day, sitting strangely silent there between the Gallant and Hughes homes in our stretch near the west wall. On most normal days, whether it be nighttime or daytime, when I returned, the kids would be playing in the yard or enjoying their meals on the porch, just finishing the day. It wasn't too often that I got off midday, so I suppose this could have been normal, but there was something strangely off that hit me as I pushed open the small fence and walked the little dirt path to the porch. Stepping on the porch, I put my hand on the doorknob, and just before turning it and entering, I saw the face of my daughter, Hannah, watching me with solemnity in her face through the foggy window. I made my gesture like I was watching her, and it did nothing for her as the little girl's eyes immediately went back out to the yard and streets beyond. I tried not to think much of that, knowing that she was probably in one of her moods again, being 12 and all. Either way, I turned the doorknob and stepped into my dim house, even darker under that gray sky. As the door shut behind me, Hannah remained sitting on our refurbished sofa and continued to stare out the window, ignoring me, while I saw my wife Daniela poke her head out of the kitchen entryway. She saw me dusting myself off and asked in confused elation, "You're home early? Everything okay?" I regathered myself to approach her, and just as my first breath came out in response to Danny, my young son Joseph came running out of the kitchen towards me with his familiar shout, "Dad's home." The second that 7-year-old psychopath slammed into me and started punching me in the leg, I saw Michelle, my eldest daughter, round the same corner, joining her mother in the confusion of my presence. Joseph continued to batter me as I walked towards the girls, ignoring the boy as I explained to my wife. I had to talk with Constable Hanshaw about some private affairs, and he gave me the rest of the day off. It was Michelle who replied to that by asking, "Really? Mr. Hanshaw's missing his time in the towers?" I embraced my daughter and wife while Joseph continued to pummel my legs and antagonize his, quote, enemies. I replied to Michelle, "I don't think it's like that. He was just checking up on us. Needed to have a word with me after." Immediately after releasing them, Danny asked in response, "What was your talk about?" I met her eyes, then looked to Michelle and saw the curiosity in her face as well before meeting Danny's face again and saying, "Just personal matters." Even though that was hardly a clarification, Danny knew immediately what I was referring to, and Michelle knew it was about the state I showed up in last month. Michelle took that as her cue to enact her duties as the eldest daughter. Michelle nodded at me and grabbed the boy still attacking my legs by the ruff of his neck, saying, "Joseph, leave Dad alone. Go attack Hannah for a while." Joseph sped off towards Hannah on the couch, and a flurry of whining and struggling noises commenced on the other end of the living room, while Michelle made her way over to the table to begin tidying up. Standing there with my arm around my wife, I felt her glance on the side of my face every now and then, while we both watched Hannah do her best to fend off Joseph. I knew what Danny wanted to ask, but I broke our silence by saying to her, "Hannah's still in one of her moods, I see." I felt Danny's eyes on the side of my head before she said, "Yeah, she'll grow out of it." I know I was like that at her age. If she's anything like us, she'll snap out of it when she starts preparing for missionary duties. Joseph was giving his all to bite Hannah's ankles, and she continued to beat him with a pillow as the words, "Dad, make him stop," came towards us. I could only smile and reply to Danny, "She'll also come to cherish family too, I'm certain. But right now, she still needs her dad," said Danny, giving me a light push toward the two kids. Stepping before Hannah and her attacker, I clapped twice and began, "All right, break it up, you two." Joseph released his grip on Hannah's ankle, and she got one more hit in as Joseph hopped off the couch and gave me a salute. That boy always made me chuckle at almost everything he did, and how he could go from play to serious mode in a quarter second when I started talking. However, now that I had his attention, I said to him, Joe?" He gave me another childish salute. "Didn't you say you could outrun the Langdon boy now?" Immediately, Joseph blurted out, "I'm so much faster than Caleb now. I beat him and his sisters because they are so slow because their shoes are not as good as mine, because Caleb told Megan that she could win the tag game, and when they tried to wrestle me because when we were playing tag, I got Caleb down, and then Megan and Elisa hit me and it hurt, and..." "That's great, buddy. Why don't you go find Caleb and play tag with him again outside? I'm pretty sure the Langdons are home now," said I. "Okay, Dad," shouted Joseph, as he grabbed the straps on his overalls and was already running out the door. My eyes went to Hannah, who curled up on the couch with an expression saying she was grateful for being rescued, but still wasn't talking. Locking eyes with her, I gestured to the door. "Go keep tabs on him, Hannah. I still owe the Hughes for that pot he broke last week." Hannah nodded and proceeded out the door to follow after her brother, and I turned back around. Danny said, "I'm going to finish this stew, hun. I know Constable Hanshaw sent you home for a reason, so you just lie down for a bit." I said to her, "I'm fine," but she had already disappeared from the kitchen entryway. Danny was right, I needed to rest. It was true that days in the towers were far less strenuous than days on patrol, but resting at home is far better than resting anywhere else. With my mind settled on that, I began taking off my vest as I plopped myself down on the couch. Removing the heavy vest full of ammunition and equipment, I set it down beside the couch, making a mental note to pick it up before Joseph came back. The last thing I needed was to come up short on the officer's equipment check just because Joseph wanted to play with and lose the bullets. With my vest off, I removed my boots and swung my feet up on the couch. Unfortunately, I hadn't accounted for the impact of that irregular movement because I felt the wound in my abdomen unleash a great pain. I muffled the shout in my hand, hoping to avoid Danny's hearing. But then the words, "Are you all right, Dad?" came from the corner of the room. Startled, I sat up again, causing the pain to surge when I saw Michelle standing in the corner by the table. Dang it, Michelle, you almost gave me a heart attack. "How long you been standing there?" I said, already realizing she'd been dusting and cleaning the table the whole time. She said as much, and I felt the pain subside before she was hovering beside me on the couch, looking down at me with a face of deep concern. Closing my eyes to rest, her presence remained, and I replied to her, "I'm all right, Michelle. I just need to rest." The words weren't good enough, and I felt her presence linger, but I refused to open my eyes again. Despite my eyes being shut, it was almost like I could still see her, standing there right over me in her Sunday dress. Knowing that she would remain, I couldn't bring myself to tell her to leave. I knew she was just concerned about me, but I also didn't want to talk about what I had already discussed with the constable. Before she could ask me anything I didn't want to discuss with my children, I thought about her and Hannah's appearance. Both girls wore their Sunday dresses, but my mind went to Joseph. So, still feeling Michelle hovering over me, I said, "Please tell me Joseph didn't go to the temple in his overalls." After a moment, I heard her chuckle lightly before replying, "No, Dad. We wouldn't let the monster go to service like that." I again couldn't help but smile thinking about that goofy kid. She added, "He did run home from service, though, and changed over immediately before terrorizing us. Thanks for saving us, by the way." "You're welcome. Please remind me to get a leash for him next time I'm out." I could see the smile those words put on her face right there in my mind, but she was still hovering over me, and I truly wished I had the energy to socialize more with my daughter, but there was still far too much on my mind. After a long enough silence, Michelle said, "Hannah and Mom pretty much just headed home after service too." She paused, and I knew there was more to come. I made a stop at the Buller's place to drop off those flowers I bought. I could feel her eyes even more on me as I swatted thoughts of the Bullers and that boy out of my mind. She added, "I've been helping the family when I can since their loss." Reflexively, I asked, "What did you think of Mordecai's sermon today?" A silence hovered over us, and I refused to open my eyes again as I continued not to think about that unfortunate kid. I listened to Danny stirring the pot in the kitchen and focused on the sound of kids playing beyond the window. At last, the silence was lifted when Michelle asked point blank, "Dad, why have you been avoiding the Bullers?" My eyes shot open, and she was kneeling beside me, looking even more concerned than before as she gently rested a hand on my wounded abdomen. She looked into my eyes, and the concern remained, like she knew the question was painful for me, but needed to ask it anyway. At last, she said, "I know it hurts, and I know you tried your best, but maybe helping the Bullers and the other families can help you." "Michelle, just please stop," I said as calmly as I was able. I hated these reminders, and I know she wanted to help, but I really just wanted to move on and not think about it again today. She saw the desperation in my face and remained silent. Her eyes said it all. Michelle knew about the ambush. She knew Evan Buller was part of my team that day, but I never went into details with my wife or with my children, especially not the younger ones. Looking at Michelle, I knew she was a young woman about to go on her first mission, but in my mind, she was still just a girl. I knew what waited for her beyond the walls of New Canaan, and knew that she was likely going to see some of the scariest things she wasn't able to imagine. She'd likely see cruelty beyond her ability to understand, and she was going to have to stare at it unflinching, where she'd have nobody to trust but the others on her team and faith in Christ. I still had yet to talk to her about my own experiences on mission, and I planned on doing that before she left, but today was most certainly not the day that I would discuss that, or even where my job takes me on occasion. For now, that day, I could only look into my eldest daughter's pretty and innocent face and tell her, "When you've lived outside the wall and seen some of the awful things out there, you'll understand that there are some things that you just need to keep between you and God. You understand, sweetie?" She nodded her head, and seeing that face, I shut my eyes, saying, "When you return from mission, you'll come back with some of the best experiences of your life, and sometimes the worst experiences. Either way, when you return to New Canaan, you'll do so with a far better understanding of Christ and His boundless grace. But for now," I paused, "please do Dad a favor and go check up on the kids." I don't know what I was thinking, having Hannah of all people keep tabs on Joseph. A momentary silence ensued after that before I heard her stand herself up. After another moment, she took one step away before stopping and asking me, "You going to the men's group at the temple tonight, Dad?" I hadn't thought about that. It had been a while since I've had to go to a non-Guard affiliated men's Bible study. Honestly, the idea of that made me wince a little bit, but still Michelle's presence remained, and I did indeed need an evening with other men, so I said, "You bet, sweetie." And with that, she left. Shutting my eyes, I continued to relax there on the couch, busying myself thinking about who I'd see at the men's group at the temple, recalling all the fun and insightful nights I've had at the Guard study nights. I didn't really associate with the non-Guard community of New Canaan save for my neighbors on a regular basis. This wasn't out of any prejudice. It was just because I had been a member of the Guard for so long that they were my only true friends. A community within a community, if you want to call it that. Thinking about the differences between the two types of men in the community, I started thinking about where that difference started, and how it was likely after the age of 18 where it began. There, I thought of Michelle, already 17 and getting ready for her first mission next year. Thinking back to my talk and advice to her, I truly wondered how she would return to us after her first mission, and found myself unconsciously praying that hers wouldn't be anything like mine. There it was. The unimportant answer about why some men served in the Guard and others didn't was clear in my mind. I recalled chats with the Guards in my detachment, and Guards under my lieutenant peers, remembering the stories I've heard and how 9 out of every 10 Guards or entrance enforcers had the same experience on mission as I did. That being, it was awful. Bear in mind that serving the Lord is never an awful thing if that is indeed what you are doing, but the experience of those men who joined the New Canaan Guard was normally along the lines of this. A man goes on mission to live with one of the countless tribes of the Utah wilderness. The man has a wonderful time learning the culture and customs of their assigned tribe. Once the man has learned enough of the language and culture, he begins to show them the relevance of the gospel in their day-to-day lives. He becomes esteemed and highly regarded amongst the tribespeople, and then the go-to man for all matters of practicality and later spirituality. The man comes to serve as the bridge between the tribe's knowledge of life and their relationship with the Father. The man manages to save many of them, sometimes even whole tribes, baptizing each tribesperson in the waters. The man feels so accomplished and like he's fulfilling God's work because he is. Then one day, usually out of nowhere, the enemies in the wilderness descend upon the missionary and tribe. Their newfound faith is seen as weak by their enemies. Whether it is enemies like the hostile tribes of the north, south, east, and west, enemies like the NCR prospectors in the lands of the far western fringes, or enemies like the legion beyond the mountains in the far east, they descend upon and ruin the work of that missionary. The man returns from mission, miraculously spared from the horrors committed by the enemies of the Lord. Even if he brings back a few terrible wounds to his body, nothing quite compares to the wounds inside his mind and soul. Watching the innocent he spent so long protecting and helping get slaughtered, his only solace is that he managed to save some of their souls before witnessing their end. Although that hardly seems like a cause for celebration when the memories of what he saw and thoughts of what he could have done flashed through his mind. Either way, he returns to the gates of New Canaan knowing full well what the savagery the world outside is capable of, and how the idea of that kind of evil coming for the ones he loves back home is too horrible to imagine, yet still real. Immediately, that man offers up his life and gun in the defense of New Canaan. He puts on the uniform and stands atop the towers, ready and more than willing to serve as an instrument of the Lord's wrath towards those who dared to harm his children or sack his temple. It is true that the story above isn't the case for everyone, but members of the Guard usually came from those who saw the worst in humanity out there on mission. Sometimes the missionary's assigned tribe was not completely destroyed. Sometimes the man returns from mission with a brand new ally for our community. But accompanying this news usually came more stories confirming the brutality of the world outside. Whether that was from a few savage attacks during their stay with the tribe, or from a few tense incidents that could have gone horribly wrong, members of the Guard were still the ones who had the greatest familiarity with the world and its barbarity. None of this is even to mention some of the pickups we've been getting from the wilderness as of late, but I will explain what I mean by that later on. In the end, my story was a lot like that of the example missionary above. The details again will come later, but I knew where I stood, and every day I'm reminded of why I serve the Guard when I see my children, embrace my friends, and remember what's outside in that vast and savage land beyond. Considering all of this, I began to realize more and more how the constable is right. The end of Evan Buller and all those others in my detachment that day was unbearably hard on its own. But again, the constable was right. There is no reason that incident couldn't serve as a reminder of how important our work is. When I see my men atop the wall and remember the enemies all around us, what I see is the men who returned, the best men that humanity had to offer, the men who bore witness to the terror firsthand, yet never succumbed to it or lost sight of God through all the chaos. After all, it isn't until one joins the Guard, swears their oath, and dons the uniform of an enforcer that they learn the truth about a decades-old story. The story that shows just how important that new member of the Guard is, when there remains the real example of the one who turned his back on us as well as the Lord. I was woken up by my wife, Danny, kneeling beside me and gently stirring me awake. Wiping the sleep from my eyes, she said to me softly, "I put your vest and boots in our room." I could only let out a drowsy, "Thanks, honey." Taking in the room, I must have only been out for around 30 or 40 minutes, but in the middle of the room, I saw all my kids sitting around the table quietly watching me and waiting for me to join them. I met Danny's face. She smiled warmly and said, "Come have lunch with us, then you can go right back to sleep." She helped me stand up to avoid opening my injury any further, and I took my place at the head of the table. I led us in grace and joined my family there at the table. All of us were only able to listen as Joseph inhaled his meal and immediately began declaring his triumphs over Caleb and the Langdon sisters while we ate. The meal was wonderful, and Joseph asked to be excused as soon as I was done. He immediately bolted out of the house to resume playing with the neighbor kids under the watchful eye of Michelle, with orders from Danny to be back inside and getting ready for evening service no later than 5 p.m. When Hannah was done, she asked to be excused. saying that she needed to read her youth group's assigned chapters in the book of Matthew since she hadn't gotten to them earlier. I allowed her to leave under the condition that she remove the La Phantom comic book I knew she had hidden in the pages, and she begrudgingly agreed. Meeting the face of my lovely wife on the other end of the table, we smiled at each other with thoughts of our wonderful children and a happy life. The thoughts of all my time in the Guard, all that tragedy I've been through, both distant past and recent past, flickered in the back of my mind. But the more I looked at my wife's sweet freckled face and into those beautiful green eyes, the more those memories were pushed even further away. Seeing her smile, I thought about the concern and care on the face of the constable, and then thought of all the faces of my loyal and excellent men in the Guard. The more I thought about all the wonderful people around me, the less heavy my failure to Evan Buller seemed, and that pale, cold face I saw that day told me right here at this moment he was doing all right now, sitting right beside the most amazing being to ever grace this tragic world with his presence. I saw Evan Buller sitting right there beside Christ, my Lord. Then, meeting the eyes of my wonderful wife, I stood from the table, and she walked me to our bed in the other room. There was still plenty of time before the evening service and group Bible studies, but I lay there on our bed that afternoon feeling more content than I had in weeks. I had no idea what had changed in me. Within the space of an hour that day, I went from feeling emotionally destroyed and plagued to cared for beyond all reason by everyone around me. As you've read, nothing too extravagant happened that afternoon. I didn't watch cancer get zapped from someone in an instant. I didn't watch Bishop Mordecai part the Great Salt Lake. No. I just started seeing the reminders of everything good, feeling all the love as life went on in its usual way, and unconsciously took stock in all that was good around me. I'd ask myself what all those little things were exactly, what the cause of it was, but the answer came from Christ and all the people he's blessed me with. He calmed the storm by showing me ever so subtly what was here for me in this community devoted to him. It was on our marital bed that I lay in complete solitude and contentment. My wife had left to go clean up the kitchen. Hannah sat in the other room reading her scripture. My youngest played with his friends in the street while my eldest daughter watched him with the neighbors, and all was fine. I felt myself drifting into sleep, and my thoughts were about the face of Evan Buller in its new light. I knew he was okay with the Creator of all, and that he had already forgiven me for my failure when he was united with him. I knew there would be days in the future where the regrets and failure would haunt me again, and that I would need reminding of who he is with. But as I considered how to remind myself of Christ's power when the darkness was coming, out of nowhere, a completely foreign image consumed the entirety of my half-asleep mind. All I could see was the skinless face of a man or beast wrapped in white cloth as those eyes, the bluest eyes I've ever seen, shined right at me. Before I could awaken myself in panic, I was already asleep. Chapter 2. A Man of the Cloth. The next day, after a busy morning and midday, the sun was just now beginning to set when my detachment was to finish off our shift at one of the gate stations. Patrolling the market was always enjoyable, if not a little strenuous at times. Unlike when my detachment was in the towers, there was always plenty to do and oversee there on the ground. Still, the end of the patrols had my group at one of the gate stations, which was one of the more uneventful posts, and I had Lieutenant Kennedy running all the searches and checks with incoming travelers and traders at his station because he needed the experience. Needless to say, this afternoon was much like shifts in the towers, since it wasn't long after taking our positions that the men and I found ourselves lost in idle conversation. After telling the guys about my prior evening and what I did with my time after the constable pulled me from the tower, I went on to tell them about my time with the men's group last night, since the boys were missing me from the Guard Bible study. There was a moment of plain old quiet after I was done, until Nathan decided to break it in his colorful way. That sounds like it sucked, in all honesty. John immediately slapped him on the shoulder. Another loud group of tribal visitors and wasteland travelers passed our gate station as Nathan recovered from the hit and tried not to pout. Even though I wasn't offended by Nathan's words, I still didn't like my men hitting one another, so I told John, "Stop it. Don't hit him." "Thanks, Lou," said Nathan before I cut him off. Still, You need to save your judgments or opinions for those who care." Nathan hung his head, and his inaudible apology was good enough, so my loudmouth guardsman recovered quickly and said generally, "I didn't mean nothing by it, I'm just thankful I joined the guard is all. Some of the folks in town can be a real drag." John went to swat Nathan again, but caught himself when I found myself chuckling at that, and noticed William Ramos and Carl smiling as well. John cocked an eyebrow at me and warned, "Careful, Paul, Lieutenant. You know what happens if you indulge Sir jokes a lot here." "Oh, I know," said I, shooting a look at Nathan to remind him that his input wasn't necessary. Looking back at John, I asked, "Still though, after last night's Bible study with the Temple men's group, I've concluded that I will be making our guards meetings from here on out, even when I'm off duty." John's silence indicated that he was likely contemplating his own experiences worshiping with the general New Canaan public and coming to the same conclusions as us. "So anyway, how did you spend the rest of your day off, sir?" asked Ramos. My eyes were pulled from the incoming group of wasters entering the market to the youngest of my detachment. There wasn't much to say, so I said so. Other than the colorful study with the Temple men's group, I mostly just slept and rested up, kept watch on the kids, helped Hannah review after her study, then went to bed. Had a pretty strange dream, though. I wasn't sure why I said that last part, but the idle words caused some curiosity in the faces of my men. All except Nathan, who glanced back from observing a few wastelanders arguing to say, "I had my own strange dreams last night. It ain't sex outside of marriage if it was in a dream, right?" I caught the smile on Ramos and Carl's faces when I addressed the back of Nathan's head. "Perhaps Mr. Langdon can remind you of what our Lord said about entertaining lustful thoughts of women after the shift." Nathan held a thumbs up back towards us as he looked closer at the arguing wasters. After that, Carl Northrup said, "Go on, sir. What was that dream about?" Hearing another reminder of that dream made me think about it again, and part of me actually wished that Nathan would interject once more with something unintelligent. Still, I found myself thinking about it again. I thought about that strange image I saw during my nap before the evening study. I thought about those bright blue eyes and skinless face, and how panicked I was at the sight of them before I was swallowed by sleep. I quickly forgot about that image after waking, getting too distracted by making sure my family and I were ready for the evening. I hadn't even thought of it the whole time I was at the men's group. Then again, hearing Mr. Willis's testimony was very captivating for all of us present, even if the rest of the study was as boring or uneventful as Nathan concluded. No, it wasn't until I got home, got the kids in bed, and then went to sleep that I had this new dream. I don't know if the image I received yesterday afternoon had anything to do with the dream I had last night, but it was enough to mention it to my men here on duty, even if it was unconsciously. My boys were still waiting for an answer, and Nathan was beginning to walk towards the arguing wastelanders when I explained to them, "You know, I'm honestly not sure exactly. I was standing on a ridge overlooking a town or city I'd never seen before. All I remember is that I was wondering where I was, and there were a lot of people walking past me towards the city. I asked every one of them where I was, and each of them gave me different answers. I had no idea where my family was, but for some reason I couldn't ask where they were because I was so curious about where I was. All of a sudden the city erupted into flames, and the people kept walking towards it completely unfazed. Then, there I saw 3 men come walking out of the flames side by side, straight towards me. One of them was..." I paused, feeling strangely both at peace and very anxious. I was going to stop right there, but the eyes of John, Ramos, and Carl were still fixed on me, silently asking to hear more. Nathan, meanwhile, was holding both of the wastelanders by the collar and lecturing them. My focus returned to my men when I knew Nathan didn't need backup, and I swallowed the strange concoction of emotions before proceeding. One of them was Evan Buller. And, as strange as it was in the new day to think about that man I failed, it still wasn't as strange as the other 2 walking towards me in the dream. The one on the right was actually my own boy, Joseph, as though he were a few years older. "Who was the other one?" asked John, curious but seeing my slight discomfort. The one between Evan and my son was the strangest part. I remember the dream even to this day, but it was not anyone I could recognize at the time. They didn't appear like a man, or really like a person in general, even though they had the body of one. I remember the man between them in that dream took on more the presence of a spirit or ghost than anything. With the memories of that dream sitting at the forefront of my mind, I told my men. The one in the middle was a ghostly man wrapped in cloth. I saw the look on my men's faces, but I could only go on even as Nathan returned to our group. All I can say is that, despite the brightness of the city on fire behind them, it was those bright blue eyes of the ghost man that were all I could see. That was it. A silence fell upon us after I was done telling my dream. All of them, including myself, were stuck in contemplation for a long moment as the market got busier around us. At last, the silence ended when John shrugged and said, "Dreams are strange," followed by Carl, "I've had some pretty weird ones too." Then Nathan returned to us and asked, "Was I one of the ones walking towards the city?" All of us turned to him, shocked he even heard that part while he was breaking up the bickering wastelanders. He looked at each of us, puzzled at our expressions, before Ramos asked him, "How did you even hear that part?" Nathan nonchalantly said, "Jesus told me," before a giant smirk grew across his face, and before anyone else could ask how he really heard that part, the sound of the chains lowering the gate began giving its deafening sound. All of our attention turned to the guard crew at the other gate station across from us, and Lieutenant Kennedy gave us a thumbs up. I returned one back, and when the gate hit the ground, the long caravan waiting on the road outside began to slowly move into the city with their enforcer escorts. Once the disturbance was seen to, my detachment turned back to our own little world behind the sandbag barricades. But before any of us could continue passing through the slow shift, I caught eyes with another enforcer coming out of the gates. I knew every enforcer in the city, but I knew this one in particular. This enforcer came to our gate station at a trot, and when he stepped through the break in the barricade, I greeted him. "Mr. Schmidt, good day to you. How are your studies?" My guards glanced back at the young new arrival and went back to watching the market crowds. John perked his head up towards the enforcer while he continued to sit in his chair beside me, with only a nod for the young man as a welcome. The young enforcer was a new member of the guard, and even though he wasn't in my regular detachment, I was there the day we met him, and have sort of taken him under my wing during our guard studies. Anyway, he greeted me in a rather simplistic response. "Please call me Duncan, Lieutenant Young, but the studies go all right, sir. I'll admit that I missed you last night since I can't say I can make a whole lot of sense of revelations. But I have a..." John interrupted with a chuckle. "Welcome to the club, kid." Mr. Schmidt frowned and returned to address me. "As I was saying, I'm to give you a message from Lieutenant Doyle. He wanted me to hand you the scout's report on the situation with the Basin Hawks, and for you to give it to the constable next time you see him." He removed the letter from his pocket, and I felt it get slapped into the palm of my hand. I placed it in my pocket, signaling to the boy that I'd read it later, and asked him, "Was this report from you or from his other scouts?" "I just got back yesterday evening." "It's mine," said the young man. Before I could say anything, Nathan said with his back to us, "Why's Doyle sending kids out there on scouting runs?" "Oh, you put a can in it, Nate," said the rowdy young man. Nathan only laughed, and I demanded the boy, "You don't speak that way to another enforcer." And Nathan, "Yeah?" asked Nathan with his back still turned. "Shut up." Both Nathan and the young Duncan Schmidt hung their heads. I withdrew the letter from my pocket and met the boy's eyes as I placed the letter back in his hands. "You best give this to Constable Hanshaw then. I'll have your report here and now while I have you." "Why does Doyle want me to have it anyway?" Mr. Schmidt glanced at Nathan with a sneer and then back at me, more humble. "Lieutenant Doyle was going to have you give it to the constable once you've read it. I'll have to give it to Hanshaw later. I have another duty I'm supposed to carry out right now that I'm already late for." "What is it?" I asked. Mr. Schmidt went on, "Deacon Mathers is meeting with some of those Happy Trails guys outside of town and went without backup. Doyle told me to join him and some other guys to provide overwatch out there immediately after I was done making my runs. It took too long to find Deacon Caldwell, so Doyle and the others are probably there now. Internally, I knew that the Happy Trails caravans were some of the fairest and honest traders from lands beyond the wilderness that I've ever met. However, I could see the urgency in the young Duncan's face, and could tell he only wanted to do good for his commander. I admired that, and there was more that I wanted to hear from him, so I said, "Keep a level head about it. I'll come with you, so Doyle won't give you flack if he knows I stopped you. Come on, let's go." Mr. Schmidt muttered a "thanks, sir," and immediately began walking away from the gate station. I followed, tapping Carl on the shoulder to come with, and said to the rest of my detachment group, "John, you're in charge till I get back. And you have my permission to hit Nathan if he annoys you." I'm sure Nathan said something in response, but the noise of travelers, traders, and tribals in the market quickly surrounded us as I caught up to Duncan with Carl by my side, bringing Duncan to a slower pace. Our walk through the market was calm as we headed south around the crowds and down the main roads. Passing the inn closest to the gates, the people were much more spaced out, so I asked the kid, "So, what's the deal with the Basin Hawks? I take it you saw something worrisome if Doyle's sending you to me?" "The letter isn't necessarily for you, sir. The letter is for you to give to the constable, remember?" said the kid. "Oh, I see. Doyle's afraid to give it to the constable himself. Well, now I'm afraid if it's bad enough to put Constable Hanshaw in a mood." "Ha!" Eyes forward, Duncan replied plainly, "I don't know if I'd say my lieutenant is afraid. I just think he wanted you to read it as well. I'm also just under orders." Considering what he said and why Doyle wanted my eyes to read it, I said to the kid more seriously, "You still need to answer that question. What exactly did you see down south?" Still more focused on the path out of the market, the determined boy thought for a moment before saying, "It was me and the two others who saw it." We watched the Basin Hawks for a long time and followed their war parties moving dangerously close to the Tar Walkers. "So, the peace between the two was broken?" said I, thinking about the recent worries regarding the Basin Hawks and our mentioned ally. "Not yet, I don't think. But I saw their war and hunting parties violating Tar Walker territory at 3 separate places on our 5-day trailing. Not only that, but it looked like they were sporting some far more..." He paused before adding in an unnerved tone, "worrisome equipment." I was going to ask what kind of dangerous or worrisome equipment the Basin Hawks could have gotten their hands on, remembering their homes and war parties inhabited parts of the east beyond the mountains. I wondered what could have been out there by way of scavenging, knowing that all the old world military and police installations from here to the lands unknown had long since been picked over. With this in mind, I asked Mr. Schmidt, "Perhaps they've come upon new hardware from successful raids beyond the east?" I paused, the words that came from my mouth causing me to wonder even more about what kind of equipment Duncan was talking about. I added, "What kind of weapons did you see the war parties sporting?" "Could be," said the young man to my first supposition, "but to answer your other question, it was mostly small arms, 10mm submachine guns, assault rifles, and apparently lots of explosives like grenades and dynamite, as evidenced by their new pastime of blowing apart critters like geckos and scorpions. They must have an abundance of new explosives if they're killing time after treks doing something as stupid and wasteful as that." I considered this new information, about to conclude that they must have raided a camp of ambitious miners in the mountains, until Duncan said, "Although it wasn't necessarily the weapons that caught my eye, it was more what they were wearing." In the short pause, this new revelation caught my attention, and I asked, "What were they wearing?" Internally, I was slightly terrified that a hostile, leaning, and disagreeable tribe like the Basin Hawks came across a cache of old-world power armor. But it was what he said next that made me feel even worse about this likely future enemy of ours. Duncan said, "They seem to be wearing a lot more heavy plastics and steel than usual. Sorta like the old-world sporting pads you see in some tribes on occasion. Not to mention a lot of them are starting to wear crimson." I would have stopped right there at the news, but we were already on the outskirts of the market, passing the few people and tents on the fringes, and so we kept walking towards the meeting spot as I demanded from Duncan, "You see any Legion observers with them?" How do you know they weren't Legion?" Duncan slowed his pace even more and looked briefly at Carl beside me before looking back at me. I couldn't see the look on Carl's face, but I knew what it was as I caught the eyes of Duncan. It wasn't Legion, they were definitely Basin Hawks, but I think you understand the worry of Doyle. Going back to the earlier issue, I think it's safe to say that their new equipment means they're likely Legion supplied now. I was about to stop right there and sprint back to New Canaan at the thought of the Legion getting a new ally this deep into the Utah wilderness. I knew that there were dozens, if not hundreds of tribes inhabiting the lands beyond the mountains east of New Canaan, but they were almost always battling the Legion on the fringes of the known lands as well as the region around the Colorado border. Then I remembered something else. This something else didn't explain how the Basin Hawks could have gotten the equipment, but it meant that this news wasn't a cause of immediate panic. I said to the young man, "I'm sure you're right about that in some regard." Although the possibility remains that they could have obtained their new supplies from success against a former auxiliary of the Legion, like the Mazers and the White Rock. After all, the Legion hasn't been active out that way in over a year and a half. It's unlikely they're reaching out to tribes like the Basin Hawks so far beyond their territory. Immediately I was cut off by Duncan. Well, word is that the Legion is back in eastern Utah. I heard from some of the militia guys over by Hanksville that they've been having to help some of their tribal allies fight Legion and their auxiliaries more and more as of late. This was last month when I heard about this, around the time of your... He paused before adding for me, "Sorry about that, by the way. I heard we lost a lot of guys out by the lake and heard you took a hit." The words reminded me again of the pain in my abdomen, but that remained in the furthest part of my mind at news of the Legion's new operations in the east. I could only say distantly, "That can't be." A silence hung over us after that, and for a short time we focused on the trail south as the noise of New Canaan and the market outside went slowly further into the distance. The moment ended when Duncan said with a slight shake of his head, "I'd start believing it, sir. I've been catching more stories about the Legion out east since they lost some battle somewhere in the far south. They'll be more active in the east than ever if their defeat was as bad as stories say." I was too lost in thought, thinking more about how to take the news of the coming Legion warfare in the eastern wilds and what I could recommend to Hanshaw by way of action to say anything else. It was then that Carl said to us, "You know, I actually heard about that battle down south." Unsatisfied with the lack of response, I was still thinking when Duncan glanced at Carl, who took that as his cue to go on. "Nathan, Ramos, and I popped in at the Trinity Inn during our patrol through the market last week and got to chatting with a few traders from NCR. Now, I don't know if they were affiliated with the California government based on the vulgar words they were saying about them, but you can bet the three of us were more than intrigued to hear that their soldiers managed to root Caesar's horde of Legion filth at some place called Hoover Dam a few months back. That sounded like a cause for celebration as any, so the boys and I bought them their next glass of agua." Duncan let out an idle. That's basically what I heard too, but even though I was too focused on running over my plan of action I'd offered to the constable, the story from Carl made me connect the two stories, making me say to nobody in particular, "I don't know if I'd call the Legion or Caesar's defeat at Hoover Dam a cause for celebration. If what Duncan and Doyle's other scouts said is true, it means that. Graham." For some reason, when that name, that word, left my mouth, it left a bitter aftertaste. Both me and Carl knew the name Joshua Graham intimately. So did every person born in New Canaan, but Duncan was a relatively new member to the community, as well as the Canaan Guard, so I caught his unspoken question on the side of my head. Either way, after uttering the most unfortunate name in the minds of every New Canaanite, and before Duncan could ask who that was, I could only add, "It means that Graham is going to be causing even more misery and misfortune for the tribes of the East. If anything, in order for his and Caesar's Legion to regather its strength." Before I could go any further, Carl interjected, "I think you're right about Legion stepping up its fight out east, but it ain't gonna be Graham leading them." I met Carl's look, seeing a not-so-hidden sense of glee in his expressionless face. Part 2 of the story we heard from those traders says, it wasn't more than 3 months ago that Caesar himself had Graham executed. He paused. Duncan was surprised at this part, and I was even more so. Hearing that, I reflexively demanded, "What?" Carl went right on. "Yeah, they say that Caesar was really upset by Graham losing that battle, and had his whole legion watch as Graham was set on fire and tossed into the Grand Canyon." He paused, seeing the second part of the story take its intended effect on me before concluding, "Funnily enough, giving Graham his long overdue was probably the first time Caesar ever performed the Lord's work, if those stories are true, at least." Duncan chuckled to himself while a smile remained on Carl's face, and I could only remind the two, death is never a cause for celebration, especially when it's one of ours, even though Duncan ceased his chuckling, and Carl immediately removed the smirk from his face. I could tell the two only did so out of obedience to me. Their hearts were satisfied by the death of Graham, and for some odd reason, I couldn't figure out why mine wasn't. I had every reason that Carl and everyone else in the community of New Canaan did to despise the name Joshua Graham and every horrible deed associated with it, but still, the news I just heard only made me feel even more disturbed than I was with my dream last night. Not more than a moment later, I heard Duncan on my left ask, "Wait a minute, you said Graham was one of ours?" Carl was about to answer when my thoughts sank further in, and my thoughts returned to the New Canaan at large, making me ask, "Carl, what did you mean by that last part? Also, why is this my first time hearing about this? Why isn't the constable or Heck or even Mordecai aware of Graham's end? I doubt there would have been a celebration, but this seems like the kind of information everyone in New Canaan should know." Carl thought to himself for a moment, probably considering the numerous conversations he'd had with the men between my injury by the lake and whenever he and the others heard the story from those traders. After a moment, Carl answered casually, "Must have slipped our minds if I'm being honest. Still, you know stories from down south." He paused and I remained locked on his face with my eyes alone, demanding a better explanation. He continued, "You've heard plenty of stories that traders pick up from tribes on the way here. Nobody can prove any of them." Carl was right in some regard, but this was different, somehow. So I said, "Go on." "Going on," Carl said, "I don't know what to say, sir. You can bet that the Legion probably lost a big battle way down south, but when it comes to the details or all that stuff about Graham, I wouldn't be surprised if that part is just the start of a new tribal tall tale. After all, if you think about it, it seems pretty crazy to think that Caesar or Edward would have killed his best pal of 30 years for screwing up in one battle." There was worth in what Carl said, and with that, I was left once more in quiet contemplation. I wondered about all the possibilities and if the whole thing was true. Was the second in command of the Legion the largest threat beyond the known wilderness of the East and South dead? Upon hearing that story, the strangest thing about it was the question of, why did I care so much? Did I actually care? As I've said, I knew the name of Graham and what an enormous invisible stain it had been on our community for over 3 decades, but I had never met the man and couldn't figure out why the news of his death was hitting me the way it was when the end result was the same. The Legion would be even more involved in the Far East. At last I was shaken from my thoughts when I glanced back and saw the bustling market outside the walls in the far distance. I turned back to the road ahead as I heard Duncan interrupt the soft breeze around us. "Okay, who is this Graham guy you all keep talking about? I heard he's the Legion's legate, but y'all were talking like you knew him personally." "We all knew him in some form or another. I'm surprised you didn't hear about him when you swore into the Guard," said Carl as I wondered even more about New Canaan's own not-yet prodigal son, who, if the stories were true, wouldn't get his chance to return to the father. Carl was right. He and I both knew Graham in some form or another. We learned his story, his legend, and how he was the one who officially turned his back on us. As I continued to inexplicably mourn the rumored demise of that terrible person, Duncan replied, "I'm still a probie, remember?" Carl remembered Mr. Schmidt's status in the Guard and said, "Huh, that's right. And yet Doyle has you going on scouting trips." "Oh, screw you too, Carl," replied Duncan. I would have reprimanded the boy for speaking like that to Carl, but my mind was still elsewhere. while my eyes remained locked on the dirt path before us, getting slimmer and slimmer the further we walked from the town. Carl grinned and said to the boy, "You can't blame me, or Nate for that matter, for being curious. I was with the LT here the day you showed up, and your little display in the market left us with quite a few questions." The boy replied immediately, "Figured I'd show whoever was in charge what I was good at. I'm sure skinning a mole rat and a fully grown golden gecko might have displayed you as a decent survivalist and hunter, but doing that in the middle of the market while you're covered in blood and dirt of the wasteland gave some of us a more sociopathic conclusion of your character," said Carl. "It got me running scouting ops for Doyle, and it has me giving the kitchen some better meat for weeknights. You're welcome for that, by the way." Carl shook his head, smiling slightly while I remained quietly listening and thinking. Now passing a long-abandoned shack, the three of us continued on towards the group of people in the distance, getting closer. Carl replied to the boy, "Still, it's pretty unusual to have a mere 17-year-old from the wastes join the Guard and start running scouting ops before you've even gone on your first mission." "I go on missions all the," said Duncan, before realizing what Carl was actually referring to by mission. Duncan then thought for a moment, remembering how being successful in worldly missions didn't really mean a whole lot to the protectors of his new hometown when he failed to measure up in spiritual missions. Upon remembering this, the boy said, "I guess I just ain't good at all the Bible stuff." At last, I entered the conversation when I could better identify the group ahead. "Don't worry, you will be. You still got a few months before your 18th, and we won't let you go on mission until you're ready." I heard Duncan's internal sigh of relief, but assured the young skeptic, "I know you don't quite understand the spiritual requirements of our community, but just remember that although your skills are useful in the here and now, we'd rather your skills were directed at our true goals. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir," said the young man before adding, "I'll keep trying at my studies." I told the kid, "Attaboy, before long you'll be an expert at Bible stuff and become a beacon of Christ's light in the darkness and stuff." Carl chuckled, Duncan hung his head, and the three of us remained silent as the figures along the distant path drew closer. A few silent minutes passed when the figures became more detailed beyond the heat haze rising off the wasteland sands. There, at the head of the oncoming caravan, I could see the white long sleeves and dark pants of the deacon Mr. Mathers with the red sash draped down his shoulders, walking beside a man in a heavy brown jacket and pants who was probably the leader of this Happy Trails caravan group. I could only make out the head steer loaded with all the trading outfit's wares, but flanked on both sides were their own armed escorts as well as the white shirts and black vests of the entrance enforcers. Once we could make out the enforcers, Duncan said to himself, "Ah, shoot, we're late." Only he didn't say shoot, and he immediately apologized before I could reprimand him. Instead, we drew nearer to the oncoming caravan, and I said to Duncan, "Go on ahead and find Doyle, let him know I kept you, and watch your language before I have Nathan make you eat soap." "Yes, sir," said the boy before he immediately took off running towards the caravan. Alone with Carl, he and I kept our pace, and I made out more of the caravan. Rounding a slight turn in the road, I could see the train had at least 6 fully loaded Brahmin, and over a dozen traders and guards. Looking back at the head, I saw Mathers waving at me. I waved back, and before we knew it, Carl and I were standing before the deacon, Mr. Mathers, and a trader from the Happy Trails group I knew, a Mr. Sam Watts. I still had a lot on my mind, but as soon as I was face to face with Mr. Mathers, all my thoughts were behind me as I reached out, shook the man's hand, and said as friendly as he made me, "Mr. Mathers, what brings you to a meeting all the way out here without backup? You nearly got a poor young guardsman in trouble." The tall, dusty-faced, middle-aged new deacon raised his pencil-thin mustache as his lips curled into a smile. He motioned for Carl and I to join his side on this stroll with the traders, and we did just that. Mr. Mathers replied, "So good to see you as well, Mr. Young. I beg the young man's pardon for any misfortune I may have brought him. Despite my intentions, it would appear my simple task outside the walls was also a tremendous inconvenience to Mr. Doyle as well." At that, I glanced back at the rest of the caravan, making notes of all the tired-looking traders as well as the guardsmen under Doyle on both flanks. Upon sight of Lieutenant Doyle, I saw him lecturing the young Duncan until he caught my eye in a glance. After which, we exchanged thumbs up, and I prayed Mr. Duncan didn't take too much flack. Carl remained silent, adjusting his grip on the Thompson machine gun over his shoulder, and we continued on with Mr. Mathers and his new company. Turning back to the deacon, I replied, "No worries, Mr. Mathers. It appears Doyle let up on the boy. As for you, though, I'd give Doyle one if you hadn't already, haha." The smile on Mr. Mathers' face grew slightly wider before saying, "I certainly do appreciate you guardsmen and your adherence to safety, but meeting some of our most favored traders less than a full mile beyond the wall is hardly an endeavor of the utmost security." The head trader on the deacon's right moved a bit further up and looked towards us. "You are too kind, Mr. Mathers. Happy trails, and I certainly appreciate y'all's concerns about security, but it's really no trouble, and—" The trader, Sam Watts, paused upon catching my eye. "Hey there, Paul. Thought I recognized the guy coming towards us. Wasn't sure it was you, though. How you been?" "Been a long time, hadn't it? You doing all right? I notice you're walking with a bit of a hitch in your step." I nodded at the trader. "Good to see you as well, Sam. It must have been at least 7 months since we last met, about the last time I was up this way," said Sam with some fond enthusiasm. "Before anything else," Mr. Mathers jumped in, "I was meaning to ask you about your wound, provided you don't mind. Even before yesterday, I hadn't been noticing the wound as much anymore unless I was making sudden or irregular movements. Yesterday might have been the most I've noticed it since I was patched up by the doctor, Ms. Victoria Franklin. It was usually patrol days like this one, where I was so used to moving around that I had barely noticed it and said as much to the friends around me. I hardly notice it much anymore unless I've been sitting for too long, or people bring it up." Sam caught my coyness in the last part, but Mr. Mathers was all sincere when he apologized. I told him that wasn't needed, but I was still grateful for his concern. Then Sam asked, "So you took some hits out there since we last met, huh, Paul?" I was going to answer the question in the vague way I'd grown accustomed to, but thankfully I didn't have to, as Sam went right along. "Yeah, me and the gang here had some hits of our own crossing through 80s territory and a few run-ins with creatures here and there. You know how that goes. Still, the boys with me are experienced enough to avoid the trouble and trash outside of New Reno and then Bout Caliente way. Lucky them 80s were fighting those white legs when we passed through and rounded the south roads, but it didn't spare poor Jill. I tell ya, she was one fine woman, but I knew Sam Watts from Happy Trails through several interactions I've had with him over the past few years, but had difficulty remembering him exactly when I first saw him walking with Mr. Mathers. Sometimes all the traders I've met and dealt with over the years tended to blend faces and even names, but it wasn't until he started going on that I remembered who he was exactly and just how talkative he was. Mr. Mathers hopped in. "I believe I'd met Jill a couple of times on your crew's previous visits. I'm sorry to hear she didn't make this trip, but rest assured that Paul and I will be praying for her." Sam Watts was about to go on when something he said previously stuck out to me, and I asked, "You said you took the south roads to avoid the 80s and white leg conflicts?" "Thanks for that, Mr. Mathers. Jill would have appreciated that. Also, yes, sir, I did indeed say that," said Sam before explaining further. "They're still fighting all along the wilderness southwest of here. Happy Trails made it company policy to keep as south along Utah as possible till the 15 or so. Some groups even change courses and head down South Mojave Way, just to avoid the 80s lands, and skip you fellas altogether. Me, I'll take my chances in Tribalville versus heading straight to that Mojave war zone." Immediately I asked, "You hear anything out south, out near the Mojave?" Noticing Mr. Mathers raise his eyebrow at me. Sam thought for a second as the abandoned shack Carl, Duncan, and I passed earlier drew closer. When my eyes returned to Sam, he said simply, "Nothing out of the ordinary. There's still a war between NCR and Legion down there, far as I hear. Although I wouldn't know anything about that as I stick to Utah and you guys on my runs. Figure war down there is why the Rangers have been so few along the 15 as of late. Why do you ask?" I noticed the bead of sweat that wasn't from the sun drip down Mr. Mathers' face at mention of the NCR's Rangers, but heard the question asked of me. I replied with a slight glance and pat on Carl's shoulder. Well, Carl here says some California traders mentioned a big battle in the Mojave when they were here recently. Was just wondering if you heard anything similar. After a short moment where we could only hear the footsteps of the traders and sounds of clopping hooves behind us, Sam said, I mean, I ain't heard nothing directly, but I think I heard about something like that back at New Reno. I again was going to inquire about what he had heard, but then Sam added, with eyes locked on Carl, them traders weren't with the Crimson Caravan, were they? Carl saw the eyes on himself and replied hesitantly, I'm not sure, really. I don't think they ever said who they were with. Sam replied with a hint of skepticism. Okay then. If they were independent, that's fine, but... Making eyes with me and Mr. Mathers, he went on, if you meet any Californians with the Crimson Caravan, you tell them to get. Happy Trails fought hard to earn and maintain the routes we currently use, and y'all did too. Crimson Caravanners are a bunch of cheats, liars, and... Oh, and I hear their head... Alice McLafferty is an atheist, so y'all don't want to do business with them. Mr. Mathers and I grinned at one another. With eyes focused straight ahead, Mr. Mathers replied in his usual cool manner, all are welcome to our gates and welcome to do business with us regardless of their beliefs. I added, perhaps we should make it a point to reach out to this McLafferty person. After all, who better to meet with than those who don't know our Lord? I don't say y'all weren't warned, said Sam, oblivious to any humor in my tone. Mr. Mathers asked with a smirk, speaking of, when is a devout ally of New Canaan and friend of our Lord like you coming to the temple for your baptism? Sam let out an audible, before jumping to what was expected, we'll be in town a few days. Provided me and the gang ain't too busy loading up, I might be able to fit it in my schedule. Mr. Mathers, Carl, and I could only chuckle in response. As Sam wondered what was so funny, I'd already long forgotten where I was going with the questions I had for Sam regarding that war down in the Mojave. I asked the deacon, so I need to ask, why is it you decided to meet with Sam's crew out here instead of the market? Funnily enough, said the deacon, we're here now. Just then, Mr. Mathers said to Sam, this is the place, and shouted for the rest of the trading gang, y'all can start unloading here. The caravan stopped, and just to my left off the dirt path to town was the abandoned shack. Immediately, the whole trading outfit began to unload the stacks and bags and crates of supplies and tools off of each Brahmin and cart. I instinctively began to help as well alongside Mr. Mathers and some of Doyle's enforcers, who weren't keeping watch on the surrounding wastes. I knew we were relatively safe since we weren't too far from the market and walls of New Canaan, and even got Doyle's help with a few stacks of cut lumber. Doyle and I exchanged greetings and courtesies since we hadn't the chance to earlier. Mr. Schmidt would occasionally catch my eye as he helped roam the perimeter around the shack. As the sun got a finger or two lower towards the west, the trading outfit was mostly done unloading their wares, and I was so busy trying to be helpful that the thought of why we were out here almost abandoned me. Once I was done stacking my last toolbox beside the other assortment of crates and coolers and minor construction materials, the Brahmin and carts were almost completely unburdened, and I turned to Mr. Mathers, who handed Mr. Watts a leather sack that made a jingle as it landed in his hands. I was going to ask my question when Mr. Watts thanked Mr. Mathers, noting he didn't need to verify the total, and Mr. Mathers replied, "Of course, Mr. Watts. Pleasure as always. You get your crew and cattle into the market and take your rest at the Trinity Inn near the South Gate. There's extra in that bag to cover your stays, so just tell Martha and she'll show you your rooms." "I can't tell you how much I appreciate that, Mr. Mathers," said Sam as he wiped the sweat from his brow. "The fellas and I will take you up on that. You take care now, you hear?" "You as well," replied the deacon as I nodded farewell to the trader. Mr. Mathers caught my eye, fluttered his shirt with one hand, then waved over Doyle with a shout, "Mr. Doyle, over here!" The deacon smiled at me, and I watched Sam begin leading his traders and unburdened mules toward the town as I heard the footsteps of Doyle draw closer. Finally, I asked him, "So, Mr. Mathers, you never told me why you had Sam's crew unload their cargo here so far outside the market." I take it has something to do with this place? Mr. Mathers was going to answer, but Doyle answered instead as he joined our side while we surveyed the scattered hall and decrepit shack. Mr. Mathers is still doing his skimming racket. I thought you knew that, Paul? Have the traders drop off out here, it's easier to steal. The deacon shook his head in mock shame, replying, You caught me, I confess it. I couldn't help but smile and wanted to ask my question again before Doyle asked the deacon, Anything else you'll have of us today, Mr. Mathers? I just need 3 of your men to keep watch over the goods here if you'd be so kind. And don't worry, I'll have some enforcers from the night watch rotate your men out before it gets too dark. After a moment of thought, Doyle glanced at me, then replied, All right, Mr. Mathers, that'll be fine. I gotta get back to town. My duties call me elsewhere, so forgive my departure. Not at all, said the deacon as Doyle shouted. Duncan, Ray, Hudson, you 3 are staying here till relief comes. The 3 enforcers under his command each replied respectively, and Doyle whistled for the rest of his enforcers to follow him. Just before leaving our company, Doyle stopped in his tracks, turned to me and asked, By the way, Mr. Young, I had the boy, Mr. Schmidt, give you his scouting report. Would you be kind enough to peruse it and hand it off to the constable? There are details in there I'd like to discuss with you when you get back to town, said Doyle. I replied to the man coolly, I'm already familiar with it, but I left it in the hands of your messenger. I should be out here for a while, so I can bring Duncan back to town with me. You and I can have our meeting, say, 8-ish? Agreed, said Doyle. Your place? I nodded. He returned with a thumbs up, and then began a short jog to catch up with the rest of his men walking toward town. At last, I turned to Mr. Mathers, again ready to ask my question about these supplies way out here when Carl stepped up. You need anything else, sir? I could only laugh. Such a simple question was on my mind, yet I could not get the time or chance to ask it. I returned to Carl. That is all, Carl. Go on back to town. I'm going to stay out here with the deacon for a while. John's still in charge, and when your replacements reach the gate station, don't wait up, just enjoy your evening. You got it. I'll tell John he has permission to kill Nathan, and we'll finish out the shift change ourselves, sir, said Carl. Attaboy, said I, before Carl left me with a smile. When at last I was alone with the deacon, I saw 2 of Doyle's enforcers roaming the area around the shack with their Thompsons in hand. Then, I saw Duncan push himself off the shack wall with his back and unsling the scoped rifle on his shoulder before he too began his casual patrol in the late afternoon sun. Finally, I looked at the deacon beside me, who was studying the shack with a giant smirk on his face, and before I could get a breath out, he said humorously, Such a simple question you've been waiting to ask, ha. You were asking about the goods I had brought out here? Yes, said I with a half-serious sigh of relief. I began to follow my friend as he began maneuvering around the scattered supplies, studying them and taking mental inventories as he answered, It's nothing major. I just got permission to refurbish this old shack and begin making it into something of a relay or resupply point for our incoming traders and missionaries, or some other such thing. The elders hadn't quite decided what they wanted to do with the place specifically. As for my drop-off, I wanted to save the happy trails from having to come back here once they reached the market. Also, getting to speak with Mr. Watts is always a pleasure. There all the gear and goods I helped unload began making sense. Very kind of you, and I guess that explains all the lumber, tools, and various containers we got here. Then the real question hit me as a distant sound from the market entered my ears, and I asked, Are you sure that's such a good idea to build this relay so far outside the wall? More focused on studying the quality of the various tools on the nearby crates, Mr. Mathers said, You speak as if we're miles away. We're only a mere 20-minute stroll from the market, Paul. Which raises another question, said I before asking, Why do we need a resupply point so close to the community? After a moment, Mr. Mathers was done with his internal tool inventory and moved on to the boxes, replying, Fair enough. But I did say the elders haven't landed on what they want to do with the place exactly. I merely asked for the permission to begin the preparations, and I received it. Looking over the rain-rusted, dust-covered, rusty shack with a caved-in roof. I looked back at the deacon and asked, "So, why did this heap of tetanus and stripped bolts catch your eye, Mr. Mathers?" Without a thought, he said, "Little ruins and abandoned homesteads like this show a lot of potential to us as well as the elders." Then, seemingly out of nowhere, he asked, "Did you know the walls of New Canaan haven't expanded in over 25 years? I thought about his question, and did in fact know that, even though I hadn't really considered it. I thought about what I saw from the roof of the tower just yesterday, the people pouring out of the temple after the sermon, and then about the incoming shipments of concrete for the temple renovation. Then I remembered what I was thinking the previous noon, and how that concrete should probably be going towards the walls. The question entered my mind again, and I replied, "Now that you mention it, yeah, I do know that. In fact, I remember the last time the north wall was completed after that expansion. 25 years ago must have been around about 19 years before you became a New Canaanite, if I reckon correctly." A smile grew on his face as he rose from a crouch and met my eyes. "I really do wish I found you all sooner, but the fact remains the same, and I admit that I too remain hopeful of the Elder's vision." "And what's that?" I asked, more intrigued about this vision of the temple elders than I would have presumed. With the largest grin and most hope I'd ever seen in this man's eyes, he said, "The elders are looking to expand the bounds of New Canaan at least a mile beyond the current walls in all directions, starting with places like this." I wasn't sure why, but news of this made my heart sink. As great an idea and as possible as it was for us, with the amount of recent converts, tribal refugees, allies in the wilderness, and success we've had with the faraway traders, I couldn't quite figure out why the news from the deacon made me so inexplicably anxious. Apparently my mouth knew the reason why before my brain did, because I immediately said to him, "I'm not sure you or the elders quite understand all the threats out there, all the threats on our borders, and the ones closing in towards our walls." There it was. Memories of the ambush by the lake and the face of Evan Buller began to hover in the back of my mind as I saw Mr. Mather's face twist from satisfaction to one of concern. I don't think it was showing, physically, but internally I began battling to keep those thoughts in the background. I couldn't remember what it was that made them go away, or appear less awful just yesterday, as I tried to think about the concern on the constable's face, the face of my wife and daughter, and the present face of Mr. Mathers. Perhaps my words just spoken came out more hostile than I intended, but after a moment, the deacon's face remained sympathetic to my internal problem as he said calmly, "I'm not sure what you mean, Paul. Me, my colleagues, the elders, and even Mordecai remain hopeful for the future." He placed a hand on my shoulder and looked down towards my wounded abdomen before asking, "You know I'm aware of your injury and the circumstances around it, but you know raids within our territorial bounds are nothing new. I understand if the events of that expedition brought about some new concern, but you have to know that..." With my mind still struggling to keep those horrible moments of the previous month down, I found myself thinking more about the strange dream I had last night, as well as the faces of my wife and children. As strange as that was, the dual thoughts weren't comforting, especially as the deacon's words continued to enter my flooded mind until at last, I blurted out in hushed concern, "It ain't about what happened last month, Deacon." "Oh?" said Mr. Mathers, ready to listen to what else I had to say, with my thoughts darting from news about the Basin Hawks, the Legion out east, the White Legs, the 80s, and every other horrible enemy of God that sent us the heads of our missionaries in the past 2 years. I wasn't sure how to speak or what to even say. I remembered the sound of the crying widows, the screams of slaughtered children, and every battered and broken face that came to our walls in desperation after experiencing the most horrific of nightmares made real. Then my mind focused on the stories I'd just heard from Duncan and Carl about war in the far south. At last, my thoughts landed on the visions of last night and the ghostly person with the bright blue eyes walking toward me through the flames of my dream. I saw those eyes. I saw the face of Mr. Mathers, and then I felt the clarity wash over me like a calming wave from the Great Salt Lake. The memories left, and Mr. Mathers was still awaiting an answer as I said instinctively, It's that story I heard. I believe there's something to it. Wars down south are going to set the eastern wilderness alight, and you can be certain that the wars between the 80s and White Legs will only draw the enemies closer to us." A long silence hung in the air after I was done speaking, and the deacon's face never changed. It was only his eyes that moved from my lower abdomen back to my face, where he saw that the words I spoke came not from a place of recent trauma, but from objective reality. He stared into my eyes for a long time, and I couldn't bring myself to lighten the mood or offer some gentleness, even if I wanted or as I was normally one to do. No. The longer the silence lasted, and the longer he looked into my eyes, he felt the full weight of my words. Eventually, and after a long enough time, he turned towards the setting sun and said, "I'll take your concerns to the elders as well as Mordecai if I get an audience with him soon." I felt the sincerity in his words and saw it on his face before his eyes left mine. The message had been sent, but another silence hovered between us before either of us could change our character. As the storm in my mind extinguished the flame in my heart, I felt the incendiary thoughts fade back into the deepest parts of my mind slowly over the quiet moments. I began to feel the heat of the day and the cool breeze of the coming evening once more. The light from above kept those dark thoughts in hiding when another gust of wind hit my cheek. After a while, Mr. Mathers flapped his collar to embrace the winds of change, as he asked in his casual and friendly way that I was all too familiar with, "You want to see what I plan on doing with this place?" He was back to himself, and so was I. After such a tense moment, I wasn't thankful enough to see that man smile again, and when he did, I couldn't help but do so as well. Seeing that man and feeling myself return to a semblance of normalcy, I gave the waiting man a nod and said, I should probably get back to my men, but sure, why not? I remained quiet about all the things that were on my mind, and together, Mr. Mathers and I focused on talk about our families, matters of the temple, and noteworthy incidents on watch or in meetings with the temple officials. I could tell that Mr. Mathers really understood the concerns of the guard while we were talking, even if we weren't talking about the dangers outside specifically. He went on showing me how he intended to fix up the structure, and all the various potential plans to turn this nothing into something. All the while, he quelled the concerns of myself and others in the guard by reiterating the fact that it would still be a long while before the elders and Mordecai's ambitions could begin to show fruit. Mr. Mathers was right when he said idly how any number of things could happen between the hopeful future and the present day, yet none of us could have imagined what the worst possible things were. Either way, the two of us went about the old homestead, and I thoroughly enjoyed my time at the side of my favorite man of the temple community. Unlike other officials of the temple, he had seen much of the world outside, and not just through missionary work. He had a very unique background that made him one of the best and most relatable members of the church any of us guardsmen had. Honestly speaking, if it wasn't for the fact that I was there the day Mr. Mathers was taken to New Canaan, he would have been my friend just because of how he treated us members of the guard. It isn't like the guard wasn't highly regarded in the community. It was just that the wishes and desires of the temple and Mordecai tended to supersede what the larger community had in mind. This wasn't a bad thing, as the temple only steered New Canaan in their best interpretation of the Lord's plan, but it did mean there were certain barriers to communication between us and them. Because of this, I knew without any doubt that Mr. Mathers was the bridge between the guard and the temple, and that the concerns of men like myself, Doyle, and even the constable would be heard by them. With all of this in mind, I enjoyed the afternoon here beyond the wall with Mr. Mathers and helped him organize the supplies as the sun sank lower and lower in the west. Just as the sun was about to disappear below the west, the last lights across the land showed several men coming towards us from New Canaan, who I knew were the replacements. As Doyle's enforcers saw the approaching men, the three of them, including Duncan, began to congregate with one another, as if they were readying to depart the second the replacements arrived. Sitting with the deacon on one of the wood crates, the deacon went on about something I asked him earlier, but my mind was somewhat elsewhere at the moment before he asked me something that was likely just idle banter. but something I did not expect. Chapter 3: The Broken. It's not too often that you wake up one morning and know that your life is going to change. Of course, there are certain days where you know a life-changing event is to take place, such as my wedding, or the mark on my calendar when I swore into the Guard. But most of the really truly pivotal days that change everything come completely out of nowhere. You still wake up, you still eat, you still get ready for the day, you still put your boots on one at a time, you still feel the sun beating down, the need to drink, and you still exchange passing words with your brothers and sisters and don't think much of it. The day I saw Evan Buller die was just like any other. I'd been on long-range patrols and expeditions hundreds of times since becoming an entrance enforcer, but even on the days where friends are lost, the life-changing moment just hits you without any warning, and there's no way to truly brace for it. Looking back, I think I could have guessed that today was no ordinary day, just by the strange dreams I had the night before, the stories I heard, and the fragments of information or news that entered my ears. Despite that, we only realize how truly ignorant we are in hindsight, because piecing two and two together is a lot harder to do in the present when more often than not, the coincidental things you hear and experience often don't add up to anything, at least until the moment is right. In the end, I didn't think much of it when Mr. Mathers asked me there as the sun was about to disappear below the west. "You know who Judah Black was?" Not expecting the question, I began to think as my eyes went from the dilapidated shack to Mr. Mathers. "Yes, why?" Mr. Mathers turned his attention back to the shack as he said, "You asked me earlier why I had such an infatuation with this place in particular. This place used to be his from the records I've seen." Thinking about that long-forgotten figure from so many years ago, of course, I knew my history of New Canaan, but I began to wonder about Mr. Mathers's adoration of the long-gone bishop of New Canaan. I told him plainly, "I was only about 11 years old when he died. I think it was 2251 or 2 if I remember correctly." I paused, noticing the deacon looking at the structure in a new, saddened way. I had to ask, "Why are you so interested in him and his old place? You been reading about the Mormon unification or something? I know they had big ambitions before the merge of churches and return to." I let my words trail off into nothing as he remained focused on the shack. Glancing past him, I could see the replacements from the night watch were almost here, and after a moment he said to me, "Did you know he had a son?" There, I racked my brain. I hadn't known that, but I remained curious and thinking until he added with a shrug, "Well, not a biological son, but one he adopted." He remained staring at the shack as the sky became pink and darkness took over more of the land. I wanted to ask yet again why he was interested in the old leader of New Canaan, as I tried to recall everything I knew about him. But again, Judah Black was before my time. I was only 11 around the time he died and was too busy playing, going to school, and learning smithing alongside Mr. Cabot back when he too was alive. Either way, back then, I wasn't thinking much about Judah when I was so young and occupied. I did vaguely remember attending Judah Black's wake in the temple way back then. Come to think of it, that was probably the first time I'd ever seen a deceased person. As pivotal as that would have been to someone of my age at the time, and it probably was. But since then, I had seen death so many times that I couldn't even remember all the faces I've seen since. All of those faces only seemed to paint themselves as the most recent one I've seen, the face of Evan Buller. My thoughts were interrupted when Mr. Mathers went on. Judah Black raised the boy like he would of his own, had the boy learning languages of all New Canaan's neighboring tribes. Records say the kid learned tribal dialect like a supercomputer or something, and Judah saw the boy's gift as a sign he was to play a grand role in spreading the gospel to the tribes of the wilderness. Poor kid spent his whole childhood learning tribal lingual variations. Suppose that's the time to learn 'em. I hear it's easier when you're young. I tried to remember Bishop Black's son. I knew practically everyone in New Canaan today, and I certainly knew every kid of the community when I was young, but I couldn't remember Judah's son. There I began to think about all those faces I grew up with, and how many of them were gone in the present day, as well as the ones who were alive and were long married with so many kids. Suddenly, the answer to why I couldn't remember Judah's son entered my ears. He was all grown up and gone before Judah died, so you probably don't remember him. How did he die? I asked reflexively, surprising even myself. Mr. Mathers looked to me under the pink sky. Judah? I shook my head. I don't know. I hadn't gotten that far in my research and don't even know for certain if his son died. All I know is that Judah spent the last of his days here in this shack, waiting for his son to return. I didn't know what to say. I didn't remember Judah Black all that well. I had no memory of his adopted son, and I couldn't connect two and two at the time, although, in the moment, all I could ask Mr. Mathers was, "So why are you so interested in the tragic and dilapidated legacy of Judah Black?" Then I could hear the footsteps of the replacement guards of the night watch coming up the trail when Mr. Mathers stood himself up off the wood crate beside me saying, "I don't quite know, Paul. If I'm being completely transparent, reading about him just reminds me of some stories I heard when I was with the Desert NCR Rangers. I'm not sure why, but..." He paused. I began to wonder how his nearly forgotten old affiliation had any connection to the old leader of New Canaan from my early childhood when at last he added, "Still, I like to think his old home and our vision can help us do what only Christ can do and make the old things new." Just then, a voice from the darkness sounded, "Lieutenant Young, Doyle's boys. Your relief has arrived." I recognized the voice and raised my hand to wave at the approaching guardsmen. "Thank you kindly, boys. Make yourselves comfortable and give Lieutenant Salazar my best when you see him." I turned to see 4 enforcers under Lieutenant Salazar approaching us and dispersing around the area as Mr. Walsh of the Night Watch said again, "He already has it. Lieutenant Young, you all have a great night." My thanks were on the tip of my tongue, but Mr. Mathers spoke first, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Young and I stacked some firewood there next to the shack for y'all to fight the cold, and thank you for doing this again. My work crew will be arriving to relieve you just before dawn," Mr. Walsh replied to the deacon, but my attention was turned towards the guards of Doyle's group when Duncan came over to me at a jog saying, "Lieutenant Young." I saw the other guards Duncan left staring at and pointing towards something in the dark south. I considered it nothing and turned my attention back to Duncan as he stepped up to me. When the young man was before me, he said, "It's getting close to 8. Want me to join you at the meeting with Doyle? There are a few things I didn't tell you about my report, but I can still give it over to the constable first thing in the morning." I said, "All right," to the young man as I stood from my seat. Turning to Mr. Mathers, he was exchanging some more pleasantries with Mr. Walsh as the others started their campfire. Addressing Duncan, I said, knowing Mr. Mathers could hear, "Just head on back to town with the deacon and I. We'll discuss this further along the way." Before anything else was said, the attention of everyone around the abandoned old home of Judah Black turned to the other guards of Doyle's group shouting towards the darkness, "You there, identify yourself." Silence. I peered into the black beyond the place Doyle's men were facing and nothing returned. The world fell completely silent, and the wind slowed as the eyes of myself, Mr. Mathers, Duncan, and the members of the Night Watch stared into the night. It wasn't more than a few seconds of silence that passed, but it felt like far longer before I felt the cold wind of night once more, and my mind returned to the present. Leaving the company of Duncan and the others, I was the only one who stepped towards Doyle's other guards and joined their side with my hand on my .45 pistol. Still, no answer had come, and I stepped between the 2 guardsmen named Ray and Hudson. The 3 of us remained silent and staring into the blackness. My vision adjusted ever so slowly from the glow of the fire behind me, as the last traces of pink in the sky disappeared, giving way to even more black. We stared into the south for a long and lingering silent time, and still no reply came, nor an answer to the cause of their challenge. A few more seconds passed when the man on my left, Ray, whispered to me with the point of his finger, "You see that, Lieutenant?" I tried looking through the darkness, but I still couldn't make out anything even where he was pointing. Just then, the night completely took over, and with that came the light of the stars illuminating the wastes in their own way. Beyond the rocks in the far distance, at a distance of probably more than 200 yards, I began to see the faintest outline of a man completely shrouded in black under the night sky. I couldn't say anything else, and the figure appeared to be standing in place and facing us as it wobbled gently with the breeze. Hudson on my right raised his Thompson submachine gun up towards the figure, asking us, "Are they coming towards us?" "I can't tell." Focusing even more, the figure was not wobbling in the breeze. The person began to appear even more like they were limping towards us, and they were getting closer, mere inches with each step. As I realized this, Hudson challenged the darkness again. "Stranger, you will identify yourself or we will mark you hostile." As the voice of Hudson carried into the distance, Ray also raised his submachine gun towards the figure, and just as he did so, the black figure stopped in place, standing completely still. Suddenly, time seemed to freeze yet again, and the dream from last night flashed through my mind once more. The piercing blue light from those eyes went right through me, and immediately, the black figure in the south collapsed to the ground. Doyle's guardsmen continued to aim their weapons into the dark until the figure slumped over even further, and Hudson asked in urgency, "Should we investigate?" Immediately Ray said, "Don't be a fool. It could be an ambuscade." "Oh, just say ambush, Ray," shouted Hudson softly, before adding, "Still, Lieutenant Young, I think he's right." I couldn't turn my focus away from that slumped figure, hearing the footsteps of two men approaching when Mr. Walsh joined our group asking, "You see something out there?" "Looked like a man," said Ray, pointing to the south with his gun still aimed out there. Then the other new arrival, Mr. Schmidt, asked, "Where?" "It's that figure there. Fellow was coming towards us before he collapsed into those rocks." "Well, we should get down then?" "Could be aiming at us right now, and the five of us are pretty clear targets with the campfire behind us," said Duncan with urgency in his voice. Ray replied, "Nah, the guy was moving like he's injured. But Hudson and I think he could be a ploy to draw us into a trap." Mr. Walsh of the Night Watch said, "Traders and tribals never travel in the wilderness alone. I'll send one of my boys to town for backup while we stay put. We got plenty of cover in and around the shack to hold off till they arrive." Mr. Walsh turned his head and whistled towards the rest of his men by the campfire, and was about to shout for one of them to head to town for backup, when he was halted by what I did next. I don't know what it was that made me do it, but I was perfectly content with their plan to just wait out any possible ambush near the defensible shack when my legs started moving me south, into the darkness, away from the campfire, and towards the figure. They were right. Nobody travels in the wilderness alone, especially at this dark hour, unless the person wasn't truly alone. Many of our enemies have feigned being alone when their friends were hiding in the rocks, shrubs, ruins, and trees, ready to show our people what an offer of help can sometimes reward them with. Still, all of this I knew, and yet I moved further, into the night and towards the fallen figure. I heard the protests behind me saying to wait for backup, to wait till morning, to at least draw my weapon, etc. And yet I didn't do any of that. Their voices seemed as though they were an echo, and still I continued on. I was not afraid of the night, the darkness, or even death itself. I knew what my true reward would be, even if the figure was only a lure to an unfortunate end. I remembered the tranquil and content version of Evan Buller's face that I saw the day before when Michelle had left my side and remembered he was with our Lord. Whether or not I would join Evan this night, I did not care as I proceeded onward. It may sound like I'm being overly dramatic with this simple walk into the night, but New Canaan in this time was in a heightened state of paranoia between all the unfortunate events I and the community at large had experienced recently. So, the possibility of this being an ambush was very real. But I still did not fear death. I had no real reason to believe this person was actually injured, but even if my mind knew that, my soul had an obligation and duty to take what we saw at its least ill-intentioned value. It was the same duty that made me bring Mr. Mathers back to New Canaan 5 years ago, when I'd seen what his rangers did to those tribals, and it was what made me bring so many others who'd joined the guard or community of New Canaan into our gates. Wherever it landed me here on Earth, the Christ in me had a duty to fulfill, and I was certainly doing that as I drew closer to the collapsed figure. My mind returned to the present when I heard the voices of Duncan, Hudson, Ray, and Walsh quietly bickering amongst themselves as they hurried to catch up to me. I still heard the occasional plea to turn back oriented towards me, but I continued to ignore it. Their pleads with me and gripes towards each other continued as they caught up and began circling me with their weapons trained in every direction, even as we stepped up to the site of the collapsed person. There, amidst a collection of waist-level rocks, I stepped up to the black figure and drew my flashlight. The second the light hit the person, Ray the guardsman let out a gasp and said, "Wasn't expecting a ghoul." All the guardsmen took their eyes off the surrounding wasteland to glance towards the light and see the same thing. In an instant, the possibility of this being an ambush disappeared for some reason, and all of them stared in awe and curiosity at the skinless man leaning against the rock in completely shredded rags. All of our nostrils were suddenly filled with the smell of a person who hadn't bathed in weeks, as well as the smell of charred flesh. Of the few interactions I've had with ghouls in my life, I certainly remembered the distinct smell they gave off, but this wasn't that. The guards continued to look over the limp body of the man, studying his skinless body and muscles peeking out from the tattered and charred rags, up to the hung head that hadn't moved, even after I illuminated him with my flashlight. Just then, Mr. Walsh attempted to wave the smell from his nose, saying, "Only ever seen a ghoul once before," followed by Duncan asking, "Is he dead?" I was wondering if the man was alive myself when Hudson asked rhetorically, "What's a ghoul doing wandering the wastes at such an hour?" At that, I saw the faintest rise in the man's chest despite his head still hanging. I dropped to a crouch before the man, but still couldn't see his face, as it almost appeared like he was hiding his face from the light. As I crouched before the man, I subtly announced my own conclusion about the sight to the rest of the men. "I don't think he's a ghoul." Then, out of instinct, I lowered the light from the unfortunate victim's face and towards the charred rags on his torso before asking as calmly as I could, "Can you walk, sir?" Silence ensued in the moment afterward, and the man hadn't moved. After a short time, I asked, "Can you speak?" More silence took over the world around us. After another long moment that was too long to be an answer to my question, a sudden breeze came in from the west. Internally, I was thankful for the crisp breeze, but then the answer to my question came as the breeze hit the man. We all watched in disbelief as the man curled into himself and let out the softest and most terrible groan of agony. All of us watched in complete helplessness as that groan announced a terrific pain at the cold breeze, and were left speechless when the groan ended the second the wind had ceased. A long silence lingered after that. I supposed we had our answer. He couldn't speak, but he could still audibly express how terrible his every waking second was. At long last, the men as well as myself were left without any idea of what to say, what to do, or how to help this man. All I knew was that he needed help. The silence ended when I glanced back at the hung open mouths of the guardsmen behind me and said, "He needs help. Mr. Walsh, give me a hand with him. We'll bring him to the campfire. Duncan, you run to town, send word to the constable and have someone bring a cart out here. Then find Doyle and let him know I can't make the meeting tonight. Ray and Hudson, you stick with me till the cart arrives and we'll take him to the nearest doctor." All of them wordlessly acknowledged. Duncan began to run off towards the town, and Walsh and I moved to both sides of the stranger. Taking our spots beside him, Walsh and I crouched down, grabbed his flayed arms, and both of us were instantly deafened by the most horrible scream of agony we'd ever heard. I wanted to release my grip right there as I remembered the groan from earlier with the utmost fondness. Although I met the eyes of Walsh looking at me with another plea to set him down, and I knew it was already too late. He and I hoisted the skinless man's arms over our shoulders and were already walking towards the town and campfire with the man between us. Moving towards the campfire in the near distance, I could see that Mr. Schmidt had halted to see what the scream was about, but he only needed to see us moving with the man to make him continue his task. As Mr. Schmidt ran further and further north towards town, the silhouettes of Mr. Walsh's fellow night guards stood beside the fire. A little further away stood the other motionless outline of Mr. Mathers, growing closer as we moved, and all the while the man between Walsh and I screamed. I was too focused on not tripping over the rocky sands to think about Doyle's men who followed at our rear, or to think about anything other than the horrible pain the man between Walsh and I was enduring. Just based on that shout, I knew that the man was not a ghoul. Clearly the man had a dry throat from probable days out in the wastes, but despite the pain, the screaming didn't have the same crackle as that of an irradiated ghoulified man. The only time that the painful shouting lessened was when we were but 50 yards from the campfire, and that appeared to only be because he began focusing his energy towards struggling in our grip. Despite the weakened or half-dead state we found him in, the closer we drew towards the fire, the more we struggled to keep our grip on him. I never would have imagined how strong this man was, and even though Walsh and I never lost our grip on him, he certainly tested our strength. I couldn't think of it at the time, but the fact he protested our help stuck out to me in the immediate moments after setting him down. At first, I thought he had eventually tried to free himself because of the mere pain our carrying caused him, but then I realized it was because he could see that it was the fire we were bringing him closer and closer to. I know for certain that the latter was the reason now. When we were but 20 yards from the campfire, Walsh had his men clear a small spot beside it for the skinless man, and all the while the deacon remained a statue. At last we arrived beside the fire, and the man was jerking and protesting and shouting so much that he probably would have killed us if he had a weapon. But the man did not, and Walsh and I released our grips before he collapsed on that makeshift bed made from the dark coats of the night watchman. The skinless man slumped down beside the fire, still groaning from the continuing pain, and lying there staring up at the starry sky, with his chest heaving up and down. Everyone remained staring at him, and nobody said a word, even as I felt another cold breeze from the wastes whip by us. I continued to look down at the man beside the fire, expecting to hear that groan flood my ears once more, but that never happened. He still breathed heavily in and out, the wind only elongating his recovery until I felt the presence of Mr. Mathers come to my side. The flames flickered, and the wind hadn't let up. That chest continued to rise up and down as the man's mouth was hung open, taking breaths like each one was the one that would kill him. The wind picked up and continued to blow against us all even harder, when at last, Mr. Mathers broke the silence without any need for introduction. How can I help him? All of us, including Walsh and the other guardsmen, remained entirely focused on the man of agony, until I could only reply with the truth. I have no idea. The wind continued to pummel us, and the man couldn't move, even as the cold wind picked up even more. Remembering what I heard earlier, I could only imagine the pain this person was in, and I couldn't help. It must have been even harder for him after Walsh and I moved him, since he remained staring up at the stars looking like he was in so much pain that he couldn't even express it through any audible means anymore. After so long without any way to help, the Deacon Mathers knelt down at the feet of the man and bowed his head, beginning to softly pray for him, while I remained locked in place, unable to move. Still the winds continued, still the night guard stood helplessly, and still the deacon prayed when at last the skinless man tilted his head up and met my eyes. I can honestly say that I had never seen a more tragic face than the completely flayed one of this man at that moment. I remembered the face of Evan Buller when he begged me to save him, and how this nameless man had the same one on his. Just like before, all I could do was watch. There was nothing I could do against the bullets destined for Evan, or the wind destined for this man, yet they shared the exact same look at me. I stared into that skinless face, and just then, I saw what I had seen in my dreams. There, in the glow of the flame, I saw the skinless stranger had the bluest eyes I'd ever seen. I remembered the image of the skinless beast with the bright blue eyes, how it peered at me between the cloth, and the thought put me in paralysis. The incarnation of my dream broke eye contact with me, and lowered his head almost as if he knew the unspoken message had been sent. The winds continued, and he curled onto his side to face the flame. The only thing I could do was fall to my knees beside the deacon and stare at the shack door as I asked God, why this? What could this man, that dream, this day possibly mean? I couldn't think of anything else when any more I was going to ask was cut short by Mr. Walsh saying aloud, "Tony, you still got that stim, right?" Without any word, Tony removed a stim pack from the first aid pouch on his vest and knelt down next to the man. Mr. Mathers remained in deep prayer, and I remained too lost in thought staring at the shack wall and thinking about everything I couldn't understand. I wasn't really thinking about anything in particular, but I was still too shocked from this day and my dreams from the night before, as my brain could only process the image of those eyes and the sound of this man's piercing scream. I couldn't do anything, even if there were things to do, and I was too busy letting the Lord work the rest of his plans for this day to ask him about it in prayer. Tony injected the man with the serum, who gave another painful groan. The winds had died, and still the man remained staring into the flame. 20 minutes later. "So, no name or anything?" said Mr. Mathers, wearing the same look of worry he adopted since I set the man down. My eyes remained transfixed on the figure beside the fire, internally remarking how he had not moved 1 inch since he'd turned to face it. His face was completely focused on the flame, almost as if it were the only thing in the world, like he wasn't in pain, and the fire was what he was trekking across the night for. As comfortable as he seemed staring into the flame, I began thinking about how vicious his struggling was as we drew closer and closer to it. I simply had nothing to make of that, but plenty had happened since those first moments after setting him down, and his statue-like focus on the fire wasn't the only thing that captured my fascination. I'd seen the miraculous work of old-world stimpaks on countless occasions over my time in the Guard. I've seen men get shot in the arm and get completely shattered only for one of our medics to see to the victim immediately, with the first treatment being a stimpak near the injury site. It always astonished me how the work of a single stimpak could heal a man's bullet-fractured arm within 10 minutes, allowing the man to recover enough to return fire afterwards. I myself had experience with stimpaks recently as well. Not long after witnessing the end of Evan Buller and awaking to the sight of the constable, one of the medically trained enforcers injected me with one, and it probably shaved weeks off my recovery time. Of course, I'm still recovering from that bullet to the abdomen, but I watched the wound on my abdomen seal itself up and begin forging the fragile and easily opened scar that I was still living with at the time of this incident. I sat there staring at the man and his body covered in third-degree burns for several minutes after Tony of the Night Watch injected him, and to my surprise, nothing happened. I'd seen the work of stimpaks on burns too, and how they make up for the skin that was burned away, how that was usually showed by a glossy layer the drug forms over every place that the person's DNA said there should be skin. Within 10 minutes the burn is covered and complete restoration is underway within the next couple days, or in some cases weeks. But again, none of that happened. This man remained a completely skinless wreck, with no visible signs that the stimpak did anything to heal or even comfort him. I was considering this extraordinary situation, and the fact that Mr. Walsh and his men were discussing the same thing, when the words of Mr. Mathers entered my ears again in an echo. "So no name or anything?" I looked to the man, only able to say with the shake of my head, "No, nothing." Then I thought about that scream, that dream, and the strange concoction of feelings floating in my brain since first seeing him. Seems like one of ours, though. I wasn't quite sure why I thought that, so I didn't really know how to answer it when Mr. Mathers replied with a simple, "Why do you say that?" Internally, I was still trying to work out the answer to that myself without saying that I thought it might have something to do with my dreams. However, my mouth again knew what to say before my brain did, so I found myself saying, "Because he was traveling alone in the wilderness." I glanced at the deacon, who was still expecting more. Traders would get themselves killed out there alone, and wanderers never travel alone out here. Except maybe Duncan back when he was a roamer. At that, I glanced towards the north, seeing the walls of New Canaan and the illumination of torches and campfires across the market. It was too dark to make out much, especially after staring at the man beside the fire for so long, but I thought I caught the outline of a few dark figures coming towards us as a probable sign that Mr. Schmidt had done what I asked. Meeting eyes with the deacon again, I went on with my realistic conclusions. Could be a tribal runner who got himself in a bad spot. Then the sound of that scream returned in my memory, and I added absently, but that shouting and screaming didn't sound accented by dialect. As strange as that may sound, it was true in part. Shouts and laughs and screams tended to have unique sounds to them if the person doing it spoke in a different language or accent. Either way, that explanation was all I had to base my assessment, other than telling the man, "I can just feel it because of a dream I had." I could see the slight skepticism in the deacon's face, not like he thought I was hiding anything, but like he understood that it was all I had. After a moment, the deacon turned his head back towards the man as he said, "Probably just the survivor of an attack out there, most likely." That seemed like a satisfactory answer to the mysterious burn victim, especially when considering the kinds of tribes dotting the south. We had a number of allies out that way, but the wilderness was dotted with the occasional tribe of roving marauders who left the kinds of horrible scenes this man could have survived. Still, the chances of a trader who survived such an attack to find their way here without a map, and wearing almost no clothes at all, was almost impossible to believe. I could only reply to the deacon, "I feel our scouts and allies down that way would have reported a recent attack." Then another real possibility hit me as I added, "Could be one of our missionaries, perhaps. Who do you know that's down south?" The deacon turned back to me and then looked towards the sky in contemplation as he considered the likelihood. After a moment he said, "The only ones I know down south are still fine. I've received word from Israel, Gerald, and Mariella just the other day from our messenger teams, and none of them are due to return for at least another month." The deacon said with another look towards the skinless man, "Could be Daniel." He said he was finishing up his first outreach to the Sorrows tribe of the Zion Valley, and his correspondent said he may come back early. There my curiosity turned to worry as I, too, turned back to the burned man. I hadn't seen Daniel in some time and remembered how he normally didn't tell of his returns from missions till he showed up at the gates. I had a lot of love and respect for Daniel and all he's done as the head of initial outreach in recent months. As I stared at the man by the fire, the terrible image of that man's pain slowly put thoughts of my friend Daniel out of my mind, only to be replaced by memories of the dream last night. When my mind compared reality with the reality of this day and my dream, I posed the internal question, is this man Daniel? I considered this for a long moment, but even then, I knew it wasn't true. The man with eyes locked on the flame was not Daniel. I was fairly certain that Daniel too had blue eyes, but all I could see in the forefront of my mind were the eyes of my dream, and the eyes that stared at me pleading for help beside the fire, and how there was no chance these men were the same. After thinking for a long time, the deacon and I could hear the sounds of a cart and several people coming up the road, the sound reflexively making me say, "He's not Daniel." The deacon glanced to me, but whether or not he was going to acknowledge, agree, or disagree, anything he was going to say was ended when the voice of Constable Hanshaw announced, "Hello there, Lieutenant Young, Mr. Walsh." The cart and the trailing people entered the glow of the campfire, and Doyle announced for his remaining men to rally on him. I shouted and waved at the constable, who approached me with Dr. Victoria Franklin and her 2 assistants, who pulled the cart. As the constable approached me, Doyle rushed by to rally with his men and told me in passing how our scheduled meeting could wait till some other time. As the giant constable entered the bright glow of the flame and shook my hands, the only words he got out were, "Mr. Young, you've had quite the return to duty after yesterday's rest," before the charming Dr. Franklin cut him off. "I see you're healing up quite nicely, Mr. Young. Is that the poor wounded soul over there?" I pointed towards the fire, and intended to reply to both the constable and Dr. Franklin, when she saw where I was pointing, and announced for her assistants, "Wheel the cart around over there, boys." The cart was moving around the crates. The constable was already exchanging pleasantries with Mr. Mathers about everything except the wounded man, and before I could even get my bearings, Mr. Walsh shouted from behind, "Lieutenant Young, mind giving me a hand with the injured fella?" Autonomously, I began moving to the fire to give Mr. Walsh a hand, scarcely hearing it when Dr. Franklin said that her assistants should be the ones doing it. Walsh brushed her off with something along the lines of he's most familiar with Lieutenant Young and me. Everyone seemed lost in their own little worlds in the sudden business of the doctor's arrival when I found myself kneeling down next to the man beside the fire. I don't know where my mind was because I must have been bracing myself for the second we picked him up and the sound that would make, but I wasn't the only one surprised when that scream didn't come. Mr. Walsh and I picked up the man, hurling his skinless arms over our shoulders, and other than a short burst of that terrible groan when we first touched him, he didn't make a sound. Mr. Walsh commented on this lack of scream, saying how he's feeling much better now, but I knew that wasn't the case when I felt that same pained look he gave me earlier, focused right on the side of my head. The whole world seemed to go in slow motion. I couldn't hear the assistants or Dr. Franklin ushering Walsh and I towards the cart. I couldn't hear the conversations between Doyle and his guards, or the ones between the constable and Mr. Mathers, but I could see their eyes were all on us, as the only thing I could feel was the skinless man's eyes focused on my face. Rounding the stack of lumber and moving towards the cart, I stared straight ahead as I felt the skinless man's eyes leave my face for a split second, noticed the shack, and then the first words I heard him speak came from his mouth. Judah Black. The world caught up to me in an instant, and beneath the noise of a dozen conversations happening all around, Mr. Walsh and I hoisted the man onto the back of the cart as the night guardsman asked, "Did he say something?" Reflexively, I said, "I think he said, my back." As much as I knew the true words or name he said, and as much as I tried not to lie, I decided to repent for that later, knowing the answer was good enough for Mr. Walsh. As the orderlies strapped the burned man down, Mr. Walsh said to him, "Were we hurting your back there? Our apologies, but at least you're talking now, so that's good, ha! Anyway, Doc Franklin here will have you walking and talking away in no time, so sit tight and enjoy the short ride to New Canaan." Turning to me, I was paralyzed by what the burned man said, but nobody else seemed to notice since Mr. Walsh slapped me on the shoulder, saying, "You get to town, Lieutenant Young. Thanks for the help. And you tell the family I said hi." Again, I was too stunned to even reply, but the world seemed to move right along while I was stuck with the last piece of evidence that this day was no ordinary one. That man was no ordinary man, and that dream was no ordinary dream. There's no such thing as coincidence. It's only God choosing to remain anonymous in our day-to-day. The only problem is that sometimes when you tap into and start to truly see the plan that God is putting in place before your eyes, it can be too much. I needed rest. This day was too much for me, and I was the only one who could see the faintest idea of how important this evening truly was. In the end, the man was loaded onto the cart, and Miss Franklin asked me to join her back to town. The constable saw our departure and joined us with Mr. Mathers and Doyle's group by his side. I can't say I have any real memory of the walk back to town. I was walking beside the cart and trying my hardest not to look at the doctor's newest patient. The constable and Doyle talked to me, asking questions that I couldn't vocally answer, seemingly unable to piece together that I was entirely elsewhere. It seemed as though only the deacon was aware of something off about me, but he couldn't figure out what since I hadn't told him everything extraordinary about this day. I still had no idea what that dream really meant, but how could the man from my dream show up this night? The night after a day where I was given two separate stories I hadn't even considered till this afternoon. The story of a war down south, where a man who turned his back on God and the community of New Canaan got what he deserved, by getting burned alive for failing the abominable nation he helped found. Then the story of Judah Black, the Deacon Mather's most recent fascination, a man who died waiting for his son to return, hoping beyond all reason that the boy would find his way back. The two stories made a new one that only I could see during this night, a strange man emerges from the darkness to a place he recognizes but is too in pain to express, to the home of Judah Black. A victim of such a terrible fate that he survived beyond all reason after who knows how long trekking through the wilderness. A stranger who survived the complete incineration of his flesh. I knew the identity of the man that night. I would refuse to believe what I knew, going over and re-going over everything again and again along the walk back to town, knowing the answer and yet still refusing to believe what was staring right at me that night. I would suppress and suppress it, but admitting I knew the man who stumbled to our camp from out of the darkest of nights, and speaking the name I knew he carried, meant bringing forth the question of what do I do with this? All I could know with absolute certainty was that the name did not matter in this moment. I would say the name, Joshua Graham, some night soon, and even though I felt like uttering the name of the stranger would kill both me and him for some unexplained reason, keeping everything I knew inside was too much. At last, I was finally broken from my world of contemplation, just as the gate was giving its deafening sound with its lowering. I saw the constable waving to Dr. Franklin, shouting, "And have a great night, Dr. Franklin. We'll have someone check up on him in the—" "Oh my, Paul, are you okay?" Before I could even realize the words were for me, I felt the hands of Doyle removing my vest, while the constable's hands were gripping both of my shoulders. Puzzled by the apparent emergency, I couldn't even ask what was wrong before the constable said to Doyle's men, "Hudson, Ray, get some of your bandages out and tie this off." Locking eyes with me, he added, "Good Lord, Paul, you're bleeding like a faucet. What have you been doing all night?" This was all a mystery to me, after my mind was so far away for so long, but I looked down to see my abdomen and how the entire right side of my white guardsman shirt was completely soaked in blood. Doyle had finished removing my vest. He and the constable had sat me down on the curb just inside the walls of New Canaan, and Hudson was wrapping my wound, saying, "I'll get you one of my shirts to replace this one, Lieutenant Young. We're about the same size." At last, my mind had completely caught up to the present, and I gently pushed Hudson away to show that I was fine now, and looked up to see both Doyle and Constable Hanshaw staring at me with worry on their faces. "Looks like you lost a lot of blood, Paul." "Why didn't you head home earlier?" asked the constable. With all my thoughts from earlier being out of mind entirely, I met their gazes, saying honestly, "Y'all are worrying too much. I'm fine. It ain't like I was breaking rocks all night. I hadn't even noticed I was bleeding." That was true, I was fine. I thought I might have been too deep in thought to notice it earlier, but even now that I was here in the moment, the injury site felt completely fine. I began to wonder why the wound even opened in the first place when Doyle arrived, where my thoughts were headed. "Your vest was probably chafing it all day. Probably didn't help when you were picking up the ghoul." I found it strange that my first thoughts were about correcting Doyle's assumption that the injured man was a ghoul, but I decided not to say anything when I saw the face of Constable Hanshaw still emblazoned in deep concern. After another moment, I saw the words on the tip of the constable's tongue, and then he said, "Get yourself home, Paul. I know you've been feeling up to it, but clearly you're pushing yourself a bit too hard if your wound is opening so easily. I barely did anything other than patrol with my men and help carry that injured stranger today," I said immediately before I was cut off by Hanshaw. "Please don't protest, Paul, or I'll use my rank and put you on bed rest till you're completely healed." He paused. I nodded in acknowledgement, yet still puzzled by the fact that I thought I was already past this part in my healing. Remembering the stim pack given to the man and how it didn't help him, then thinking about my own experience with them, there still appeared to be no reason my injury was acting the way it was, after over a month. Strange as it may sound, I started to wonder if there was a particular reason I wasn't healing normally this evening, and if it was connected to the return of that man. Before I could dwell on this for too long, the constable added, "I'll have you and your detachment do their patrol shift tomorrow as normal, but I want you to take it easy for the next few days. Mr. Mathers has some work to do in the archives tomorrow, so I want you to help him there, provided he doesn't have you lifting boxes." "That really isn't necessary, Constable," said I. Sorry, Paul, I won't hear it. I'm giving you light duty until you're healed. This said, your first duty tomorrow morning is to let me know how you're feeling, and then head to the museum and archives. I'll have someone else check up on the stranger in the morning, but I want you to swing by Dr. Franklin and get yourself a stim pack after you're done with Mr. Mathers. I glanced up at Doyle and the constable, seeing the people of town pass by in the background. Some of them looked at me sitting on that curb wanting to ask if I was all right, but staying out of it by the presence of Hanshaw towering over me. All I could say to the constable's new orders and unnecessary precautions was, "Yes, sir." A moment of silence passed where I could see that Doyle wanted to ask if now was a good time for our meeting about the scouting report. Doyle decided not to ask his question upon noticing Hanshaw's focus remaining on me. Finally, the constable said, We, your brothers in the Guard, just want to ensure you're healing up properly." He noticed the dour face I wore, and I could see Doyle nodding his head in approval before the constable concluded, "If it's any consolation, I could allow your request to bring little Joseph to work." I lifted my head at the surprise idea. "You've been wanting to do that for a while, and now could be just the occasion. Now that I'm not doing any of the duties my young boy would actually want to accompany me for," I thought. The man was right, though. I had been wanting to bring my young son with me one day to show him what I do for the community. Still, my immediate thoughts were right, too. I would have preferred bringing him on a day that I was patrolling outside the walls or keeping watch over the town in one of the towers. The idea of helping Mr. Mathers in the archives or musty old museum wasn't all that appealing. Even then, the idea was a kind one, and the approval for my long-forgotten request made a smile grow across my face. The constable took that as a sign of acceptance. I decided to accept the light duty and stood myself up from that curb, batting away the offering hands of Doyle and Hudson as the reason for my light duty tomorrow was gone from memory. Upon standing to my feet, I said, "All right, Hanshaw, I'll do that." I shook the constable's hand, refused his offer to have Hudson help me get home, and met eyes with Doyle, wordlessly telling him to hand Duncan's report over to the constable if he hadn't already. Doyle and his men turned to one another and began to quietly talk amongst themselves as I made my way down the street towards my home on the West End with my vest in hand. I left that curb with nothing but positivity in mind, thinking about my plan for tomorrow and how much I could do in my days off duty, but the further I went, the more I began to think about the day. Roaming the dusty, vacant streets of New Canaan at this time of night caused those thoughts to return, but I couldn't think long for I was exhausted. Perhaps I did lose a lot of blood, perhaps I was just mentally drained by all that happened, but I continued to swat the thoughts of today away from my mind by thinking deliberately about tomorrow. In the end, I still didn't have to think long, because soon enough, I was standing before my quaint little home and had new things to think about. By the time I stepped through the fence around my front yard and noticed the lights were all off, I realized how late it was and how I was going to have to explain this day to my wife. I tried to formulate the reason why I was kept so late and what I would say, but I couldn't think of the correct words for the life of me. I put my key in the lock, turned the handle, stepped into my dark little living room, and the house sat silent as I passed the short hallway to the room the girls shared. The girls were sound asleep from what I could see through the crack in the door, and the lights were completely off in the next room over, telling me that Joseph was too. Softly opening the door to my wife and I's room, I entered to see her sitting up in bed, wearing her readers, and with an open Bible in her lap. Only the lantern on her side was lit, but she saw my entry and went to stand, asking in a hushed tone, "Welcome home, hun. Was everything okay?" Doyle stopped by earlier but left in a hurry when one of his boys knocked. There was something about a wounded man? I set the vest down by the bed and motioned for her to not get up. Just as I did and kicked off my boots, I was in the glow of her bedside lantern and she saw the side of my white shirt and how covered in dry blood it was. She let out an audible gasp and became frantic. It wasn't you who was injured, was it? Oh, Paul, you have to be careful." she went on, hopping up and laying down a towel on my side of the bed, since it was obvious that I had no concern for the bedding after undressing and plopping myself down on my side. She already had her little household first aid box or Joseph repair kit out and was cleaning the dried blood around the parts under Hudson's wrapping, when at last there was a pause for me to reply. "I'm fine, honey. Joshua Graham's returned." With my eyes shut, I hadn't even realized what I said, or considered it when I felt her hands stop their cleaning work, and I must have been too delirious to notice what words came out. Her hands were still frozen on me when I added, "By the way, I'm taking Joseph to work with me tomorrow morning. Good night, honey." I couldn't quite hear what she said after that, but it was already too late. The day had caught up in full, and I fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 4. The Prodigal Son. Part 1. The next morning. The next morning was not much different from any ordinary one. I awoke when my wife did and had breakfast with her and the kids. The new day came with almost no memory of the previous one, and why that was, I'm still not sure. Perhaps it was just because of the routine that came with each new morning that seemed to capture all focus. But what was even more peculiar was the fact that certain parts of the previous night were brought up selectively without any deeper thought. What I mean is that I still remembered the constable's instructions for me, and how I was to spend this day on light duty over in the archives. But there were no thoughts about why that was, what happened, or why this came about. In fact, I was even allowed to sleep in a bit since my normal duties had me waking up much earlier than I was able to this day. I got to enjoy breakfast with the family and even wake the kids up since I didn't have to organize morning muster with my detachment. I of course was asked why I got to sleep in and enjoy breakfast with the kids, but I only answered with what was true: the constable put me on light duty for the next few days so I can recover easier. That was good enough for my kids, and myself without any other thought, although I could tell it wasn't quite enough for my wife. My wife continued to go about her normal morning routine, thankful for the unordinary time she got to spend with me. But she continued to look at me as if something were troubling her. For most of the morning, I couldn't quite pinpoint what that was until at some random point in the middle of my last bite of breakfast, I remembered what I said to her before passing out. I still awoke with a clean wound and new wrapping, and she still smiled at me lovingly when she saw Joseph light up at the fact he got to come with me to work. Although it was there at the tail end of breakfast that I remembered what I told her last night, and finally understood the look she'd been giving me. I think the reason she stayed quiet about it that morning was perhaps because she chalked my words up to the amount of blood on my shirt when I showed up. It was easy for people to spout all kinds of incoherent or illogical words and responses after losing enough blood, and that must have been what she concluded in order to sleep last night. Still, the reason I chose those words was a mystery even to myself, and by the time I was done with breakfast, the whole memory of yesterday, and especially the night before, seemed like a strange dream. Because of that, I wasn't sure what I had to explain to my concerned wife, if anything. By the time Hannah was on her way out the door for school and Michelle heading for missionary prep, Joseph was rubbing it into them. Michelle kissed my cheek on the way out, Hannah kept her head down, and with Joseph hopping up and down in place beside me, my wife was staring at me with a face that told me the falseness of my conclusions regarding last night. No, whatever happened last night was not a dream, and you owe your wife a better explanation. Soon, I saw this look, saw the images of last night flash before my mind, and one last time I tried to convince myself there was nothing to it before there was a knock on the door. When I turned and opened the door, Mr. Duncan Schmidt was standing there in his complete uniform, stepped into the frame of the door, and hit me over the head with some reality from last night. The young guardsman Proby stood in the doorway with the words, "Hey, Mrs. Young, Lieutenant Young. Doyle had me check up on the burned man. He's doing well, I think. He's still unconscious, but he looks fine. Looks kinda like a mummy with all the wrapping Doc Franklin did. Anyway, the constable's having me follow you today, since he said you'd need a hand after bleeding like a faucet last night, so I'm all yours today. I guess." I greeted the man subtly. "Hello to you as well, Mr. Schmidt, although your presence isn't required." "I'm fine." The bleeding stopped before it began. Duncan only adjusted the rifle slung over his shoulder and said, "Yeah, the constable said you'd refuse my help, but orders are orders, so you got me for the whole day." An uncomfortable moment lingered after that, especially with the supreme lack of subtlety the young man vocalized about my prior condition before my family. "There, I began feeling even more unspoken questions from my wife, and saw Joseph looking at my abdomen wondering where the blood was. Seeing his dad was all right, the moment ended, and Joseph immediately turned back to Mr. Schmidt as the guardsman went on, as if he hadn't just created an uncomfortable moment. "Hey kiddo, didn't see you down there. Are you staying out of trouble?" Joseph immediately began pummeling Duncan's legs. I met my wife's eyes, and inaudibly promised her right there, "We'll talk tonight." She nodded, greeted Mr. Schmidt in her usual warm way, and bid me farewell with a kiss on my cheek before leaving with my son and Mr. Schmidt for the new Canaan Town Museum. The walk there was a brief one. Thoughts of the previous night were buried by the idea of getting to spend this day with my son and the new young guardsman I'd been meaning to spend more time with. Along the way, I heard from Duncan that my detachment was working with Doyle for the day and was sending their well wishes. Thinking about my men made me feel warm, but thinking about them made me recall my only complaint. That being how I wished Joseph was to join my side while I was with them. John, Carl, Ramos, and Nathan all loved Joseph, and Joseph really enjoyed playing around with them at community gatherings. Almost all the men of the guard knew Joseph and my family, and I thought back to all the times my men got to spend with them at the most wonderful gatherings or celebrations in New Canaan. Hearing Joseph talking away with Duncan as they trailed me, I began thinking of all the faces my boy wouldn't see again at the next community night. Gavin Salazar, Roy Sutton, Axel and Dennis Gates, Diego Marquez, Rowan Tomlinson, and of course Evan Buller. I've commanded, led, and lost many men over the years since earning my place as a lieutenant of the guard, but it was just those 7 names that I knew Joseph would never get to see again after that fateful day over a month ago. Thinking about this, I felt my abdomen, placed a hand under my vest, and was relieved that it came out dry. Feeling relieved about my wound, I was then greeted by the Wolin couple before I could think anymore about the injury or the men I lost. I greeted the Wolins, congratulated them on their recent marriage, and apologized for not being able to make it, and they wished me well, remarking at how nice it was to see me walking the streets and not atop one of the towers. Before I could explain, I was greeted by the next passers-by, who I again hadn't the chance to see or interact with too often due to my duties. The whole walk was like this. It wasn't often that I was seen walking the town in the late morning, and I couldn't quite express how nice it was to walk the town and not be on an urgent mission. Duncan commented on how I could possibly know everyone we passed as Joseph hopped along shouting, "Duncan, look at me!" as the young man ignored. I could only tell the young man that once you're in this place long enough, everyone knows one another, and emphasizing how it is only because of Christ that our community is so tight-knit. He could only respond with, "Huh." I figured as much. Never had much of a family of my own growing up out there in the wild. Clearly with his attention divided between following me and acknowledging the boy still demanding recognition for how far he can jump along the street. As we drew nearer to the town square and rounded the last buildings before the museum across from the temple, the streets, homes, and shop fronts were more and more crowded. It eventually became impossible to address everyone who wished us good morning, and commented on how unusual it was to see me not on official duty, and I replied to Mr. Schmidt through the chatter of so many people. "I know your baptism's coming up, but I hope you already know that you're part of the new Canaan family." Holding Joseph by the collar so he wouldn't get lost in the crowd or run off somewhere, Duncan stuck right behind me as we moved through the busy streets. "Next week, I'm pretty sure. I guess that'll make it official. If you want to put it that way, I suppose you can. Everyone here is a part of the body of Christ. We are all family. And once you've confessed your faith in him, you can take that as your formal admission into..." Duncan was already well known in the guard, and was surprised constantly by the people of town who seemed to know all about him despite never meeting them. In fact, it was after I said this that Duncan's hand was grabbed by an older man, and was told how good a job he was doing. Duncan thanked the man and struggled to keep up with me, pulling Joseph along with him as he recovered and replied to me, "I thought I'd already done that plenty of times with you all. I sorta wish I didn't have to get dunked underwater in front of the whole town when Doyle said they had a perfectly good mud puddle behind his home. I've baptized tribals and even some new Canaanites in similar places when there wasn't anything more formal available, or when a new believer didn't want to wait till the next baptism day at the temple." Either way, I knew he couldn't see it, but I was all grinning as I said to him, We gave you that chance months ago. You're locked in with the temple ceremony now. And don't worry, Doyle, Hudson, Ray, Nathan, John, and I. Promise to cry loud tears of joy and make a terrible scene when you're up at the altar with Mordecai. Can't wait, said Duncan dryly as the three of us stepped onto the shaded platform in front of the row of buildings across from the temple. The town square was busy off to our left, but most of the foot traffic was around the streets or buildings surrounding the square. Other than a few of the men in deacon attire or robes of the choir, the steps or area around the temple itself was scarcely populated. I thought I saw the robes of one of the elders, but he was too far for me to discern. Before too long, I looked up at the signs hanging from the awning beams, and there we were. The Museum of New Canaan was a dusty little place in the dead center of that row of buildings across from the temple. Built within the ruins of a concrete structure this whole block was made from, the place had been completely refurbished over so many years since the bombs. The walls were completely paneled in wood, and the giant windows at the front of the place let in more than enough light, regardless of the hour of day. Nobody really entered the museum since most New Canaanites had learned everything they needed to know about the history of their community and school, and even though this place used to serve as the town hall of sorts, it was obvious that nobody really entered this place too frequently. This was made even more apparent when we entered to the chime of a bell, and after a brief survey of the rows of shelves, my eyes landed on a woman behind a short wooden counter who was in the middle of shaking herself out of a daydream at our entry. It wasn't too often that I got to see Mrs. Hollenbeck, and if she wasn't a member of the women's group my wife was part of, I never would have known she worked at the museum. When she was sure she was present, a large smile grew across her face as she greeted me, Joseph, and even Duncan. Duncan again marveled at how she could know who he was despite never meeting, but after a short exchange in pleasantries, Mrs. Hollenbeck said she wasn't expecting anyone other than Deacon Mathers today. I told her the short of why I was joining the deacon today, and she said she'd pray for my recovery before telling me that the deacon was downstairs in the official archive storage. I asked in passing if she knew why he was down there so frequently, and she said that her guess was as good as mine. I mentioned casually that I caught word that he was helping some of the elders in a potential effort to expand the community, and she thought that was a marvelous idea. Still, the two of us weren't entirely sure how much of this research into history was needed for such an event. As the thoughts from last night crept into my mind, I decided to keep his fascination with the abandoned home of Judah Black to myself. In the end, she motioned us past the wall to her right, saying we could find the stairwell to the archives just past the bathrooms. I parted ways with Mrs. Hollenbeck, taking my son and the young guardsman with me. Following the wood-lined wall and passing a few rows of shelves laden with books and items from our community's history, we passed the bathrooms and found the stairs near the back of the building. I wondered what was upstairs, but the thought left me as I took my two followers down one flight before pushing open the only steel door in the old building marked archives. Upon entering, the place certainly had a unique feel to it. The smell of old paper flooded our nostrils, and it appeared as though the reconstruction of this part of the building was all but ignored. Unlike the charming and homely aesthetic of the museum above, the basement archives was a place with nearly 36 rows of tall shelves, chipping paint and water-stained walls, and only a few dim fluorescent lights flickering on the ceiling. There at the far end, the man at a desk surrounded with stacks of papers lifted his head at our arrival, showing it to, of course, be the Deacon Mathers. Even from a distance, I could see his smile, and I approached with my son and, helping hand in tow. There truly wasn't much to say about how this day went. It wasn't what I expected, and as I helped the deacon by gathering papers from the labeled shelves, I was admittedly more bored than I ever thought possible. The deacon and I exchanged a few words here and there, but nothing about the previous night or the stranger. For whatever reason, I tried not to think about last night, and again tried my absolute best to forget the conclusion I landed on regarding the stranger's identity. What was even stranger was how Mr. Mathers, too, never brought up the prior evening. But in fairness, it appeared he was too busy focusing on the documents I fetched, or the ones he was already buried in before our arrival. Other than the words we exchanged regarding the amount of blood I lost last night, and my overall well-being, Mr. Mathers acted almost as if the night didn't happen. I was kept more idle than I thought I would be, and Mr. Mathers would only reiterate that my presence was only out of order to the constable. because he didn't really need me to be there. He even offered to let me walk the town, spend my day in the museum, etc. I took him up on some of that every now and then, taking Joseph and Duncan outside into the town square for a few minutes at a time. However, before going too far, or deciding I might as well just spend the day at home and send word to the constable later, there was something inside that prevented me from doing that. Regardless of how bored I was, how much the fluorescent lights made my head hurt, or how unnecessary I was for the deacon's quiet work, I was still drawn back to that basement again and again after each short break. As miserable and unnecessary as I was, I felt even worse for Duncan and Joseph. Since arrival in the basement, I was almost constantly having to tell Joseph that this wasn't what his dad did for work every day. I trusted Duncan to back me up on that, but he was almost too brain dead to reply to anything. Duncan certainly wasn't needed to help me for anything today, but the constable's orders were his orders, and even though the young man was better fit for scouting the wastes, patrolling the market, or even just running messages across town, he was stuck with me, and I couldn't apologize enough. The poor boy Duncan just sat on that probably lice-ridden, ugly old couch beside the door next to Joseph. Joseph was lucky enough to be a kid who could amuse himself with a string if he had to, and he certainly had to today. I remember it was probably around 3 hours into the basement prison sentence when I looked at Duncan sitting on that couch like a corpse that hadn't moved since our last walk upstairs 20 minutes prior. Remembering our earlier conversation, I thought of how unfortunate it was that Duncan was about to die before his baptism. I don't think either of us would have thought that it was going to be boredom that would do it. Seeing Joseph still whining but at least busy tying his fingers with that string, I looked back to the deacon who sat ever silent and ever reading the stack of papers in front of him. Watching his eyes going from line to line, I realized I had only ever helped him about 3 times in the past 3 hours, and began thinking about the most recent file box I fetched. It was at this point that curiosity and boredom got the better of me, so I asked, "What exactly are you doing this research for? I can't imagine the elders were just trying to get rid of you for a few days." The man raised his face as his mouth went from serious focus to its usual friendliness as he met my eyes. "I'm sorry you're bored, Paul. I know this isn't the most exciting thing for you to do, and I apologize for not needing more assistance from you. Personally, I didn't feel an apology was necessary, but before I could say anything, he went on, although you're right, the elders aren't trying to get rid of me for a while. They would have sent me on mission if that was their intention." He watched his joke have its intended effect on my face as he, at last, gave some explanation for his work in this dark basement. The elders expect the future of New Canaan to be bright like we discussed yesterday afternoon. However, you were right. We know that is no easy endeavor with all the threats around us, but my research here is simply to be able to offer my input into the way we achieve that hopeful future. Here in the archives, I'm hoping to have history at my back when I arrive at the next meeting series and offer my input. You see, I recognize that I am new to this community, and even new to faith if you account for my whole life. Since the people are trusting me to help lead them, I just want to be fully aware of everything you all have endured. Does that make sense? I thought about it, and it did make sense. The deacon constantly showed me how true his intentions were, and it was moments like this and countless others that made me know that if there was any fruit of the spirit he encapsulated, it was his faithfulness to us and everything we are. With this in mind, I replied to the man with my thoughts on his last statement. Fully aware of all we endured, I could only chuckle in strange but sincere admiration. That'd make you one of the few. I don't think most New Canaanites know all we endured, myself included, but your dedication to us continues to impress me. The deacon nearly blushed. It's only you, the constable, and Christ I have to thank for when you spared me that day and brought me here. I know I don't owe you, him, the elders, Mordecai, or Christ for what you all did, but I'll still offer my best. Before I could say anything, I watched his eyebrows raise, and a shocked expression consumed his face as he asked, "What time is it?" I glanced down at my watch and said, "About 12 and some change." Immediately, he stood from the desk and began stacking the papers, placing his bookmarks where they were needed, and preparing to urgently depart, saying, "Speaking of the meeting series, I need to be there at 12:30, and I have to show up early if I'm going to let Elder Harlan know about your security suggestions." He went to throw on his jacket, and internally I appreciated the fact that he remembered what I said regarding Duncan's report. As the man sped up his readying, I glanced over at Duncan and Mr. Mathers said aloud, "Constable Hanshaw should be there as well, so I'll be sure to ask him about having you do something else, since you and your boys are so bored." I was going to thank him, but couldn't get a word in as he stuffed a few folders marked important into his satchel and left me with, "One last thing, while I'm away, could you find the file box marked BR-346-22-BBPC? Should be row 32 about halfway down or so." "I gotta run, but I will go through it when I get back. See you in about an hour and a half." At that, the deacon departed, blowing past the shelves of this dim basement. The urgency of his departure did little to stir Mr. Schmidt from his vegetative state, but I was able to let out a, "You got it," before the door shut behind Mr. Mathers. Seeing how sad and idle my son and the young guardsmen were, I decided with Mr. Mathers' departure to carry out his instruction, and then immediately take the two out to stretch their legs or to get some lunch. Getting up, I walked to the row of shelves marked 32 and strolled down, reading the labels on the shelves and looking over the dusty old boxes that hadn't been touched in probably years. The lights above didn't reach this far into the depths of the shelves, but around halfway, I pulled up my flashlight and, to my surprise, the one marked BR-346-22-BBPC was the first one I saw at eye level. I didn't even bother to try to figure out what the numbers or letters stood for as I hoisted the heavy box off the shelf and returned to the light. With the heavy box in hand, I moved to the deacon's side of the desk and couldn't find a good place to set it amidst the paper stacks. I decided to place it beside the desk on the ground, and there it sat as a footstool as I collected my breath from carrying it. I remembered the constable said not to move heavy objects last night, but I shrugged any more thought of that out of my mind when my hand revealed nothing but dry shirt under my vest. I was just fine and left alone amidst the deacon's messy desk. It didn't take more than a brief glance for me to immediately know that I wouldn't understand all the papers the deacon was going through. It all looked like a bunch of old letters, lists of names and diary entries. I recognized a few of the last names on the lists, because their descendants were still alive in the present day, but I couldn't make heads or tails about what the deacon was trying to discern from. Miss Anna Mavis, who was writing to her sister about how nice her first mission was going back in 2224. I finally concluded that the deacon's affairs were his own, and there was no use going through all the ancient documents on the desk. Upon seeing the bored faces across the room I could help remedy, I went to stand when I halted mid-rise and remembered Mr. Mathers' most recent fascination, and the conversation I had with him yesterday afternoon as the sun was setting. There I heard the voice and felt the eyes of that burned man enter my mind, Judah Black, before I could begin to think about and worry about the man from last night, who he could be, who I internally knew he was, and all the oddities from the past 2 days. I briefly scanned over the desk and the name of Judah Black did not stick out on any of the papers. At that, I wanted to rise and take the two across the room out to lunch, but I couldn't. As much as I wanted to stand, I instead felt my hands drifting to the box I had just pulled from the shelves and was using as a footstool. Completely unconscious, I removed the first paper in the file box, and before I could wonder why I wasn't taking my son and Duncan out to lunch, my heart had stopped when my eyes read the reason for the box's label. Beginning record, March 46, 2200. Bishop Black personal correspondence. Below the heading immediately started with a letter I couldn't not read. It was proof from the past of what truly happened last night, and proof that I couldn't deny a second longer. March 6, 2246. From Bishop Judah Black, spiritual leader of the community of New Canaan and leader of the Mormon unification with the followers of Christ. 2. Mrs. Sandra Martin of the Followers of the Apocalypse Organization of California. Regarding our last correspondence, I must insist that you send your missionaries to the community of New Canaan first, before we can organize any mutual effort to assist the tribes of the South. As noble as your mission and goals are, I'm afraid I wasn't quite clear in my last letter when I say that we harbor similar ambitions arrived at by different means. To clarify my previous message with your latest response, it is only the why that serves as the primary factor in our hesitation to lead a joint effort. Our community is a community of faith. We live by faith in our Lord and our faith in Him alone. To proceed without our Lord at the heart of any expedition is something I cannot willfully permit. Now I understand your organization has had poor experiences with religions out in California, and stories of this supposed master you've described make me saddened that there could possibly be any confusion between the Lord we've served for thousands of years and this abominable creature of recent decades. As I have said previously, we do not consider ourselves a religion by any sense of traditional understanding, as we see the how we live and what we do as a way of life or relationship that only comes with knowledge of who our Lord is. I digress, but the finer points of who we are and how we live is of discussion for a later and hopefully more personal occasion. With this in mind, I must again emphasize my suggestion that you send your people to our community for initial outreach, so that you may see who we are, know who we serve, and understand the importance of our work that is only done in our Lord's name alone. However, as it should please you, I will continue to bring up the idea of mutual cooperation with your organization at our next series of meetings with the elders. It was obvious that some of the letters received and sent were gone or disappeared in time, but the archive continued with the next one still addressed to this person from California. Before I could begin to wonder how the previous elders and bishop could communicate with people from so far away, after we've been isolated in the wilderness for nearly decades, I was already reading the next letter. September 12, 2246. From Bishop Judah Black, spiritual leader of the community of New Canaan, to Mrs. Sandra Martin of the Followers of the Apocalypse Organization of California. I must admit that I was not expecting a response so soon. From the sounds of things and considering the growth of the NCR, it may not be more than a few years before California and Utah are touching borders, and perhaps a formal meeting between us becomes possible. Considering the time frame you sent me in our last exchange, I am delighted to read your acceptance and understanding of our spiritual intentions. I agree that coming to some form of middle ground is the best course of action, and we look forward to receiving your representatives after the success of your proposition. Yes, you have read that correctly. We will accept and honor our end of your relations proposal. After much deliberation with the elders, I have agreed to send one of my best to link up with your missionaries at the 1589th location by the end of the first week of November 2246. The man I'm sending is aware of your organization and its mission as well, and is eager to serve as a bridge of understanding between our two groups. He is fully aware of the men you are sending, this Mr. Calhoun and Mr. Sallow, and is looking forward to meeting them and assisting in this joint work. Regarding the person I'm dispatching, it should be known that this man and his importance to me personally is a gesture of great trust and a sign of how seriously I'm taking your offer of cooperation. The translator who will meet with your missionaries and assist in communication with the tribes of the Grand Canyon region is none other than my very own adopted son. Unable to have children due to my wife's unfortunate end, the young man I've dispatched was adopted from two parents in the community that unfortunately saw their ends doing their missionary duties in the war-torn wilderness of Utah. Since the passing of his two parents when he was but 2 years old, I had taken him and raised him, and loved him as he were my very own. With this, you can inform your missionaries that the name of the man they are to meet with is Joshua Graham. Left with his parents' name, he is still my son, and his presence on this expedition into uncharted Arizona should again emphasize my trust in the men you've selected, and a sign of my personal hope for future cooperation with your organization. Please bear in mind that I do not speak so highly of the man I'm sending due to paternal instinct. Although he may lack experience with the tribal world as some of the other missionaries of God, he is experienced enough with the wilderness and nature of the tribes to act as more than a blessing and guide for your men who may not understand the gravity of the tribal world outside of California. To quell any potential concerns on your end regarding the man I selected, I will illuminate the remainder of my selection's attributes here. Joshua has just returned from his first mission, is already eager to set out again, and was blessed from a young age with a gift of comprehension for linguistical learning that he's only perfected over the years under my care and tutelage. He is my best translator, and despite no new Canaanite ever traveling beyond the old world borders of southern Utah, he is more familiar with the southern dialects and variations than anyone else I have at my disposal. Even though he may not be able to speak the languages of the tribes your team is expected to encounter verbatim, bear in mind that this expedition, for the pursuit of knowledge, is what brought your inquiry to my attention in the first place. Rest assured, my son's well aware of possible variations in regional communication, but his understanding of the southernmost border region language should be more than enough to ensure the success of your men and their mission of outreach. There was more to the letter above on the next page, but I couldn't read anymore when my peripherals caught the heading of the next letter, and how it wasn't from the California woman or Judah Black. Just like before, it was clear that a number of the letters exchanged between Judah and the woman weren't present in the archive, but the name atop the next letter completely captured my attention, and my thoughts again went to the previous night as my eyes read.
November 2nd, 2246. From Joshua, to Bishop Black and the Community of Faith. You all know I am not much for writing in letters, but I know Elder Parnell and Bishop Black are expecting a letter when I have made contact with the followers' missionaries. Exactly where the instructions told me I would, I found the two men, Mr. Calhoun and Mr. Sallow. I was blessed to have departed when I did, since the two men had only arrived less than 24 hours before I did, and great first impressions were seemingly made. I know I will have more to say, and I will keep all of you up to date on the status of this expedition when I have more to say, but please don't expect to hear from me too regularly, as I will be busy offering my services to these men and doing what I can to further the work I've been entrusted to do. I don't have much more time to write, since the followers' men appear eager to set out as soon as possible. I'm leaving this letter with Dunn and Foster from the Guard after they have assured my arrival and successful meetup with the FOA missionaries. I will quickly note that my escorts have done very well in their duties, and I will be praying for their successful and safe return home in the coming weeks. I'll reiterate the fact once more that you all cannot expect to hear from me too often once my work has begun. Still, to quell any worries, I'll be sure to send another update on my well-being when me and these FOA men have made contact with their first tribe, and I can establish some means of contacting you all once more. Please do not worry about me for any lack of regular communication. So all I can ask is that you pray for me and these secular men, that I may do my part for the kingdom and serve the Lord well on this trip. I am in excellent hands, his hands, the best hands. So continue to pray for me. I love you all, and you will hear from me soon. I promise.
Nothing was in between this one and the next one. The images and experiences from last night ran through my mind still as the next letter went on.
January 9th, 2247, I think. From Joshua, to Bishop Black and the Community of Faith. It has already been months since I set out with these men, and we have had contact with a number of the tribes inhabiting the canyon region. Mostly war parties and too many close calls to count. Bill and Edward are already thinking this cause is fruitless, since all the people we've come across have been more inclined to shoot at us than speak. I'm reminded of the tribes of the West GSL, for our allies out here are few if any. As you may have guessed, the expedition has been rough on myself as well as my new friends, but even though their hope remains a dying fire, I have fortunately been blessed enough to serve as a light in the darkness and chaos around us. Just when all seemed lost and Edward suggested we turn around, my prayers were answered when I encountered a few friends out here. Here in the lands marking the borders of the Kaibab and Kalatsakala territory, in the middle of a land plagued by creatures and warfare, the three of us happened across a group of hunters from my friends in the Cochinelli tribe. I was just as surprised as you are to hear of, or let alone see them so far south. The friends were a long way from home, but were able to give Mr. Calhoun the location of the Blackfoots, the Cochinelli just finished trading with. It is thanks to Matartha Chinicacho of the Cochinelli that we have our way forward, and you are receiving this message from me, for he said he would deliver it to his runners upon successful return to his home. If Elijah Brinley gets the chance to see this message and his friends in the Cochinelli, please tell his friend Matartha again how grateful I am for his help, as thankful as I am to have seen some friends of our God in these terrifying wastes, and as much as I wish I could end this message on a positive note, I have to admit that I am worried about Bill and Edward's new plan to seek out the Blackfoots. They are one tribe that has not made these lands any safer, but I remain hopeful that my new connection to the Cochinelli and ability to communicate my party's intentions will be more than enough to do what I've been sent here to do. I can only ask for more prayers from anyone reading this, and once more assure you that I am in the best of hands out here regardless of what happens.
With no ability to reply to the young man beyond the known wilderness of Utah, no reply was possible from Judah or the community of faith that followed his brave actions from so far. The next letter picks up much later, and read unlike the tone of a young man who is eager but nervous about his part in the expedition. As I read the next letter, I couldn't help but see the face illuminated in the campfire last night, and how desperate it was as it stared back at me. The young boy had clearly lost something that neither I nor he at the time could likely discern. I knew this in my gut, and I think the young man did too as it read.
April 2247. From Joshua Graham. To Judah Black and the Community of Faith. There's not much to say, I don't think. All I can hope for by writing this letter is that you call off any search expedition you may have sent for me. I am fine. I don't know if it was what I said to them, how I said it, or if I mixed up some words that might have meant something entirely different to the Kalatsakala, 50 miles north. But the Blackfoots did not welcome us despite our peaceful intentions. We were taken prisoner by them not much longer after first sit down, and the three of us served as their prisoners for the past 3 or so months, I think. I remain uncertain of what the date is now, but with the winds of night becoming less and less cold, I can only assume it's around April. You may wonder how I'm writing this, or more importantly, how you're receiving this. The only answer is that I am still a prisoner, but with a much longer leash now. I would thank the grace of God for my freedom, but the truth is that would be ignoring the large part that the man and friend I call Edward played in this. Since I met him, Edward has proven to be one of the smartest men I've ever met. He has an almost encyclopedic knowledge of just about anything you could ask him, but during our time in captivity, he has shown a great knowledge of history and warfare from the old world. I only mention this because it was through his knowledge and my ability to communicate that I managed to negotiate our release with our captors. I'm somewhat ashamed to admit, but our end of the deal has Edward training the Blackfoot's warriors for their fight against the enemies that surround them and us by extension. Of course, I am here to translate for him, while Bill has largely been keeping himself out of the situation altogether. I don't know if what I am doing is the right thing, or if it is the wrong thing, but Edward at least appears to be right. These people, my captors, the Blackfoots, won't survive with all the enemies drawing closer and closer to their villages, so I see the necessity in this new arrangement. I am certain that some of you will have some misgivings about this, but know that I share them as well, and the situation here is completely out of my hands. It all seems so hard to adequately describe in any way you all can understand unless you were here. I don't know if I'm attempting to justify this, but I see the survival of this tribe as a way to afford them more time to find Christ. I have by no means abandoned my original purpose with these California men, or the lost of this region. Please pray for us and myself in the coming days. Edward speaks of marching on the ridges soon, so prayers for those who will surely perish before coming to our Lord is all I can ask of you. I just need more time. Time to save this tribe and these two friends of mine.
The desperate face from last night faded away as I read on, showing to me that what was said above was just the start of a downward spiral, as my mind remembered the skinless face that was so transfixed on the flame. The light in those blue eyes too faded into the darkness, and the faint sounds of that scream in pain ran in the back of my mind as I read the next one.
May or April 2247. From Joshua Graham. To Judah Black and the Community of Faith. I have no way of knowing if you received my last letter, but I can only hope that those scouts gave the message to the proper parties in the Cochinelli. I recognize that they were likely killed crossing through Kalatsakala territory, but here I remain with the Blackfoots. My captivity may be news to you if my last message was not received, but neither I nor Edward nor Bill are their prisoners anymore. Although the cause for my true freedom is by no means a cause for celebration. What we did, what I allowed to happen to the Ridgers, I don't believe I will ever be able to forgive myself. I argued with Edward every night leading up to it when I heard what he was planning, but in the end, I can't tell if it was his convincing me, or it was my submission that allowed it to happen. In the end, I still gave the order, and I can't even express how sorry I am. I know there's no context for you all to understand what I did, but please pray for me. I've been repenting and begging for forgiveness every night, but there were so many dead and it's all my fault. I should have stopped Edward or ordered something else, but it's too late now. As terrible as all this has been, there remains a part of me that sees the horrendous logic behind it all. So much has happened in the weeks and months spent in captivity, and still, there is no way for my words to do justice. The wilderness around New Canaan isn't like the wilderness of this region. There is no light emanating from the temple anywhere to be seen here. All I can see is the fires of war. One enemy after another, we're already on to the next one, and I follow as if my actions are not my own. Locked in thought, my body does while my mind sits in judgment after the fact, and I see no way out. Since the start of this expedition, there have been enemies around us in every direction, each as vile as the other, if not more. The only difference I see now in the brief moments of clarity each day is that neither Edward nor I are running from them anymore. Now he wears the crown of a war chief, and I stand beside him unable to go anywhere else so long as there are enemies he's marching them towards. There's more death to come, but how I can do my work, my true work, is so far away that I can't see it.
The letter continued on the next page, with the pause appearing as though the writer picked up writing it sometime a few days, or perhaps even hours later. All it said was,
"The Kaibabs decided to join us."
I was left in awe, wondering what happened out there so long ago, and remembering the odd stories I heard growing up. I was still so young at the time that all this happened, but I've been with the Guard long enough to hear the stories and tales surrounding this man we were all warned about. I wondered where it all went wrong, how such a remorseful-sounding man with so much internal conflict could ride the wave started by Edward Sallow, or the man calling himself Caesar in the present day. How a young translator and preacher of the gospel remained unable to escape for so long came as a shock to everyone who heard of him, the truth of his origin, and considered the mystery of where his soul was for so long. Even in the letters, that mystery remained just that as I continued on, understanding so much more yet so little when I tried to delve deeper into a mind that became the worst in his inescapable circumstance. Chapter 5. The Prodigal Son, Part 2. The whole world seemed to completely freeze as I read letter after letter there in that basement of the New Canaan Museum. Going through the records of a dead man was never something I imagined myself doing. I didn't even really enjoy reading or writing. Of course, I could do it, but at that time, the fact remained hovering in the back of my mind. Why did this take priority over what I could be doing with my son and Duncan? The Deacon Mathers was still gone. I had already lost track of time and had no idea how long I had been reading as memories of the previous night ran through my mind while my eyes read on. The next letter was without context for such a spiritual transition or abandonment. The previous letter from the young Joshua Graham expressed such terrible guilt and regret for what he had done to the Blackfoot tribe's first enemies under his friend Edward. However, it was that last part, and his brief yet sorrowful explanation of the logic behind what he was blindly marching into, paired with what my present self already knew about the man that made me understand, even just in part, why those eyes looked at me the way they did when he was beside the flame. The next letter began, and it was obviously during a time when he had established some kind of formal contact with New Canaan, while he was still a young man, and long after his sorrowful understanding from the previous letter began to fade while Edward marched the Blackfoots against more and more of their enemies. The words began like a man who had gone through far too much and was in something too deep to come back from, while the tone and word choice came off as a frustrated youth who couldn't adequately explain why he was doing the things he was doing out there in the world. The young man in the letter seemed to know what he was doing, knew who he already turned his back on, and decided to keep going for his sole focus on one mission he had to convince himself, and others was the right course. It was from a man who was obsessed, attempting to justify his addiction, but still refusing to acknowledge there was an issue in the first place.
May 20th, 2251. From Joshua Graham to Judah Black and the Community of Faith. I apologize that you fail to understand the reasons for my refusal to return. I believe I made my statements and reasoning quite discernible, and put much time in their portrayal that I could have spent furthering my mission and God's mission. Now I understand that some of my points about Rome being the secular, sinful vessel to explode Christ's message across the world may have been a means of outrage amongst you, the elders, and the community as a whole. However, I must stand by what I've said, and again refuse your requests for me to return. Out here, I have found my true calling, the calling of unification, and it is a calling I cannot run from. I have neither the ability nor the will to do so now. I understand some of you have heard the occasional story about Edward and I's confederation of tribes, but I know you understand the tribal propensity toward embellishment. While the details may be trivial or outright false, the fact of the matter is that what Edward and I are creating, what we are doing, is good. I remain sorrowful that you all feel otherwise, but I can only reiterate what I have said constantly in my infrequent letters. That being, nothing I say can describe the nightmare of warfare that is the northern Arizona wilderness. With that said, I will answer the question you and the elders have sent me again and again with another question. How do you intend for me to preach the word or good news of our Lord Jesus Christ to men who speak no other language than the one of violence and annihilation? Dying for Christ only matters if those who witness your death have the ability to comprehend who or what exactly you're dying for. No, Edward is right. The tribes of this land understand nothing but destruction. It is only when the spirit to fight against what they know is best for them has been crushed out of existence and they are absorbed into our creation, embodying commonality or unification, that those who our Lord has spared even have a chance at beginning to understand complex thoughts, like who God is and how he should not be defied. Today I serve as an instrument of reward for the sin, barbarism, and horrendous world the people of this land have built for themselves in the decades after the Holocaust. When Joshua led the Israelites into the lands of Canaan, one by one, the city of Jericho to the kingdoms of Hazor fell to the armies of God and showed the world the brutality of his wrath upon the ones who deny what is God's. Rest assured, I still intend to save all who I can. My mission has not ended despite what some of you or the elders are undoubtedly believing. However, in order for that to happen, this land must first be unified and given the opportunity for some semblance of peace to even take root before such a return to our Lord is even a concept to the ones under our new banner. If anyone, Bishop Black or any of the elders, want to help in any legitimate means, then you should continue to pray for the souls of the warriors we've lost, the ones who will fall in our next battle, and the enemies we face. Pray especially for the latter. Those who defy what Edward and I are building know not what they do and will unfortunately carry their sin or ignorance into the grave. But above all, pray for peace. With the help of the Lord, I only fight for peace, and I'm sorry so many of you continuously fail to understand that.
It was all starting to make sense now, and with the reading of that letter, I understood where the man's mind was. I could see in his handwriting how neat and precise it was, that he no longer had any reservation about what he was originally dragged into. The strangest, and possibly most frightening thing for me, was how much I understood his intentions. I have no way of knowing what the wastes of northern Arizona were like at that time, but to a boy who lost his parents at such a young age to tribal wars of the Utah wastes, it made sense to me. I thought back to the face of Evan Buller, the concerns I expressed to the deacon, and how shocked I was at the elders' plans for expansion into a world that understood nothing but destruction. Even in the present day, I knew the enemies around New Canaan bore little difference to the ones Joshua was leading in battle. But there I began to wonder why this city surrounded by so much darkness was different from the young man with the fire of God, who found himself in a similar position. He, just like us, were alone out here in the dark and blood-soaked wastes. I began to wonder why we had so many allies, why we were the ones who managed to break through to some of the worst tribes out there while the young man was not. I don't know if he tried different approaches over the years during the time frames between the letters, or if he was always fixated on the violent approach sometime after his initial regrets about the Ridgers. All I knew is that his approach showed all signs of working how he was planning. I thought back to everything I knew about that enemy beyond the known wilderness to the south and east, that monstrosity of Joshua and Edward's creation proved to be an unstoppable force, consuming, from what the stories have said, all of Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and even the border regions of eastern Utah. Even once it became known to us that our stray missionary took up the title of legate, and his friend Edward crowned himself Caesar and created Caesar's legion. The work of unification he espoused in the letter above was not completed. Believing his work to be his own interpretation of Joshua's conquest of Canaan, I could understand his thought process and again began to wonder why we haven't taken on a more Old Testament approach to the enemies around us. There I began to understand even further what must have been going through his mind. Sometimes, and I've even felt it recently when I'm reminded of what happened to men like Evan Buller, but I am reminded of how it is sometimes far too difficult to see Christ through the storm around us. What can you do when you know he's there, but you cannot feel him or see him? You have faith that you will come out the other side of it one way or another, whether the bullets hit you or not, but that doesn't mean some people won't quit fighting. I would be lying if I said there weren't times I couldn't feel him with me in the moment, but I knew he was there, and I fought and swam and shot and tried with everything in me to make it through, just for the smoke to clear, the clouds to part, the rain to stop, and reveal his face once again. The wounds on my body and the sight of so many dead would bring me to my knees again and again, and there I could see him once more. I see the Lord staring down at me after such a terrible hardship, proving he was there the whole time, knowing what I should have done, and calming me with the knowledge that all my efforts just exhausted me more than it should have, since I already had the faith he sat behind the clouds in control of everything. Just like Peter, who began to sink when he saw the water and forgot who was in front of him. He didn't have to try so hard. I didn't have to try so hard. Joshua didn't have to try so hard. And even though we all try our best to avoid sinking below the waters, the fact we kept looking to the waters around us instead of who was in front of us, even if the rain is coming down too hard, just makes us sink further and further, causing him to reach even further down to prevent us from drowning. It may be hard to understand what I mean exactly by what was said above, if the reader doesn't quite know him the way I do personally. But I think Joshua Graham felt something similar, as Edward carried him further and further along once their creations started becoming more and more real. There is not a doubt in my mind that Joshua couldn't see Christ through the storm of so much war and flame, but I believe he knew he was there. I think somewhere along the line, Graham grew frustrated with his inability to see Christ as he followed that secular man into war, causing him to sink deeper and deeper into the same waters that characterized Peter's lack of faith even as he stood upon the sea. Graham probably thought he began to see our Lord in the perceived holy work he grew to believe he was doing, as he sunk further and further beneath the waves. I have no way of knowing for certain what Joshua endured over so many years, but I believe that one day the storm finally ended in Graham's life, only to realize it was not his faith in Christ he followed, when the clouds parted and the water consumed him. I think that the clouds revealed it was the face of Caesar who came to serve as the true master he was following as he fought and fought for so long. I believe Graham's master was not the master who sacrificed everything for him despite his inevitable sin. I believe that Graham realized it was really the master of the Southwest he followed, a master who knew no mercy, a master who bestowed the price of failure onto others rather than himself. My mind was lost in thought as I remembered the face of failure from last night staring at me beside the glow of the flickering flame. My mind continued on, going this way and that, and felt what the man underwent as I robotically arrived at the last two letters.
August 4th, 2251. From Joshua Graham, Legatus Imperialis of Caesar's Legion, to the current Bishop of New Canaan and the Community of Faith. I am saddened to hear of Judah's passing. I know undoubtedly that he has kept more faith in me than you or any of the elders ever did. I will mourn his passing and pray that the community doesn't put too much pressure on his legacy because of me. I loved him greatly, and I completely understand how you will likely abandon every future attempt to contact me because of his passing and the inevitable strain his relationship with me has likely put on the rest of you. Because of your inclination towards believing the drummed-up stories you've heard about me, I do not believe I have any more ties to the rest of you. It is still unfortunate that you all fail to understand the work I do, but with Judah's passing, I see little more need to communicate with any of you or the elders. I do not intend to return anytime soon, and I will continue the work I have been trusted with till my death. But until then, I give you all my best regards and pray that you someday manage to see what I have accomplished.
Apparently, that was not the end of Graham's communications with New Canaan, despite the tone it suggested about the passing of Judah Black. However, it was clear that communications from that point forward were so strained and infrequent that any more exchanges of letters must have been hidden away in other file boxes or lost in time. Still, the last letter in that first folder told me of how infrequent communications between him and his home were, because it was the last one in the box destined for the archives of Bishop Judah Black's personal correspondence. It read like this:
July 28th, 2255. From Joshua Graham, Legatus Imperialis of Caesar's Legion, to the Community of Faith. This is my last letter to you all. I will not receive nor reply to any more attempts to contact me or my legion. If you value the lives or freedom of your messengers from the southern tribes, you will not send them to legion borders any longer. Flagstaff has fallen, and I write to you from a position of supreme power over northern Arizona. Accompanying this most recent triumph and the establishment of our new Rome on the campaign will certainly be more stories of my brutality. Regardless of the particulars, the result will be the same in the ears of so many innocent souls back in Ogden. I can only reiterate for the final time that my own namesake's conquest, after crossing the Jordan, was not a display of our God's mercy, but of his wrath. I am done casting my pearls before swine, so I will not attempt to justify myself anymore. You will continue to hear of me as Edward or Caesar sets his sights on New Mexico and preparations are made to march on Phoenix. And so I will leave you with one more thing. Have no fear about our march into Utah, for Edward already plans and I intend to steer him towards New Mexico and then Colorado before anything else. However, the day will undoubtedly come where the tribal plague of the Southwest is gone. And with that, we will march on Utah proper. All I ask is that you refrain from firing on Legion forces when that day comes, and I can only pray that the gates are opened for me, so that you may see the truth in what I have fought so hard to achieve.
And there I began to remember everything that happened after that letter was received. Of course, I never knew the details, but when that letter was sent, I was 16 and already preparing for missionary work when I would turn 18. The wound was still fresh, even when I finally did turn 18. I remembered the faces that looked on everyone who was about to depart for mission. I couldn't understand it at the time, but remembering those looks, I could see them say, "Don't be the next one." That may seem like a ridiculous plea to those about to depart for missionary work, even though Joshua had already been gone for so many years. However, very slowly, and over many years, the end of direct communications with the missionary translator turned right hand of a dictator morphed into the occasional story from lands beyond the wilderness in those first years after the final letter from him. When I returned from the mission at 18, my own horrendous experience was lessened by news that Sedona and Circle Junction had fallen to the Legion. I remembered Danny and I taking Michelle for her first service for baptism and hearing how the Legion was marching on Phoenix. When I had sworn into the Guard and went on my first expedition to help an ally, I heard how Phoenix had fallen. The years passed, I took part in campaigns, expeditions, and patrols. Hannah was later born. Michelle had another birthday. I lost a few men of the Guard. I was promoted to sergeant, then lieutenant. I attended so-and-so's wedding. And the stories kept coming in. The Legion conquered this place. Then they conquered that place. Arizona has fallen. Caesar's forces have routed the last tribes of New Mexico. The Legion is marching on Colorado. Denver has been encircled. Legion scouts have been sighted in eastern Utah. Our allies in the wilderness need us to take in refugees of Legion expansion, etc. As life went on, as I lived, the monstrous nation beyond the wilderness to our south and east only grew and grew. My life was punctuated by news of that nation closing in on our city inches per day. And the question remained, when the wilderness of Utah is no longer a wilderness, when all the tribes, whether hostile or allies, are all under the banner of that Roman bull, what would happen to us? I know there are many in the Guard who kept that thought in the back of their minds. wondering about the day where we would be forced to face the man who turned his back on us and what we would say when we met him at the gates. Would he spare us? Would he absorb us as well? The Legion grew and grew over the years, and we knew the man who led them in war, whether or not we were old enough to have met him personally. I thought again and again about the hypothetical day our community would have to confront him after doing our best to forget about him for almost 2 decades. What would that day look like? Then it occurred to me as I remembered all my previous recollections of what would happen that day. That day already happened. It happened just last night, and it appeared that only I had known it. The man who plagued every new Canaanite's thoughts regarding the world beyond the known wilderness, the man who could have led his armies straight up to our gates and killed or enslaved us all with minimal effort, had returned to us. The man returned to us in unbearable pain, scarred, burned, and completely broken, but only I seemed to know it. I thought of the eyes from my dream, the man walking towards me from the burning city, and there I saw the skinless body from last night, and that pleading face before it was captured by the flame of the campfire. The flame that burned him did nothing to extinguish the flame that had been hiding deep within for decades, and now I knew what I had to do. I was startled nearly half to death when my thoughts were interrupted by Duncan standing over the desk with Joseph at his side. "What are you reading?" The papers fell out of my hands, and Joseph giggled at that. Duncan stared at me expectingly as I picked up the papers off the ground in my lap. "Just old letters. The stuff Mr. Mathers was going over." I was not trying to hide the letters, but I stuffed them back into the box and closed the lid before I met Mr. Schmidt, eyes just in time to hear him say with a yawn, "Sounds exciting." Joseph and I, on the other hand, are about to die of boredom. "You want to walk around with us?" Standing up, I could see Duncan looking at me strangely, but either too tired or too bored to ask about it. After shaking myself awake and the thoughts from before out of my head, I said, "Actually, let's grab lunch. We should still have time before Mr. Mathers returns." Joseph was already drooling at the idea of food, and something else occurred to me, so I asked Duncan, "How long has it been since Mr. Mathers departed?" Duncan was already walking across the room as I was hurrying to catch up with him and Joseph as the man replied, 1 hour? 6 hours? No idea. That was my guess too, so I stayed silent and walked with the two of them towards the exit. Pushing open that steel door, Joseph began running up to the top, disappearing around the corner. As soon as I reached the top, I wasn't expecting to see a crowd of people. It almost appeared as though a sermon had just ended, as over 24 deacons and at least 6 of the elders were congregating in the museum or filing down the stairs from the 2nd floor. Puzzled at this, I instinctively scanned the temple officials for Mr. Mathers, and when I found him, my eyes immediately went to the man on his left. But more importantly, the little boy in that man's grip. Completely ignoring Mr. Mathers, he and the man in white robes holding Joseph stepped over to me. A quick glance at the red face of Joseph told me all I needed to know, and I brought my hand to my heart as I said to the man in robes, "Bishop Mordecai, I'm so sorry." The elderly leader of our community smiled at me with the softest expression I had ever seen. It wasn't often I got to be so close to Bishop Mordecai and let alone speak to him, but I only wished it had been under better circumstances as he released his grip on Joseph and smiled at him. "No need to apologize, Paul, am I correct?" I nodded, somewhat marveling at how the bishop knew my name at sight alone. I felt Joseph cling to my legs, and the bishop addressed Joseph, "Now just be careful going up those stairs too fast, young man. Next time you'll knock me over." Haha. I'm not as spry as I used to be, and I think I have a few good years before my legs give out. I could see just in the bishop's face alone that there was no anger or any ill will in it, even after a crazy boy ran into him. I'd only met Bishop Mordecai about 2 other times, back when he was only an elder, but he even lived up to his reputation around town when it came to his legendary kindness. All the lines in his aging face were in spite of so many years being the calmest and most collected and best-intentioned leader of New Canaan during my lifetime. I struggled to break from his calm demeanor, but I felt Joseph bury his face in my leg, reminding me to say, "Joseph, did you apologize to the bishop?" Joseph muttered something into my leg and a subtle wave of the hand, and another warm smile said Joseph was completely forgiven by the bishop. Just as my eyes caught sight of the constable loudly talking to some of the elders on the other side of the room, I glanced at Mr. Mathers beside the bishop, and was not expecting the bishop to address me again. The spiritual leader of our community asked me beneath the murmur of all the people in the room, "How are you, Paul? The constable, as well as Mr. Mathers here, have had nothing but great things to say about you and the situation with the guard." I began to wonder what situation in particular he was referring to when he added, "I understand you were wounded last month. Have you been healing up well?" Just like before, I hadn't really thought of my wound until it was brought up by a concerned person who was always more worried about it than I was. Seeing the calm concern in the old bishop's face, the idea of replying snarkily, like I would with a guardsman, was an alien thought, as I replied, "I'm doing just fine, sir. Thank you so much for asking, but everyone else is more concerned about it than I ever was." "I'm glad to hear that. You can never be too concerned about a bullet wound. Believe me, I think there's still a few people alive who remember when I got hit in the leg on a hunting trip with my father. That little .22 is still in my leg 40 years later." I thought it great to see the bishop had a sense of humor, and I couldn't help but smile as I saw one grow on Mr. Mathers' face. Just then, the deacon hopped in. Bishop Mordecai never lets a meeting go without reminding us of that. The bishop chuckled to himself and met me again with a look of sincerity. "That's no comparison to what men of the guard, men like you, go through, I know. Still, your efforts are seen and heard, and with the constable's news, I'm going to make it a point to receive more input from the guard community. In any way, I'm able..." I wasn't sure exactly what he was talking about, and searched my brain for what I told Mr. Mathers, the constable, or anyone. Before I could recall everything I said in recent conversations with either men, my mind hovered on the things I had seen last night. Although before I could get too lost, the bishop brought those thoughts right to the forefront. I wordlessly thanked him for the consideration, and he was about to bid me farewell and step away when he stopped himself. "Oh, and I hear you were with the guardsman who brought in an injured stranger last night?" I thought again about the calm and innocent old bishop as the memories flickered. "Yes, sir." "I think he will be all right." He heard the twang of a question, but only said, "No name or anything?" Again, I knew the name of the stranger, but I couldn't confirm it since it never came from his lips. I could only shake my head as I thought of last night. The bishop lowered his head. "Well, he's not the first stranger to come to our gates. All we can do is our best for him. And from what I heard, you and the men of the Night Watch certainly did just that, so thank you for all you do, Mr. Young." I accepted the gratitude, admired his humility and understanding nature in as few words as possibly, without seeming overtly weird. Then the man stepped away, to gather with some of the other elders, as Mr. Mathers stepped up to me. "What a guy, huh?" Mr. Mathers asked, as the bishop joined a group of temple officials socializing in the museum. I continued to observe the people around us as I replied robotically, "Yeah, just like I heard he is." After briefly catching the eyes of the constable, I saw him give a subtle wave, and I nodded back before he returned to the conversation around him. The voice of Mr. Mathers entered my ears again. "Is it strange how well I know the bishop when I've only been here for 5 years and you've lived here your whole life?" I met his eyes and already replied, "Yeah, it's strange. Sorta," before I saw the grin on his face. I smiled at the joke, but it was clear to him that my mind was still elsewhere as he asked me, "Speaking of how long we have been in this town, why are you and your lackey still here? I figured you'd have gone out for lunch." Remembering what I was actually doing while he was at the meeting, I said more defensively than I probably should have, "We were just about to do that." "I thought you were heading to a meeting?" He gestured around at all the men in the room. "It's over now, pal. I didn't know it would be held upstairs, but the second floor has a conference room they just put together, and the elders decided to host the meeting here. It's a nice room upstairs, great view of the town square from up there, plenty of room, and I can show you upstairs if you like." I watched the room begin to clear as the religious leaders slowly began to end their prospective conversations and depart out the front door. More and more people left, and I found myself once more lost in thought about everything I had read, about the brief conversation with Mordecai, and the few short words with Mr. Mathers. All seemed to be business as usual across all of New Canaan, and here Mr. Mathers was asking me if I would like to see the nice little conference room on the second floor of the museum building. I finally turned to face him, and when I did, I could see him still waiting for an answer to the question he asked with the usual innocence on his face. But I couldn't stop myself from giving him a near plea for answers about what he knew. The question rang in my mind again. "While I'm away, Could you find the file box marked BR-346-22-BBPC? Mr. Mathers knew what was in that box. Whether or not he knew the specific contents or not was irrelevant. He knew what had happened last night and who the stranger was. But why was he acting like it was nothing? His face morphed into a concern once more the longer I stared at him until finally I croaked out, "Look, I think I need to talk to you about something. Some of that stuff down there in the archive." At that, his face hadn't changed. All he did was lean to the right and give nods at the people behind me. It was a nod of sympathy, a nod that told me it was only Duncan and Joseph leaning against the wall, not understanding anything other than how miserably bored they were. The deacon looked back at me and said only, "We'll talk later. For now, go get some food and spend the rest of the day at home. It can't do you any good to be stuck in that basement all day. I'll come to your home later and we can talk about whatever you need. Just get some food first. Remember the angel that came to Elijah, and don't stress yourself about anything. Take care of yourself and we'll talk soon. I promise." I glanced back, saw my son and the young guardsman leaning against the wall as if to say they were waiting on me, and all my curiosities left for the moment as I was reminded of my responsibilities to take care of myself and others. Without anything more than a nod back at Mr. Mathers, the agreement was made, and I took my son and Mr. Schmidt out of the museum into the new Canaan town square at a little past midday. 1 hour later. It really is surprising how a little bit of food and a change of scenery can do wonders for your mental state. Problems before eating aren't that big a deal once some food is in the stomach, and you can approach the rest of your worries with a clear and focused mind. I had a great lunch with my boy and the young guardsman, but in the end, the sun was a little lower in the west, and Joseph was excited to go home and play, while Duncan was excited to do literally anything other than return to that basement. Joseph's friends were still in school by the time we began the walk home, and he was looking forward to ruling the whole block until school let out. But along the way home from Leslie's little bakery, I remembered that I still had one last thing to do before returning home. It was what I promised the constable I would do last night. I had to pick up some medications to aid in my healing from Dr. Franklin, and it was remembering this that made my heart nearly stop once more. I froze in place on the street back home, and when I was asked by Duncan what the issue was, I briefly considered having them come with me because the idea of being so close to the burned man frightened me for some unexplainable reason. Then I thought about just having Duncan go fetch the meds for me, and as good an idea as that was, I, for some reason, couldn't utter it. My mouth and mind were on different trains of thought because despite everything I was thinking, I told Duncan, "Can you take Joseph the rest of the way home? I need to visit Dr. Franklin outside the gate. The constable said she would have some medications for me to pick up after I was done with Mr. Mathers." I was mortified when Duncan replied, "I know. I'm pretty sure I was the one who told you that, but whatever, you got it, Chief," and immediately began to depart with Joseph at his side. I stood there in the middle of the street for several seconds after they left, not even hearing it when Duncan said he was going to go straight to something after dropping off Joseph. It was probably just to check in with Doyle, but I didn't hear anything else until he said sarcastically, "Tell the burned man I said, 'What up?'" By the time those words entered my ears, I was watching him start to race Joseph down the street, and there I stood until I was brought back to the present by the sound of the gates lowering down the south road. Once more my mind was entirely elsewhere, as I made my way down the south street from the town square straight toward the gate to the market. I tried with all my might to focus on what I needed to do without anything else. Running on autopilot, my body and mouth greeted the passers-by warmly. I said hello to the guard patrols and gate crews. I even walked with Richard Stanley and his guardsmen for several minutes, catching up with him about something. I again couldn't tell you. I was only thinking. Get to Dr. Franklin. Get my meds. Tell Joshua Graham that Mr. Schmidt says what up. Ask him about why he thought he could return to New Canaan after all the atrocities he's committed. No. Get to Dr. Graham, Franklin. Ask her for burn cream. No. Get to Dr. Franklin. Tell Joshua that we forgive him. No. Such a simple thing I had to do, I neglected to even consider whether or not the man was awake. Or if the skinless stranger was even Joshua Graham, for that matter. Yesterday was just a coincidence, right? God choosing to remain anonymous in my life. The man I helped bring in last night was probably just a survivor from a raided caravan. Some tribal raiders down south are known to use the occasional flamethrower. The story I heard about Graham's end was just a story. I read the letters. Joshua and Edward were best friends. They conquered the whole Southwest for decades. They were best buds. I'm sure Edward was a bit miffed by Joshua losing that battle at the dam down south, but I'm sure they worked it out like best pals do. Plus, even if the stories about his fiery execution were true, there's no way a man could survive getting set on fire and tossed into the Grand Canyon. There's no way the Lord would spare a man who defied him the way Joshua Graham did, especially in such a fashion. Unless, of course, God was not through with his plans for such a man of such great sin. These were my last thoughts before I felt my hand on the doorknob to Dr. Franklin's little clinic outside the walls. My heart skipped a beat when I heard John Langdon say from behind, "Anyway, Nate and I will leave you be. You get well, Lieutenant Young, and make sure that Stranger is all right." A brief glance behind showed Nate and John turn to resume their patrol of the busy market grounds, and I was going to ask how long I'd been talking to them when I decided not to. I did watch them continue along, Nate talking loudly about his suggestions for a gift basket of some sort before they disappeared into the crowd, and then I turned the doorknob to Dr. Franklin's clinic. Stepping inside, I was immediately greeted by Dr. Franklin wiping her hands on the apron around her dress as she stepped behind the wooden counter. "Good to see you, Mr. Young. I take it you've been having a calm day? No more spontaneous bleeding, I presume?" My eyes took in the dim shack clinic, all the healing instruments and tools on shelves behind the counter, and daylight from outside pouring in through the foggy windows. It had been a while since I was here, ever since the White Leg ambush a month ago, but I remembered the place being more welcoming. My eyes lingered on the open doorway to the patient area that seemed almost pitch black from where I was standing in the day-lightened, musty little lobby. I met her eyes, saw the flakes of blood on her apron, and said, "I'm doing just fine now. I was even just fine last night, but I suppose the wound opened and it freaked out the constable." "That'll happen," said Dr. Franklin as she seemed more focused on the patient charts atop the counter. "It was probably just reopened from chaffing against your vest all day. I see that doesn't sway you, though." I felt the heavy black tactical vest on my person full of equipment I rarely used even on patrol days. I probably should have gone without it today, especially since I was on my behind there in the archives for what felt like the whole day. I shrugged the thoughts out of my mind and said to the doctor, "Force of habit. You can still vouch for me to the constable. I can't stand light duty. Idle hands do the enemy's work and all that." "I hear you," said the doctor, still more focused on the patient charts. A silence lingered before she glanced up and said, "Speaking of the constable, I got something I'm supposed to give you." At that, she pulled something up from below the cabinet and placed it on the countertop. It was a syringe bearing the gauge and familiar look of a typical Stimpack. Another moment passed before she looked up at me and asked, "Can you do it yourself or you want me?" I rolled my sleeve up and took a seat on the little fold-out waiting chair next to me, and she was already maneuvering around the counter. "Not much experience," said I as she stepped up and uncapped the syringe. She flicked the needle's end and said as she tied a band around my arm, "I've met mercs who refuse stims trying to be tough, but y'all guardsmen's aversion to them is still somewhat strange if you ask me." The doctor held up my arm. "We try not to rely on them. Plus, some in the community of faith don't believe in such medicines. I don't personally have an issue with them unless it's an emergency. Which this isn't, but constable's orders." She gripped the end of the band in her teeth as she sank the needle into my arm, replying, "Yeah, this ain't no emergency now, but if anything, this'll help finish what the first one started a month ago." The plunger was pressed all the way down. She removed the needle, released the band with a snap, and I immediately felt the strange sensation that came with a Stimpack serum's miraculous repair work all over my body. As I asked, "Is it usual for Stimpack-healed wounds to reopen so easily after so long? I've been fine for the most part since I left your clinic a month ago, and I'm not sure why the wound reopened last night, especially since I wasn't breaking boulders." She stood over me and wiped the end of the needle before opening up one of her childish sticky bandages with the Vault Boy on it. She pressed it to my arm, grinned at the silly bandage on a lieutenant of the guard, and said in thought, "Not unusual, I guess. Just not often. Some folks get so badly beat up that they need a couple stims just to get through the same firefight." She paused, and I think we were both wondering if it was possible for someone to overdose on Stimpaks, since I heard of similar situations out there. After a moment, she added, Kinda like your friend you brought in last night. My boys and I doped him up real good and gave him another stim after he got here and nothing. I can't say I'd ever even heard of someone immune to the effects of meds and chems like the ones we gave him. After a short respite, I'd all but forgotten about the man I recovered, the man I researched, and the man whose identity I refused to admit I knew. But the doctor's words reminded me of the same thing I saw last night. The effects of a healing drug, and how it didn't have the ability to heal such a man. I looked up to the doctor and asked, "How is he? Do you know his name? How did he ended up like that?" She looked a bit puzzled at the way I asked that, but looked at the ceiling in thought for a moment before saying, "The boys said they got some food in him, and he was able to sit up after we got the bandages on him, but no chit-chat. He doesn't seem in a talking mood, so we hadn't tried, honestly." Dr. Franklin was already moving back to her spot behind the counter, but passing the entryway to the patient room. She took a long look in there before continuing on. Noticing this made me look once more towards that dark entryway, but even in the short time I spent looking, I felt a rush of cold wash over me before I looked back at the doctor. Standing over the papers on her counter, she was staring at me as if to ask if I needed anything else. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even stand to depart like I wanted to, and just before I could ask the doctor for help since something seemed so wrong with me, she asked what I was least expecting. "Want to go meet the stranger?" My blood froze, and I couldn't discern where all this fear in me was coming from, even if I was the only one in New Canaan who knew the significance of this man's identity. I wanted to reply but couldn't. I only met the eyes of the doctor and watched her raise a hand pointing toward the entryway as she added, "Go pop in and say hello if you want. I think he's still out, but he's been getting visitors all day." I wanted to ask who he's been meeting with, but I still couldn't speak at the idea of going in there to see the burned and broken body of the biggest stain on our community's history. My curiosity was answered when she said what an unclouded mind would have already known. Why so many of the townies have been leaving gifts for the stranger is still a custom of you people I fail to understand, Burns or no. At last she was done speaking, and still the question remained, do I go in or not? I sat there thinking about my son at home with my wife and the young guardsman, likely now going about some other task for Doyle or the constable. I thought of what I had told my wife earlier this morning, and how I promised I would talk with her about what I said last night. I knew that I had mentioned the stranger's true name, but whether or not she believed my words were a product of delirium or not, I couldn't have that talk with her. I couldn't have it until I knew for sure. Despite everything running through my mind, and despite everything I knew inside, I had to hear it. So, I finally looked up to the doctor and said, "Sure, I'll say hello." I asked myself again and again why I said that, and wondered why I was standing myself up. The doctor got back to work at the counter, and I approached the dark entryway to the patient section of the clinic shack only to watch the darkness miraculously vanish as soon as I stepped foot on the other side. I entered the room, seeing the whole room lit up by lanterns and daylight from the small windows, and began forward. Stepping past 3 rows of beds and the slim little dividers, I saw 2 of the beds occupied by what looked like tribesmen lying in deep sleep, and passing the next one, I saw one of the doctor's assistants from last night talking in hushed tone to a traitor-looking man in a wide hat. Just as I passed the 4th row, I nearly collided with the other assistant, who apologized and greeted me by name in whispers, before saying with a smile, "If you're looking for the stranger you brought in, he's 2 more down, corner bed." My mind was a swarm, and I didn't know what else was happening before I found myself standing in the opening to the final patient bed, and staring at the man from last night, lying completely on his back, and covered in bandages just like Mr. Schmidt said earlier that morning. My heart nearly skipped a beat once more when I thought he was awake, but a closer look showed me his eyes were closed, and there my eyes went to the little cubicle he occupied. There were at least 7 tattered old baskets, each full of a random assortment of foods and bottled drinks, each one dotted with some kind of 200-year-old ointments or burn lotions. I stepped further into the room, reading and recognizing the names on the baskets. This one is from the Upson family. This one is from the Morales family. I read the names, thinking of the families and how these gestures were so like them before I could wonder how so many had heard about the stranger. Me and the night guardsmen brought in only last night. There would likely be more to come, but when I was done, I found myself sitting on the open chair next to the bedside operating cabinet and staring at the dim lantern burning on the wall above. I stared at that light for a long time, seeing the burned and bandaged man's chest rising slowly up and down in my peripherals again and again and again and again. Chapter 6. The Prodigal Son, Part 3. Hours later. I don't know how long exactly I sat there in that room, but I could tell that Dr. Franklin's orderlies began to wonder that themselves right alongside me. I knew it was a long time only by the light coming in from the windows becoming less and less bright. All I was thinking about the whole time was how I was still most likely the only one in New Canaan who pieced together the burned stranger's identity. As much as I thought about that, and as long as I thought about it, no amount of thoughts could lead me to any conclusion about what to do with that information, if it was a returned stray, as I saw his chest rise and fall in my peripherals over and over and over again. I was right in my earlier assessment. I was by no means the last visitor of the day for the mysterious burned man, and my body said hello to everyone who stumbled into the patient cubicle that afternoon to leave a gift for the unfortunate soul. There must have been about 4 or 5 new people from the town who did so after my arrival, each one asking me how I was doing, why I was here, how the man was holding up, and how I was holding up. A couple of them asked what I knew about the stranger, and I don't remember what I would say exactly, but I know I didn't reveal that truth I knew inside. Most, however, just left their gifts in one of the few unoccupied spaces around the patient bed and went about their way. All the while, and when I wasn't replying robotically to the new arrivals, I continued to stare at that light, watch the bandaged chest rise and fall, and think. Why I was waiting for so long, I did not know exactly. Part of me believed I could have gone home, enjoyed my light duty, and done some things around the house, but still, I sat. The minutes and eventual hours would continue to pass, and there wasn't anything I could do about it other than await the answer that part of me that controlled my actions needed to hear. Await the moment I could hear that confession about the man's true identity. Would he deny it? Would he play ignorant? Would he become angry, remorseful? Who knew? Finally, the end of the day was drawing near. What my wife and children were thinking, wondering where I was, or why, I could not even contemplate. I watched the light turn red in the setting sun as the beams from outside faded further away only to be replaced evermore by the glow of the amber lanterns. It was around this time where the trance that held me captive for so long finally released its grip on me for a moment. The man gave a cough to clear his throat, signifying the only unique sound within the cubicle in what I imagined was several hours. My eyes turned from the light of the lantern to the man slowly and ever so painfully sitting his bandaged body up, forcing more of that cough in an apparent effort to clear his throat. He sat himself up further, scanning the length of his body exposed by the cloth blanket, and then he turned his head straight at me, his eyes meeting mine and shining at me like I wouldn't have believed. The memory of my dream flashed before me again. This time it was the dream made reality, a face wrapped in tattered white cloth, the burns still visible through the wide eye slit, and those eyes stared into me as blue as the dream. I must have kept my composure, but still felt my heart beating faster than it should have, and there I felt a wave of fear wash over me that I couldn't explain. The world slowed in the short moment, until the man winced at the adjustment he made to his arm. Then he spoke to me, as if he hadn't spoken or used his voice for anything other than screams in agony for months. Deep, soft, and gritty like audible gravel, the burned man said straight to me,
You're the man who helped me.
He swallowed painfully before adding,
Last night, correct?
I saw his eyes turn to the water bottle on the bedside table and reflexively handed it to him, staying silent and nodding as I watched the man look over the various gift baskets and buckets around his bed. He continued to scan the room as he opened the bottle. With his free hand, I watched him hesitate before doing what he knew he needed to do. He lowered the bandage from over his mouth and forced the bottle down his throat. I watched the tears arise and choke him as he tilted the bottle. The tears poured from his eyes just as fast as the liquid went down his throat, and the silent struggle told me that every part of that simple act was pure misery. Finally, he squeezed the bottle when it was completely empty and threw it across the room as though he couldn't get rid of it fast enough, or as if it had intentionally caused him great pain. The act of drinking that water was so painful that he immediately fell back onto the pillow and breathed heavily as can be for several long moments. collecting himself and suppressing every desire to scream in pain. He lay there breathing heavily, and I continued to watch him in silence before I felt the words leave my lips. "It's that painful for you, is it?" His chest rose up and down as he stared at the ceiling for a full minute after I spoke. Then his eyes glanced back down towards me before returning to that spot on the ceiling as he replied softly between the heavy breaths.
"Every minute, every action. It is all far too much."
Another long silence ensued, and the air between us became still as can be. Just as I remembered from the previous night, everything I saw told me the exact same thing his words just said. I could only just watch as the breaths became less and less heavy. The collection of himself was a slow but steady process, and still, the light from outside got dimmer and dimmer with the setting sun until he finally managed to sit himself up on the bed again, only wincing slightly at the continued pain of his existence. When he was sitting upright, he looked to the ceiling and muttered something I couldn't discern if I were 3 feet closer, and his mouth wasn't wrapped. It wasn't long before his eyes returned to my own, and without any thought, I involuntarily sought another confession about the truth of his experience. "How did you end up like this? What happened to you?" His eyes broke from mine, and he looked to the stool across the room beside the entryway. He gulped as if preparing for another painful vocal response, and all he said was,
"I got what I deserved."
Then his chest began to rise and fall heavily once again. My mind was a completely blank slate at this moment. I wasn't able to consider anything, or tell you what I was thinking for the life of me. Like I had been the whole afternoon, my body was acting and my mind was gone. I simply had no idea that I would be talking to this man when I woke up this morning, or what I would say. The more I tried to think about what I would say, the more my mind wouldn't let me. Every part of me wanted to just go home and lay with my wife at my side, go to bed and wake up tomorrow morning like this whole day was a dream. But it wasn't. This was the waking world. This was an encounter I wanted no part in, but didn't have the ability to refuse when the spirit took control. I only shocked myself when I said to the man, "That answer isn't good enough. What happened to you?" His eyes met mine, and his eyes between the bandages pleaded with me to stop even though he couldn't say so. The words I spoke above echoed in my mind, and realizing what they were, I literally felt my face. I was expecting to feel a face creased with lines of seriousness. Instead, my face was completely and unmistakably calm, friendly, concerned, not demanding of anything despite the harshness of the words I spoke. All the while, the man's eyes pleaded with me to put an end to these simple but horrendously painful questions. Despite the bandage-wrapped face staring back at me, I could picture the face beneath, as if the wrapping wasn't there. The man staring and pleading with me was not the legate of Caesar's legion. He was not the general and conqueror of the Southwest, the black stain on the community of faith, the subject of tribal stories too brutal and vulgar to even describe, or anything. The man staring at me was a mortal man, a man who failed his true Lord just like I myself. And every person who knew the Lord does every day. His sin, despite the number, despite the scale, was no different than mine or anyone's regardless of what the world may say. But here I was, sitting in the seat I was not worthy of sitting upon and demanding his confession on behalf of the Lord. I tried my best, yet still always failed to serve. Yet my mind, my true mortal mind, remained elsewhere in this moment. My body, was not my own. It was merely being used like the vessel it was for the purposes of something larger than I could handle. My mind took off for home, running out of the clinic and through the gates of New Canaan as my mouth demanded again like the tool it was. "What happened to you?" The burned and bandaged man clenched his fists in the blanket but didn't dare look away from me. I saw this, and again mentally bolted for the exit as he sneered in unbearable pain.
"Why are you so understanding?"
He swallowed, feeling the inferno engulf his body again.
"Why do you ask these things with care on your face?"
"There's care on my face?" I thought to myself. Again, hearing the echoing words like the stern demand they were, I felt my face once more only to feel the muscles completely relaxed. Then I said to him what my mind had been keeping in the background all day, before considering the possibility of this, and if it could even happen in my normal life. I demanded from the fire-wrapped man on the hospital bed, the reason I had not gone home this day, why I sat with him the whole afternoon, and why everything I did and experienced this day happened in order for me to sit here. I told the man, "I need to hear you say it." At that, he broke from me and fell back onto the pillow. His arms moved like he wanted to cover his face, but perhaps it was the pain that prevented him from doing so. His chest began to rise and fall heavily again, and his eyes remained locked on the ceiling above. More silence passed. I had already mentally returned home for the 70th time, but I could not move, and the broken man was all I could see in the glow of the lantern and darkness outside. I don't know how long the moment was, but the light from outside was almost gone, and the amber of the lanterns around us was all there was to illuminate this moment, seemingly surrounded by a world so dark. I couldn't tell you how long this short exchange of words was, or how long the silence lasted after my previous words. All I knew was that I was still very distant from this man and everything I found myself saying when he said to that ceiling,
"So you know who I am? You know what happened to me?"
All I could say was again, "I need to hear you say it." He looked down from the ceiling, seeing my face had not changed. A part of me knew that the man watching him was not necessarily the same guy who entered the clinic. I believe he knew that it wasn't necessarily me who required these answers. He knew that the one inhabiting my body at this moment was the one who inhabits everyone who knows him, the one who will take control when we are not needed in particular moments. It's sometimes hard to feel it, but sometimes it is possible to know that certain moments in your life are not being lived by you, and the words of Galatians 2:20 begin to make sense. It was not I who sat before the prodigal needing him to confess himself before a brother. It was Christ who lives in me, and he demanded the confession before Joshua Graham could even begin to repent in the company of his true family. Staring into my eyes, the burned man said in painful resignation,
"I will. All I ask is that you bring me to the heart before I do."
I nodded in agreement, even though I had no idea what I was agreeing to, and the burned man broke from his gaze to look back at the ceiling. All at once, I felt completely present, and I looked around the room and back at the burned man, about to ask, "Wait, what is it I was going to do for you?" Just as the first syllable left my lips, a shout from behind said, "Hi, Dad!" Before I could turn around, I felt the arms of Joseph wrap around my neck, and the unexpected voice brought me even more to the present. Just as I stood and turned around, I saw my wife and Michelle stepping through the opening to the burned man's little room. I saw the metal pail full of food items and trinkets similar to the other gifts around the room in Michelle's hands, and Joseph clung to my neck as my wife said softly, "Shh, Joseph. Keep it down, there are other patients resting here." Joseph immediately began yelling about all the trouble he got himself in before school for the other kids got out, and Danny apologized to the burned man as I stood there in slight bewilderment. Danny said, "I'm so sorry for the disturbance, sir. I'm sure you know how little boys can be." Danny looked at me and ushered Michelle into the room.
"It's all right, ma'am,"
said the burned man. Michelle's eyes lingered on me for a moment as she placed the pail next to the foot of the bed and returned to her mother's side by the entrance. Joseph broke his grip on me and began whispering at the stranger about how he looked like a mummy. Before I could shoo Joseph away from the burned legate, prodigal, missionary translator, I was already being pulled towards my wife by her calm demeanor and questioning eyes. She motioned for Michelle to take care of Joseph and offer the stranger anything, while she wordlessly pulled me past the divider to the walkway. I glanced towards the lobby entryway, still seeing Dr. Franklin mulling over papers on the counter, and placed myself against the wall, distant from the burned man's patient bay. A brief glance out the foggy windows showed it was dark out and the street lanterns around the market were burning. I could hear whispers going on around the burned man's bed, but I couldn't think about that for long as I felt the eyes on the side of my head. I looked at my wife, seeing her beautiful green eyes and freckles illuminated in the lantern light, and saw the same face as the one I saw last night as I returned home with my torso wrapped in bloody bandages. Meeting her eyes, she asked me softly and full of worry, "Are you okay, Paul? Joseph said you were just going to pick up some medications, but you've been gone for hours. Have you been here the whole time?" I couldn't look away when I saw my wife's pretty face twisted with worry, and grappled to keep my thoughts on focus for a moment before saying to her calmly, "Yes, I've been here all day. I'm sorry for being so late. I just lost track of time and felt responsible for checking up on the man I helped bring in last night." He seems to be doing all right." Her face fell and she nodded understandingly as I felt her arm wrap gently around my torso. She held me tight and looked towards the entryway, hearing the whispers. From where we were standing, she and I could only see the legs of both Michelle and Joseph, apparently kneeling before the stranger's bed, and the whispers began to make sense, as the faint words of prayer were heard in the whispers. I continued to embrace my wife in the silent moment, not sure what she was thinking as my thoughts were split between her arrival and what I promised the burned man. At last, I felt Danny's head move from its spot on my breast, and there she asked in a soft voice, "I'm so proud of you, Paul." I went to kiss her head as we kept our eyes on the feet of our children, but I knew there was more. As soon as my lips left her head, she said to me, "I didn't want to do this here, but I've been worried about you all day, and what you said last night." She lifted her head off of me and faced me with that same look of concern on her face. Trying to remember what I said and how I should reply, she asked, "What did you mean when you said that?" She glanced not towards the entryway to the man's patient bay, but towards the lobby entryway before finishing. "That man in there, was he harmed by the Legion?" I felt my eyebrow raise, asking, "What do you mean?" She continued to look at me in an almost terrified state and appeared to be slightly trembling, unable to understand my confusion as she explained, "Yesterday evening, Doyle came to our house waiting for you to return, saying something about a scouting report he was to go over with you. Then Mr. Schmidt barges in to haul him away, saying they were getting the constable and that the night guard needed them. Next thing I know, you're coming home long after your shift, and you end the night saying that Joshua Graham's returned or something." I couldn't say anything. She knew this, and when her words didn't garner a single sound, she grabbed me with both arms and said, "Paul, I know you have your duties for the guard, but if the Legion is marching this way, you need to tell me. We have a family to think about. You need to tell the others. We need to reach out to our allies and—" "Oh, God." She bit her hand, unable to go on out of sheer panic about such an idea. Once all her words had registered in my brain, I replied. I really didn't want to, but my first response to her concerns was to snort in laughter. Thankfully, I was able to catch it, but not before the amusement on my face made hers twist into a look of anger I'd only seen 2 or 3 times since marrying her. She was about to demand what was so funny when I had collected myself and asked her with a straight face, "Who's that man in there?" She threw her hands up, still recovering from the short burst of anger. I could see her mind was still swarming with all kinds of thoughts, none making any less sense than the thoughts I'd been considering all day. She answered with a puff, "I don't know." "Someone the Legion maimed on the march?" I snorted again and swatted myself because I again didn't want to do that. She glared at me and I remembered exactly what I said last night. I was still trying to figure out how she could take those words, "Joshua Graham's returned as Graham's, leading forces here." I could not imagine. I again was still trying to figure out this connection she made, and didn't even consider the repercussions when my mouth said to her a reminder of what I really said. I said, "Joshua Graham's returned last night, not his Legion is coming." I would have slapped my hand over my mouth if the instant effect of my words on her face didn't leave me in paralysis. I watched that beautiful, slightly frustrated and unnerved face twist into the coldest and most terrified expression I'd ever seen inhabit her countenance. Her trembling from earlier had ceased, and she was too petrified in fright as my words hit her. I watched her slowly turn towards the patient bay, where our children were still kneeling before the legate in prayer. I felt her grip on my abdomen tighten like a death grip without any regard for my wound, and knew she was too stunned to run in there and rush her babies out of that room or ask me to say it wasn't so. As ridiculous as it may sound, I still had that faint doubt inside that the burned stranger in there really was Joshua Graham, even though every fiber of my being and the Spirit of the Lord that inhabited me earlier said it was so. You can call it denial. Still, it was at this moment that I checked myself out mentally and walked home with my wife saying, "You got it from here, Lord. I can't handle this," when I actually said to my wife, "Keep calm. I'm going to help him tonight." She turned to me whiter than a sheet, stammering, "But what should I? What are you? How can he—" I embraced her tighter and said with her head pressed to my chest, "Don't worry about it. Just take Michelle home. I'll be home later tonight and have no fear. Everything will make sense soon, I promise." I again had no idea what I was going to do, why I promised that or anything, but I felt her release her grip, look at me, and wiped something from her eye before asking, "You're taking Joseph with you?" "Yes. We'll be home together once I've finished with Joshua." I immediately asked myself internally, why was I keeping Joseph around? And what am I going to do with Joshua? Before my internal bewilderment could show on my face, my wife nodded at me and said, "Okay, honey, I trust you." Still not knowing exactly what I promised my wife, I could only watch from the sidelines as my wife entered the patient bay of the burned man, and I maneuvered over to the entryway, just in time to see my eldest daughter and my youngest child laughing and giggling beside the burned man's bed. I had no idea what they were laughing or talking about, but even seeing the burned body of Joshua Graham sitting up as if the pain were nothing, and joining them in the amusement, almost gave me the urge to vomit for some inexplicable reason. I was too astonished to say or even hear anything, but I could watch as my wife broke up the little gathering around the bedside by taking Michelle by the shoulder and walking her out of the room. Joseph got up to run out the door with his mom and sister, but Danny told him to stay put and come home with his father. I took another step into the cubicle, and just before Danny gave me a peck on the cheek with the words, "See you tonight," I saw the face of my beautiful daughter apparently blushing and leaving the wrapped man with the sweet words, "We hope to see you again soon, sir." Every fiber of my being wanted to ask what on earth my daughter and son were talking about with the Legion's former legate, but I couldn't as my wife and daughter disappeared out of the room, leaving me with Joseph and the burned man. My eyes returned to the young boy hopping up and down in the middle of the room beside the bed, and even though Joshua remained motionless, I could see underneath the bandages and the smile on his face. As soon as we met eyes again, the weight of the air in the room was enough to crush someone, and it apparently did so as evidenced by Joseph, who cut what he was saying to the man short by turning to me, making that smile on his face instantly disappear. I stepped closer. Joseph became less hyper, and I took my place on the chair I occupied the whole afternoon. Joseph hovered by my side as the silence lingered between the man and I. After a long moment, Joseph took a seat on the floor beside my feet and began playing with that string from earlier when the burned man said to me calmly, with that pain still a whisper behind the words,
"You have a lovely family, Paul."
He paused, apparently seeing something on my face as he added,
"Don't look too surprised. Your children told me your name."
I couldn't think of what to say, still wondering what my children were talking and laughing about with him, and trying to remember what I was apparently supposed to do for him or with him. Something involving Joseph for some reason, I thought, as I still tried to figure out why I told my wife I wanted my young son with me for it. As I was trying to figure out what that was exactly, Joseph said from the floor, "What's your name, mister?" "I think Michelle has a crush on you." Wherever my mind was, it returned in a flash at that, and the words made the man actually chuckle as thoughts of my blushing daughter made me sick, puzzled, horrified, and amused at the same time. The sound of this man laughing at Joseph's suggestion would have been funny if I didn't know internally who he was, what happened to him, and see the pain rushing from his eyes at the laugh. Joseph's eyes went to me, mentally asking if he should apologize after seeing how much pain his boyish words put his new friend in. Joshua collected himself as the momentary silence lingered, and the boy expectedly never apologized. Once Joshua was collected, I'd all but forgotten Michelle's seeming infatuation with the scorched man and added on to Joseph's question. "I too am curious about your name. I don't believe we'd gotten that far in our introductions." I remained waiting for an answer, but part of me knew it wouldn't come as Joseph asked the man a different question. "Do you have kids, mister?" I would have reprimanded the boy since I still required an answer to the question I asked, but the burned man's eyes focused on me even more as he decided he would answer the new one. With his gaze on me, he said to the boy,
"No, son. I don't have any children."
He paused, clearly pained by the words. Then he said,
"But there were many who relied on me in the past. Many with childlike minds. Many who could hardly be blamed for what they do."
Joseph went on saying how he was blamed for many things he does and doesn't do all the time, but his words seemed to vanish in the background as the burned man and I locked eyes. As Joseph went on more to himself than anything, I found myself saying to the man, "I still need to hear you say your name." The boy went on, and the man cringed in pain. He knew what he had to do, and so did I, even when he answered.
"You already know my name, Paul."
The boy continued talking, more to himself now that he realized there was something happening between his father and this stranger. The man said after a short silence,
"Forgive me, but..."
He paused again, and Joseph went completely quiet as the silence consumed the world around us three. Then the burned stranger reminded me of what I promised earlier.
"Take me inside, and I promise I will tell you what you need to know."
Just then, out of the corner of my eyes, I could see Joseph's eyes going to me, then to the burned man, back and forth wondering what was happening. Without any more words, Joshua held out his arms, and I still didn't know what I was promising to do as I stood myself up, grabbed his arms, and hoisted him up off the bed till he was on his feet. The burned man let out another cry in pain. Joseph shook in fear, asking what was happening, where we were going, and why. I wanted to explain to the boy, but I didn't have the words or the idea of what I was doing myself. As I had done the whole day, I was acting autonomously, even as Dr. Franklin and her helpers came into the room asking what we were doing. The orderlies tried to tell him and I that he wasn't in a condition to move around. That was evident by the amount of pain I could feel emanating from his body as I propped him out of the room, down the hall, and towards the door. Dr. Franklin and her assistants tried to get him and I to stop as Joseph followed along, and I don't know what I told them to make them back off, but I did hear it when the burned man said through the screaming sobs,
"Don't you dare put me back."
I remember the doctor retreating behind the counter, telling her assistants to let me go. Then I pushed open the door to the clinic, and with the burned, wrapped, and broken body of Joshua Graham propped up by me and me alone, we entered the streets outside the wall, as that little boy followed us, unsure what else to do. I don't remember much more. We passed so many people, all of them likely asking me what I was doing, or saying that the clinic was in the opposite direction. I don't know what I said to the gate crews or night guard, but the gates into town were open before us, and down the dusty streets we went. The man continued to scream in pain, muffling his cries into my arm when he could, and even though his pain seemed loud enough to wake the whole town, the streets remained vacant this time of night. I remember seeing the occasional lights turn on in some of the buildings we passed, but could not hear anything other than the muffled shouts and deep, heavy breathing of the suffering man I carried along. Inching further and further down the main street, straight towards the town square we went, and the strain of carrying him with his arm around my neck sent my mind again elsewhere, until it at last returned, just as I pushed open the heavy doors to the temple. We entered the place I unknowingly promised to take him, and the doors shut behind us with a crash. The man fell from my grip onto the large rug in the center of the reception area, and Joseph stood by the door still confused, worried, and wondering what was happening as I took the moment to catch my breath and collect myself. I would have immediately helped the man up, but the view around me had taken me off guard and captured my attention, as my breathing slowed from having carried him for so far. I had never seen the inside of the temple after nighttime, or at least when all the lights were off. The rows and rows of pews sat vacant beyond the archway into the congregation, and I nearly jumped when I thought I heard someone else inside. But I realized the noise was only the echoing sound of the doors shutting, the sound traveling through the tall halls and disappearing into the black ceiling. I followed the sound up and up above the great open room, but stopped upon seeing the stained glass on the far end high above the organ pipes. I looked beyond the dark church halls and straight into that mass of blue, yellow, red, and green glass, the only thing that made the inside of this place illuminated. Staring up at the glass on the far wall, the light came in as one singular color despite the variation, and there I could see the vaguest outline of the moon beyond the glass, shining into this place and emphasizing the black cross in the center of those glass colors that surrounded it. My attention fell from the moonlit stained glass when the man huffed and puffed there on the floor beside me and said painfully,
"Thank you so much, Paul."
I felt the emptiness of the room, glanced at my son still standing by the door, and then at the burned and wrapped man on his hands and knees atop a woven rug. I don't know where the words came from, but my only response to the burned man was, "Don't thank me, thank Christ." I stopped, hearing the distant noise outside. I couldn't discern what it was exactly, but my eyes went to the group of communion stands on the left-hand side of the entryway. Despite the occasion, I inexplicably thought, so that's where they keep them before service. An idle thought that didn't mean anything other than the fact that mentally I was still somewhere else. But my view of the familiar objects ended when the man rose to his feet, giving a pained groan, and my eyes followed him as he stumbled further into the building, under the large archway, and straight down the central rug between the long rows of so many pews. I found myself placed right under the archway, standing motionless as I watched him stumble even further towards the pulpit and stained glass on the far wall, bearing the moonlit cross staring down at us. Watching Joshua proceed further and further, I saw the white cross emblazoned on the podium, reflecting what little light there was in this grand hall. Watching him pass more and more rows of pews, limping, groaning, and stumbling, as if each step were beyond agonizing. Halfway there, I felt Joseph beside me, and then felt it as he wrapped his arms around my leg, silently taking in the same view as me. There was nothing either of us could say as Joshua limped his way closer and closer toward that cross, but just before he reached the short steps up to the podium, my senses returned for a single second, just to realize the sound from earlier was the sound of a crowd outside the heavy doors behind us. I took several steps further into the building, past a few rows with my boy beside me, and just when we stopped, Joshua collapsed onto the steps before the podium. I don't know if it was the silence of the dark temple at night, the acoustics of the room, or if I was simply just meant to hear it, but even the distant noise from outside vanished when I heard the burned man begin to sob in the most painful-sounding way I had ever heard. The sounds of pain I heard today and the night before were nothing when he was kneeling before the cross of the podium and illuminated by the cross in the stained glass high above. The piercing wail echoed through the halls. I felt Joseph cling to me tighter, and on the other end of the room, I heard almost like a pleading and desperate whisper.
I am so sorry, Lord. I never should have left you. Please forgive me.
Almost every word was punctuated by a burst of such painful sobs, and I had no idea what to think or do. Hearing those wails and seeing the man collapsed on the stairs beneath the crosses, my mind did not know what to say or do, even if I didn't feel that strange paralysis come over me again at the sight. My mind ran through every word of those letters I read, and images of what I imagined Legion conquests to be like flashed before my mind. I saw the fires, the blood, the vicious battles, slaughters, the horrors of occupation and enslavement. I could only imagine when I met refugees who told me their stories out in the wastes with tears in their eyes. The sounds of battle and the screams of the suffering from so many went through my ears as the image before me in the present day showed me how real my imaginings truly were when I heard the pain in those sobs from the man now kneeling before the cross. The images slowly vanished into what I was looking at now, and the sufferings of that man 50 feet away continued to enter my ears, leaving me still with no idea what to do. Fortunately, nothing this day was really up to me. I blinked, and in an instant, I was kneeling beside the broken man on the steps. I placed my hand upon his back, feeling him shrink away either in pain or surprise before accepting my hand as his wailing steadied. I glanced back the way I had come, seeing my son right where I was before, and caught a glimpse of the large doors beginning to crack open beyond the archway. I turned back to the burned and broken man. He wiped his eyes between the bandages and collected himself. There, with a mind still flashing with pictures of each and every one of the terrible stories I'd heard growing up, and during my time in the Guard, my hand rested on his back, and I knew exactly what the man had gone through over so many years of running. I thought of the words I read and understood perfectly how far he tried to run just to end up right where he was supposed to be. There, I looked up from the broken runaway, and with my eyes on the cross above in the center, that stained glass, said to the man, "Welcome home." In an instant, I felt my hand leave his back as he stood himself up and climbed the remainder of the steps. I looked up at him standing before the podium, seeing that glass cross on the wall above as he slowly turned around. His eyes scanned the darkness and emptiness of the room before his eyes fell to me, and there he said straight to my face, the answer to that long overdue question. The blue in his eyes was bright between the bandages, almost as bright as the ones in my dream, and seeing this, he gave his confession that sounded like thunder as it echoed through the temple's halls.
I am Joshua Graham, the former legate of Caesar's Legion. I am a sinner.
He stood towering beneath the cross, almost as if he had been completely restored just by that admission. But the moment didn't last long, for the pain slowly returned, making him curl into himself as he stood, and another painful groan came from beneath the wrapping, without the echo of moments earlier. I turned towards the entrance, felt my son grab my leg, and shifting his focus between the burned man and the crowd of silent onlookers now entering through the archway. With my eyes on the crowd now pouring in and trying to figure out what was happening, I saw Joshua curl even further into himself at the returning pain out of the corner of my eye. I heard distant voices echo towards me from different places in the crowd saying, "Paul? Is that you? What did he say? My God, did he say his name was? It can't be him." The voices all became one indistinct sound that faded into the background of my own little world. I watched some of the people slowly step towards us, and despite everything happening around me, knowing who was behind me, and through all the chatter, the only thing I heard was when I felt the grip on my leg tighten and my son's voice came up from below. Why did that man need to come here so late? I knew my son meant late as in at night, but reflecting on all I heard of Joshua Graham over the years, now knowing all he went through and seeing firsthand what that road had done to him, I heard my boy's question as, why did he spend so long being wicked, survive the impossible, trek through the blistering heat for weeks or months, straight to a place he had no right to believe he would belong, and push himself through even more pain just to give his confession to a man he didn't know this night and in this holy place? Why did Joshua crawl his way to this place covered in burns after spending so much of his life in such a dark place? Watching the first man who left the crowd step up to Joshua Graham, I answered my son the answer to both questions, because Christ is worth it. The world around me returned, and even though the chatter remained incoherent with more of my brothers and sisters entering the temple, I didn't need to hear anything else this night. The man before Joshua threw his arms around him while more people stepped forward to welcome him home, and Joshua endured the pain of every embrace gladly. Chapter 7. Forgiveness. 3 days later. Mr. Mathers was right. The new conference room on the second floor of the museum really was quite nice. The table was long enough to accommodate at least 15 people alone, but there were plenty of chairs stacked against the wall to make for a congregation of the whole temple staff. The wood paneling, floors, and uniquely pleasant aroma from the museum below gave the room a very homely and comforting feel. Not only that, but the view was indeed excellent. The large windows ran all along the eastern wall of the room and gave a wide view of the temple and whole town square as the people of town went to and fro about their business. It was only a shame that I couldn't truly appreciate the view, since each of the chairs across from me were occupied. Directly across from me, Bishop Mordecai was staring at me expectingly while Constable Hanshaw, too, had a look of confusion oriented towards me. At last, Bishop Mordecai asked me, "Is that all right with you, Mr. Young?" I snapped back to the moment, immediately replying, "Yes, sir, sorry. I can have myself and 2 of my men verify that as soon as possible." "Okay, excellent," said the bishop, before turning to the constable beside him and asking, "And you were going to include Mr. Doyle on this little scout, correct?" The constable nodded, making eyes with Doyle, who sat 2 men down from me as he said, "Doyle's scouts were the ones who caught word of it from those traders, so they can lead Lieutenant Young right to the spot and we can proceed from there." I glanced to Lieutenant Doyle, seeing him give the constable and Mordecai a thumbs up before saying, "Don't worry, Bishop. My scouts are plenty experienced. We can head out today and be back in 2 days if that's agreeable with you." The bishop looked at the constable, seeming to mouth a question. The 2 men exchanged some whispers I couldn't make out, but before too long, the bishop looked to Doyle and me as he said, "Would your men be able to conduct the run at the end of the week? Friday may be more suitable. It would only be 3 days, so it shouldn't be too big of a hindrance, correct?" The old bishop reached for the glass of water before him, and Doyle adjusted in his chair before saying, "We could do that, Bishop, but it'd be best if we head out sooner rather than later. The winds could easily blow away any tracks, and we might not be able to find the culprit if we put it off for too long." The bishop was done drinking, and setting the glass down, he again looked to the constable to exchange a few quiet words before they both looked up to Doyle and I. This time, the constable answered, "It's only an idol. or totem, so I doubt the culprits would have gone far. So the bishop, we, think it'd be best if you and your scouts set out on Friday. We need a full watch till then." "Say no more, Constable," said Doyle as he sat back in his chair, and I internally asked, "Why do we need a full watch till then?" I didn't feel the question was important enough to ask, so I held it inside. The meeting was already long enough, as evidenced by the soreness from sitting too long and the others at the table, slapping themselves to stay awake or already dozing off. Finally, the bishop stacked his ledgers and folders on the table, startling everyone in the room awake, as he said somewhat rapidly, "I'd say that will about do it." He paused briefly, seeing that he had everyone's attention now, and concluded in the same manner. "This meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much for all your time and patience, and go with God." At that, everyone, including myself, stood from the table, giving the bishop a farewell, as my fellow officers of the guard and elders too shuffled out of the room. I took a stretch and turned to depart as well, but as soon as my back was turned, the constable said, "Paul, would you mind staying for a while?" I turned back around, seeing the bishop and constable both as the only ones still seated. The crowd died as everyone else was already out of the room, save for the last two elders still trudging towards the doors with their canes. "Sure thing," said I to the bishop and constable with more of a questioning tone than I myself expected. I plopped myself back in the chair and met the eyes of both men as the door shut for the last time, with the departure of Elders Rockwell and Larsdale. When it shut, the bishop gave a quick glance down at his open ledger, before joining the constable in their friendly looks at me. I was going to ask the reason for this private council with my superior and the spiritual leader of our community, when the bishop asked with a smile, "How's the boy, Paul? Been up to any more trouble since colliding with me the other day?" I could feel the warmness in the old bishop's words and see it on his face. The constable was smiling as well when I said, "No trouble like that, sir. But I believe I do owe the gallants yet another compensation because of something he did to their yard yesterday." The constable chuckled, and the bishop's smile grew wider as the light outside the windows told me it was about noon. The bishop then said, "I've spoken to the constable about you and your family, and all I can say to the matter is, that sounds about right." The constable jumped in with a nod from the bishop. The bishop here knows Michelle is about to go on mission too, and has decided to make a personal contribution to her fund. I was surprised by this and said what I could in the moment. "You don't have to do that, sir. I don't believe she's even started petitioning yet. She doesn't turn 18 for another 3 months, but thank you so much." Both men nodded, and the bishop raised his hand. "No thanks necessary. She will have the head start she needs regardless, and I am happy to help." I could only mutter, "Thanks again. I know she will appreciate that, and so do I. It's the least I can do. Not to mention that it is you whom I owe much thanks." "Sir?" I asked as I started wondering why I was owed thanks by the bishop. "Yes, between you, Mr. Mathers, and the constable here, I have decided to go forth with meetings like the one we just finished. The security of the community and our ambitions were at great risk of being forgotten. I can only see great things coming from regular communication between the temple leadership and the guard. Even if meetings like these serve as an excuse to catch up on sleep for some of the attendees, I'm happy to have helped, sir," said I, trying to remember what exactly I did to help spur his decision. I could only recall a few things said in conversation between the constable and Mr. Mathers lately, but nothing specific stuck out. Still, the bishop nodded, and Constable Hanshaw stayed silent as the bishop then said, "Which brings us to the other reason you're here now." I began to wonder what this other reason was, but before I could, he went on, "I worry about the prospect of expansion in the wake of the other recent event. That, of course, being Joshua Graham." "What's the issue?" I asked immediately as my mind started swarming with memories of the returned legate and that night that seemed so blurry. The bishop raised his hand in a calming gesture. "There is no issue, not yet I believe, but we were wondering if you could help us." The bishop's eyes went to the constable, who twisted his mustache before glancing at the bishop, and then back at me before saying, "We understand you were with him for quite a while in the clinic that afternoon, Paul. We know he's the closest with you, so we were going to ask if, even though I wasn't one to normally interrupt anyone, My thoughts of that night ended in an instant at the constable's words as I blurted out, "He is? He's the closest with me?" I saw this outburst was met still with the friendly and understanding eyes of the men. I never thought I was considered the closest to Joshua Graham, and had no idea what my actions that afternoon, or that night, might have looked like to anyone. Then again, I had no idea what that perception of these two men, or the community was. The allegation of my closeness to Mr. Graham wasn't said in a derogatory, or even accusatory way. In fact, the exact opposite appeared to be the case as I continued to look at the men across from me. Still, the bishop and constable knew I had more to say, and all I could do was explain my surprise at my relation to Mr. Graham the way I saw it. I elaborated on that day simply. We hadn't exchanged more than a few words that day before Danny and the kids arrived. I paused, remembering more of that evening before the temple. Then I remembered how I hadn't heard anything about him since that night, and said I was actually wondering what's happened to him because I hadn't seen him since that night I took him to the temple. "Do you know where he is?" The bishop and constable exchanged glances in the short pause before Mordecai said softly and assuringly, "He's been granted a shack outside the city. He's still recovering, and we expect him to for a long time. I intend to explain this in my next sermon, but I'm sure you've noticed that talk of him meets a fitting end outside the gates." He paused to swallow while a look of serious concern stayed on the constable's calm face. The bishop went on, "Now I know you guardsmen have your banter while you're on watch, but the constable has already sent word to the others to keep talk of him beyond the walls to a minimum." Pausing again, I was going to tell him that I already knew the standing order after that night, but I was more interested in hearing what was on the tip of the bishop's tongue. All he could say in conclusion was, "But the truth is, I'm worried." I thought of the wrapped man in the darkness of the temple, standing tall with the cross of stained glass above as I asked what I internally already knew. "What are you worried about?" The bishop gulped, shrugged the worry out of his mind, then stated before me, "I don't know exactly, but we were hoping you can help us identify that." The constable began to twist his mustache again as he said emotionlessly, "Stories have started coming in about what happened with the Legion at Hoover Dam several months back. We still don't hear too much about the execution that didn't take, although it should be obvious that many of us are already aware of that, thanks to Mr. Mathers and what you have already told me the following morning. But what the bishop means is, did you and Graham talk about it? Did he say who might be coming for him?" My thoughts returned to that evening when I was alone with Graham and the few words we exchanged. As I thought, I could only say, "I don't think anyone knows he's alive if I'm being honest, but he and I didn't really talk about anything. As much as I suspected it was him as I sat at his bedside that afternoon, there was still a large part of me that didn't even believe it was so. If I recall correctly, I mostly just wanted him to admit his name. As you know from our talk the day after, he said he'd only admit it if I brought him inside. So you didn't discuss anything else?" asked Hanshaw, as the bishop sat listening to every word said. "No, sir, that day is a bit fuzzy, but, like I said, all I remember really is asking for his name. I wanted to be sure, to hear him admit it before I told anyone. I would have questioned him further, but there were so many people who came to him that night in the temple after he finally confessed. Personally, I didn't intend for there to be anyone else who'd follow us there that night." Constable Hanshaw adjusted in his chair. "You two passed right under my window. Those muffled screams were the only reason I was there. The three of us thought about where we were that night, and I could see on the bishop's face that he wished he had the energy to show up as soon as word was passed to him on the other end of town. There, I could also see on his face that his age was getting the better of him little by little each day as he rubbed his leg under the table. Sitting there thinking, I remembered other bits of that night before returning home, but my mind always returned to focus on the image of him standing in the heart of the temple as the crowd closed in. Every one of them, to my own surprise, shaking his hand and welcoming him home. I thought I was the only one who'd even considered the ramifications of his return, while the crowd made the prospect of getting nearer impossible as each new Canaanite filled the temple that evening. After the moment, Bishop Mordecai brought us all back to the moment as he said, Regardless, for now, Joshua is to stay outside the city, and word will continue passing to the people about keeping talk of his presence to a minimum. In the meantime, however, He glanced to Hanshaw, then went on. We need you to do something. I'd been waiting on what this task was since the beginning, and even though I knew it deep inside, I remained curious what it was as the constable took over. Go to him, ask him what he did to get here, who might have seen him, if he left a trail, if he had to kill anyone, if there were witnesses, and how likely is it that someone will come for him. We need all hands on deck, until we know for sure what kind of danger may be coming. All actions beyond the walls, expeditions, missions, etc., are on hold until we have a better idea of what he might have brought with him. I agreed to the task, still partially wondering why it was me who was considered the closest to him. I stood up from the table, gave my farewells to the bishop and constable, then exited the conference room above the museum to see a few of the elders still congregated outside in the hallways or stairwells. The guards all long departed. The eyes of the elders were locked on me as I headed down the stairs, only for more quiet conversations to resume the second I was far enough. Being a lieutenant of the guard had its perks, the biggest one being that I didn't have to wait for the next incoming or outbound group for the gates to lower. A thumbs up to the guardsmen operating the levers, a few brief kind words, and the gates lowered immediately. Several of my brothers and sisters of the community joined me in our exit into the market, thanking me for abruptly ending their wait, and I proceeded forth with the small group. The downside of being a lieutenant of the guard came when I passed the gate stations and was met with Nathan shouting, "Hey LT, where are you going?" I kept going, following the small path closest to the wall, away from the main crowds, and immediately felt the presence behind me. I didn't have to turn around to feel John, Ramos, and Nathan behind me, and it wasn't long before I heard Nathan say, "You didn't have to hit me so hard, John. Is that how you going to lead when Lieutenant Young gets promoted?" And the men joined my side on the little walk, and Nathan was interrupted by John saying to me, "Where you headed, sir? Feel like we haven't gotten to see you much lately." I kept walking as I said to him, "Official business for the constable. And shouldn't you be back at the gate station?" "Carl just went to relieve himself. He'll think we're making our rounds through the market," said John. Eyes still on the path through the shanties along the wall, I said, "Yet you're following me?" Then Nathan jumped in. "We're doing that and starting our rounds. We make our runs this way sometimes, but where are you going?" I stopped in my tracks. As much as I enjoyed their company, I was on an assignment. I went to tell them that this was a confidential assignment, as it dealt with that certain person we weren't allowed to talk about beyond the gates. But then it hit me how the words secret or confidential were never used. Still, I knew this wasn't an assignment for so many people to join me on. The men stood beside me expectingly, and I asked them when I was sure there was nobody around, "What is our most recent directive?" The three of them thought for a second before John said softly with a brief glance around, "I understand. Ramos, head back and give Carl a hand." Ramos had the look of, "Why me?" but didn't speak as he accepted the order and gave us a farewell with his head hung low. John turned back to me with the look of, "I got your back," but I could only stare at him with the look of, "Fine." We continued on through the slums along the wall, and to my surprise, even Nathan kept his mouth shut along the way. They knew who I was looking for, but I didn't really know exactly which shack I was going to. Thankfully, the two of them had heard enough word of mouth from other guardsmen and new Canaanites for John to say to me, "It's just up here." I thanked him, but getting closer, I probably didn't need the help, because outside the shack I could see 4 prim and properly dressed people of the community waiting on a bench outside, looking more than out of place amidst the scattered crowds of tribal refugees and wasters who paid for such meager homes outside the walls. Stepping closer, I was going to ask the citizens, who I recognized as the Neal family, about why they were here, when suddenly I was asked from somewhere in the shantytown, "Lieutenant Young." I turned, and before I could make out the voice, I saw Mr. Schmidt approaching us from out of a group of wastrels. Not expecting so many distractions, I gave Mr. Langdon and Nathan a gesture to leave as Mr. Schmidt stepped up. Except the gesture was lost on my men, and they didn't move an inch as the young Duncan was finally close enough to say, "I heard from Doyle that I'm joining him and you on that run out to the idol or totem thing. Why are we headed out Friday and not right now? The guys who did it might be long gone by then. After a moment, Duncan raised a curious eyebrow at the apparent confusion he stirred. Another time, I thought as I actually said to him, I'm carrying out some business right now. Stop by the gate station later. The young man asked, Here? On this side of the shanties? Anyway, we can walk and talk like we did the other. He paused, finally understanding the expression on our faces and how his concerns would have to be addressed another time. After realizing this, he looked around at the people going about their business and said as a matter of fact, I'm coming with you. No, you're not, said I before Nathan and John both said together, Us too. I didn't even care that the young man and my 2 guards defied an order. I could only ask, why? Duncan stayed silent, and John was going to say something more intelligent, but Nathan blurted out in a hushed tone, I hadn't met the guy. I don't think John or Duncan has either. I was going to tell them this wasn't the time, but couldn't get a word in as John said, We'll keep others outside, and then Duncan chimed in, and back you up, in case he's still got some legion in him. I appreciated their sentiment, but remembering who I brought into the temple 3 nights back made me chuckle at the young man's offer. Duncan wondered what was funny. John was left with that look from earlier, and Nathan was just happy to be here. I concluded that none of this was worth protesting and silently nodded for them to follow as I turned and stepped up to the younger Neal family still outside. I asked them very politely if they could return to this residence some other time, and that discretion with this person was very important. Mia nodded, but Leon said softly how he was waiting for his mother inside, wondering what the 70-plus-year-old mess Neal was doing out of her home, let alone at the current home of the burned new Canaanite. I gave assurance that I would escort her out gently. The couple nodded, so did their 2 children, and I turned the knob on the shack door, stepping inside and leaving the light of day behind as it shut behind Nathan. The air was still in the musty shack. There were no windows, but my eyes adjusted quickly to the several lanterns on the walls and hanging from above as I began to hear a soft conversation that took the place of the midday business of the market outside. When my eyes came to, the 3 guardsmen stood beside me near the doorway, and there I saw the burned man, Joshua, sitting on the rusty little bed frame against the back wall, wearing nothing but a pair of ripped bootcut jeans, and with his torso only half wrapped while the bandaged face of the man was locked in focus on the slim old woman in her rolling chair, Ms. Neal. The 2 had scarcely noticed our arrival save for a brief glance given to me by the burned man, before those eyes went right back to the woman. The guardsman beside me looked idly around the place at all the scattered articles of clothing, bandages, and various baskets from his time in the clinic. Nathan maneuvered over to a nearby table and began to idly organize and study the bottles of burn lotion, while the other 2 remained next to me. My ears entered mid-conversation, just to hear the old Miss Neal saying in her soft, withered voice, There was nothing quite like that winter. I believe that was around the time I lost my dear Patrick, rest his soul. Joshua remained eyes locked on the old woman, slowly nodding concernedly here and there. If it wasn't for Bishop Black and Elder, Grayson, I wouldn't have been able to raise Leon out there the way I did. He was just a newborn then. She paused in recollection, then went on slowly after a silent moment. Now, unless I'm mistaken, I believe that was the same year your parents passed as well. Those were hard days, even then. But I know now that God had so much good for me even in the midst of all those sad days. If it wasn't for that, I never would have become the orphan mother in those days, never would have had the opportunity to love all those babies and help all those families left behind. She paused again, and before the silence went on too long, she snapped herself out of another moment of recollection and gripped Joshua's leg. The man winced in pain, but it didn't show to Ms. Neal, and Joshua embraced it strongly until her hand left his leg, and her face made a smile grow under the bandages. Meeting his eyes again, she switched moods immediately as a memory from those days struck her. I never would have met you. She grabbed his leg again briefly, only to take it away as she went on jovially. My, how you were such a happy baby. You used to love your favorite teddy and that smile you made when I tickled you. She paused, again lost in happy memories of decades ago, while the eyes of Joshua remained on her. You kept that bear for years. Now I don't know if you remember that, but you used to walk around with him all the time." She muttered something, trying to recall another memory. "What did you call him?" Again, her soft voice lit up as she announced, "I remember Mr. Gappy. You loved that bear. I couldn't take him away from you even if I tried." The woman laughed to herself, and Joshua hung his head in humility with that smile still hidden beneath the bandages. "You weren't but 2 years old. Or maybe 3? When Bishop Black adopted you, I would always come around. I watched you when you were a little baby, seeing you grow up and become such a busy young man. Now I'm sure Judah never told you, but I think it was around the time you were 12 that I thought Bishop Black fancied me." The woman colored. "I fancied him too. So many years had passed since I lost my Patrick and he lost his Ellen. We went on a few walks about the town, but he was busy with the temple and I was too busy with the kids. It just wasn't the time. Nothing ever came of us, but Judah and I remained the greatest of friends all the way until he passed." Finally, Joshua said with a small croak in his voice after clearing his throat,
"No, ma'am, Judah never told me about that, but I do remember visiting with you all the time as I grew up."
The woman interjected with a soft laugh. "I'd hoped you would remember me, after all, when you weren't learning and studying tribal talk with your father. The bishop, you were apprenticing Mr. and Mrs. Klein at the bakery. Do you remember?" Joshua hung his head again briefly before stating in amused humility,
"Vaguely. It's been a long time."
"Miss Neal went right along. For 4 years I watched you pass my door on the way home covered in white and smelling just like the Kleins. I'd always wave you down and you'd always reply the same thing. 'I'm covered in flour, Miss Neal.' Ha 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 ha!" Her laugh died out, and Joshua was left with that smile beneath the bandages as he sat in all humbleness before the little old woman. After a moment she went on, "You were such a gentleman, seeing you grow into that handsome young man." Joshua added quickly in the pause,
"You're too much, Miss Neal."
Immediately the woman said, "And so kind too." She paused once more and then patted his leg again before she leaned back in the wheelchair and added, "I see you never lost that." Once more there was another long silence, almost as if everyone in the room knew what she was going to say next. Then she said it. "I always knew those stories that came about you weren't true. Even looking at you now, seeing all those wicked marks, I still see that happy baby I met all those years ago." It likely wasn't more than a few seconds, but the moment after that appeared to last for far longer than the previous pauses in the elderly woman's recollection. With the woman's back to us, I knew the smile of rosy memories remained on her face, while I felt the face of everyone else in the room drop to one of dead seriousness as Joshua lifted his head once more to the old woman. The silence ended with a deep and dry,
"Sorry, ma'am, those stories are true,"
that came from behind the bandages out of a throat destroyed by barking so many horrible commands through the decades of barbaric tribal wars. The words were not hostile in tone or choice. They entered the world as nothing more than a mere fact. The fact that although he may have been the happy baby Miss Neal remembered, he was also the same man who orchestrated the butchering and enslavement of so many people during his self-imposed exile. Another silence lingered in the air of the musty shack as every occupant ran over what they had heard and what was last said. In the end, the silence died once more when the woman, as she'd evidently been one to do, patted his leg again and rested it there with the soft words spoken like the truth her age and experience of life alone could affirm. "Well, you're still alive, so the Lord's clearly not done with you yet." Joshua grasped the hand on his leg, enduring the pressure and pain it was causing to the skin beneath, for the gesture of acceptance was well worth the pain. The wonder of that innocent moment between Miss Neal and Joshua came to a terrible end when Nathan by the table accidentally dropped one of the bottles of burn cream he was idly stacking. The woman turned in her chair as far as she could and said to the room, "Oh my, there's someone else in here? Listen to me rambling away. I had no idea." Just then I stepped further into the room in view of Miss Neal, making myself known. "Hello all. Apologies for not announcing. My men and I were captured by your stories, Miss Neal. A wonder to see you, Paul. How's the family?" "I'm not interrupting anything, am I?" asked the woman. I obliged the woman's outstretched arms and felt a wet kiss land right on my cheek before I summarized the status of my family and hastily said, "You aren't interrupting anything, Ms. Neal. Although I would like to have a private talk with Mr. Graham here whenever is convenient for you." The woman turned her chair a bit and glanced at the other guardsmen, who she would have recognized if they weren't too far away from her aged eyes. She still replied all the same. "I think I've kept my son and the family waiting long enough, so say no more, Paul." She turned further around in her chair, giving Graham one last look and a kiss she blew his way, as I gestured to John to help her along. As John took his place behind her chair and gently moved her towards the exit, she was talking softly as if I was the one pushing her. "With a departing, Hannah is such an angel. I hope you and Danny will send her to the orphanage for apprenticeship." I said, "That sounds like a wonderful idea. You take care, Miss Neal." The door opened and slowly shut with the woman's departure, and everyone left in the room gave a simultaneous, "Bye, Miss Neal." When the woman was out of the room, John, Duncan, and Nathan appeared at my side in the center of the room, as though they had teleported and were immediately focusing the entirety of their perceptions on the community's object of recent fascination. Joshua Graham. The man continued to sit where he was on that bed, and as the men to my side studied him, he turned his eyes to each of us as an uncomfortable silence flooded the room. It wasn't too long before Joshua broke that silence with an innocent,
"How are you, Paul? Hadn't seen you in a few days."
I stayed quiet, wondering what to say in response as my mind was trying to remember the reason I was here. My eyes were fixed on the small flap of bandage wrap sitting in a little pile on the right side of his half-wrapped torso. Nathan answered instead with a question, "Need some help wrapping that?" Evidence that his eyes were also focused on the same non-important things that I was. I continued to think of why I was here with these three when Joshua replied to the guardsman unknown to him,
No, I think I'm all right. Thank you for offering, though."
Nathan thought aloud, "Your voice is deep. Was it always that deep?" The question fell on the deaf ears of everyone in the room, including Joshua, who I think purposely ignored it. However, the irrelevance of that question seemed to spark something, and I remembered why I was here. I immediately said to Joshua, "I'm here on behalf of the constable and Bishop Mordecai to ask about—" Instantly I was cut off with the three guardsmen beside me all deciding to clear their throats in unison. There I remembered common courtesy that I shouldn't have even needed to conduct in the first place, as this interview was supposed to be done solo. The interruption made me relent, and I took a step back, gesturing to each man as I said, "Mr. Graham, this man is the second of my detachment, John Langdon. The man beside him is Mr. Duncan Schmidt of Lieutenant Doyle's detachment. And the man on my left here who was knocking over your possessions is another one of mine, Mr. Nathan Porter." The guardsman replied shortly, save for Nathan, who said, "I go by Nate mostly." Graham nodded at each man as I pointed them out, and then another awkward moment of quiet ensued. The moment was short, however, and before too long, Joshua returned his attention to me, asking once more,
"What can I do for the constable and bishop?"
The question made me remember it in an instant, and with a brief glance at the guardsman beside me, I recalled the words of my commander and the bishop. Although the secrecy of the information I was required to obtain was still up for debate, I knew inside that this chat was to be a private one. Seeing the eyes of the guardsman still intensely focused on the bandaged man atop the bed, I said to Mr. Graham lowly, "I need to discuss the matter in mind with you alone." The eyes of the guardsman never left Joshua, but the burned man nodded in apparent understanding before he addressed them.
"Men, I would like to address Mr. Young's concerns in private, but I can spare a moment to answer any questions you may have."
Before he could finish, the three of them made an incoherent noise before I beat all of them to it by loudly saying, "Each of you gets one question. Nathan, we'll start with you. One at a time." John and Duncan shut their mouths as Nathan immediately asked, "How did you like the gift bucket?" Joshua sat up further and let out an extra breath that could have been a laugh. He took the ball of bandage and began finishing the wrapping job as he asked plainly,
"Which one was yours?"
I heard John mutter to himself how Nathan stole his question, but Nathan explained, "It was the one from my pal here, Mr. Langdon, as well as Mr. William Ramos and Carl Northrup. The tag had Lieutenant's name on the card too, but he didn't do any of the shopping." Accompanying a light nudge in my side, Nathan addressed me, "Sorry, Chief." Between the slit and the bandages around his head, Joshua's eyes went to a nearby table where he remembered the gifts in this particular gift bucket referred to. Joshua said,
"I appreciated it. The .45 ammo and gecko jerky was very thoughtful. I don't have much use for the ammo, for I have no weapon in my possession or intent to get one. Still, the ammo can help me pay for food when the baskets run out, so thank you very much."
Nathan said, "You're welcome, sir. But don't forget about that salt too. It's great for preserving, and that stuff was hard to come by, but I hope you make great use of the lighters and cooking cups too. Those were mine," said Nathan somewhat sadly at the end, having his contributions go ignored by the burned man. After another short pause, John was about to speak when Nathan added hastily, "Oh, and try to save a few of those bullets. Me and the boys are saving up to get you." I jumped in. "All right, that's enough, Nathan." Still focused on the gift of ammunition, and then the latter part, John was whispering in my ear how they got the ammo from their own stock. And although that was nice to hear, I wasn't sure how to handle the idea of my guardsmen deciding they'd apparently taken it upon themselves to arm the man our community has only just welcomed back. I decided I'd talk to them about such ideas later, but for the moment, all I could do was turn to John and say, "John, your question, go." He halted his whispered assurances abruptly, turned to Graham, stone-faced, and asked a question I'd been wondering for a while myself. "So, when you recover, what are you going to do? You going to stick around, move into town, or move on to somewhere else?" The room dropped to an even more dead silence than at any previous moment. The burned man leaned back and continued to touch up his torso's wrapping as he thought. At last, he looked back up and said,
"That's a question I've been getting often from my visitors, and as I have said to them, I can only say that I am not certain."
He paused, looking at each of our faces, lingering a bit longer on the questioner before he explained further.
"On my way here, I considered only visiting a short while before departing into the wilderness long before anyone ever found out my name. A plan I might still act upon, but one that's losing its desire to be."
He paused again, focusing on me as he addressed John.
"Truly, it's what your commander did for me that night in the temple. The confession I made to him and our Lord, and what happened with everyone afterward, that is fast removing my will towards my prior inclination."
I felt each of the men look briefly at me before their eyes went back to him. As this happened, Graham looked back to John and said,
"With all that has happened in such a short time, I think."
He paused, then swallowed, as if fighting back a recurring storm from a terrible past, and with the memory of what a bright new day looks like.
"I think I would like to stay. What I will do to make up for how I've already been received, I'm still figuring that out. Rest assured, however, I will offer up any of my abilities when I learn what they are. I just need to recover a little more and collect my strength."
John unexpectedly gulped and wiped something from his eye at the man's words as he choked out in forced collectedness, "Sure thing, take your time and get back to us." I saw Nathan glance over at John to see if he was all right, and my eyes remained on Graham. Unsure what to think, I said after a moment. "Next." The silence mentioned above was almost nothing compared to the one that came after the young man on John's right spoke his question. "So, I don't really know you the way these guys do, but here's my bit. Would you have come back here if you didn't get burned and thrown in the canyon? What makes you think you deserve to come back here, get all this kindness, and let alone stay?" Instinctively, I swatted Nathan in the ribs as if he were the one to ask that, but I already whispered my apology to the man, as Joshua's eyes were locked on the young Duncan standing beside John. I could see the face beneath the mask had not changed. It remained cold and emotionless, as if the aggressive question was never asked. Even though the tone of Duncan's question was not delivered in hostile tone, it came as someone who still did not quite grasp the words and reality of what he hears every Sunday in service, or twice a week in guardsman studies. The silence persisted, and I could feel Duncan adjusting uncomfortably as Joshua's eyes peered through him and the noise of the markets outside became audible for the first time since entering this home. Still, the question circulated through all of our minds, and it occurred to me that I too was wondering the answer to this particular question. Perhaps a small part of every new Canaanite, perhaps even some of the ones in the temple that night, had that same question sitting somewhere in their minds, even if it was deep down. Why did he deserve to be welcomed back? Sure, I've done bad, I've sinned, but mine haven't been nearly as bad as Joshua Graham's. The question hovered in all our minds, maybe except for Duncan, who was likely more focused on how to appear composed in the lock of those flaming blue eyes there in the wrapping. Although most of us already knew our versions of the answer, Joshua ended this long moment with the only answer he could give based on the life he lived, and his experience with the question of, do I deserve the benefits of mercy for what I've done? Joshua Graham spoke the only true answer to that question.
I don't.
Neither me, John, nor Nathan was surprised by this, and although Mr. Schmidt kept his composure, I knew even from where I was standing in the room that he wasn't expecting that. Perhaps he was expecting to hear something along the lines of yes, because Jesus says to forgive people. And although that is true, such simplicity doesn't account for all the horrors man can inflict and endure. It doesn't account for how much suffering is required for one to truly understand all Christ went through for us. It doesn't account for the enormity of all that suffering inside the world of man. It doesn't account for the entire testament of old or the long and bitter road that led to the arrival of the Son. Something as simple as that doesn't show the whole picture or why forgiveness is required in the first place. Looking back to the days of Moses, stopping to truly look at the world of today and bear witness to all the tragedy throughout the centuries is the only way of finally understanding the world the way it is, and how the only way for it to end is for everyone to just stop. Just stop. Let it go. Forgive so you can just move forward and not get mired in everything already done. What's done is unchangeable. All that can be done going forward is to go forward with the knowledge of what happened yesterday does not have to define what you could be tomorrow. All this began to take shape in the mind of all of us when Joshua went on.
I don't deserve any of what this place or any of you have already done for me. What I deserve is to be ripped apart by dogs, to feel a blade glide across my throat, to be impaled, made to watch as my friends are pummeled into the grave, to be burned alive.
He paused, never taking his eyes off Duncan.
I have been responsible for the end of thousands. I deserve to be killed in every way I have done to others, but my death would not be justice. I can't be killed by every means I've killed. That simply isn't possible, for I only have one life.
He paused, let out a completely defeated, but somehow amused breath.
Make that 2 lives.
He paused again, then met Duncan's eyes with an even more vicious intensity. Despite this, the rapt face might as well have been transparent as I could see the understanding in his look before he said penetratingly calm.
But I don't believe I know that I was spared for a reason. I feel that reason with every terrible breath I take, every painful word I say, every agonizing move I make. The flame burned a reminder into me that is not allowed to heal.
He began to stare at the floor beneath Mr. Schmidt, his words trailing off as his hands drifted to different parts of his body, and tiny specks of blood began to subtly dot parts of his wrapped body. All of us stared at the man in abject horror as the tiny red dots on his bandaged body began to grow unmistakably. Most remained small, but my entire focus was on one red mark in particular above his right breast that seemed to be growing faster than the others. The silence went on, and his bandages were soon spotted in dots of blood, and the one that caught my attention began to grow heavy and drip down his chest, merging with the other dots on its way down, and terrifying all of us beyond words as he went on.
Nothing can heal me, nothing can fix me now. I got what I deserved, and now I have to carry it.
I heard Nathan whisper almost inaudibly to himself. What in the world is happening to him? As the burned man was slowly becoming the blood-soaked man. I couldn't speak even if I wanted to, and Joshua's eyes returned to the young Duncan while the blood continued to soak his bandages.
I want nothing more than for the pain to stop, but it won't. All I know is that he's not done with me, but I need help. I don't know what he wants me to do, but I felt my life get burned away, my baptism completed. I feel cleansed, born anew, forgiven.
The blood flow had stopped, his bandages covered in red dots and streams, and the silence returned as he paused. His eyes fell to the ripped jeans, and even though I knew he had begun to notice his blood-dotted wrapping, the sight did nothing to change his demeanor. There his head hung for another long moment, and even though the dot on his chest never grew more than the size of a bottle cap, his body of wrappings was almost covered in drying or still dripping blood. The 4 of us were petrified at the scene, and all Joshua did upon discovery of so much blood was look back up at the young man who asked him the question that seemingly affected him in every way, including physically. There he said at last,
"Just because I'm forgiven that doesn't mean I'm free from the consequences of what I did. I have been permitted to continue on, I know that now. And the pain will forever remind me of where that other path leads.
The last words came out like a plea for help, something that would have been a cry of agony if what he held inside hadn't leaked out in blood in place of tears from the eyes. At last, he looked to all of us, covered in bloody bandages, and said to us four,
I'll never be able to repay what he, you, and everyone in this place has already done for me, but I will try with everything that's left of me.
All at once, the world resumed spinning, and Joshua hung his head once more, apparently just now beginning to feel the pain of what's been happening to him. The blood-soaked man clenched his fists, resting them on his knees, but even that was agonizing for the intact nerve endings on his legs. Even if there were doubts about the truth of his conviction in the hearts of myself or the men next to me, what he said, and what he was enduring with every second of his resurrected life, was so painful that I knew in an instant he was telling the truth. He had been saved, and the pain of his existence would only push him onward, towards the one who saved him with a second chance. We all had a part in Joshua's continual saving, the same way he did in mine, and so the only thing I could do upon return to the reality of the present was take my seat beside him and help him with a fresh wrapping. The others were locked in near paralysis for several moments after Joshua was done speaking, and Duncan was the first to help me, followed by Nathan, then John. Carefully, I helped Joshua unwrap his torso, peeling away the bandages to see his scarred body covered in bubbles and popping blisters. The ruined wrappings were covered in blood and pus from the living reminder of sin that was his body. Duncan tossed me a cloth and a roll of fresh bandages from one of the gift baskets scattered about. Joshua took the cloth and began to wipe himself down while I continued discarding the ruined bandages. Despite the horrific state of the bandages, Joshua said to save them and that he could wash and reuse them. As Joshua wiped himself down, the brush of cloth against his skin was clearly as painful as almost any other action. But still, that didn't stop him. Nathan tossed Joshua one of the scattered bottles of burn cream, but it only landed in his lap and made him say softly to the room how he would apply it later. Other than his words of gratuity at our quiet assistance, none of us spoke other than him. John took the discarded bandages from the floor and compiled them into one of the empty gift buckets and placed a nearby box of detergent on top before placing the ragged container beside the door. After Joshua was done wiping himself down, he took the roll of fresh bandages into his own hands and began the silent work of replacing the old and destroyed with the fresh and clean. I helped cover his back, since his arms couldn't go that far, and before too much longer, his torso was completely covered once more as it had been earlier, with only his skinless arms exposed to the world. Miraculously, none of the bandages on his head suffered the random bleeding, and upon noticing this, I began to wonder, was there a reason for that? Was there a reason all those bubbling blisters began to pop when he started talking about his suffering? I had no idea, but before I could think much longer, the tone of the room had returned to at least some semblance of normalcy when Nathan, with his foot up on a stool, said, "You should think about double wrapping. Might help prevent something as freaky as that from happening again." The rest of us remained silent when, to my surprise, Joshua addressed the man with something like amusement in his voice.
Why would I do that? Summoning my blood could be quite the instrument of fright in the proper circumstance.
As my men and I took in the words, John asked in an instant, "You can do that at will?" Joshua was silent a moment, and I felt my face turn bewildered before the wrapped man answered.
"No, but how fine would that be?"
The men found themselves softly chuckling, and I found myself as well. Even in that short little exchange, I could tell inside that Joshua was going to be fast friends with the guard. All went quiet once more after the moment, and I noticed Mr. Schmidt had still not said a word since the question that seemingly sparked this whole episode. Then, at long last, the quiet of the room ended when I felt the eyes of Joshua upon me, and when I turned to meet them, he asked,
"Now, Paul, I understand you had questions for me as well."
I briefly glanced at the guardsmen still in the room and shifted my eyes toward the door. John, Duncan, and Nathan all wordlessly agreed to depart, and they did so with their final words of farewell directed at the returned prodigal. The sudden flow of blood coming from all those blisters may have been coincidental, but the reader already knows my definition of that word. Whether or not Joshua was killed and reborn at the canyon, or merely survived the impossible, the truth remained. He was here now. His story was not over. He emerged from the fire cleansed, forgiven, and with the aid of his long-lost brothers like us in the Guard, he now had others to help carry his cross and cope with the lasting consequences of his past. Chapter 8: The Coming Dangers. When the door shut behind my men and Mr. Schmidt of Doyle's detachment, I was left alone with Joshua, who, despite his readiness to answer my question, spoke first.
How's your injury?
I asked how he knew about the wound in my abdomen I suffered from, but he merely said he heard about it from some of his other visitors, when he mentioned which man of the Guard had brought him that first night. Almost everyone in town knew what happened to me and my detachment the day of my most recent wound, but knew how the topic was one to be avoided because of the tragedy of that day. Still, his question brought the injury to mind once more, and I realized I hadn't thought about it in days. Since the night I had brought him to the temple, the injury was gone from my mind. It was the afternoon that I found myself in Dr. Franklin's little clinic, when I had that second Stimpack applied, and by the end of the night, even that tender scar was gone from my person, giving me no more reason to think about it. Just as Dr. Franklin and the constable predicted, that second Stimpack did the trick, and there was no sign that I had ever been shot there over a month and a half ago. Considering the question, I felt my hand drift to the site of the injury, and just as expected, the spot wasn't even tender. The site was completely healed, and I found myself saying, "It's all better now," as I thought about all the treatments Mr. Graham had undergone to seemingly little avail. He stared at me expectingly as I mentally compared the state he was in when I dragged him in from the wastes versus the state of his current self. From everything I already said, he was clearly in a lot of pain with every movement he made, and even though the sporadic bursting of blisters was new, he'd evidently had his ability to speak and move around at least somewhat restored. Noticing he was still looking at me expectingly, he didn't have to say it for me to finally address him. However, I recalled that he asked me if I had any questions for him. I had quite a few questions for him actually, but for the moment I couldn't think of any of them. The departure of the others left me with the burned man, and all at once the full clarity of the moment returned to me, and I told him directly with the memory of the constable and bishop. "I will actually have to skip my questions for you now, Mr. Graham." He saw that there was something in my mind, but only nodded his head and replied,
"There will be plenty of time for questions, as I hope that you and I get to spend more time with one another in the coming future. Now, you said you had something to ask on behalf of the constable and bishop."
Perhaps he knew what question I was to ask on part of my superiors, but hearing him make the request put me in a strange mood as I realized for the first time since entering this shack that I too was afraid to hear the answer. Once more, he saw this hesitation on my face, and there I looked deeper into his eyes before saying directly, "I'm sure it's no surprise, but with your arrival here, the constable, as well as the bishop, need to know." I had to pause, and before I could continue, I had to swallow. It might have been perceived as a sign of nervousness, and perhaps I was, but I remained resolute in my composure, as my mind subdued the thoughts of all this man had been through, what he had done, and who he had wronged to wind up the way he was in the current day. "We need to know, is there anyone who will be coming for you?" Without breaking eye contact, a brief silence ensued, and I was able to see his internal contemplation before he said,
"Yes,"
and let the word linger as my heart stopped for a moment, just as we, and everyone in New Canaan feared. Just as I thought before I even confirmed the identity of that burned man in Dr. Franklin's clinic, the worst was true. He said it himself that his sins were going to be coming for him, and likely everyone who sheltered him. I thought back to what he said to Duncan about his being forgiven, and how that didn't mean he was exempt from the consequences all he'd done to need that forgiveness. Then the lone word ran through my head again, and I felt that something else was still hanging in the air during the silence. Without any more thought, I asked, "How do you know that? Did anyone see you climb out of that canyon?" He shifted in his place and broke our gaze to hang his head.
"I don't remember much from that day I woke up. or even the trek here. I don't know who would have seen me from the distance, or may have even figured who I was, but I was in no condition to make full sense of my surroundings, even up to the moment I collapsed near your camp that night. Were there people and creatures who saw me over those 3 months?
He asked, and then immediately answered.
Without doubt. Yet still, all living creatures appeared to avoid me like some spirit the whole way.
He paused, and I began to think about the stories I heard from Duncan and Carl that afternoon before his arrival. Duncan had only heard about the battle at the dam, and Carl heard that part as well. I reflected on part 2 of Carl's little tale he heard, about how Joshua's execution took place a little over 3 months ago, only a few months after news of the battle. I decided I would keep an ear to the ground in the coming weeks about stories of a lone man, ghost, or what have you walking the wastes, figuring that Graham's journey simply hadn't had time to spread amongst the tribals who may have seen him and paired the site with the other stories of him down south. At the same time, I thought of his simple answer about those who would come for him, and I had to revert back, making his eyes return to mine as I asked, "So what makes you believe people will be coming for you if you say nobody has seen you survive?"
Nobody that I could perceive,
stated Graham before meeting my eyes with a new intensity.
Although Caesar, or Edward, has never been one to investigate tribal tall tales that reach Legion borders. When stories begin to circulate that I survived, he will make exception. I am no ordinary case. He will make sure the work he started at the Grand Canyon is done, even if he has to send his forces this way to confirm a lone rumor.
My blood began to freeze in my veins as his words sunk in, and it suddenly hit me that I admired his admission of what he believed to be true. I hadn't thought that far ahead, but in hindsight, part of me believed he would try to water down the truth of what may be coming for him. Then he added shortly,
"None of that is even to mention people like NCR Rangers, spies, refugees from Legion raids, or even wasters looking to get famous by pulling a gun on Caesar's former legate."
At that, he was done, and part of me wanted to shout somewhere in the middle for him to stop being so honest. As lost as I had been in the past 40 minutes between listening to Ms. Neal and the way in which he answered my guardsman's question, the present reality struck me instantly. As my mind considered what exactly I would say to the constable or bishop, I asked him after the pause, "Does this change your plans of staying here with us?" I was thinking about my family, and the newly announced dangers possibly heading this way as soon as the continuation of his legend began to spread, and I again was brought back when he said directly,
"You tell me, Paul. As much as I would like to, as I've said in our previous discussion with your men, I will understand if the bishop needs to turn me away for the sake of the community."
Reflexively, his words made me chuckle, and before I could think as to why, I said, "You must not know Bishop Mordecai." I could see the part of his head where his eyebrows would have been even beneath the bandages. I thought about the coming dangers and didn't want to give the impression that Mordecai was reckless with community safety, because he wasn't, but I satisfied Graham's curiosity at my outburst by explaining softly, "Mordecai wouldn't turn you away, or anyone who's on the run, even if there was an army at your heels." My explanation again made it sound like Mordecai was reckless to anyone who didn't understand the reason for such a hypothetical event, but Graham saw the meaning beneath the words and nodded. Mordecai loved the persecuted so much that he wasn't able to turn away a person in need. I saw the message as intended in Joshua's face, and then he asked me what was not expected.
"Are you all right with my staying?"
My thoughts had returned to the coming dangers, weighing what their likelihood and scale would be. Am I all right with him staying? I asked myself. I had no idea as I reflected on what I had told him about Mordecai. Even if there was an army at your heels, would there be an army coming for him when the stories began to circulate? Again, I simply didn't know. If his suggestions about who would come for him were founded on supreme truth or paranoia, I didn't know. All I could think about was my family, my friends, and the community I loved and protected. Then, the present returned once more. There were no new stories about a man walking north from the Grand Canyon. There were no new speculations about such a person being the former legate who survived his execution at the hands of that wicked nation in the far south. For the time being, the present was all there was, and it had returned to me for the final time in the chaos brought about by this man's return home. I believe I ended up speaking for myself, the bishop, the constable, the entire guard and whole community of New Canaan, when I said to him plainly, Just rest up for now. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. You're home now." He thanked me, and I gave him my farewell as I stood with a mind full of possibilities that the future entailed. Before I could even get out the door, I had already concluded that the future was too murky to predict and that it was best to leave it in his hands for the time being. Exiting the shack and into the blinding light of midday, I walked through the outside shanties towards the gate, knowing that all I could do was my present duties. For now, all the mysteries and intrigue brought about by Joshua's past, his life, and his legend were put on hold. The world was still playing out before my eyes, and I could no longer be caught in so much thought and recollection, while I had a large part to play in the here and now. The Lord knew what was on the road ahead, and approaching the gates, I did so with the firm reminder to do so with Him in my heart, while my responsibilities toward His children and my returned brother remained. Later that day, after I left Joshua's temporary residence outside the walls of New Canaan, I headed back inside and almost immediately found the constable roaming the streets between the tower crews. Upon finding him, I reported what Joshua had told me, and before he could breathe a word in response, I asked if I should find the bishop as well. All he did was nod his head solemnly at the news of what was expected. He honestly took the news well, and although part of me thought it would cause him to immediately begin rounding up the defenses, he took a long moment of contemplation on one part of the news in particular. Hearing that people would most certainly be coming for him was not good to hear, but the fact remained that there weren't any stories or tales coming in from the wasteland regarding Joshua's survival, and because of that, we were indeed safe, at least for the time being. All he told me was that he would find the bishop and update him on what I had heard, and told me to finish off the rest of the shift with my men at the gate station. Going back outside the walls, I entered the little concrete and sandbag barricade to find my men all there. Nathan and John had returned from their patrol of the market, and I spent the rest of the afternoon. With them, Carl and William Ramos. Carl and William asked what I was up to, and then joined Nathan and John in an interrogation of me, clearly indicating that Carl and Ramos were filled in on what I've been up to since going our separate ways. The rest of the afternoon passed slowly, and even though I was vague or tight-lipped about what I discussed with Graham, after John and Nathan's departure, the four of them continued to speculate and discuss the man in their hushed voices, as the sun got lower and lower in the west. Not long before the night guardsmen came to relieve us, I joined in the discussion between Ramos and Nathan after they returned from another walk about the market. The market crowds began to thin as the sun set, and the two were continuing a chat from earlier about what the burned legate would do when he finished healing up. Breaking from my thoughts about what the next day would have in store, an idea from earlier that afternoon returned to me, and I asked, "Hear any new stories about our most recent arrival out there?" The four of them looked at me, not surprised or anything, but just out of interest. Nathan spoke first, saying that he heard a few of the traders near the central crossroads talking about the battle down south. I asked if there was anything in addition to that, without sounding like I was trying to hide anything, and all they said was no. Nathan and Ramos went on a little more, then getting diverted to other topics of discussion but leaving me with a satisfactory answer. I then glanced towards the eastern wall, following the row of shanties built against it, past the dirt paths, and crowds going this way and that as the people went to the outside inns or rented shacks for the evening. As I looked that way, my men around me each got lost in their own little conversations, and I watched the gates lower again to release the small crowd of new Canaanite landlords, each one carrying a long satchel full of keys and accompanied by a boy of the town with an advertisement sign ready to rent out temporary lodgings to the masses of travelers as the sky got darker. All was calm, all was still right. It was as if I could hear each of the travelers, tribals, and wasters going about their business, hearing their conversations. Then, with one last look beyond Western Path along the wall, I could hear those conversations in depth, and I knew that not one of them knew how only a few doors down was the subject of new stories, new legends, and stories that would most certainly lead enemies to our gates. I watched the streetlighters emerge from some of the inns and public houses with jars of oil, lighters, and wicks in hand to begin their duty of lighting the market grounds, and then the night guard arrived. When the night guard arrived to replace us at our gate station, me and the men exchanged pleasantries, but before we could leave our post and return home, Constable Hanshaw approached me again. Both the men of the night guard and my own stopped what they were doing upon seeing the constable, and greeted him in the formal way he so despised. The burly man made a few jokes to give the night guard something to smile about during their shift, and then turned back to me, saying aloud for my men to hear, "Mr. Young, I wanted to let you know that I have passed word to the bishop about our discussion from earlier, and—" He saw the question, "What did he say?" on the tip of my tongue, but wouldn't let me get it out as he continued, "You'll be delighted to know that nothing has changed for the present time, although we will urge you to keep your ears to the ground and to be extra alert to anything out of the ordinary for the next few weeks." That was good to hear. Perhaps there were still reasons to fear the arrival of those hunting for our new fugitive, but for now it was good to hear that even the spiritual leaders of our home didn't feel the need to allow any panic or unnecessary preparations that would possibly conflict with the impression that nothing unusual has happened within New Canaan recently. The constable turned from me to the faces of the guardsmen beside me, and then addressed me aloud for the rest of them. "Don't look so confused, lads. Orders will be passed first thing in the morning, clarifying a new update to market procedure." Then turning back to me, he resumed, "In the meantime, you'll also be happy to hear that I'm giving the go-ahead for you and 2 of your men to join Doyle and his scouts on that little investigation we discussed in the meeting earlier today. With that, I'm having you and Doyle set out Thursday instead of Friday, so pick 2 of your men to join you, and I give you and your selections the whole day tomorrow to get prepared. You will set out first thing Friday morning, so meet up with Doyle at some point and coordinate with him and—" Addressing all of us, he concluded, "You all have a great night." The constable left us with a salute as he began walking towards the Trinity Inn on the southeast corner of the central crossroads. And all of us, including the night guardsmen, gave the father of the guard a friendly "so long." As soon as the constable left, the men began badgering me to pick them for this expedition with Doyle, and I ignored them just to amuse myself with their pleas as we congregated with the other guardsmen of the day shift outside the gate. It wasn't long before all the other teams and their lieutenants were in place, chatting amongst themselves or greeting their comrades, and waiting for the gates to allow us inside. None of the greetings from their friends could distract them from continuing to pester me, and just before the gates began to lower, I said my answer. Even though I made it a point not to think about it and just answer at first thought, I knew I wouldn't choose John since I needed him to take my place during my absence. And so, I said, "Nathan and Ramos." Immediately, Nathan and Ramos high-fived and began rubbing it into John and Carl. Even though John was disappointed, it showed on his face that he expected as much, while Carl took the moment to kick some dirt and say how he never gets selected for anything. I consoled Carl by saying that I would choose him next time. That made Carl feel a bit better. Then I told Nathan and Ramos to be at my home first thing in the morning before muster, and that we would walk to the guard barracks tomorrow. I thought it might be easier to meet them at the barracks, since the 2 were single men who lived there, but neither of them protested. The gate landed on the ground with a dull thud, and the whole crowd of day shift guards entered the town going their separate ways. I walked with a few of the other officers who lived on the west side of town like me, while the majority of the guards went towards the guard barracks on the east end. I talked with a few of the guards about the meeting we attended earlier that day between the leadership of the guard and spiritual leadership. Most of them were just speculating about how often those meetings would be, then got to talking about some event or another that happened during the shift. None of them asked why I was held back at the end of the meeting, but that wasn't surprising since the lieutenants of the guard were the quickest to leave the room after dismissal. In the end, the small huddle of lieutenants I walked with dispersed to go to their own homes, and soon enough, I was alone and opening the small fence to our yard. The town's street lighters were still working on the west side of town, but the smallest rays of sunlight still peeked over the western mountains, showing me my family sitting on the front porch waiting for me to come home, just as I've seen countless other evenings after a shift. At the sound of the gate, Joseph stopped the game he was playing in the dirt with the neighbor kids and shouted, "Dad's home!" as usual before throwing himself around my leg to prevent me going further. Beneath the lantern light of the porch, I saw Danny rise from that wicker couch. Hannah waved subtly from her spot beside Danny, and Michelle pushed herself off the wall to approach me. I inched forward, and with one motion, Michelle cast Joseph away from my leg and threw her arms around me, saying, "I heard that the bishop himself is donating to my mission fund. Whatever you did, thank you so much, Dad." I embraced my eldest daughter, remembering what the bishop told me earlier in that meeting and wondering myself what I had done to warrant that kind of generosity from the bishop as I looked over her shoulder at Danny, whose face looked at me lovingly from the glow of the lantern light. I told her to make sure she thanked the bishop if she ever met him, and she released her embrace to sit down with Joseph and the other children in our yard, like the loving mother she already was in spirit. Approaching the porch, I embraced my wife and rubbed Hannah's head, while Danny too thanked me for whatever I did. Danny clung to my side and followed me into the house, saying there was dinner for me on the table and that it was time to rest for the remainder of the evening. As I ate, I thought about the day, remembering that meeting, and for whatever reason, my mind skipped over the talk I had with the burned man. Mr. Graham wasn't mentioned one time throughout the evening. Joseph had seemed to forget the witnessing role he played in Graham's return to Christ, and even though Michelle, Hannah, and Danny had asked me many questions about him since that night at the temple, all of their questions about him were gone, and I couldn't help but notice that fact long after the dinner. Hannah eventually came in, and so did Michelle and Joseph. Joseph busied himself in the living room while Hannah and Michelle joined Danny and I at the table. Michelle went on questioning me about what I did to garner such high praise and rewards from the bishop, and I guessed right alongside her, as me and my family got lost in conversation about the day and coming days. I spent the evening with my family, and after around 2.5 hours since stepping through that door, I kissed my kids goodnight and went to bed with my wife, saying that I had to get up early. My kids knew that I had to get up early for my shift with the guard, and telling them I had to get up early left me wondering why I even said that in the first place. I wondered why I said that too as I walked down the little hall to our bedroom, and as soon as the door shut, I remembered tomorrow was not any ordinary day. Tomorrow I was to get ready for an expedition into the wastes again. I told my wife this fact when the door was closed, and she looked at me worriedly. Remembering the state I arrived in after my last expedition into the wastes, Danny almost cried. I couldn't believe it had taken me over 2 hours to bring that up, but it was a good thing though, since I only really talked about things like that with my wife. For their own concern, I usually left my children in the dark whenever I went on a scout or expedition. It was hard to see the painful memories resurface in the mind of my wife. She heard all about Evan Buller and the others I lost on that ill-fated expedition over a 1.5 months prior. She asked if I was even able to do it since I was still suffering that injury only a few days ago. I explained that I was all healed up, and even the scar was gone. I even went as far as showing her my exposed abdomen as proof, but that led to further questions about why the constable chose me instead of someone else. All I could say to that, after remembering what I could of the leadership meeting, was that I worked best with Doyle and his scouts. That was true, but then she asked if this expedition had to do with Joshua or Mr. Graham. To that, all I could say again was what I knew to be true. I highly doubt it. As I explained more about the expedition, what little there was to explain, my wife grew calmer. I recalled the meeting in detail, telling her that Doyle and some of his scouts were going to lead me and 2 of my guys out to some sort of idol, or totem, they heard about from some traders. It wasn't often that I was pulled to investigate such seemingly minuscule items in the borders of our territory, but she asked why I was needed in the first place for a thing like that. I remembered only one other scout I had under a similar pretext where I was led out to the wastes to investigate a totem to the southwest. On that occasion, we only found the totem of scrap metal and car parts to be nothing more than a new territorial claim from one of the indifferent tribes to the south. I think they were really a small raider gang calling themselves something like the Wreck Riders or something. When they saw our team approach armed to teeth and asking friendly questions, they said that they'd move further south, and that was that. Although I did remember on the trek back, hearing a few of the scouts under Lieutenant Herbian say how they'd come across other totems or idols on our borders that served as messages. One of the guys, Mr. Bell, if I remember correctly, said that one totem he found directed them to a camp where they were invited to talk with the chieftain, only to be told that if they ever approached their camp again, they would be killed. Mr. Bell said that they were only spared that day because the team he was on was so well armed. Other scouts recalled similar stories or verified the spoken ones. Some even said how there were gifts left at some, while others served as burial sites. All of this led to the conclusion: investigations of totems or idols within our territory could mean almost anything. In the end, I left out the possibility of hostile or dangerous situations when discussing the matter with my wife. After telling her the truth, in that I simply didn't know what the totem would mean, I eased her worries a bit more by telling her how Doyle said the trip wouldn't last more than 2 days. Figuring it would take 1 day to get there and 1 day to get back, it didn't even occur to me that I might be gone longer than that if we had to follow any paths along our investigation. I wish there was more to say to her, but after telling her that we were just going to check it out and reminding her that the constable would send backup if we weren't home at a prescribed time, her nerves were settled. Wiping what was left of her tears, she knew I was not any man to lie about anything, and that if I was comfortable enough to go, it would all go fine. Luckily for the both of us, she'd forgotten about how sure I was at the time of Evan Buller's fatal expedition. Maybe she did remember and just didn't bring it up, or maybe she truly didn't consider that. However, she kissed me goodnight and embraced me as she fell asleep. It wasn't long before I too fell asleep, but with my mind focused on tomorrow morning, I went to sleep with a full return to the present after such a chaotic few days. Although, as good as it was to be back in the arms of my wife, under the same roof as my children, and no longer plagued by the mental storm that came with Joshua's arrival, something still hovered in the back of my mind. We need to know, is there anyone who will be coming for you? And that single word answer that reminded me of all I had to do in the current and coming days. Yes. Chapter 9, The Totem. The next day. For whatever reason, my internal alarm didn't wake me up the next morning. Instead, me and my wife both awoke to Hannah and Joseph staring at me. Seeing my eyes open, the first thing I heard after seeing the freckled little face of my youngest daughter was, "Are you going to make us breakfast today?" I usually did that on Fridays before leaving for my shift. Although the kids appreciated it, they usually preferred it when their mother made breakfast. Either way, seeing how she woke me up when it was usually me who awoke the kids, my eyes darted to the clock on the far wall and I saw it was only 10 minutes past 5. Losing 10 minutes, my wife stirred awake and rose out of bed as Joseph moaned how hungry he was while I sprung from the covers and started getting my black cargo pants on. The kids left the room, and Danny did too while the kids finished getting ready for school. Michelle was heard getting ready for the day in the other room, and knowing I was usually at the morning muster formation 15 minutes before 6, I got ready much quicker than I normally did before remembering that today wasn't normal. Memories from yesterday came back, and I only slowed my pace when I remembered that Nathan and Ramos were going to be meeting me at my home. I wasn't quite sure when to expect their knock at the door, but I figured it would be around 6 since Nathan in particular was usually one to let a day of prep like this mean a day off. I was mistaken though, because I was in the middle of a light breakfast and the clock on the wall showed 5:32 when there was a knock at the door. Without excusing himself, Joseph sprung up saying he would get it and dashed across the dim little living room to open the door. Immediately we heard, "Hey kiddo, long time no see," from the blackened doorway, almost in unison from the voices of Nathan and Ramos. Joseph retreated from the doorway with his eyes fixed on them as they both entered to my surprise with large rifles and shotguns on their shoulders. Joseph was already asking them if he could hold one of the guns, and Nathan said, "Ask your pop," kiddo prompting me and Danny to immediately say, "No." Nathan and Ramos were greeted by me and Danny. Danny told them to make themselves comfortable while I asked them why they were armed to the teeth. They made themselves comfortable on the couch by the front door, both fighting the urge to put their feet up on the little wooden coffee table, and Nathan said he figured the first thing he thought I would want to do is get some sights focused at the armory on this side of town. Danny looked at me and I told them how I knew the real reason they showed up with such weaponry was because they wanted to feel like big shots and impress my 7-year-old boy. To which the 2 guardsmen hung their heads and Joseph ignored them. I was almost done with breakfast anyway, and I felt Danny's eyes telling me to get them out of here as soon as possible before snapping at Joseph not to touch the barrel of Nathan's shotgun sitting across his lap. I excused myself from the table and began creating a mental list of what I would have to do today, while I heard the soft sounds of conversation between the guardsmen and my family as I headed back to my bedroom to fetch my vest and armaments. We were still good on time, and the clock in my room showed it was 5:36. There, I zipped up my vest and interrupted a conversation between Ramos and Michelle about the mission, telling both he and Ramos to get out while I said goodbye to my family. The men complied. I embraced my wife, then Michelle, then Hannah, and pulled Joseph away from the window, who was still staring at the guardsmen's weaponry, to embrace him. Such was a typical morning, and the longer farewells would wait until tomorrow morning. The tears and hugs were more time-consuming on the days I left into the wastes. I don't think the children pieced together the fact that I was leaving on another expedition in the following morning, despite the unusualness of my guards showing up to the door like they did. Still, it was always really hard to tell them where I was going, which was why it was always best to save the farewells for the moment before departure, and I left that morning wondering if the kids didn't at least suspect something unusual coming the next morning. In any event, I left Danny to get the kids to their schoolhouses at the proper time and was out the door in the morning cold, telling the men to follow with a head gesture alone before the clock turned to 5:40. Nathan and Ramos talked amongst themselves, and occasionally at me as we walked the streets of town, towards the guard barracks on the other end. The streets were relatively empty save for the few people who had to get to the farms on the north end as early as the day shift guards. I greeted the few we passed on behalf of us three, since Nathan and Ramos were still talking softly and excitedly about the expedition they were accompanying me on. William Ramos, the newest of the guards in my detachment, was asking Nathan and myself about all that we were going to do, asking about what the objective was, what his role on the team was, how far out we were going, etc. I stayed quiet, finding it all amusing as Nathan played the big shot and keeping the fact that he'd only gone on 2 other expeditions to myself. To my surprise, it wasn't until we reached the little courtyard before the guard barracks and saw the day shift muster formation that Nathan and Ramos both asked, "Wait, what are we doing here at muster? I thought we were going to get sights at the West End Armory?" Looking upon the 7 assembled detachments before the 2-story pre-war office condo that was Ramos and Nathan's home, I reminded them that it was they who said the armory was the first stop for expedition prep. As they remembered it was me who was in charge, and it was me who had other responsibilities, I approached the gaggle of lieutenants and the constable standing before the formation of the 7 15-man detachments. Joining the group of officers, the detachments were set at ease, and there was low conversation filling the air around the formations. I was greeted, and before I could say much else, the constable's watch beeped, and Doyle said he and I would meet up after dismissal. Nathan and Ramos stood off to the side, holding their unnecessary weapons proudly like the special tough guys they still believed themselves to be, and I approached John standing at the head of my detachment in my place where he ought to have been. John greeted me, and I did likewise as I turned to the men behind him, going over the faces and removing my list of who was assigned what for this day and while I would be gone. Contrary to what may have been suggested thus far, I was in charge of more guardsmen than just John Langdon, Carl Northrup, William Ramos, and Nathan. The number of men in my guard detachment at this time was actually 8. I used to be the commander of 14, with me as the 15th up until last month when we lost Gavin Salazar, Roy Sutton, Dennis Gates, Diego Marquez, Rowan Tomlinson, and of course, Evan Buller. At this point, my detachment had yet to be replenished, and so my detachment sat depleted compared to the other 7 of the day shift, with only John, Ramos, Carl, Nathan, Chance Rhines, Dean Parrish, Logan Barnett, and Oscar Savitt, with me as their commander. It should be said that the previously unmentioned names under my command are not due to any prejudice. I only speak of John, Carl, Ramos, and Nathan so frequently because I have attached myself to John and his squad for the longest. The men I talk about most frequently are the ones I have been with and been most familiar with in recent months. That isn't to say I neglect my other men. In fact, I communicate with everyone every morning, and even ensure they have everything they need when we aren't on duty. From time to time, I often change things up and accompany one of my other squads for a period of time, which is part of the reason that I was not with John and my regular men at the time of the expedition where Salazar's squad was lost, as well as Evan Buller. As I went down my meager detachment's ranks, greeting and inspecting the men one by one, I caught myself up with the life events of all of them. I took reports, laughed at the incidents described by those not in my regular group, and was able to spend much more time with them in this accountability routine than the other commanders of the fuller detachments beside us. Part of me enjoyed having a smaller detachment, and I would have enjoyed it more if it wasn't due to such an unfortunate reason, but I promised Mr. Rhines's squad that I would spend some more time with them after my return, and soon enough the formation's attention was called to the constable. I handed John my list of duties, and with my other men already aware of their stations for the day, we all looked to the constable in his casual guardsman uniform. As was usual, the constable said to all of us, "You all know where to find me if anything urgent arises. So, I expect you to keep us safe with a smile on your face. Have a great day, lads." It became evident that we missed the part where any new orders were distributed, like the one the constable said yesterday, that he would announce regarding ears to the ground in the market. Still, it was hard to think of anything foreboding or worrisome when the constable's usual dismissal was spoken. One of the officers shouted something to the constable that I was too far to hear, but it made the giant man laugh before he gestured for everyone assembled to depart. I turned around and shook John's hand, leaving him in charge as I went towards Nathan and Ramos, thinking about when I would get to do interviews with young men of the community for duties in the Guard. The other detachments all went their separate ways, some squads heading back into the barracks to get the heavy anti-material rifles for tower duties, or submachine guns for farm patrols or gate duty. Standing with Ramos and Nathan, I remember waiting for Doyle to finish up with his men and thinking about those interviews to replenish my detachment in the near future. I've seen certain members of the community tremble when they came near the gates and saw their protectors atop the towers with large rifles, or standing beside the gates in full battle apparel and machine guns with large drums of ammunition. I wondered how many of the community's more innocent people knew that those men with big guns and black caps with white crosses on them went to their duties every morning under orders from their commander to keep us safe with a smile on your face. How our tribal, traveler, trader, and wasteland visitors viewed the behind the scenes of New Canaan's Guard was of equal mystery. In the end, it wasn't too long before the small plaza Old World parking lot in front of the barracks became sparse in people, and Doyle approached us with the men he selected for the totem expedition. Since Doyle was leading this expedition while me and my men were just back up, I saw him approach me with an additional 2 hands than normal. Doyle stepped up, and we shook hands as his men, Hudson, Preston Lockwood, and Duncan Schmidt, exchanged pleasantries with Nathan and Ramos. The conversation was brief, and Doyle and I decided it was best to tackle our own prep lists and meet up for lunch. Even though a whole day of prepping for an expedition was hardly necessary and relatively uncommon, it was appreciated, and Doyle and I took our groups separate ways, agreeing to meet up at the Mills Creek Smoker on the north end when we were done before ending our prep with lunch there. Immediately, I took Nathan and Ramos into the barracks, and it was there that Nathan began complaining about how it was I who should have met them in the barracks since they lived there. I reminded him how they both agreed to meet me at my home. More complaints came out of Nathan's mouth only to be ignored when we stepped up to the armory on the ground level and returned the shotguns they took out this morning. Reminding them that this was a scouting expedition, we kept the rifles and only withdrew 1 Thompson 45 submachine gun for myself and the appropriate ammunition, before leaving and heading towards the place that the two were hoping would be the first stop. On the other end of town, only a few streets north of my home on the west end, we stepped into the guard's armory there and obtained the sights for the weapons needed. It might seem inconvenient for weapons to be stored on one end of town, while attachments and the like are stored on the other, but the West End Armory was used for scouting preparations, had a small indoor sighting range, and a reserve arsenal in case something terrible happened to the main armory in the guard barracks. In the small metal building, Lenny Graff greeted us, and gave us what we needed, asking us this and that, and helping us pass the time while we fit the sights to the rifles, and spent the next hour testing shots and ensuring that the sights were aligned properly. All this was made longer by the conversation with Lenny and the occasional group of other guardsmen who entered and began chatting about this and that. It would take too long to cover everything that happened, everyone I spoke to, what was said, etc. To keep it short, I took Nathan and Ramos all across town, Ramos more excited than anything, while Nathan remained bored at all the seemingly unnecessary steps involved in gearing up for a mission. After getting the sights requisition from the West End Scouts Armory, we headed to the Temple Granary east of the temple, where we got our field rations, stopped by the Woods Cross Outfitter on the north end for outdoor supplies, and then went to the south side gate to retrieve the supplies we sent a runner fetch from Dr. Franklin's clinic. We only sent one of the idle guards to fetch this, because we got held up with a requisition problem at the outfitter. There was more, but Doyle was doing the bulk of the procedural work, spending his time running around town letting this elder know this, and finding the constable to tell him how this elder said that, and that said this. I'd been in his shoes, and there was a lot of logistics that went into even simple runs out into the wastes, with the most important details being the establishment of contingencies. I wasn't aware on the day of prep, but while we were walking out to the site of investigation the next day, I asked Doyle about it, and the basics were this. Doyle and I's team were to set out in the morning, investigate the alleged site of the totem within the time frame of a day and a half. We were to follow any potential trails for a maximum of 10 miles beyond the totem site, and to send word back to the guard if more time was needed, or if further range was needed, in order to investigate thoroughly enough for a satisfactory report. Heading back to report was largely my group's role. The final detail said that if we weren't back, or there was no word from us either by radio or messenger by Sunday, a force of 2 detachments would be sent to retrieve us. All of this information had to be made known and sometimes signed off on by many members of the temple, as well as guard, so that the whole community's leadership would know what we were doing and where to find us if trouble arose. With all the painful work done by Doyle and his men, and when he was finally done with all the errands me and my boys completed in the morning, it was just before 11, and our 2 groups headed to the Mills Creek place for lunch. That place fed the farmers and ranchers on the north end beyond the gates, and was just about the best place to get a seasoned Brahmin steak in probably all of the Utah wilderness. There was not much more to say about the rest of the day or the lunch with Doyle and his scouts. I was somewhat surprised that Doyle was bringing Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Lockwood, and Hudson. This is only surprising because Hudson and Ray, the 2 men Doyle left behind with Mr. Mathers and I the night Joshua returned, were considered inseparable. This fact was mentioned by Hudson throughout the whole lunch, and Doyle was evidently tired of hearing about how much Hudson missed and would miss his friend Ray. When all was over, the plan was set, and Doyle gave me the rundown, as he planned to have his guys meet him at his place in the morning, at the usual set-out time of 0500. Doyle said he would swing by my place to grab me since he lived only a few streets up from me and near the West End Armory. So, I told my men to come over to my place again in the morning so we could all head out together. And the group dispersed. Really, it was just me who left. Nathan and Ramos hung around with Doyle's men for a while longer, discussing matters only relevant to those who lived in the single men's home or guard barracks, while Doyle went towards the temple on the pretext of some one last thing he had to do. Alone in the streets, I headed home. The town wasn't too busy since everyone was at work or attending to various household duties this time of day. The Mills Creek place was definitely packed for lunch, as all the field hands of the North End took their lunches just before our arrival. So, it was a little past 1 p.m. when I found myself walking the dusty streets back home. The submachine gun slung across my back, not steering off any of the hellos or good days from the occasional passers-by and elderly people occupying their porches this time of day. For the most part, I was left alone with my thoughts, which remained more focused on my excitement for the upcoming expedition. Despite what happened to me over a month and a half ago, I loved expeditions, even ones as short as this one was projected to be. Like most new Canaanites under the age of 50, I get antsy when I'm around town too long. Where my other brothers and sisters satisfy that urge by signing up for a mission if they don't have families, us guardsmen always had expeditions, scouts, and mission escorts to go on. Either way, I was still free for the rest of the day and knew my wife should be home around this time. I had a mind to help her with some of her afternoon chores, errands, or even help her in the garden behind our house, since I was free of any responsibility till tomorrow morning. I would end up spending a wonderful afternoon with her until our children returned from schooling, and the whole evening with our kids turned out to be a great family one. Despite this whole day being somewhat out of the ordinary, the only thing that might have been noteworthy was along the way home. Just as I rounded the corner of the last street before my home, I bumped into Mr. Mathers. I hadn't seen him in days, and he wasn't even at the meeting between the elders and officers of the guard I attended only yesterday. We talked for a moment there on the street, got caught up with one another about this and that, and the whole exchange was rather uneventful, until I mentioned how I hadn't heard from him since that day I spent with him in the archives. Although I didn't really think about the burned man, I did remember the box I was told to get before he left for his meeting. There I thought about all those letters I read, and all the events that followed before realizing it has already been over 4 days since that night at the temple. Remembering those letters and his work in the archive, I recalled the last thing he said to me at the end of the talk with him and Mordecai that day. I only remembered it because somewhere in the conversation he said to me, "Sorry I couldn't meet with you that evening after we parted ways, but you don't look burdened or troubled anymore. Suppose you were busy that night anyway, so it all worked out. Still, I'm here if you ever want to talk or get anything off your chest." That was all he and I both had to say about the night Joshua Graham officially returned to the community. It was all he had to say about the man himself, or the incident at the temple as a whole. We went on talking about other things when he said he was busy tirelessly working on the ranch shack outside of town the past couple days. He talked all about the work he and his team were doing on Judah Black's old place, and it was hard to focus on what he was saying because this whole casual conversation left me wondering that original question I had for him after reading those letters. Why was he reading so much about Joshua Graham and Judah Black before the return? And did he know who the burned stranger was as well? I suppose none of that mattered at the moment. Joshua Graham's arrival in New Canaan was known to everyone at this point, and perhaps Mr. Mathers was just following the bishop's orders for the whole community of not mentioning the name Graham. It was either that, or Mr. Mathers just got busy with the work at hand. For that, I couldn't blame him, for I too was very busy in the present day. If not at the very moment, I would be tomorrow, and my mind was already in the expedition game. Perhaps I would have more time to discuss all my questions for Mr. Mathers at a later time. But despite my curiosities, the two of us were both in a hurry, so the talk was a short one. The deacon left heading to some of the elders he needed to talk to about his project, and I left going home, ready to help my wife and have a good time with my family before my departure in the morning. The next morning, 4:50 a.m. had arrived, and I sat on the couch, fully armed, fully equipped, and with a heavy backpack on while the kids were still fast asleep in their rooms. My wife rested her head on my shoulder, still not used to being up so early, but was only kept awake by her worry for my safety. In the darkness and stillness of the living room, I quietly assured her I would be fine or tried to steer her thoughts toward more pleasant things as we waited for the sounds of Doyle or my men outside. Another minute passed on the clock across the room, and my wife lifted her head, sleepily saying, "I'll go wake the kids," as she stood and departed the living room. There was no reason to fear anything on this short scout. From what Doyle mentioned at lunch the previous day, the totem his guys reported was only a few miles southeast off the South Road to the market up in the cliffs. The thing was apparently discovered in passing, and his scouts didn't have time to investigate further after the initial reporting. Since Graham's return, the community as a whole has been under a sort of lockdown. Not a lockdown in a really strict sense. People have still been allowed to go to and from the outside markets, but a few missions had been delayed, and other plans were postponed while word could pass to everyone about the importance of silence in regard to matters of the burned man. Once everyone in the community was made aware of his presence and residence outside the walls, and after I reported that he did believe there would be people after him, the only reason restrictions were lifted was because of the fact that there weren't any new stories about him or his survival from any outsiders. With the whole community knowing to keep his name out of mention altogether, this expedition was authorized, and business was beginning to resume as normal, so as to not rouse further suspicion from those outside the gates. With the slow return to normalcy after the strange few days, business would continue on, but with extra sets of ears in the market. Beyond the narrow hallway, I could hear my wife stirring the children awake, and my wife and I knew the secret of my departure had been kept when Hannah came running into the room, throwing her arms around me as tears streamed down her face. Joseph entered, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and more or less tamed by sleepiness, while Hannah embraced me, begging me not to go. It had finally clicked, and I knew why Hannah was so distant these past weeks. She remembered the state I arrived in after the last expedition I went on, and turned that fear into hostility or distance from me. It was all coming out now, though, and I held her to my chest tightly, brushing her hair and kissing her head as Joseph stood in the middle of the room in his PJs and yawned out. "Stop crying, Hannah. I already told you Dad's invincible. I bet Dad's gonna kill 100 bandits this time." Joseph trailed off into other topics, looking towards the kitchen for sights of breakfast while I held Hannah to my chest, assuring her I would be just fine and I'd be back soon, no problem. This went on as Danny returned, following Michelle into the room. It might have seemed cruel to tell my children 5 minutes before my departure, but it was truly better this way. I usually needed a good night's sleep and to have my head on straight to wake up early and prepare for an expedition, without having to stay up till the AM consoling the girls. With Joseph already asking about breakfast when Michelle sat beside me to join her sister in tears, I knew I could have told Joseph at any time if it wasn't for the fact that he will repeat literally anything you tell him not to immediately. I could have told him last night that I was scheduled to die this morning and to keep the news to himself, but his first words would have probably been along the lines of, "Are you going to die in an explosion? Explosions are cool. I bet it'll be a really big one. It would take a really big explosion to kill my dad. Hey Hannah, Dad's gonna die tomorrow in an explosion. Tom's gonna be so mad that my dad is cooler than his dad." With Danny standing before me and my daughters beside me, crying their tears of worry into my shoulders or trying hard to keep it together, I held them and loved them the best I could in those few short moments before there was a knock at the door. The door creaked open at my whisper, and I stood to my feet, leaving Michelle on the couch and Hannah rushing to my wife's side. Danny brushed Hannah's hair while Michelle wiped her eyes one last time before straightening her sleeping gown in an effort to take control of her composure, and 4 men stepped into the room. Doyle and my guardsmen stepped into the room bedecked in their regular uniforms and vests full of equipment, each one shouldering a rifle or long gun with large backpacks on their backs. Only one of them was needlessly wearing the rarely used black balaclava, but this one had a large white cross painted on it. It was Nathan who wore the balaclava, and before I could sling my machine gun over my shoulder or tell Nathan to take it off, he was already doing so at sight of my family. Doyle, at the head of the group, tipped his cap to my family before addressing me. "You ready, Paul?" I was, and said as much, seeing Nathan Ramos and Mr. Schmidt beside Doyle and hearing the other 2 outside the house. I stepped toward the door, and Hannah let out a sob from her mother's side. "Don't go, Daddy," making me turn and see my wife's expression in the dim light, saying, "I'll take care of her, you just come back safe this time." Before I could give one last assurance to my wife and 2 daughters still broken, I saw Joseph standing in the entryway to the kitchen with his hand in a box of sugar bombs, as I felt the hands push me along and heard the voice of Doyle say, "Don't worry, girls, we'll get 'em home safe." Then, I entered the cold black morning, and hearing Nathan say to Michelle, "Don't worry, darlin', your pop is safe with us," instinctively making me reach back and snatch Nathan by the collar, promising that I would have no trouble jeopardizing my eternity to keep him and other guards away from my daughter. Nathan laughed, a laugh that was cut short when we entered into the street, and Mr. Schmidt blew past Nathan to take the lead with Mr. Lockwood. Then, away we went. We were mostly quiet along the way. The street lamps continued to burn the last of their oil, and the wind whipped by, causing Nathan to don his painted balaclava again. He fought off the hushed jabs from Ramos and Doyle, saying that he looked like an executioner. Nathan only defended himself from this by pointing out how cold it was with the sun not even a glimmer over the east, I stayed silent, keeping exceptionally warm by the boiling of my blood at thought of Nathan's attempt to be cute with his remark to my eldest daughter. I figured he was joking, since Nathan took enormous delight in making others uncomfortable, and being his commander made me no exception. Even if he only said that to Michelle to make me uncomfortable, I didn't appreciate the reminder that my eldest daughter was at the age where she would begin relationships with boys and soon have to fend off hordes of suitors. I kept thinking about my daughter Michelle along the walk to the south gate and was wondering if she was already involved in any romantics with any of the community's men. Being Michelle's father, I preferred to think about literally anything else. But it was all I thought about on the way across town, and a wonderful start to a day where my mind should have been elsewhere. I hadn't heard about any of Michelle's relationships other than the one with Devin Ewell, but she was 6 when I heard about that, and I hadn't heard anything about him at the dinner table in probable years. I figured I didn't know anything about my daughter's romantic life because I was her dad, and so I made a mental note to ask Danny if she knew more about that upon my return. With that, I inadvertently obtained my tangible reason for returning home safely. Strange as that sounds, it's the little goals we set for ourselves that mean all the difference in our day-to-day, and so my eyes returned to the present only briefly, until I remembered I was unfortunately in the presence of a few of Michelle's potential suitors. Now Doyle was married, which was why he lived just a few streets north of me as opposed to the single boys' home or guard barracks. I heard that Mr. Lockwood was engaged to the Tomlinson girl on the East End, so my eyes went to Nathan, William Ramos, Mr. Schmidt, and Hudson. Now, it wasn't that I didn't trust or love any of the men in the guard. It was just that I felt and acted like a father to so many of them. Even though many of them came from families in town, me, the other lieutenants, and the constable himself saw them as our children on duty and off duty. I loved all who've been called to protect the community, and even though there were a few who I could have seen as potential matches for my daughter, I had an unspoken rule for myself that I wouldn't allow anyone under my direct command to be romantically involved with Michelle. Despite this, there were a few moments in previous months where I believed Michelle to at least have a crush on Evan Buller. Something that was made somewhat evident by how Michelle took the news of his death on my last expedition, and how Danny said she still visits the Buller family frequently to help in their loss. I thought of my daughter's face, seeing how pretty it is, and how she got so much of her looks, her eyes, her hair, and even the few freckles from her mother. Considering her grief in the days after my injured return, the fact she may have loved that young man I led to his demise made the face of Evan all the more tragic to me. No. In the end, if I could have saved Evan, and if he went on to marry Michelle, I would have loved him anyway. Evan, these men beside me, were my sons, and if I could get them home safe for women like my daughter, like my wife, I knew I had to do it. The rest of my thoughts were cut short at the crashing of the gate upon the sand. The sun just began to show its first rays over the east, and the market sat nearly devoid of life beyond the gate when Doyle said, "Lockwood, lead on." Lockwood nodded, and the 7 of us proceeded south down the road, through the market, and then further down the dirt path or caravan trail. We all remained somewhat quiet. Most of us were still fairly tired from getting up earlier than our normal duties required. By around 0600, the sun was sitting half above the eastern mountains, and the market was slowly getting busier, based on the soft sounds carried in the wind and brief glances that showed more travelers emerging from their temporary lodgings to go about their business outside the walls. We continued south down the path when we went up a small hill, and I saw we were about halfway to the old ranch home of Judah Black when Mr. Lockwood took us straight east off the path and into the wasteland. We continued east, and I briefly wished that I could have seen what was done to the ranch shacks since Mr. Mathers started his project, and I thought about the conversation I had with him until the terrain took up the entirety of my focus. Doyle's man, Lockwood, took us further and further east off the path, a rocky stretch of land that slowly ascended up and was populated by more and more untamed vegetation. I felt us begin to veer more and more to the southeast, and the work was rough for everyone, but for me in particular since I had been on some form of light duty since my injury last month. At least the scar was gone, I thought, as I trekked up more rocks and around clumps of bushes with the others. Maybe around an hour had passed since we first left the trail, and all of us removed whatever items of cold weather gear we were wearing as the sun rose more and more. It might have been a little past 7 a.m. when even Mr. Lockwood and Doyle's other scouts felt as though they had hiked a whole mountain. The 7 of us congregated under a rocky and shaded outcropping atop a small ridge to guzzle some water. Hudson said something like, "I hate that bit. Up and up from here," between winded breaths. Knowing the stretch we were going was still even more uphill, me and some of the others decided to come to terms with how difficult the hike was, and my men took the moment to gab with Doyle's men, while I took in the view with Doyle himself. The 2 of us remained quiet, being the older men of the group. We were kept busy trying to catch our breaths, and remained strong in composure while we took in the view. Atop the small ridge, it looked as though we had only gone around 3 miles based on the distance to the south path, but we had no idea how high we had gotten based on how flat the land looked from this point to the road. I could see several tiny people going to and from New Canaan along that south road, as well as one long caravan of traders heading away from the town along the same path. Just to the northwest I could see the distant structure that was Mr. Mather's newest project. Though it was too far to get the details I wanted to see earlier, I could see many people seemingly going around the thing, around scattered items that I assumed to be construction materials. I was still very curious what the elders decided they wanted to do with the place, and I'm surprised that didn't come up in my chat with Mr. Mathers yesterday. However, I didn't think about that long because the site just north caught my attention yet again. It was somewhat rare for me to see sites like this. Most of my expeditions took me west or south, with the occasional one sending me north. Being most familiar with territories west and south, the lands that way were much more flat, even descending as one drew nearer to the Great Salt Lake. Atop this little ridge southeast of town, however, I got to see something I'd only seen maybe 1 or 2 other times, New Canaan itself. Sitting there in what was probably only 5 or so miles to the north following the road, sat the outskirts of the market that was already teeming with life as the sun rose higher and higher in the early morning. The sun fell upon the market, showing all its structures like the little sister town it was to its walled big brother just north, following the main roads till it was buried by so many shacks and structures amidst the market ground. My eyes took in the scrap walls lining the whole settlement, dotted with small towers at separate intervals, to keep watch over the treacherous surrounding wastes. I thought of my men as the sun got a little higher, and showed what those towers were protecting just as the last of the morning mist began to clear. Though my home perhaps didn't compare to the stories I heard of settlements like New Vegas, it was hard to not be inspired by the reconstructed, repainted, and ever so cared for collection of homes and places of work, built upon the ruins of outer Salt Lake City. The place was simply impressive, and the vast expanses around it made the place especially wonderful. Even from afar, it was truly hard to not be inspired, as the town of New Canaan was the only thing like it in that sea of wasteland around it. Where stories said the lights of Vegas attracted people from all over the deserts of Nevada, the steeple bearing the cross atop our temple in the heart of the town served as its own beacon for those seeking to escape the war-torn wilderness of northern Utah. It was too difficult to make out all the points of interest within the walls of New Canaan, other than the cross of the temple towering high above everything else. Despite looking like the town was packed together from such a distance, I'd known from living there my whole life that the streets were long and winding, and simply walking from the south end to the north end took at least 40 minutes. Probably even upwards of 2 hours once the day started and the crowds of inhabitants began their days. Still trying to follow that south road till it was buried by the gates, walls, and then buildings within, my eyes landed on the cross one more time before I took in the wide fields beyond the north end. The fields and farms were too hard to see all the workers going about their work at the early hours, but once more my eyes took me to the lands beyond the outline of the north wall, and past the fields. I can only describe the lands beyond the north wall as the greatest example of what was lost, especially when one sees the lively little paradise directly to the south. Beyond the north wall, the land turned almost instantly from vast brown desert beneath a baking sun to a light gray tragedy. The little hills and rising landscape didn't do anything to obstruct the nuclear mangled cities of Salt Lake City, and then Ogden beyond the rising mountains. Although the radiation had subsided enough to build New Canaan that close to Salt Lake City, The gray, ashy ruins of SLC were still largely avoided by the people of New Canaan and other inhabitants of the region. It was true that many we've had to turn away took up homes in the ruins of the city itself, but those people were few, and the city leveled by nuclear war in 2077 remained a mostly lawless ground for those who had nowhere else to go. Some groups of raiders have been seen roaming the streets of the leveled gray city, but most people of the wilderness, tribal or otherwise, still believe the place to be radioactive, thus keeping the vast expanses of rubble from the north wall to the outskirts of Ogden as little more than a great hunting ground or place to scavenge. Although Ogden has its own story, one involving my community, the place was too far to discern past the rolling hills, and my survey of the landscape took my eyes to that huge expanse of light blue and gray beside the ruins of SLC to the northwest, far beyond what I could see. The sun glimmered ever so faintly in the distant waters, and there I thought of all the times I'd been to the shores of those poisonous waters. As beautiful as the waters were from overlooks like this, the salt in that lake was poisonous even before the war that irradiated the world, and even though the radiation has too been largely washed away with the passage of so much time, the waters of that enormous sea has come to attract more of a new poison in recent years. I began to hear the drums beating, the screams of war cries, the screams of men like my own, and then the clatter of firearms as I stared at those faraway waters. But before I began to officially remember, Doyle nudged me with his elbow, asking, "Ready?" I met his eyes, nodded, shook the thoughts out of my head, and turned to the others as Lockwood resumed the lead. Almost 2 hours later, we continued to the southeast, up even more hills, and then across several long stretches of flatter ground. Walking those stretches of flat ground, New Canaan grew even smaller behind us, and soft conversations amongst the men began as everyone kept watch over the surroundings and rising hills. Through shrubbery and over rocks, the 7 of us were alone in the wilderness now. With the knowledge that nobody would come for us for at least 2 days if we didn't check in, I asked Doyle if he had his mid-range radio tuned to the proper channel. Doyle tapped the radio as a sign of assurance, and Nathan and Hudson halted their conversation as we made our way up another series of large rocks to another ridgeline. Around 45 minutes or so passed since our break before Lockwood said back to us from his position several yards ahead. "Found the trail, not much more now." I think he meant that the travel up rocks was not much more. Stepping on the trail, we were surrounded by shrubbery and dry bushes, and the path Lockwood was leading us certainly seemed to level out. Though we were still going up into the mountains, I knew that climbing over such difficult terrain was behind us, and so low conversations resumed. I passed the time talking with Doyle, talking about this and that, and later learning how this trail we were on was an old Indian footpath. Doyle's scouts used this trail often to get around the mountains of the east and southeast. It was actually because of this long-forgotten path that Mr. Lockwood discovered the totem on his last return from a scout. Though it wasn't impossible for someone else or some other tribe to have used this path, the scout said that it wasn't likely. Both me and Doyle began to figure that this scout was to figure out which tribe was using these trails and claiming them as their own. But that changed when Mr. Lockwood shouted back, "Whoever made it definitely wanted to speak to us." This statement captured our attentions, but Mr. Lockwood didn't explain any further, and we wondered how he could have known that when we remembered him saying how he didn't have time to investigate it on his way back. Doyle and I were too winded to catch up and interrogate him further, so we remained at the rear to internally speculate while the rest of the men continued talking to each other, as if they hadn't even heard what Mr. Lockwood said. About another hour passed along the ancient trail, and despite the steadiness of the ancient trail, the gradual incline was still taking its toll as the mountains got closer, and the descent to the open wastes and trails to New Canaan got further away. By this time, the sun was beating down heavily on us, and even though it was still the morning, the heat of the day intensified, and the hike with all our gear made the freezing winds of the early morning a fond memory. Doyle and I still remained at the rear, trying our best to appear as though age was not an issue in the presence of the young men ahead still softly talking amongst themselves. Even though Doyle was the leader of the scouts, It was evident that his part in scouting expeditions was not ordinary, as the occasional glance from him and sweat pouring down his face said that he did not envy the men like Mr. Lockwood who regularly used this route into the southeastern mountains. During a brief pause where I used my duty of surveying our perimeter as an excuse to face back north and suck in an exhausted breath of air, I could see the dot where New Canaan was and realized we weren't but 12 or so miles if I had to guess. I thought back to the fact that Doyle said the totem was discovered close to New Canaan, and before turning back to the group, said quietly to myself more than anything, "That liar! Where is this damn totem?" Just then, the voice from Lockwood called back from around a bend in the path. "There it is, right where I remembered it." Instantly, I snapped back and caught up with Doyle before he rounded the bend. Around a series of short bushes along the path, we went and found the men wiping sweat from their faces, still talking, and sipping from their canteens while Mr. Lockwood pointed up to a strange object atop a cluster of rocks just off the path and about 50 yards uphill. Excited to see the thing, I recovered myself quicker than Doyle, who joined the men and began hydrating. I saw where Mr. Lockwood was pointing, and the man joined the others in their quiet, casual conversing. I was just about to join them as well to regroup before we'd head up there and get a closer look at it, but for the moment, I had my eyes fixed on the distant sign despite myself, though it was still a little too far to truly detail. The words of Mr. Lockwood entered my ears again in an echo. Whoever made it definitely wanted to speak to us. Up there on the rocky little ridge, his words indeed made sense. Sitting upon the rocks was not any ordinary tribal totem. What I saw was certainly intended for us, as the object lorded over us from its rocky nook, showing a blackened cross seemingly cobbled together with desert branches with something fastened to the center. Chapter 10, Checkpoint at Rock Shack. Several crows flew away from the arms of the crooked cross totem as we stepped up to it. New Canaanites did not mark our territories in such a fashion, and tribal totems took on all manners of shapes and appearances, but the cross was certainly made for us. The cross in the wilderness was not something tribals, even tribals we allied with and baptized, would use to mark their lands. Perhaps it was because of knowing what the symbol means, and how it shouldn't be used to anoint things as trivial as territorial bounds. Or perhaps it was because they did not want to be mistaken for the only other group that uses our symbol. It has been long known how that nation of murderers and slavers distorted the cross from its meaning as a symbol of hope and resurrection to the fate of those who defy Edward Sallow, or the man who calls himself Caesar. All tribes of the Utah wilderness knew that the crosses seen in the far south, or the far east marking the fringes of Arizona and Colorado, were decorated in the bodies of those opposed to Caesar's legion. But out here? Out here, the cross still had its true meaning, and why this was made, or what they intended it to communicate, was unknown in all ways other than who it was intended for. The totem was not cobbled from an old telephone pole, or fixed with the body of a disobedient victim of the legion. Even though the fear remained that this totem might be an omen, or perhaps even a new tribe allied with the legion, a closer look at the cross made of a tall tree trunk and 2 long black branches protruding from the sides left us all wondering. The whole thing was burnt, as evidenced by the blackened state of the wood and windswept ash scattered about the pile of rocks, keeping it in place. We all stepped a bit closer, wondering what this could mean, still knowing this totem was intended to be discovered by New Canaanites, yet wondering how we knew that despite the shape of the thing. Maneuvering around it, I remained uncertain what to make of the object until I stood in front of the thing and saw what was fastened to the center. Fastened by 2 small chains to the center of the cross totem was the blackened and charred head of a Brahmin bull, horns and all. "What's up there?" asked Mr. Lockwood as Ramos, Hudson, and Doyle looked at me from several steps away. Looking back down, I knew internally what this meant, even though I couldn't say it or adequately consider the concept I had floating in the back of my mind. Looking back down from the charred skull and burnt cross, all I could do is affirm what Mr. Lockwood had originally said on the hike here, and replied back. "It's definitely intended for us." My men and the scouts did good in their approach, keeping off the sand and ashy patch around the totem so as to not disturb the grounds. With my statement, neither me nor Doyle had to give the order for the work to begin. Mr. Lockwood and Hudson stepped forward towards the totem, studying the ground around it, and Mr. Schmidt walked towards the small path to the totem. My men spread out around the immediate area, looking off at the distant cliffs with weapons all set in comfortable and ready positions while Doyle switched his eyes from his men to the grounds around the totem. A couple minutes passed and all stayed quiet. I looked off to the northwest briefly to see the town of New Canaan sitting over a dozen miles and just above the lowest bushy ridge leading down to the ancient path. After another moment, I turned back to the men and saw Hudson pour a fistful of ash through his fingers as he muttered, "Waited too long. Wind swept all the footprints round here." Mr. Lockwood nodded towards Hudson and was about to call to Doyle when the voice of Mr. Schmidt called from somewhere along the trail leading to the ancient path. "I think I found some prints." The whole group proceeded towards the young man who stood in place waiting for us. The scouts approached cautiously to see if they could find any more, but then we stepped up to the young man who pointed out the faintest outline of a boot or shoe, mostly obscured by the beginning of the scattered river rocks that marked the edge of the ancient path. Something that would have gone completely unnoticed by anyone other than scouts like Doyle's was found by the young Mr. Schmidt. Having been the first to discover something of the kind, Doyle said to the young man, "Good work, Mr. Schmidt. You take the lead. Lockwood, Hudson, you two follow 10 paces in case he misses something. Paul, we'll keep a lookout with your boys." I nodded and motioned for Nathan and Ramos to take spots a few paces behind Hudson and Lockwood before Duncan began to take the lead. We moved slowly at first, following the young man further into the mountains of the southeast. It was slow work as Duncan studied for the footsteps, or what remained of them in the small spaces between the stones of the trail. Passing over the spots he studied, I couldn't make anything out, but still he led us onward, eventually taking us into a jog, as I guess it became evident that the footprints were following the trail. We remained quiet the whole time, not sure what to expect, if anything, and keeping eyes open on the rocky ridges and overgrown bushes whenever Duncan needed to stop and examine the path forward. Around 1 hour passed, and we were deep in the mountains, surrounded by rocks and dense shrubbery when Duncan stopped again. Except he didn't have to study this one for long, because we saw where we were going just as we resumed our watch over the surroundings. Up ahead in the distance, even further up the trail, was a nearly identical totem looking over us from the distance, and after a short break, we marched quietly towards it. Even upon closer inspection, the thing was identical to the first one. Same charred cross formation, made of a tall stump and branches, and another Brahmin skull. Nathan and Hudson speculated that it might be a new tribal border totem and asked which tribes might have claimed this area. The rest of us remained quiet as we all surveyed the site or kept watch over the perimeter. I was somewhat inclined to believe Nathan and Hudson, but had no idea which of our tribal allies would have made these. The only ones I could have thought were the Tar Walkers, but they were said to be roving southbound the last time I checked in on Duncan. Perhaps these totems were from a recent arrival to the area. Then I felt this second totem, and that opinion changed. The thing was still warm, although it could have been due to the sun that was now high above. I stared into the base of the ash and rocks beneath the totem, kicked some rocks aside with my foot, and saw the faintest glow of burning embers around the edge of the black stump. This was recent, and upon discovering the embers, I called to Mr. Lockwood. "Did you see this one on the way back?" He shouted back in a hushed but audible tone. "No, sir, just the first one." I took this in, thinking for a moment before asking, "Any chance you just missed it?" "No, sir. I keep my eyes wide open, especially in this valley," said the man immediately, gesturing up to the rocky ridges all around us, perhaps indicating experience with ambushes in this area. I believed him instantly, and there I confirmed the recent construction and burning of this totem, just to settle the point to myself that the glow of the embers themselves couldn't. I was about to reveal my discovery and ask for Duncan or Mr. Lockwood to begin searching for more tracks, when Doyle said for me and Mr. Lockwood to come over. A short distance from the totem, and jutting up from the bushes around it, was a rock that Doyle was inspecting. Doyle was looking at the half-hidden side of the rock as me and Preston Lockwood stepped up. The officer was still reaching for something when Lockwood asked what the issue was, and when Doyle removed his hand, he did so with a fairly large and folded piece of paper showing a large hole in the center. The others remained distant, keeping an eye on us and the surroundings while Doyle read the paper to himself, explaining the hole in the paper with the idle words. Guys must have pinned it to a bush before the wind sent it behind that rock. Lockwood and I quietly took this in, watching Doyle's eyes continue following the print. After another short moment, Doyle turned the paper to us and spoke its message aloud. New Canaanites meet at Rock Shack near Deer Creek Reservoir. Follow the Indian path to the next signpost, written with a hasty hand. I took the message from Doyle, who was already on top of it, unclipping the long-range radio from the strap on his bag and extending the antenna, while Lockwood and I looked at each other. Doyle was already speaking into the receiver and stepping towards the rocky overlook with the words, ncross.com, X99, this is DM 077. The voice on the other end replied through light static, this is cross.com X99, go ahead DM 077. Doyle maneuvered closer to the ledge, stepping up on a rock for more signal through the mountains before saying, we're following a lead, checking up on a new site. Marcus' last location, Deer Creek, Rock Shack. Pass message to Lieutenant Herbian, may need assistance. Stand by for update estimation. 1. My men and Doyle's other scouts stood by, wondering what Doyle was speaking into the radio before I caught their attention with a gesture to resume their duty. Doyle continued on the radio, and then I looked to Lockwood, who was still looking at the note. I asked him, are you familiar with this Rock Shack place? Lockwood shook his head, then answered coolly, heard of it, never been. He saw I wanted more and went on. Me and some of the others head up this way frequently, mostly stopping at Walsburg, the resort town, before heading further south or east. I might have heard some of the locals say it's a smuggler's rendezvous or outlaw hideaway. Are you thinking outlaws set this up? I asked seriously. Lockwood shrugged his shoulders, wishing he could say for sure. Seems likely. Glancing back down at the note, he added, given the note, whoever set these up could just be trying to lure some of our scouts into an ambush there. Perhaps capture a few for ransom. Wouldn't be the first time a thing like that has happened. Still, I doubt they'd try anything like that given our number. I nodded, remembering the occasional incident over the years where scouts were lured into a trap just because the outlaws knew that New Canaan would pay it. Something like that was part of the reason me and my guys were here. Outlaws abducting a pair of scouts in the wilderness was one thing. Abducting 7 fully armed New Canaanite enforcers was a bloodbath waiting to happen if that was the true intent of whoever made these totems. Just then, I heard Doyle push the antenna back into the radio from behind me and mentally agreed with Lockwood's assessment. Then something clicked and I said to Lockwood, if their intentions are hostile, even to a group our size, it seems like they could have overtaken us at any point along the trail. The two of us looked around the valley and tall mountains towards the innumerable places outlaws could have ambushed us from since we started up the ancient trail. Something else, maybe? Lockwood looked to Doyle approaching us and said, either way. Then Doyle breezed past us, saying what Lockwood was about to say. Weapons loaded, boys. Never been to Rock Shack, but it's best to stay ready, so keep an eye out. Without another word, I unslung the Thompson from my shoulder, ensured there was a bullet in the chamber, and the rest of the men did likewise as Doyle took the lead. No need for a tracker. All of us set off further up the trail, eyes open for another totem or outlaws that might want to get the jump, on several New Canaanites walking deliberately into their possible trap. We walked along, eyes up and searching every ridgeline or dense clump of brush, and conversation was kept minimal while we went further into the mountains. Along the way, Doyle announced in a hushed tone for everyone that he asked New Canaan for backup and said that Lieutenant Herbian's scouts were on standby and ready to head our way if needed. All we were going to do now was follow this trail, investigate any other totems set up out here, and try to observe this Rock Shack place that the note mentioned from afar. An hour and a half later, the group of us had reached another totem, just like the other ones we passed on the way up the ancient trail into the mountains, except for one detail. This one was still smoking, just off the left-hand side of the trail. That Lockwood said was the point before the descent to Walsburg was the smoking totem, this time with something else beside it. Painted on a board right in front of the totem, and spared from the recent flames, read the words, "This way to Rock Shack." We stopped again for another breather and to assess the surroundings, and I wasn't the only one studying the arrow on the sign, pointing to a barely visible path through the surrounding brush. Doyle stepped away to give his update over the radio, and the silence was broken when Ramos resumed a conversation that ended at some point along the trail. "So, we're going to wait on backup from Herbie and scouts?" I shook my head, recalling what Doyle eventually said to me along the hike. "We're going to check the situation before they get here. They'll lend a hand if we're caught in an emergency or if we need to use force." "You mean they'll be here to bury us afterward?" asked the young Duncan. Everyone glared at him for that, myself included, as I answered him. "I hope it doesn't come to that, but so long as we stay cautious, we won't get caught up in anything we can't handle." A momentary silence ensued before Hudson said, "They probably would have taken some shots at us by now if they meant to do that. Clearly they've been watching us the whole time, as evidenced by this one here." Hudson gestured to the still smoking totem nearby, and Lockwood said, "If it were just one of us scouting, they could have killed us. Not many outlaws are dumb enough to try and take a party like ours, unless they knew they could take us from some of them ridges we passed. Either way, thank you Paul and company for joining us out here." Nathan acknowledged the thanks with a "you're welcome," and me and Ramos nodded same, despite the hint of sarcasm in Lockwood's tone. Lockwood was right. A small show of force was the primary reason me and my men were here on this scout. The 7 of us, fully armed and ready, were enough to dissuade any small raiding party, tribal or otherwise, from attacking something like a lone new Canaanite scout team. The truth still remained that if their intentions were truly hostile, a skilled enough group could have taken us out along the way. So, as long as we weren't walking into an entire warband, we were going to most likely be all right if we proceeded onward towards the makers of these totems. Agreement was met amidst the group, although Duncan still wasn't as optimistic as me or his comrades in Doyle's scouts, and asked nobody in particular after a moment. So, we walk into the den of whoever made these messages for us, and ask them why they wanted to speak with us in such a remote location. And after communicating their invitation through burning crosses decorated with crucified Brahmin heads, the young man was rather annoyed, and perhaps even shocked when Lockwood and I said, "Yep," or "observe them from afar till backup gets here," said Hudson. Ramos nodded silently, still more focused on keeping himself collected since this was his first scout. Then Nathan said to me, "Don't forget to ask them to change their totem designs, Lieutenant. I find a cross displayed in such a fashion rather offensive." Some of the others chuckled, and Duncan was still noticeably frustrated, leading Hudson to say, "You seem worried, Duncan. Where's all that bravado I've seen of you on other scouts?" Duncan only said, "I'm not worried, I just don't feel like walking straight into a trap today." Ramos, having collected his own worries to the point of speaking, managed to ask, "Why not?" We all knew where Ramos was going with this and knew to play into it wholly when Duncan said the obvious answer to such a question. "Because we could die?" "And what's so bad about dying?" I asked, almost unable to completely hide my smirk. Duncan looked to all of the faces around him for answers that wouldn't reveal themselves. Then Nathan said with a loud breath, "Oh, I get it, Duncan's only worried because he isn't baptized yet." Everyone else let out loud breaths of realization as well, and Hudson said, "So that's why he's scared of walking into a trap." Then pointed to a clear little puddle off the trail. "Well, hey, we can baptize you in that puddle there as soon as Doyle's done on the radio if you want, Duncan." Duncan again looked at all the faces around him, not sure if we were joking or not about our casual attitudes towards the prospect of dying in an ambush. Hudson lamented, "Poor Duncan, his baptism was supposed to happen this Sunday, but he didn't make it after following his friends into that trap near Rock Shack." Nathan said, "I'm looking forward to getting killed in the ambush. I'll take heaven over this wasteland any day." The others chuckled at the casual statements about the ultimate reward after terrible deaths, and each was said in such a way that kept the look of frustration firmly on the young scout's face. Even my boy William Ramos joined in by saying how he was looking forward to meeting Jesus so soon. We set out for Rock Shack and ended up in heaven. "Not a bad ending to the story of us," said Hudson, only to be interrupted by Lockwood. "Well, except Duncan here." Duncan's face remained the one of someone left out of a joke, but just then, all our snickering ended when Doyle stepped up to us and said to me, but loud enough for all to hear, "Herbie's on his way. He and his boys will be here in a few hours, but we're still going to check it out, so gear up." I nodded, and the rest of us nodded too, save for Duncan, who was still unsure if we were truly joking about everything we were saying. He found out our dismissiveness towards death wasn't really a joke when I overheard Hudson lean over to him and say as we were gearing up, "For real, though, we can do that for you before we go further," referring to the offered baptism. I didn't hear what Duncan said exactly, but the answer was a somewhat hesitant no, and that small puddle remained undisturbed as our group began slowly north off the ancient trail and into the brush surrounding the trail to Rock Shack. Chapter 11. It's a Sin to Tell a Lie. We moved slowly off the ancient trail along the obscured path through the brush with weapons at the ready, although it was difficult to keep along the path through all the dried bushes, rocks, and boulders. We kept our eyes up and along all the cliff ledges off to our left. We must have moved along for about 10 slow minutes until we started seeing trash, wrappers, and other scrap in the bushes, until we rounded a rock formation to our left that seemed to drop off. Although it wasn't the end of the road, we were right along the cliff and looking right out over the Deer Creek Reservoir. The water glimmered in the midday sun, sitting in the bottom of the valley with high mountains and cliffs all around it. Off to our right, and perhaps 5 or more miles away, sat the distant collections of buildings marking the small town of Walsburg, built in that derelict resort. It was too far to make out any people, but the steep descent where the ancient trail continued on at our rear was buried in the brush along the cliffs leading down to Walsburg. Still, we couldn't admire the view for long, because our attention was turned to where the path continued. The path leading to Rock Shack was nestled firmly against the edge of the cliff we stood upon, dropping down about 400 feet and then toward the shores of the reservoir. Doyle led us along the trail, and I remained right behind him as we proceeded on one at a time. The path was only about 3 shoulder widths wide, so we filed along one at a time, keeping distant of the edge and ignoring the view before us. We must have moved along for around 5 minutes before Doyle disappeared behind a rock face and said, "So much for that idea. Looks like we're welcome here, but weapons up, friends." A second or two later, I rounded the same rock and saw what he was talking about. A brief glance back showed the rest of the group was wondering what was up ahead, but still holding their weapons ready. Following Doyle, I knew what he meant when my eyes saw the clearing. The cliffside path ended about 50 yards ahead at the base of a flat clearing where a small, scrap-built shack stood. Surrounding the structure, in that hidden little nook, was an enormous amount of trash and scrap, cluttering the whole area between the drop down to the water and the tall mountain we were currently traversing. Although the little mountainside hideaway was unfortunate to look at, it was the people around it that appeared even more unfortunate to me. Doyle was right. We did appear to be welcome, as evidenced by the 2 men standing atop the piles of trash waving us down with one hand, while rifles were gripped in the other. Doyle, more focused on the narrow path around the cliff face, gave a little wave towards the waving figures in an effort to relay our own friendly intentions. I did so as well, giving another brief glance behind to see the rest of the team make that last turn around the rock before seeing the same little mountainside shack and its armed occupants. Moments later, Doyle and I stepped upon the broad opening away from the cliffside path and were better able to make out our new friends as the others finished the last stretch of the trail. We were on solid ground, all right, with the rocky cliffs down to the waters of the reservoir 20 yards on our right, and a silent wind being the only sound between us and the unknowns. The men who waved at us stood in their place atop the little piles of scrap around the shack, and up ahead near the door to the shack was a huddle of 4 men conversing amongst themselves. As Hudson, then Nathan, stepped up, even Nathan didn't feel the need to remark how Doyle's initial plans to observe from afar were forfeited. Instead, the men congregated beside or behind us, while my eyes remained fixed on the distant group of men in front of the shack. I saw the knee-length ratty gray coat and black wide-brimmed flat cowboy hat of the distant man with his back to us and remarked aloud, "It ain't tribals." My words expectedly went without response from Doyle, while the last footsteps of Ramos came to a stop behind me, and my eyes went to the nearest man of this unknown party. Atop the husk of an automobile half buried by trash and debris of every description, I met the eyes of one of those men, who waved at Doyle and I, an athletic and dirty frame of a man wearing a black tank top, black cargo pants, boots, and an assortment of bandoliers and ammunition pouches across his chest, looked at me through his sunglasses. Raising the black military carbine up to rest it on his hip, he wiped the sweat from the base of his short mohawk, leaving a streak of pale skin in the sunlight that showed how dirt-covered he really was. He didn't look at me for long, appearing almost disinterested as he turned away to face the waters and scenic view of the reservoir. My eyes went to the other man atop the pile, and although he, as well as the others around the shack, were differing in appearance and garment from the man I detailed, all of them were armed very well, and all I could tell was that they were not tribals. Without even having to say it, my men fanned out and made a line beside Doyle and myself just before the group of men around the shack dispersed. The man in the gray coat and black shoulder-wide cowboy hat turned straight around towards us, and 2 more armed men exited the shack when Doyle said softly for everyone in our rank to hear, "Scavvers, smugglers, mercs, or raiders. Guns at the ready." We all wordlessly agreed and remained motionless, while the man in the gray coat stepped towards us down a vaguely outlined path in the debris scattered all over this cliffside nook. The 2 men atop the rubble piles hopped down to approach beside their apparent boss, and we stayed put. Making note of every potential danger, I added to Doyle's remark, "I count 8. Doyle and the others stayed silent as we looked at the stranger approach until he was about 20 feet distant. Once there, the stranger in the coat stopped, and further study showed he was equally dirt-covered and weather-beaten as his compatriots standing on his flanks or lazing about around the shack. He looked at all of us through dark shades, and the silence went on until his mouth, covered by the short brown hairs of a patchy beard, turned into a wide grin that shined pearly white teeth at us. At last, the stranger spoke. "Come on, fellas. Come join us round the fire." Immediately, the stranger turned back around, whistled to his men on the flanks for them to relax, and Doyle looked back at me as though to say, "Let's both take the lead here." I nodded at Doyle and made a gesture to the others to follow along as Doyle and I led the way up to the shack. Stepping over the scattered debris and past the first closest scrap pile, I took note of the members of the armed party, all lounging about a fire off to the right of the shack door, while 2 others stood off to the left, talking amongst themselves and eyeing us with weapons lowered. It was almost as if the strange group were welcoming a few strays or even comrades in from the wastes. They were almost completely indifferent to our presence in the first place. Save for the man who approached us, the stranger in the dirty black hat and gray coat led us closer to the shack and took his place leaning against the door to face us, and once he did, we stopped. With 5 men relaxing near the fire on our right, and 2 on the left standing distantly eyeing us, we stopped once more when we were but 20 feet from the man in the wide hat. He grinned at us once more from behind those shades and then said, "Can I get y'all something to eat? Trip out here must have been long." Some of us were hungry, myself included, but even though I felt some of the men like Hudson, Ramos, and Nathan about to take the man up on the offer, Doyle took the lead and silenced any possible words from the others when he spoke up. "Who are you and why did you lead us up here with those totems?" The man lifted his hat and chuckled. "Totems, huh? I guess that's one word for them. I preferred the word sign, but what did you think of them? Pretty crafty, wouldn't you say?" I thought about the signs we'd been following all morning and thought of what they were supposed to mean. A burnt cross with a bull's skull fastened in the middle definitely got our attention, even if the other ones didn't have signs saying they were intended for New Canaanites. The design of the totems were clearly made in such a way that this man felt the need to point that out on introduction, and the only feeling I got from the statement was that the design was an ominous one, despite the apparent friendliness of the armed strangers. Doyle must have been considering these facts as well, because the scout leader beside me only sternly repeated his question in response. "Who are you, and why did you want to speak to us?" The grin on the gray-coated man grew wider before he said coolly, "You don't recognize me, Doyle? It's me, Tom Cade." The name meant nothing to me but surprised me in how it was supposed to mean something to Doyle. The stranger, Tom Cade, gestured to one of the men by the fire. "Hey, Bent, Doyle don't recognize us, but hell, I told you they'd send him." The one sitting atop the box called Bent reared his head up and patted the assault rifle between his legs, saying, "Guess I owe you 10, Cade." I wasn't alone on our side of the talk that wondered how Doyle was familiar with these two men of this gang when the coated man under the wide black hat called Tom, or Cade, went on. Been quite a while, so I'm not surprised you didn't recognize me. How long's it been? Year and a half, 2 years, something like that? I asked very quietly. How you know these men, Doyle? They safe or what? Doyle had been a member of the Guard his whole life since returning from mission at 18, so I knew he wasn't a former raider or mercenary or scaver in a past life. The question of how he knew them was especially curious to me as well as the others, and so I was all ears knowing it was Doyle who would be taking the lead. Doyle only nodded at me after my question and turned back to Tom Cade, apparently remembering something before responding equally stern in tone as when he started. About 2 years, yes. Still scouting for the folks at 89 City? The man shouted something indecipherable towards the fire, and the man named Bent stood up to approach Cade's side, while 3 others near the fire stood themselves up as well. Tom Cade said to Doyle, "Nah, I was only on that gig for the money. Had no use for me after I helped you and your other boys through that shit near Nephi, so Bent, Gunner, and I found ourselves out Hanksville way, getting paid to run fights against Mazers, White Rock, and Kainea, you name it." The man paused expectingly, and Doyle said after a brief moment of apparent recollection regarding his past with this man, "Sounds like you've been busy fighting the Lord's battles, even if your motives remain less than desirable." Bent had taken his place beside Tom Cade against the shack, and Tom nudged his friend with a laugh at Doyle's words. "Haha, Lord's work. That's great." Bent shared in the laugh with Tom. I always liked this guy. All of us, including Doyle, remained silent until the laughing between the familiar strangers ended, and Tom said to Doyle, "You'll be sad to hear that Gunner ain't amongst the living no more, though. Took a bullet about a year back when Mazers captured Bent and I—" Another brief moment of silence filled the soft winds of the afternoon, and I noticed all the men around the fire were standing. Their weapons were lowered, and some appeared to be chatting softly amongst themselves while others were sifting through some of the piles of trash, while glancing towards us occasionally. The 2 men on the left still hadn't moved, and although their weapons still hadn't moved, it became clear that they were talking about us now. All Doyle said in response to news about the death of a man he was once familiar with was, "I'm sorry to hear about Gunner. I'll pray for him." Bent chuckled lightly, and Tom Cade lowered his hat back down, saying, "Don't bother. Idiot's in hell right now." He paused, then gave another wide grin. "But thanks for the sentiment, truly." All was quiet once again, and I felt the rush of another cold breeze on my cheek, when, after what was probably a full minute, Doyle asked his acquaintances, "So why did you leave markings on your signs for new Canaanites to come find you?" Tom pushed himself off the wall of the shack and took a step or 2 forward, till he was but 15 paces from us. Bent followed as well, stopping only a few feet behind and to the right of his friend. When Tom was in place, I noticed that all the other armed men were watching us now, and a dark feeling came over me. No longer were these men indifferent, or only slightly curious about our arrival. It appeared as though this whole time we were building to something else behind all the pleasantries. Although the others, including Tom Cade and Bent, still gave no signs of hostile intentions, a strange tensity came over the entirety of this little mountainside nook when the pleasantries were over. There was still no hint at what would cause this reunion of one-time acquaintances to turn into anything else. But the feeling was undeniably felt in the soft wind. The breeze picked up ever so slightly, causing the tail of Cade's coat to flutter just barely, and then the man spoke. "Now you know me, Doyle. You said it yourself how my motives ain't always the best, but I do what I can, right?" Doyle remained silent, and the man went on after a moment. "I think you and I, and even Bent there, can honestly testify to that week we spent near Nephi, and how it was one we'll always remember." Again Doyle stayed quiet. "In fact, I think me, Bent, and even the late Gunner would say that we owe you our own lives for how you saved us when we were sent running back to that basement in the suburbs. You know the one." He paused, and I could see the contemplation on the stone face of Doyle at memories of one scout he went on around 2 years ago down near Nephi. I vaguely recalled some of what he said about the incident in stories around that time and certain moments during our group's Bible studies in the past 2 years. In the end, what I could recall of Doyle's experience with these men wasn't much, but the man went on sparking more memories of that expedition in Doyle's mind. "But I think you can agree, that if it wasn't for what we did for you and your buddy at that gap in the cliff by Salt Creek Peak, you and, what was his name? Oslo? Yeah, you and Oslo would have spent that evening roasting over a pit in Levinoan camp. That sound right? Doyle nodded his head ever so slightly, and a quiet moment of recollection passed before he said, I wasn't keeping score on that trip, but if you're looking to call us even, I think I can only agree, but what's your point? Bent looked to all the other men before reverting back to us when Tom Cade answered Doyle. Not at all, Doyle. I ain't looking to call us even, I'm looking to prove that we're buddies. Buddies who got each other's backs out here in the waste, Doyle replied instantly, somewhat lacking in the patience he had inside this whole conversation. So what does my buddy want to speak to New Canaan about down here at this rock shack place? Why the totems? Almost imperceptibly, I looked to Tom and Bent's men, seeing that they'd come closer towards us without my even noticing. Then my eyes returned to Cade as he said, I don't have nothing against New Canaan, you know that. I'm just looking to chat with some fellas from there. All the better that they sent you, but I'm just looking to catch up, see what's been happening there, you know? The wind slowed to a soft breeze and the sun beat down on us harder as it had just begun its slow descent into the west from where it stood high above. Doyle asked even more sternly than before, seeming to know that these strangers' intents were far more than they were telling. One could argue that speaking subtly, or speaking in a manner to bury or conceal intent, was a form of lying, and everyone on our side of the encounter was beginning to realize this when Doyle spoke directly. What do you want to know from us? I don't know exactly. We're still just chatting here, said Tom, obviously lying, and still upholding his facade of ignorance to his own motives. Anything fun been happening? Any nice community get-togethers you want to talk about? I believe you had nothing but great things to say about those last time we talked. He paused for Doyle to answer, and after a moment of seeing right through this, Doyle said, Nothing of the sort comes to mind, at least none that would interest you and your friends. I don't know about that. You don't even know what me or my friends find interesting, said Tom before adding plainly, Caravan still coming in? Business in the market still good? I glanced to the left, then to the right, seeing my men intently staring at one of Tom Cade's men across from them. The wind fell even more, and the slow, cool breeze seemed to do little to prevent the sweat trickling down everyone's steady faces in the afternoon sun. Doyle answered the question slowly and deliberately. Yes, market is livelier than ever. You should come visit sometime, the warning behind the invitation almost imperceptible. Livelier than ever, you say? Said Tom. The man called Bent looked to the idle faces of his men and chuckled at his boss's words before Tom added, I'll bet. Lots of refugees coming in these days, huh? Even though everything spoken was clearly peaceful, the man speaking to Doyle could not hide what everything said was alluding to, and I believe even he knew he was rapidly getting to it. But before his blatant demand could be said, I felt everyone on this mountainside nook's fingers move a little closer to their weapons' triggers, just as I felt my own when Doyle answered, none more than usual. Tom Cade chuckled and said something that put a momentary pause on all the unspoken tension, even if it was because it made another big stride towards the truth of what he wanted. Well, just you wait. Quite a few tribes fell in the east these past weeks, or so I've heard. Seen a few fall myself, but we can talk about that later. Abandoning his stern and direct tone for the first time since the start, Doyle took in the words and asked in an instant, What? Who's fallen? The minds of both Doyle and myself went back to the scouting reports from Duncan and others in recent days, all of which seemed to bring new meaning to the weight of their information, when considering what happened less than a week prior to the current day. Cade returned, quite a few actually. Legions consuming some of the border tribes, and it's said that even Hanksville is right on Caesar's border now. I'm surprised folks at Hanksville hadn't reached out to y'all for backup. Lost in thought, Doyle answered absently, hadn't heard anything about that. I'll keep my ears open, as I felt my fingers scarcely curled around the trigger of my submachine gun, and thought of Legion expansion. Despite hearing rumors and stories in the weeks leading up to our newest arrival, even the mere thought of Legion expansion now took on a heightened meaning and new questions. Why were they expanding? How far would they go? How long would that take? And why were these men telling us about it? Cade went on passively as the faint smile grew on his face beneath the wide black hat. Don't dismiss it as rumor either. Soon enough, Refugees from the east will be flocking to New Canaan in droves if they hadn't been already. It might not be too long before you won't be able to distinguish every new person who shows up needing your help. Well, except maybe one. A dead silence ensued. "Excuse me?" Doyle asked. The smile grew even more sinister in nature on the face of Doyle's one-time acquaintance. "Oh, I was just saying there was one person who might show up needing help that should stand out from most of the others. That is, of course, if he hadn't already." My heart stopped, and there it was. The reason these men called us out here was staring at me clear as day between the bandages around his face. I was glad it wasn't me that Cade was addressing, even though I would have replied exactly as Doyle did. After a moment of only feigned ignorance or refusal to acknowledge the concealed subject of Cade's inquiry, Doyle asked, "Who you talking about?" The smile of Cade was about to break his face in half, and the man was joined in a laugh by everyone on his side, before he asked in that falsely friendly way, "Oh, come on, friend, haha, I think you know. In fact, I think a lot of you met him already." I felt a lump in my dry throat, and glanced to Doyle, who remained steady and silent as Cade continued. "Never met him myself, but I hear he's got a whole bunch of burns. Probably crippled too, since I heard he fell from a very, very tall cliff a few months back." Silence once again consumed the entire atmosphere, and the abundant traces of friendliness slowly disappeared from Cade and his men's faces as the seconds passed. Finally, the man was grinning, but in a way that no longer said he was playing any more games, as he said to Doyle, "You know exactly who I'm talking about, don't you? I can see it in all your faces." I know I was not the only person on our side to not even attempt to change the expression on his face, even at the mention. Instead, I and we continued to meet the faces of all the men across from us, in silent defiance despite the accusation. Cade at last stated the true motive for this meeting between one-time acquaintances. "Word is that Legion is paying a whole lot even for simple information on the man." Still without any vocal admission of anything, Doyle asked Cade, "So you're leading a gang of bounty hunters now, is that it?" Unfazed, the man immediately said to Doyle, "I wouldn't put it that way. Technically, we're working for the Mazers." I recalled him saying he and his friend was captured by the Mazers earlier in the talk, and he went right along. From what I heard, me and Bent stole a page right out of Caesar and Mr. Graham's playbook. Negotiated our release from the Mazers after they captured us by offering our services. The pay is pretty good too, but that's expected from a new Legion auxiliary. Auxilia? However Legion boys say it, they take care of us well enough. Let us pick our own hours, that sort of thing. Cade and Bent's men chuckled, but after that was nothing but another pure silence. With nothing from us, we all remained statues, and Cade looked to all our faces before looking at the fingers on our triggers. He suddenly wiped the sinister smirk from his gotcha face, and a brief glance toward the casually hung weapons and unfocused attentions of his comrades made him speak again in a more understanding tone. "Now look, it's no real secret outside of Legion camps that Graham survived his trip down into the Big Canyon, and after following up on several sources across the South, it's no surprise that the last time he was seen was walking straight towards New Canaan. We know you all hated that prick for what he did to your community's reputation, I get that. Perhaps I wasn't the only one to be pleasantly bewildered by that last part, and perhaps it showed for a moment before he concluded his diplomatic outreach to us. So we really just want to know which direction you sent him packing." I think we all gave an internal sigh of relief when he said he only wanted to know which way we sent, as opposed to asking us to hand him over. Either way, we couldn't tell him that, and no New Canaanite was good at lying. The end result was inevitable when Doyle said what he had to. I can't tell you anything. Not even a second after Doyle spoke, Cade lightly kicked a rock by his foot, was more focused on the dirt, and put a hand in his pocket as he asked nonchalantly, "North? West? East? Probably not south. Can't tell me anything about that guy? Not even for a friend?" Cade's crew was still facing us, and although they were still silent and closer to us than they had been at the start, they appeared to be losing interest the longer this went on. I could see that some were even fighting the urge to chat with the man next to them while their boss and his friend Bent were the only ones dead focused on Doyle and us. Another brief glance to my left and right showed the guardsmen still acting like the statues they were, focused on the man across from them and ready for anything. My mind was at ease despite my continuing nerves. But the silence once again spoke for us when Cade realized the truth in our lack of response. After enough silence and the revelation of what it meant, the man immediately reared his head, turning his attention back to Doyle as he said in near elation, "Oh my God, you all welcomed him back, didn't you? He's in New Canaan right now, isn't he?" My heart skipped a beat once again, and even this outburst did little to arouse the attention of his men, as his smile grew to its breaking point once more and he said, "I knew it. Just admit it, Doyle. Ha ha. You know it's a sin to tell a lie." He looked to Bent, who wore the same face as himself, then returned to Doyle, who remained a silent and defiant statue. Cade didn't want to take the silence for the answer it was this time and said, "Come on, Doyle, just admit it so we can work something out." Doyle did not say anything, and Cade would have gone on to begin laying out his demands when Bent said, "Ask the other one, Cade," gesturing to me. I swallowed, and Cade took 2 steps forward, saying, "Good idea, Bent. Maybe Doyle's friend will help us out." His feet were planted but 12 feet from me as he said, "Hello there, Doyle's friend." I saw the gesture for my name, and looked at the long revolver on his hip beneath the battered gray coat as I said, "Paul." Cade feigned enthusiasm. "Pleasure to meet you, Paul. You already know my name, so I'll get right to it." Doyle's eyes never left Cade, but I heard him mentally communicate, "Don't speak a word." Cade got right to it in this show of pleasantry. "So you and your friends here welcomed Mr. Graham back home like the prodigal son he was, right? Remember, it's a sin to tell a lie." I had long since decided to take Doyle's approach and just remain quiet, despite the insincerity of a man like Cade, attempting to taunt me with a truth he knew nothing about. Although I believe the Lord would have forgiven me if I decided to lie right there to divert Cade's hunt, I knew the silence and mood of this whole encounter was a testament to the truth on its own, and I knew this encounter was only destined to end one way. So, I decided not to pile the sin of lying onto what was already about to happen. I barely even heard it when Cade started elaborating on the awful deeds of Joshua Graham and telling how it was just and righteous to hand him over for his punishment. That punishment was for God to decide, not these men, the Mazers, the Legion, or Edward Sallow. Cade at last decided to accept the answer the silence on our side had provided and said, "Damn it, that's fine. Keep your mouth sealed, but I knew it though. That spirit of forgiveness you had for the man might just bring a tear to my eye. I might not be able to get y'all to admit it, but we were really just trying to get a lead by calling y'all out here. This changes everything though." I had fully returned to the moment, and I think Doyle did as well when he mentioned how this changes everything. I was all ears, and noticed his men were still only half present when the overenthusiastic Cade said, "Tell you what, since I like you guys so much, I'll let you buy my silence. Pay me the Legion's rate for Graham's death, and I'll head back east and let the boys know I turned up with nothing." That sounds fair, right? The offer was indeed fair. Fair enough as far as extortions or blackmails go. Either way, the silence ensuing after the offer was more out of consideration than an attempt to hide any other information. I knew Doyle, like myself, was thinking about the logistics of paying off the man. After what must have been about a minute or two, Doyle finally confessed in a sense by asking how much the man wanted. I only half heard the answer, although I forget the exact amount, and which currency. It was far more than any amount of silver coins, caps, bullets, food, medical items, etc., that we had on us. I began considering the logistics of how to pay this man further, and I believe Doyle was as well immediately after hearing the answer. Even though it was more than we had on us, I thought of Lieutenant Herbian, who was on his way here and wouldn't arrive until sometime this evening. Still, after some brief math, I had to conclude that it was too much for the pockets of all of us, as well as the pockets of Herbian's men. Cade gave us a moment, and we remained silent. For a moment, I was about to ask Doyle to radio New Canaan to have them send another group out with the amount required to buy this group's silence. Perhaps Doyle thought of doing that as well, and although we both knew that New Canaan and the elders would be more than willing to buy the silence of Cade, Doyle glanced back at me, and his look told me something that the leadership of New Canaan could never quite understand. They did not know what men like this, men of filth in the world outside the walls, were like. That look from Doyle reminded me of this as well, and I thought back to the white leg attack that injured me almost 2 months prior. The Elders' treasury won't stop people like this, or the White Legs, the 80s, the Mazers, or the Legion. Some people don't want mercy, forgiveness, or understanding, or even to be bought. Some just want everything they can get. Some men will do anything, especially for power. And the smug look on Cade and Bent's faces throughout the whole talk said they absolutely loved lording their power over us in this moment. The money asked for was only a means for more power, and I knew this for a fact when I saw the face of Doyle and remembered who Cade was asking for. I thought of the tortured brother who came to us for his second chance in life, and remembered what he did in his previous life and the reason for the guard's existence. Those who cannot fathom or understand mercy or forgiveness sometimes need to be brought to a place where they can. It's only when their actions are turned against them in righteous fashion that they will see the consequence of the path they're on. Who are we to let men like this continue to get away with the sin of their actions? God will ultimately judge them in the end, but if there's a chance they can be shown the light, it is our responsibility to put them in a place where they can understand what that light means. Doyle turned from me and asked Cade, "How do we know you will keep your word if we get you the money? What's to stop you from telling your masters and collecting their reward too?" Cade looked up from that rock he was idly kicking with a jolt. That action told us that we had the gotcha card now, and after a second more, Cade smiled again and gently told us, "You'll just have to take my word, Doyle." Reflecting on the whole talk we had with him, Cade's word didn't really mean a whole lot. His false friendliness before extorting us was reason enough on its own to mistrust him, but that wasn't even mentioning his deed of befriending and working with the ones he was paid by Hanksville to fight against. And seeing Doyle adjust the grip on his weapon told me there was even more reasons to distrust him. At the same time, I remembered what it was we were following the whole morning. The totems were a burnt cross with a Brahmin bull head chained in the middle. It all suddenly made sense. Perhaps Cade didn't know for sure that Joshua Graham was in New Canaan, but the blackened crosses seemed to intentionally take the shape of Graham's burnt skin in my mind, and it became clear that whether or not the bull skull was reference to Graham's old affiliation, or the current affiliation of Cade and his band, there was still only one way that this whole thing was going to end. At this point, the men across from us simply knew too much, and what they would do with that information was not anything good. Doyle said in response to his acquaintance's offer the simple words, "I don't trust you, Cade." And after another moment of silence, Cade shifted his eyes from Doyle, to me, then to Nathan, to Ramos, to Hudson, to Lockwood, then to Duncan, and back to Doyle before tilting his hat up and asking, "Well, where does that leave us then, Doyle?" Chapter 12, Whether You Like It or Not. So, it had happened. The first blood had been spilled over the defense of our community's returned prodigal. I know not whether the event was justified in the eyes of our Creator, but it had finally started, and there was no going back. All we could do was go forth, repent when we knew it was necessary, and consider what we could have done differently when the moment was far behind. At the time, however, all the justification, contemplation, and regret had to wait as the body takes over. I didn't know in the immediate moment who fired the first shot, whether it was on our side or theirs, but I learned a short time after, when the adrenaline starts pumping as the tensity of a situation rises, and when it shoots off like a rocket at the first discharge of a gun, memory can't be considered reliable. All I remember is seeing Tom Cade drop in place, seeing my men and theirs scatter in every direction, and feeling my finger holding the trigger of my Thompson submachine gun, as the recoil pressed the wood of the stock into my shoulder again and again and again until the click. I could barely see anything beyond the dust and debris flying up from so many bullets, or hear anything through the clatter of so many guns popping off, as the milliseconds turned into seconds to last a lifetime. My mind was elsewhere, not able to think about anything in particular, just a completely blank slate with fragments of memory that catch up after the body reacts to the moment. My senses began to return when the gunfire slowed down to one last pop off to my right, and my consciousness returned to find myself lying behind a small TV in a little junk pile just off the trail to the shack. With my .45 pistol, trained on something in the settling dust, locked back, and in need of reloading, I dropped the magazine and stuffed in another one from my belt, noticing my shaking hands and one other empty magazine amongst the disturbed dirt, speckled by many .45 casings. At last, the echoes of screams returned to silence in my mind, and a voice brought me back completely. "Everyone all right?" That voice was my own, and I calmed my trembling hand and thumb in an instant to release the slide on my pistol. The dust cleared even more, and I raised my weapon with a steady arm as a voice to my left returned with a gasp, "Good here." I lowered the weapon, not even understanding the image before me when other voices spoke up from the same direction, all saying "good here" between heaving breaths. I took in more of the scene before me, seeing it even more clearly as 3 more voices returned with the same winded words, "Good here" off to my right. Just then, each of the men in our scout emerged from some bit of scrap or pile of debris around the cliffside shack. I stood to my feet, picking up the submachine gun I had dropped in the fight, and took a step forward, forgetting to be thankful that everyone in our team was all right when I finally registered the scene around the shack. Sprawled out before us were the bodies of 8 other men, some lying on their backs, some slumped over a junk pile, one only a few feet from the door to the shack, and another leaning up against the wall in a motionless state. It was over, and all was calm as the cold wind caressed my face as if to reassure me that I was all right. Then the heaving breaths from the men to my left and right were steadily calmed as well, and the matter's conclusion was whispered to me. Just then, the sound of a terrible groan interrupted the calm, and the body in the gray coat struggled back towards the shack, prompting even more presence of mind to return. Without even being ordered, I saw Hudson, Lockwood, Nathan, and Ramos begin approaching the dead men, while Doyle and I stepped up to the intact but wounded Tom Cade, who crawled a few inches further towards the shack door. Doyle loudly and windedly said, "Glad you're still kickin'," and I saw Hudson and Lockwood already putting the dead closest to them in rows. On my right, I caught a glimpse of Nathan gently shaking Ramos back from what I assumed was the shock of his first combat, whispering something assuring to the young man, while I could only see the other young man, Mr. Schmidt, still hanging back in my peripherals. I was about to see if Duncan was all right, but my attention was turned back to Doyle and the wounded Cade after the terrible groan the latter made upon Doyle turning him over. "Where you hit?" asked Doyle in a tone both gentle and demanding. I reached Doyle's side, looking down at the injured, seeing Cade shift back a little further on his elbow before spitting a long stream of blood from his mouth to the ground and shouting weakly in a voice full of pain. "What the... Where the hell it looked like? Can barely breathe," unable to gesture to the large wet blood stain just below his left collarbone. Hudson and Lockwood were already kneeling and praying before the 3 bodies they'd laid in a row. Then my eyes went to Nathan, who had collected Ramos enough for the 2 of them to begin setting the killed on their side in a row. Doyle knelt down beside Cade, who protested weakly at first before succumbing to some treatment, and I heard the footsteps of Duncan stop a few feet behind me. I again intended to turn and check up on Duncan when my eyes landed on the body of Bent, leaning against the wall of the shack, motionless, with several bullet holes in his abdomen and chest. The body of Bent sat almost calm or at peace, his blood spattered all over the wall behind him, and amidst an already almost completely dried pool of blood in the sands around him. My attention turned when Cade looked to all of us and said in a winded voice with his face covered in sweat, dirt, and speckled with blood, "How are y'all? Just fine." He stopped, spit the blood from his mouth again, and was going to say something else when his eyes landed on his friend, leaning on the wall, just out of arm's reach. He interrupted Doyle's work with a violent turn towards the body of his friend and spat another long stream of blood at the corpse, shouting, "Stupid motherfucker, why the hell you do that?" He was going to call his late friend an idiot, but his curse turned to a shout of pain from the surge made by his action, and he collapsed his back into the dust while Doyle took the moment to proceed with his sterilizing of the wound. There I remembered something I heard in the fight, but couldn't register in the moment. My mind rang with the voice of Bent, buried beneath the gunshots of 2 minutes prior, "Kill 'em, strip 'em, and we'll get the reward later." There was the answer. It was Bent who fired the first shot, doing so with a mind to take what we had and report back to the Legion, or the Mazers, with the exact information we feared. Cade, however, seemed to have a different mind before the battle started, if the animosity towards the lifeless body of his partner was any indication. But perhaps his venom came more from the fact that he and his band lost, and was in need of something to blame. Doyle continued treating Cade, who appeared to be fading in and out of consciousness. Lockwood and Hudson were still praying over the dead. Nathan and Ramos were now doing likewise, and seeing the man's accoutrements near the bloodstains he crawled from, I picked up the dusty black, wide-brimmed hat and long-barreled revolver from the dirt. Examining the weapon, I answered the injured man's angry mutterings toward his killed partner. "Don't be angry at your partner. He got what he asked us for." I didn't notice what Cade said in response, just noticing the fine dusty weapon was a .44 caliber in pretty decent condition despite being dropped into the dust after only getting off 2 shots. Unloading the bullets into my hand and placing the weapon in the front of my belt, I said to the wounded Cade, "Fine weapon here. I'm going to hold on to it for a while if you don't mind, at least until Doyle and I can trust you with it." Then, brushing some of the dust off the hat, I met eyes with the man, adding, "You can have your hat back if you want, though." After another weak spit of blood into his own lap, the man said, "Fk it. And you too." His head fell. Doyle pricked a site next to Cade's wound with a stim pack full of its miracle serum, and not wanting to hold on to or waste a nice hat, I turned to the young man wearing an expressionless face behind me and placed it on his head with the words, "Looks good. You all right, Mr. Schmidt?" The young man's face went from expressionless to slight concern, while the hat remained on his head without protest, and he said, "Got winged in the shoulder. Not bad, though." It was there I noticed his hand resting on his right shoulder and saw the dried blood between his fingers. Seeing this, I removed his hand, seeing he was indeed clipped in that spot, but the wound seemed to have clotted already, and after a brief test of his arm's motion, I asked him to move the body of Bent beside the ones next to Nathan and Ramos. Nathan and Ramos were done with their prayer over the dead, and Nathan agreed to help Duncan while also telling me that Ramos too was winged. Ramos and I approached each other, and seeing him hobble towards me, I helped him over to the shack wall to a spot a short distance from Cade and Doyle. Beginning to treat the young man of my detachment, I was relieved to find that he too was just barely hit, but he was clipped in the hip, which was why he was limping. A few millimeters aimed better, and Ramos would have had a broken pelvis which could have proven fatal out here. Mr. Ramos knew this, but the good side was hard to focus on when he was missing a clump of skin, and the side of his pants were growing redder. Between the fact he was hit, and this was Ramos's first scout trip, and his first time ever firing his weapon in legitimate defense, he was understandably shaken by the whole ordeal. Ramos was all right enough, though, making certain to mention Nathan's support after the fight, causing me to remember how I saw Nathan assuring the kid immediately after the dust settled. Nathan, for all his faults, was truly like a big brother to many of the younger guardsmen in my detachment and the barracks back home. I had a silent pride for the boys in my detachment, and Doyle's as I injected the boy with a portion of a stim pack. Ramos was at rest, and Nathan was leading in prayer before the body of Cade's killed friend bent with the young Mr. Schmidt silently beside him. I sat with my injured boy, and just watched as Nathan mouthed the words beside Duncan, asking God for forgiveness of their deed, and requesting mercy for the ones we'd sent to stand before him in judgment. A short time passed, allowing the calm of the previous excitement to take over a little more while Cade and Ramos could only wait for the medications to repair their injuries. After a few minutes, Hudson and Lockwood were stacking the weapons and supplies of the killed before eventually being joined by Nathan and Duncan in the same effort. Upon removing the stim pack from Ramos's hip, the boy's eyes were still shut, and I told him to just rest for a while longer as I figured out what was next. I stood myself up and placed myself on the other side of Cade, while Doyle crouched before him, watching the outlaw's condition slowly improve while the color in the injured's face returned. Doyle stayed silent all the while, and the post-battle work continued behind us before I asked Doyle, "Want to head back now?" Still staring at the outlaw, Doyle answered me, "Just a minute. I want to see what else my friend here has to say about events in the East." About 5 hours later. Although it was only a few minutes to 6 p.m., the sky was completely dark. The sun had completely set a half hour before, but that was usual for the time of year. However, our party hadn't moved from Rock Shack. We spent the time while Cade and Ramos recovered stacking the arms, cataloging the gear, and rearming and re-equipping with the supplies of those who no longer had any more need of them. Once Cade was present enough to speak, Doyle and I did indeed grill him for information, and whether intentional or not, it wasn't the events in the East that captured our immediate attention. Instead, what struck our attention was when he revealed that he had another 10 men out in the wastes who were scheduled to return to their outpost at Rock Shack between an hour or 6 hours. He couldn't or wouldn't say for certain, but the feeling remained it was best to stay put. Moving in the day was dangerous after doing what we had done, and it would have been easy for anyone to track down the ones who massacred the other half of their gang and absconded with their leader. And so, we decided to dig in and wait for Cade's men to return. About an hour after the battle, we had already set out the mines in a cache used by Cade's men, and created something of a bottleneck for the incoming party in order to promote a more peaceful resolution of our differences. Once we were all set up, and knew our positions within the shack, we were almost about to begin burying the dead. But our hour was up, and we were under the impression that the rest of the gang would be along any minute, so that had to wait, or the responsibility passed on. After much deliberation, we knew we couldn't release Cade once his men arrived, so now we were waiting to confront the rest of Cade's gang and hopefully be able to negotiate our safe departure, or at least be in a fortified enough position to withstand an assault. God had clearly blessed us earlier without our suffering a single loss in combat, but the chances of him offering such a thing twice in one day were not exactly high. As we settled into our positions, the hour turned into 2 hours, then 3, then 4, and finally we were looking at a separate worry. Herbin's men were about 5 hours away, or 4 if they hurried, when Doyle said they were on their way. The outlaws still hadn't showed up, and every 15 minutes that passed would bring more griping about how we should have left immediately. Yet still we were stuck, because the last thing we wanted at any point of the afternoon was to run into the rest of the gang on the way out. At the 5-hour mark, the present and most pressing fear was that Herbian's scouts and the rest of the gang would meet on the only path into the mountainside hideaway, and that confrontation would most likely be bloody. To make matters worse, the signal of Doyle's radio couldn't penetrate the mountains around us, so all we could do was wait and blindly hope in Herbian's arrival, while praying that the remainder of Cade's gang would allow us to depart. I looked out the small window, past the bodies set in rows, steadily giving off more of their smell even as the heat of the sun gradually gave way to the cold of night. I peered past the piles of junk and scrap, seeing the thick, dry bushes rustling slightly in the wind and focusing on the narrow trail around the edge of the mountainside. Still nothing. Turning back to the interior of this decrepit outlaw hideaway, I could see the place was sparse in furniture, save for a table with 8 chairs around it. Scattered all around the quaint interior were sleeping bags, for all of Cade's men, probably even left by previous gangs of raiders or smugglers who frequented the place. The sleeping bags and bedrolls made for nice cushions for the knees of my men peering out the windows, and my eyes were diverted to Doyle and Cade when Doyle lighted an oil lamp for writing. Cade sat before Doyle with his hands bound behind his back as he leaned against the lone support beam beside the table, and I was going to warn Doyle about the light made by the lamp. But he was done writing a moment later, and the world outside remained lifeless. I sat in my corner. Just past me sat Lockwood, his knees on the cushion of a rolled-up sleeping bag as he stared out his window, short carbine ready. Past Lockwood and on both sides of the closed doorway was Duncan and Nathan, while manning the last window sat both Hudson and Ramos, who'd recovered enough to be engaged in whispered conversation with the men beside him. Ramos had grown excited to talk about his first fight in that youthful way after fully recovering from his injury, but the lad was still wise enough to keep his volume decreased as the sky got darker. The scene was quiet, and the low conversation amongst the men continued on to different topics as the hours passed, occasionally punctuated by someone saying what we'd already known for a while: we should have left earlier. 5 minutes to 6 p.m., and I heard Cade ask once again from his place against the beam seriously, "How or why weren't any of you killed?" Throughout the afternoon, we tried explaining how his men weren't even ready for conflict and were rather unfocused or distracted before the sudden escalation, but ultimately our answers weren't enough to satisfy the man. The answers were even more unsatisfactory for him when they ultimately boiled down to Jesus. By this time, Doyle no longer entertained the captured man, and so he answered the question this time with that one-word name. At least Cade was speaking quietly now. We had to enforce the level of his volume throughout the afternoon, but he eventually grew to learn that his captors were pretty pleasant, and even friendly provided he did what we said. Cade went on whispering about this and that, while Doyle ignored, or wrote up some more of his scouting report in the moonlight, coming in from the cracks in the ceiling. I turned away, once again seeing nothing coming down the path to the shack. The focus of my hearing returned to my immediate vicinity when I couldn't hear the anticipated footsteps of outlaws just in time to hear that Ramos, Hudson, and Nathan's low conversation had turned to the idea of girls. I knew, or rather, my wife knew some of the girls back in town that Ramos and Hudson fancied, while Nathan said for them to just go for it. I tuned out again, hearing Doyle once again reaffirm what we learned from Cade. His men didn't know anything. Apparently, all they knew was that Cade and Bent wanted to ask New Canaan about a mark. It became clear that Cade and Bent were the only ones who knew who exactly they were after, since it was explained that their Legion contact through the Mazers implied extreme importance in keeping the target's status or name in the heads of very few. We decided to believe Cade. What little we knew about the Legion through Joshua, time, and the odd experience with their patrols in the Far Eastern territories, Edward or Caesar may not believe his former second was dead, but he'd make certain his nation of monsters and slavers believed he was. Still, my thoughts went on, and I began to think about whether or not we would have to kill the rest of Cade's gang. But it still didn't feel like we had to, provided how we could begin negotiations from a strong position or fortified shack. The rest of Cade's gang may not know why their bosses were trying to get in touch with New Canaan, but there was a good chance they might not take the death of their comrades lightly, especially if they outnumbered us. Even as the hours passed, neither Doyle or I knew for sure what we would say to the gang exactly to prevent bullets from flying, or how to explain why we were taking Cade with us. Telling the rest of the gang that Cade knew our secret was an explanation that might have said all it needed to if some of them were suspicious about their bosses. And so, we were stumped. Neither me nor Doyle still could figure out what we would say, but I think we both silently knew that no amount of planning or excuses would work, and so I personally shook the planning out of my head with a blind faith in how what needs to be said shall be said, and the Spirit will take care of the rest. For now, however, I felt it best to distract myself. It wasn't long before my attempts to avoid planning were assisted by a question sent at Lockwood beside me. The voice of Nathan said to him, with the exact context lost on me, "So why did you get married, Lockwood?" Catching the eyes of Ramos and Hudson firmly planted on Lockwood, I motioned for the two across the room to resume their watch when Lockwood replied, with his eyes still focused on the distant trail, "Sex." The young men on the other side of the room snickered, and I believe Mr. Schmidt did as well as he stood in his place by the door, rifle up, and still with the wide-brimmed hat of Cade on his head. Ramos asked Lockwood if that was the only reason, and Lockwood said that it wasn't the only, although it was in his words about 90% of it. The single young men at their stations appeared to completely understand the plain reason behind Lockwood's recent marriage, and part of me did too when memories of my single days returned briefly. Hudson asked his friend in Doyle's detachment if his reason, or the amount of that reason he's described in previous talks, was entirely biblical. Still with his eyes forward, Lockwood explained his view. Even pulling a verse out of his head he'd evidently memorized. "Now to the unmarried and the widows I say, it is good for them to stay unmarried, as I do. But if they cannot control themselves, they should marry, for it is better to marry than to burn with passion." 1 Corinthians 7:8-9. After a moment, a smile grew across Lockwood's face as he continued his stare into the night, and I was burning with a lot of passion. Lockwood elaborated further, explaining that his urges were too much, and the men on the other side of the room appeared to solemnly understand the difficulty. Suddenly feeling some new enthusiasm about the topic, Lockwood added, "Isn't the Bible just awesome? Because of that, I now have a duty to have sex with my wife on an almost constant basis." I wasn't sure I agreed with that, and felt it was a good time to rather loudly clear my throat as a suggestion that the young newlywed perhaps think a little deeper before suggesting marriage on that basis alone to his impressionable young comrades. Lockwood heard my wordless interjection and turned briefly to me. "Don't believe me, Lieutenant Young." He saw my face, as well as the gesture I made, and turned back to the window as he quoted once more something he apparently took it upon himself to memorize. "Do not deprive one another, except perhaps by agreement for a limited time, that you may devote yourselves to prayer, but then come together again, so that Satan may not tempt you because of your lack of control." 1 Corinthians 7:5. You know what that and the verses before it means? I couldn't help the smile creeping across my face, but still I said, don't do it as the young men on the opposite end were once again ignoring their duty to stare at Lockwood. It means the only time my wife and I shouldn't be having sex depriving one another is when we're talking to Jesus. After that, it's right back to it, because if we don't, it's only a matter of time before Satan intervenes. The young men were chuckling, and although his statement wasn't necessarily wrong, I asked the young scout with memories of my own excitement immediately post-marriage. But what's God's purpose for the intimate act in the first place? He hung his head and silence ensued as its own answer before I added, and how's that going? I promise you won't be so smug and witty about the act when you deal with the horror of a pregnant wife and the resulting little monsters. I'm also very curious what your parents in the Mormon sect think of your outlook on sex. Lockwood said after a quiet moment, That's why I'm enjoying it now, Lieutenant. As for the parents, though, there's a reason I haven't followed my parents into that sect of the community. The quiet laughter had died down on the other end of the room, and I spoke his reason with a smile I couldn't conceal. Sex? And the man confirmed, sex. It was true. A great many of the young men in the community opted for a more Protestant or non-Mormon interpretation of the faith for the sole reason of sex, without the requirement of producing a child each time. I could scarcely blame them, for I was one of them myself, finding it much more ideal for a man and wife to keep one another satisfied, as opposed to the legalistic faith that required the almost constant pregnancy of the women. After another moment, the amusement of the talk was all gone, and I looked at the path along the cliff. Still nothing. Turning down to my watch, I saw in the glow that it was almost 6 minutes past 6. Just then I heard the voices behind me, adjusted the grip on my submachine gun, and heard Cade and Doyle were completely lost in their own talk, oblivious to the chat with the young men. I tuned in to hear Cade ask directly what he had tried to allude to several times that afternoon. So, what's going to happen to me in New Canaan? Y'all kept dodging that question earlier. You got a prison there or something? Doyle looked up from his seat by the table with a sigh, noticing me glancing back, and our eyes met for a moment before he said, Care to enlighten him, Paul? The outlaw adjusted his reclined head from the support beam, shifting his eyes towards me as I said with one eye out the window and one at him, You'll be put in a cell for a while, probably a week or two depending on your behavior. You act well, you'll get some freedom, perhaps even the chance to work in the fields on the north end. Do well enough out there, take to heart what your handlers tell you, and they might even let you serve one of the family's shops or trades in town. It'll be up to them to decide when or if your chains come off, while the length of your restriction to certain parts of the town will be determined by the elders. He interrupted me, lifting his head further off the beams as he asked, Wait, work in the fields? Serve families in town? You all enslave people? Doyle gave the man a light but firm kick from his chair, and I said, It's not slavery. If anything, it's servitude. Seeing no change in his demeanor, I felt a bit of disgust in this, saying, You tried to extort us. You and your men fired upon us with intent to kill. You've been relatively cooperative thus far, so we sometimes give people like you the chance to become something good for society and the world as a whole. The chains in the field are only till we know you won't be a danger to the community. You and the ones like you back home gotta prove we can trust you, since we frankly hadn't got a lot of it for you after what you and your friends tried to do this afternoon. Cade leaned his head back against the beam with a shrug. Call it whatever you want. Sounds like slavery to me, though. I wasn't sure arguing would really change his demeanor or attitude anyway, but I decided to tell him what I'd seen. You call it whatever you want. I've seen men worse than you finish out their sentences and decide to stay. Some have even become adopted sons of the families that took them in. Hudson interjected in the brief pause. I think Mike lay in Lieutenant Kennedy's detachment was a former raider a few years back. Guy stuck around after his sentence. Ramos said to Hudson, but not really anyone in particular. No kidding. I like him. Figured he just had a few screws loose, though. I didn't really know McClay beyond the name or a few guard Bible studies, but I found that nice, especially since the idle talk seemingly proved my point. Either way, I couldn't think about the man in Kennedy's detachment for long, since only a second or two passed before our captive said without a single care in his voice, So you brainwash them too? The man said this with a yawn, as he made himself even more comfortable against the beam he was bound to. I couldn't say I was surprised by the impertinent remarks. He wasn't the first one to have his life saved and his wounds cleaned by the guard, only to begin insulting us. There were men more theologically equipped than me to explain why we do what we do, and I didn't know if an explanation of our process from the Book of Philemon would have any impact at the time or later. In the end, I decided not to silence him, or motion for Doyle to do it, instead telling him what I knew regardless of his loathsome attitude. A change of heart is a wonderful thing when it happens. Although it's true, not everyone who's wronged the community has one. Some are exiled, and some even turn traitor to New Canaan and the people who'd been nothing but good to them throughout their captivity. Ultimately, those who end up in the shoes you'll be in decide their own fate. So it's up to you whether or not you die a happy old man who embraced the community, leave for the wastes again, or die in a pool of blood out in the fields because you couldn't let your bitterness go. Like I said, the chains only stay on as long as you choose to wear them, but don't expect to lie your way out of it when you get there. We know what you know, and we have a pretty good idea about your character. You will be watched very closely, and the chains might stay on longer than you expect. The man was quiet, and whether my words impacted him or not was irrelevant. I was done. I had no hope for him when the moment of silence ended, and all he said was, "Well, all right then," in that insincere and careless way. But perhaps the explanation of his fate produced something later that he wouldn't show at this time. Either way, none of us were allowed to ponder anything else after Nathan interjected from the doorway. "You're going about this all wrong. Lieutenant guys like him may or may not get another treatment." I knew what he was going to do, but even when I mouthed, "Don't lie, Nathan," I knew he would remain faithful to my order in his own unique way. The loudmouth young man of my detachment locked eyes with Cade. Now, I haven't met everyone who ends up in a cell, but that may or may not be because they were tortured to death. I don't know if suggesting the possibility or even false probability of the absurd is considered lying, but that was not my place, and neither me nor any of the other guardsmen in the room would say anything, for fear of spoiling it as Nathan went on. "Paul's right. If you're pleasant and compliant, and if you see the light, you will get to work and maybe get assigned to a family. You also may or may not get sent to the rack where they'll stretch you till your limbs break off." Perhaps I shouldn't have been, but part of me was proud that all my guards at the windows remained silent, instead of bursting out into hysterical laughter. I've never seen it happen, but perhaps there's a reason for that. Maybe those who refuse our kindness are ripped apart and their ashes thrown into the Great Salt Lake as part of the patrols that go that way once a month. I've never seen it happen, but just because I personally hadn't seen something like that happen doesn't mean it doesn't. Still, it's probably best to enter your captivity with an open mind and willingness to play ball. Cade wasn't persuaded about the existence of the rack, but the rambling of Nathan was still amusing nonetheless for all present. Although I think the message was still accepted by Cade, whatever happens to him in New Canaan will be of his own choosing. Before either Cade, Doyle, me, Nathan, or anyone else could say another word, Lockwood said, in a hushed and urgent tone, "Looks like they're here." Our eyes immediately went to the outside, and Lockwood was right. All of us held our guns at the ready, and the distant footsteps of a whole party came to my hearing as my eyes took in the shuffling silhouettes creeping along the narrow face of the cliffside trail. They clearly weren't expecting anything out of the usual, and proved that they were Herbin's men as evidenced by the flashlights going to and fro, as well as the sound of their indistinct chatter. Glancing to my left, and seeing all my men were ready at their stations, I could tell the distant party began to grow wary of the gang hideout silence in the darkness, as the first man stepped off the trail. As soon as I became aware of this, I looked back to Doyle, whose eyes met mine, and told me what we had already internally agreed upon. There was nothing for me to say, but there was plenty for Cade to say. Shifting over to the captive bound to the beam, he appeared to expect me to place a gag in his mouth, but was surprised when I maneuvered behind him and cut his bonds with the whispered words, "You're going to answer them when they call, but just know." I showed him my .45, and at the same time, Doyle slowly cocked his pistol to mitigate sound as I continued. "You say the wrong thing, you say anything to cause harm to any of my men, and you will die first." What that wrong thing is, I'll leave to your judgment." The eyes of Cade appeared to ask if I would instead place a gag in his mouth. No. Whatever happened next would be entirely up to him. After the fact, my men and I considered it to be a chance to prevent bloodshed, a chance at redemption where he evidently failed earlier this afternoon. Moving Cade to the window I occupied, my men were all 3 feet inside their windows, concealed by the darkness of the room, weapons up, and aiming at the moonlit outside where those silhouettes were coming to a halt. When I looked past Cade to see that the rest of his gang were all off the trail, standing in something of a gaggle on the path straight to the shack, their flashlights were turned off one by one after focusing on the mine warning signs we made, and the men stood motionless, having apparently come to the realization that something was off. Doyle whispered from behind, "You got this, Paul?" I glanced over, seeing Doyle take his place beside Duncan next to Lockwood's window. Placing my gun firmly against the head of Cade, I answered him, "Should be asking our friend here." After a short moment, the cold breeze outside picked up once again, its echo creating an ever-so-faint whistle through the cracks in the metal walls of our strongpoint when a gruff voice from outside came to us. "Hello?" Everyone, including Cade, was dead silent. A few more silent seconds passed when once again the same voice spoke. "Cade? Bent? Y'all here?" Cade turned his head to me and asked in an almost normal level tone, "What you want me to say?" The gang must have heard him speak, even if the distance obstructed the specific words, because I immediately and rapidly said to Cade, "Tell them you're here. You're captive of New Canaan. They got 7 guns on them, and they're surrounded by mines." The first part wasn't necessary because immediately the light of several flashlights came faintly through the windows, exposing the person of Cade standing completely exposed with the light reflecting off his dusty face. The voice outside asked, "Boss? That you?" "Yeah, it's me, Slick." I could see the light from outside hadn't penetrated deep enough into the structure to expose my men distantly occupying their windows. Cade went on as instructed just before his man Slick could say anything else. "I met with New Canaan. They got me in here as their captive. You and the boys are in the sights of 7 men, and don't stray from the path because they got that mined." Immediately, Slick and the other 9 in his crew raised their weapons towards the shack, if the clatter of weapons being unslung was any indication. I pressed my pistol further into his temple and placed my hand on the grip of my slung SMG before gently peering through the fluttering curtain at the outside. Though the gang's guns were up, so was the hand of Slick, who appeared in control of their side. The message had sunk in, the weapons on both sides were ready, and a second later, Slick said, "That's so, boss? You all right? Where's the others?" Cade went to turn his head to me, as he was going to ask what he should say, but the barrel of my gun prevented that, and I answered him in a whisper. "It's up to you." Cade spoke to the flashlight outside after a moment. "Yeah, I'm all right. I'm in good hands, even if I'd rather be elsewhere. As for the boys, they're all dead. You can see 'em out front." The flashlights left the windows for several seconds, clearly realizing the 7 still forms set on the ground in rows before the windows were the bodies of their friends. After this was taken in, the flashlights went back up to the windows, and the rustle of more raised weapons was heard, apparently taken rather hard after seeing the damage. The voice of Slick pierced the darkness in a much harsher tone than before. "Talk, New Canaanites. Why you have our boss in there?" We all stayed quiet, and my eyes went to Doyle, whose face was faintly illuminated by the light from outside, coming in from a line of bullet holes in the shack wall. Slick spoke again. "Who's in charge in there? You either start talking or we start shooting. Boss or no?" Cade turned his head to me despite the pressure from my gun. "You should probably say something. They'll hit me first, but y'all are next." Looking back outside, I saw the first rank of that gaggle was laying prone. Their second was crouching, and the rest were standing, all with their weapons up. The bullet holes in the shack wall told me this whole plan of staying put was pretty foolish, even despite the few sandbags we placed around the window portholes. I think Slick's men knew they were going to get shot up from the bottleneck they were in, but we were certainly going to get perforated as well. There was simply no way the men I cared about were all going to walk away if I didn't take charge somehow. Just as Slick began to lower his raised hand to the barrel of his rifle, I shouted, "We just want to leave peacefully, and we're taking Cade with us." All my men remained laser-focused on the jumble of silhouettes pointing their flashlights and large-looking weapons at our bastion. The man outside shouted back after a second as he returned his hand to the air, "Can't do that. We got y'all outnumbered and we sorta like our boss." Cade, now squinting at the bright light still focused on his exposed person, made an almost audibly sarcastic "aw" sound, and Slick continued, "Why you taking him anyway?" Cade and Bent said they just wanted to talk to you all. I was glad to hear confirmation that neither Cade nor Bent told their men exactly why they wanted to speak to men of New Canaan. At the same time, I really wished he didn't ask that question. Whatever I said in honesty would have given away too much, and even if I lied, it would probably only be a matter of time before they got to talking amongst themselves, or discovered the reason through other means. Perhaps a journal on the body of Bent, or perhaps they'd remember something spoken by the campfire when the fog of adrenaline subsided from the moment. Also, and as crazy as it sounds, I still didn't want to lie. Perhaps in the moment, it was less about a duty to faith that made it so hard for me to intentionally lie, but more from a part of me that knew I wasn't good at it. Whenever I've always been caught, or the person I lied to could see right through. Either way, I knew the honest truth would only lead to the destruction and death of myself or many of my brothers, even if we managed to win this night. On the other hand, I had already thought about what I should do for too long, so the time for lying was past. Just as I was about to say something vague or indescript like, "We can't tell you that. Rescue came from where I least expected. You can blame Bent for that, Slick." Just as I realized it was Cade speaking out of turn, I realized what he said was true, and he said, "Bent opened fire on these men when I found out." My heart stopped. I forgot to press the gun to his head hard enough, and I began to pull the trigger as the words, "Bent and I were wanted in New Canaan for some shit we did last time we were there." I released the trigger. Cade's brains remained inside his skull, and I thanked God as he concluded, "Bent thought we could take them, and so did I. But here we are." For a moment I thought I could hear everyone on our side give an audible sigh of relief, but it wasn't over. The silence outside was deafening, and the light stayed on the windows as Cade shouted in addition. Bent started something he couldn't finish, and provided I don't resist, my new friends here promised they'd let me serve the original charge and not count what happened here. There was some murmuring outside, and my heart thudded a bit harder as I thought of the words spoken earlier that afternoon. "So where does that leave us?" The murmuring died, and the voice of Slick said, "Thought you and Bent never been there." Cade was about to say something in defense of himself and consequently, us as well. However, Slick apparently paid no mind to that uttered fact as he went right along. "Ain't unlike Bent," then spoke almost politely. "We still got him outnumbered, though. Want us to save you, boss?" I adjusted the grip on my Thompson once more, and Cade replied with a laugh. "I'll be out in a few days, boys. You open fire and I'm the first to die." The murmuring began again, this time a bit louder, and although it was too distant to clearly make out, I thought I'd heard phrases like, "But what about?" likely alluding to their friends we killed. Although the conclusion of this ordeal was an appearance of ending peacefully, the weapons on our side remained up, and there remained something I couldn't hear that was still in the air. Cade saw this struggle, and knew that if he didn't get killed by my bullet, it was almost a certainty that one of theirs would if the firing began. I saw a bead of sweat beginning to fall down his face, and as the murmuring continued, Cade shouted out, "I'm just gonna work off my sentence and be back. It's best not to start a war with New Canaan." Almost desperately he said to something he could clearly see building amongst his men, "Just go, Slick. I'll see y'all at the Mazers camp in a few days." Immediately, Slick shouted back, "The boys and I kinda don't want to let this go. They killed some of our friends, and I wouldn't worry too much about a war if there ain't any witnesses left. Please, Slick, hold fire. If I'm not killed in the crossfire, they'll kill me," shouted Cade, now in a completely desperate tone. One more brief moment of contemplation passed on their sides, while the grips tightened around the weapons on our side. At last, the voice of Slick called from outside, "Sorry, boss. Mazers pay for New Canaan heads, too. This whole thing looks like a win-win, so try and keep your head down." I took the pistol off of Cade's head, pulled up my SMG, and just before me or any of my men could fire at the gang or wipe the sweat pouring down all our faces, a voice beyond the gaggle of outlaws called for everyone in the vicinity of Rock Shack to hear. "Halt! Don't fire! You're surrounded!" Cade ducked under the window. I focused my Thompson on the mass, and the flashlights began to turn to the voice behind them when it called again. "Don't move 1 inch!" The beam of the lights froze in place, and Doyle heaved a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat of his face on his shoulder and releasing the words. "And the Lord sent them Herbian, with mines on their flanks, our guns to their front, and Herbian's guns to their rear. Any hostility would mean their immediate death. We were saved, and Herbian shouted again, 'Raise your weapons above your heads, slowly and with no sudden movements.' The group complied, and the weapons of my men stayed on the mass of outlaws. I raised Cade back up to his feet beneath the window, and just then, Herbian called towards us. "Lieutenant Doyle! Lieutenant Young? Y'all in there?" With their weapons still hovering above their heads, the gang was frozen in place as Doyle opened the door to the shack, wordlessly leading the men, myself included, out into the scrap heap, shouting back, "Yeah, it's us. We're coming out. Glad to see you, Herbian." I exited into the cold night following the men, our weapons still trained on the outlaws, and Herbian said to us, "See if you can't get yourselves over on our side. The boys and I will keep 'em calm." After that, Lieutenant Herbian ordered the completely surrounded gang of 10 to place their weapons on the ground and move to the shack. We moved around the gangers as we traded places with them, who complied with every demand in silence. We decided not to bind them. Instead, each of us picked up their weapons as we passed the place they stood, and then I took over the scene. Once all the outlaws were on their knees in front of the shack beside their dead, and all the weapons were slung over our shoulders, I told the beaten gang that we would keep our word. We would be leaving peacefully with their leader, and would only be taking their weapons to ensure our safety. Although it would have been better to destroy the weapons of these outlaws or throw them into the waters of the reservoir below the hideaway, the weapons weren't part of the original deal, so we decided it would be all right for them to retrieve them from the site of that first totem. Doyle gave warning that if we found them following us, unarmed or not, they would be fired upon. I told the outlaws to bury their dead, and it was best to retrieve their weapons in the morning, and they seemed to accept the terms before we finally turned around and embraced our saviors of the night. The boys and I heartily shook the hands of Herbian and the 5 men he brought along, and although Doyle and I's men were still loaded down with an additional 3 rifles each, the assistance from Herbian's men was more than appreciated. The greetings were brief, and the 13 in our crew and 1 prisoner departed back along the narrow path along the cliff face away from Rock Shack. Stepping off the trail and back onto the ancient path going west, we moved as quick as we could, the men at the rear occasionally turning back to hear if we were being followed. We all stayed quiet as we moved, but the path out of the mountains was all downhill, so it went by much quicker than the trek up that morning. Our attention focused more on not tripping in the black wilderness and keeping upright under the load of more equipment than when we started. Around an hour and a half later, and after almost missing it in the darkness, the boys up front had led us off the trail to the site of the first totem we came upon. Although it was only a little after 8, the day was exhausting, and was taking its toll despite making much better time on the way back than the way up. True to our word, the boys at the rear made a perimeter while we piled the weapons of the 10 outlaws in a patch of dry brush that would make it hard to find at any point before the break of dawn. We'd kept the weapons of the 8 we killed to ourselves, and some of us took the moment as a break. I bound the outlaw to the burnt totem, and the man stared out at the faint light beyond the rolling cliffs and hills to the northwest. The younger men of our detachments chatted amongst themselves, telling the boys under Herbian all about their heroic exploits before the rescue, while Doyle and I talked with Lieutenant Herbian himself. In this short break, we had the moment to thank him once again, and it was here he told us that they would have been there earlier, but they encountered the outlaws coming in from the south. Herbian and his scouts had to follow very slowly and at a distance, keeping to the brush until the setting sun allowed them to shorten the gap a little more. He said he followed them along the narrow cliff to Rock Shack very slowly, unsure if they kept a rear guard, and had to wait until all his men had gotten into position before he could intervene in any way. Being too far to clearly hear what was being said, it wasn't until he was sure that we were the ones the gang was talking to that he decided to speak up. Just in time, too. Doyle was telling Herbian about all that happened on our side, how our attempt to initially observe was prevented by Cade and Bent's welcoming invitation, why we waited till night, etc. It was near the end of Doyle's explanation to Herbian when I left to approach the man bound to the long burnt totem. I could see the captive's eyes transfixed on the dim light beyond the cliffs, and heard the sound of my men picking up their packs readying to depart again when I stood beside the man. I only had one real question on my mind, one that had been recurring to me frequently along the hike down the mountain. He glanced at me when he realized my arrival, and I asked without any true surprise on his part, "Why did you decide to lie to Slick earlier?" I immediately realized the question was rather silly based on my threat to shoot him before the talk with his men. But Cade only said sorry? In response, I elaborated, "When you said Bent opened fire on these men when I found out. Then you lied about you being wanted in New Canaan, instead of giving us away." His face remained unchanged, and then he responded with what was expected, but with an added something else. "Because you had a gun to my head, remember?" He paused. Then perhaps what I was getting at sunk in, because he said, "I know y'all won't let me out in a few days either because of what I know." I asked, "So why did you tell them that?" That grin grew subtly across his face, and then he said, "When I'm not back with the Mazers in a few days, the boys will move on. Perhaps take up new work in a different part of the wilderness, or even with a different tribe." He was holding back, and he felt my gaze on the side of his head when he added, "That leaves a bigger share of the reward for Mr. Graham's location to me, once I finally escape or get free from town." My blood froze at this, and I was about to strike that grin off his face and leave him a bloody dying mess for his men to find in the morning, when something told me not to. Despite what we did for him, and how we saved him when he was dying and when his men showed up, he still intended to get a reward for jeopardizing my family and community's safety. Part of me believed this was just the talk of a man who still wanted to cling to the impression of control over his situation, so the stock of my weapon refrained from the face of this man even as he added, "Plus, the servitude deal y'all talked about doesn't sound half bad, and I could use a vacation from the wild wasteland." I decided not to tell him what I would later tell his handlers and the constable about his case, and instead told him, "Well, all right then," as I released his binds from the totem. The men were lining up to move out, and I began to push him to our place in the center of the line, when he said, "One more thing though." My only response was the stock of my weapon pushing him further along, and he said anyway, "Whether you like it or not, I am not going to be the only one sent looking for Graham, and New Canaan won't be able to silence everyone who joins the hunt." One more rifle butt to the center of his back, and the man went quiet as Doyle and Herbian led the trot further down the mountain and closer to those lights in the northwest. Chapter 13. Come to me all who are weary. After the escape from Rock Shack, there was not a lot to say about what happened in the early morning after our rescue from the events at Rock Shack. The men of myself, Doyle, and Herbian arrived back at the gates approximately an hour or two before dawn of that morning, if I remember correctly. We would have arrived sooner, but Herbian led us further south and into the wasteland for a while when we believed we were being followed by the outlaws we spared. It wasn't unlike men of their caliber to go back on their word, and worry of them following us with their weapons recovered meant the engagement would be a bloody one, even if we outnumbered them by the addition of Herbian's men. With no intention of having them follow us and creating a firefight right outside the markets and gates to our home, the diversion seemed to work. Although we still aren't sure if it was the remnants of Cade's gang following us, or just paranoia. There were times one of us felt we saw something moving in the brush of the wasteland. Then there were other times I thought I'd only seen a wasteland critter in the darkness. Knowing that whether we were being stalked by human or creature, it was best not to lead them to the main road or gates until we knew for sure. We never learned for sure what was following us, but eventually, our push to the south had us stepping on the caravan trail to New Canaan, and then we decided to move north back home again. The town was still asleep when the night guard lowered the gates for us, and between the three groups and our scout, all of us spent the next hours well into the morning touching up our reports, giving our briefings to this elder, that elder, the constable, etc., about the trip. Then we spent the hours up till noon turning in the gear we borrowed, handing over our issued weapons as well as the acquired weapons over to the armories, and then after dismissing the boys, Doyle and I had to deal with the Cade situation. After giving our reports and suggestions to the constable, and after the meeting with Elder Larsdale, The outlaw was taken off our hands by some of the constable's personal runners, and Deacon Fitz was notified. Once Cade was taken off to the aforementioned cells on the east side of town near the guard barracks, I hadn't seen him since. Our report and the meeting with the constable and elder were sure to include what he said to me the evening before, as well as our suggestion that those responsible for his servitude keep especially close eyes on him. Cade was in hands that I trusted, but the fact he was the only known person from the outside who knew our secret and retained his wicked intentions, my nerves regarding his whereabouts remained for long after. Once all that was done, the constable told us that we all had the rest of the day off, and this was especially good news to hear after being up for well over 24 hours. Perhaps it could have been mentioned earlier, but the members of the night guard and constable weren't the only ones to be surprised that our scout was only a little over a day long. My wife and kids were surprised too. The scout investigation was predicted to take a minimum of 2 days, and 4 days at a maximum. This was evidently passed on to my family, who were all home at the time of my arrival and happy to see my return. Even if my return consisted of little more than a short greeting to them all before immediately passing out on my bed till the next morning. There was plenty more that happened the next morning, including the baptism of the young Duncan Schmidt, but that didn't happen the way the community planned. The return from our trip, some confusion with the temple about the time frame, and the condition of Doyle and I's men after the trip threw a wrench in that, but life began to hop back into its usual pace after the excitement died away. The routine of life in town continued in its usual way, but as the days eventually turned into a week, then more days, one central question continued to occupy the back of my mind. What is to be done with Graham? At this point, days after the return from our scout, and long after our reports had been handed over for consideration, the returned son of our community remained a hermit living in an isolated dwelling outside the walls. I figured the incident with Cade and the discovery of Cade's intent to report information about the man would be cause for alarm amongst the elders, but not a word was said. The burned man was almost never seen outside of his shack, and his existence was almost completely forgotten by the whole community scarcely a week after our return from the scout. I wanted to bring this issue up in the meetings, amongst the lieutenants of the guard, and everyone, including all the attendees of the meeting between the guards and elders, seemed to come to the same conclusion. Just don't talk about him. This seemed to be working well enough, and I even raised it during the meeting with the elders. If a guy like Cade is getting orders from the Legion about tracking him down, who else is on their way? Clearly, the Legion or someone knew he was alive, and although word of his survival from travelers in the market was non-existent, the idea of him going about his day outside the seclusion of the town walls was unsettling. The words from Cade that night were a frequent echo in the back of my mind. I'm not going to be the only one sent looking for Graham. Perhaps I wasn't the only one who held this silent worry, but life seemed to move right along, and it wasn't long after the Elder Guard meeting the week after our scout that the entire community's attention was shifted towards a new issue, an issue that once again was predicted by the outlaw leader we brought into custody. Soon enough, refugees from the east will be flocking to New Canaan in droves if they hadn't been already. 2 weeks after the incident at Rock Shack, New Canaan had always been a place that refugees from the war-torn wilderness of Utah flocked to for support. The typical policy had always been to offer our charity to those who arrived, and even offer larger groups the missionaries and personnel needed to help rebuild and protect their communities in a safer place away from the ones who harmed them. We did what we could with respect to the tribe's identity, while also giving them examples of the benefits of following the Lord we served. The system was a win-win, and has worked well since the first days of our resettlement from Upper Ogden. And although it's true that the cold season always brought about more than the usual refugees, the near spike in tribal refugees coming to our gates this season was no mystery to the ones who heard what the outlaw Tom Cade said to Doyle and I on that scout. It was slow at first, slow in a way that was almost imperceptible, but amongst the supplies being doled out to those in need of protection from the cold came the influx of those whose people had fallen to Legion expansion in the Far East beyond the mountains. Few knew this to be the reason, but questions amongst my brothers and sisters giving out their charity in the markets were set aside by the chaos caused by dwindling supplies and increasingly upset people in need. It was a Monday, I believe, 2 weeks after our trip, and my boys were guarding the gate in our usual post when I was approached by Mr. Mathers, who asked if the men could cover my round while he took me to the Trinity Inn for a moment. The boys agreed on the condition that I bring them back some cold glasses of ice water to help them combat the midday heat beneath the cold breeze of early November. I followed the deacon, clad in a dusty black smock, away from the gates, seeing the charity stalls occupied by my brothers and sisters from inside the walls, watching them dole out supplies, blankets, and basic food items to the crowds of refugees surrounding the yard beside the central well. Tribals, travelers, wastelanders, traders, caravanners, mothers, fathers, children, and even infants in their mothers' arms swarmed the markets in a way unseen even in past cold seasons. Many of the traders, caravanners, or wasteland visitors went about their business, pushing their wares and beasts of burden through or around the masses of war refugees, while my brothers and sisters of the community rushed to and fro, needing to inform Mr. Soanzo about needing more this and that. The scene around the market was so busy that even an extra detachment of guards from the north end was dispatched to the market by the constable, and the extra guards were instrumental in securing the stability of these days, yet we were still short-handed. Passing the stalls, I followed the deacon, shifting my attention to the guards patrolling the grounds, all too occupied with the masses to give us the common greeting they would have done on any other day. All the while, I saw the deacon turning his head to each group or horde of poverty-stricken refugees, likely peering closely at the downtrodden faces, the crying children, the saddened faces of mothers, and the solemn expression on each man's face beneath the layers of ragged and dirty hand-woven clothing. Just before reaching the door to the inn, my attention turned to a sudden shout from what appeared to be, at a glance, a group of wasteland and tribal men standing slightly distant from the nearest charity stall. It was my intention to stop for a moment and investigate what I assumed to be the start of unrest regarding the diminishing charity supplies. But I saw a group of guardsmen approaching them, and I nearly tripped over the deacon. Stopping short of that, I looked over the deacon, who'd knelt down before a tribal mother in a very thick gray and brown woven long dress, with 3 children huddled next to her for warmth. The deacon didn't even notice me almost trip, and was busy conversing with the mother, who evidently didn't fully understand the language of the man crouched before her and the children. The woman gave a faint, grief-filled smile, nodding in confused politeness, and showing a mouth with several missing teeth before the deacon clasped her hands in one of his. He made the motion of a sign of the cross with his fingers toward her, and released his grip, leaving something in her hands I didn't see before he immediately stood up. He caught eyes with me briefly, and opened the door to the inn, as if he hadn't stopped to pray for a stranger. Then, gesturing an "after you," I walked inside, and that was that. Inside the Trinity Inn, the place was busier than I had ever seen it. The place was absolutely packed with every sort of person, and louder than it was even in the early days of spring, when traders and caravanners flocked to our gates in droves. I could scarcely even see the counter beyond the crowds, and I caught a glimpse of Martha, our sister of the community and owner of the establishment, busier than ever with the sweat pouring down her face, as all 6 of her apprentices rushed in and out of the back, to all the tables completely overcrowded. As usual, several harsh words were heard through the chatter regarding wastelanders' frustration at the establishment not having alcohol, only for them to grumble about needing water or caffeine from a pre-war soda after their trip anyway. Perhaps it's worth mentioning, but some within the community didn't like inns serving drinks with caffeine, especially those in the Mormon sect, but it was allowed since Martha was accommodating and agreed not to serve alcohol in accordance with the law set forth by the elders and the temple. Anyway, I followed the deacon through the crowded establishment, and for some reason it stuck out to me that there were almost no tribals inside. Beneath the hollering and laughing, I saw 1 or 2, but this appeared to be where all the caravanners and wastelanders were congregating to escape the cold and the refugee chaos outside. I began to wonder where the deacon and I were going to sit, but before I could, the man was taking off his smock and placing it on an empty 2-chair table by a window, as if it was specially reserved for us. I kept my long sleeve on and took my seat opposite the man, and the 2 of us were soon lost in conversation, the noise of the establishment disappearing into the background. I asked what Mr. Mathers wanted to talk to me about, and he went on to say that the construction project at Judah Black's former ranch was nearly done. The men on his renovation project were satisfied with the work, and so was he. I recalled passing the place on return from the scouting trip, and although it was too early in the morning to make out much, it did appear the place had come a long way since the idea was first concocted by him and approved by the elders. The large shack itself was refurbished, and so was the shed. Mr. Mathers and his crews had even made 2 more sheds of the same style on the lot, one beside the old one, and one on the opposite side of the road. He and the crew had patched up and restored the decaying fence around the perimeter, and then enlarged it to encompass a bigger area, with sections for temporary tents and an additional pen section for livestock. It was this last part that made me ask if the purpose for the renovation was to handle the traders and caravan traffic. But he answered that, although it may be repurposed for that at a future date, he gestured to the more pressing concern by pointing outside. The place would serve as a refugee station to help mitigate or ease the congestion in the market. I thought the idea brilliant, and by the time he told me this, one of Martha's boys returned with our drinks. We gave cheers to one another with the expensive ice water, and I placed an order for 4 more tall cups of the same to go. After the boy left, I asked the deacon why he needed to tell me this now and in this place. He saw me keeping one eye on the outside and knew I was busy, but he then cleared his throat and asked if I could give word to the constable about another detachment to guard the new refugee station. He was very understanding when I said I would see what I could do, probably noticing me focus on the world outside the window even more, and the scarcity of the guards. It became somewhat clear that there was something else he didn't want to just dive into, but he and I both knew he had me at least for as long as it took to get the water for my boys. As busy as the world beyond the glass was, and as much as I was needed out there, I knew my boys wouldn't think too highly of me if I didn't get them what I promised I would. And so, looking around the crowded inn, there was nothing to do but wait, and I was at least in good company. It still wasn't long after Martha's boy left that Mr. Mathers and I got to talking about other things. The man was curious about a great many things his friends and colleagues in the religious sect weren't familiar with, and part of me still knew he invited me to a one-on-one talk for another reason. He didn't invite me here just to request more enforcers around the restored ranch. There was something else, but he would only divulge his other concerns through discourse. Our talk went on, and I was the one doing most of it at this point. Seeing the man was all ears until the proper time as we caught one another up on whatever our conversation took us to. "So you took the boy out back behind the barracks that Sunday?" Mr. Mathers asked with a laugh. I finished my swig of the icy water and went on, "Yes, sir, we figured that was the best way to do that for him. I don't know if you know Tammy in water treatment, but just don't tell her we're the reason for that slight increase of output in her cistern. Doyle promised to make amends with her someday if he hadn't already." The man chuckled once more. "Shoot, I wish I could have been there. I'm glad you boys didn't do it in that muddy pool off the trail to Rock Shack, but you probably should have if you'd known it would have been so dangerous." Thinking about that Sunday after the return, I thought of the blank expression on the kid's face as he stood in that kiddie pool full of water with Doyle, while me and 30 other members of the guard stood around him, watching. Yeah, after getting back from the scout, none of us were in any condition to attend the temple for it, not to mention the mix-up with the baptism pastor that day since he thought we wouldn't be back for another few days. Still, the way we did it was rather fitting for Mr. Schmidt and his personality. The deacon shook his head with a smile. I knew he was searching for a way to get out of his baptism in the temple when I talked to him about a week before you all's scout. Did he say anything that stood out? Before going under, I mean. I was still thinking about the fun and the aftermath of the kid's baptism, and I answered, "Well, you know, some people aren't much for making a big spectacle about it. For some, they feel they lose the genuineness of the moment if they repledging their life to Christ before people they don't even know. He's always been a bit of a shy one, and I think he was much more at ease about it when he knew all the faces around him in that water were his friends in the guard. As to your other question, you know he ain't much for words. Boy didn't even tell me he was winged by a bullet after the fight with Cade's gang. That, and nobody wanted to make him feel like he was obligated to give a tearful testimony before going under." Still amused by the story, there was a slight hint of solemnity in Mr. Mathers' face as he nodded his head. "No doubt. I'm happy he got to do that in a way he felt best. Still, I wish I could have been there. I probably don't know him the way you and the men in Doyle's detachment or the barracks do, but I've enjoyed speaking to him this past year on the odd occasion. He seems like a promising young man in many ways. I think so too, said I, partially wishing the young Duncan was a bit more open. There were lots of people like Mr. Mathers who would have loved to be there for Duncan's baptism, but given the kid's nature, it was best not to throw him into something he wasn't comfortable with. The fact that he finally agreed to get baptized in the first place was wonderful enough, and the little party the guard threw together that Sunday made the thing even better. Before I could dwell on this for too long, my attention was turned when the deacon was done with his glass and he asked, "So, what about the outlaw? How's he doing?" I preferred not to talk or even think about the outlaw we brought in, but I had just told Mr. Mathers all about the scout, and so I said the truth, remembering one of my curiosities as I spoke. I haven't seen Cade since we brought him in. Actually, I was hoping you could tell me how he's doing. Have you talked to Deacon Fitz lately? Perhaps the deacon heard the disdain in my voice before the question. He gave an audible, and pondered the question a moment before saying, "I believe I heard that he's in the fields now. Thought I heard mention of that a couple days ago, but no, I haven't heard from Fitz. I suppose that means the outlaw is getting along well enough if he's out there, even if he's been in the cells longer than most petty criminals." Thinking back to the night and morning I spent with the outlaw, I still couldn't think of him highly, and the presumption of Mr. Mathers about Cade's assimilation made me say in an instant, "There's a reason he was in those cells longer than others, Mr. Mathers. That guy essentially told us he was a snake in the grass." He admitted openly that the first thing he's going to do when released is collect the reward for information on. Looking over my shoulder and seeing we were alone in our bubble amidst the packed establishment, I went on even lower. "Our brother. The way Cade sees it, his stay with us is just a vacation from the wastes, and a way to shake the rest of his gang off so he can collect more of the reward." Mr. Mathers nodded his head in recollection of what I had told him earlier. "Yeah, you mentioned that." He paused, then thought for a moment before meeting my gaze and asking, "You sure that's his intention, though? Seems strange that even a guy like him would admit to what he would do. Perhaps he was just bitter since the loss of his gang was still fresh?" That thought had crossed my mind, but memories of that afternoon and that evening in the shack went through my mind as well. I know a liar when I see or hear one. He wasn't lying. At the risk of sounding bitter myself, I'd keep him in chains for a year, and the only way I'd trust him enough to let him go is if we removed his tongue, eyes, and hands so he can't communicate. Part of me was surprised myself by my own words. I felt my face, feeling a stern scowl carved into my countenance, and removed it upon discovery. I had a faithful and moral obligation to assume the best in people, but the memory of those gunshots at Rock Shack, the face of Evan Buller, and the faces of many others I lost came to me, making the idea of assuming the best pretty hard to execute. The deacon sat there with his hands clasped before him on the table, his face concerned, and seeing the thoughts I battled before, saying softly, "I understand your worry, but isn't that a bit much, Paul?" The seconds had passed, and although I knew my conviction was wrong, I knew it was also right from experience. Still, I told the man, "Maybe, but you know the kind of men like him yourself. After all, it wasn't but 7 years ago that you were killing guys like him in the wasteland for the NCR Rangers." A long silence hovered between us. I probably shouldn't have brought that up, and the deacon's face remained unchanged as he casually looked over his own shoulders at the backs of wastelanders around us, before returning his attention to me with a new, half-concealed sadness behind his emotionless expression. "That was a long time ago, Paul, and I was shown the error of my ways when you met me out there," he said still softly, appearing almost completely undisturbed. Knowing part of my stance on the issue of Cade was wrong, I admitted, "Still, there's something to be said about those ways, especially when the safety of everyone who loves our Lord and this slice of the waste is at stake, wouldn't you say?" The deacon didn't answer, and a silence hovered between us again for a few moments before he said, "Believe me, I understand the concern. That concern is part of why I called you here." He paused, looked down at his glass. "I only wish more of my brothers in the temple shared the worry." Once more, the elders and religious leaders of the community had all but forgotten about the man we harbored just outside our walls, and the strange unspoken disconnect appeared once again between the religious and guard sect. The deacon knew I was right, but I was also wrong. I believed men like Cade and those who put no value in the word of God could not change, but the elders and members of the temple believed they could. I believed they could, and so did the deacon. It was here that the deacon and I sat. It was why we got along so well when you strip away all the casual friendliness and idle banter. I knew that men like Cade, men worse than Cade, could change, but sometimes they never could. What made some men change and some not was unknown to all of us below the sun, but known to God, and the proof of that something's existence in the worst of men was only proven by the wrapped man outside the walls, as the world beyond was consumed by more and more chaos. At last, the deacon knew he was not alone in the frustration and contemplation when he saw it in me, and told me what it would take to reconcile the two stances on how to deal with my own internal issue of Cade. Whether or not the outlaw sees the light may not matter. One way or another, more will come looking for our returned brother. If a lowly outlaw bounty hunter and his gang of scalpers could find the trail and start sniffing down it, how long before others do? And in the meantime, he's still outside the walls. A secret hidden in plain sight, said I, more to myself than him. The deacon only nodded, asking lowly, I wonder what it will take for the elders to realize we need to fully embrace him or he needs to leave. I had considered this as well, coming to the same conclusion in this talk as I had done many times since the return of Graham. Hopefully, it'll be before a Legion army decides to march this way. Then, considering the events with Cade and my opinion on his presence in the community of faith, it occurred to me, I suppose that's one way to reconcile my faith and pragmatism when it comes to Cade. How's that? Asked the deacon with a raised eyebrow. As unfortunate as the reconciliation between being faithful to my trust in Cade's turn to faith and my dread at what he would do upon release was, it was given by the idea of Legion siege or the word about Graham getting out, and I told the deacon as much. It wouldn't be hard to believe his conversion or trust him enough to set him free unharmed, if the reward goes away. The reward certainly would disappear if there was a Legion army surrounding us, and the deacon must have been thinking about this as well when the faintest smile returned to his face. Let's still hope it doesn't come to that, though. Agreed. I then asked myself, how would the word even get out? As my eyes went to the window and I saw all the chaos outside, the waters I ordered would have been along at any minute, and the deacon and I were about to change the topic for more hopeful or amusing ones, when suddenly our search for a new diversion was ended by it stepping up to the table. Out of all the crowds in the building, all thoughts of our prior gloom were thrown aside as a man emerged from the gaggle of wastelanders, stepped right up to our table, and shouted through the noise, "Do my eyes deceive me? Mr. Saul Mathers and, dare I say, Lieutenant Young," standing there in faded black rodeo jeans, boots, and a dirty white shirt with light green and blue plaid with the sleeves rolled up. I almost immediately recognized the getup alone. The man before us was a tall young man of his late 20s with light blue eyes, a patchy dark brown beard, and dusty face beneath a wide-brimmed, flat black hat, with a red band around it, almost identical to the hat Tom Cade wore. All at once, Mr. Mathers stood himself up and embraced the man as I stood as well, the deacon shouting in return, "Daniel, oh my, hadn't thought I'd see you for another few weeks at least." The deacon released his brother in the temple sect, and turning to me, my old friend Daniel extended a hand that I immediately met in a strong grip, adding, "I could say the same. How've you been, Daniel? Where's Josie and Alan?" Out of nowhere, Daniel pulled up a chair and took a seat at the deacon and I's little table while Mr. Mathers and I sat back down. Daniel removed his hat, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said to the both of us, "How can it be so hot and so cold out there?" Daniel was about to go on when the deacon said idly, "Tell me about it. Probably warmer where you've been." Glancing between both of us as he talked, Daniel said, "I've been well, Paul. Hope you and the family have been too. Josie and Alan were pretty beat from the trip, so they headed straight to the gates. Figured I'd stop in here to get something to drink before returning to Elder Rockwell for my report. Not sure that was the best idea, though. I had no idea this place would be so crowded." With an amused but winded chuckle, he paused. "I'll bet. How are the kiddos on their first time out? Don't worry about the drink, though. I placed an order for my boys that should be along any minute. Martha's fella can take your order then," said I. Daniel nodded at me, and once again turning to both of us as he spoke, he went on, "Yep, that'll work, but truly I'm proud of those kids. Zion may be a bit warmer even at this time of year, but that trip is no picnic. It ain't often that the temple sends kids on their first missions that far south, but their folks had some pull with Mordecai. and I'm just glad I was able to take them down there without incident." The returned career missionary leaned back in his chair, and the deacon asked what I too was thinking. "So how are the Sorrows holding up?" "Pretty well, I suppose. You've certainly been down there with them for a lot longer this time." Daniel only adjusted in his chair and shook his head with an exaggerated sigh as he said, "There's still a lot to be done with them. Language is still the primary issue, but the kids are getting English and at least able to help translate for their parents, which is more progress than last time Josie and Alan, Josie especially, that wonderful girl, was even able to begin our true mission." With permission from the tribe and the parents, Josie led a group of children for almost 4 months before the letter to come back. Dear girl left the kids her collection of children's Bible stories for them to keep. I hope the parents don't mind, but I was busy helping the adults with the practicals, helping them with new means of purifying the water they live in, showing them new ways to make use of their game, and they taught me so much this time around. I really felt I was having an impact, at least between the attacks. I'd only heard very little about the tribes of Zion or those around Grand Staircase, Bryce Canyon, and other habitable parts of the region. But what I did hear made me ask, Sorrows still getting raided by dead horses? Daniel reclined again, adding simply, "Sometimes. It's hard for them to get into the Zion Valley, but when they do, it ain't too good for anyone." He paused again, focusing his attention more on me this time before adding, "The raids are few and far between, but when they show up, when the Sorrows captured a warrior or two..." He paused even longer, still looking at me as he finished. "They're pretty vocal about who trained them to fight like they do." Neither me nor the deacon had heard what dead horse captives had to say about who trained them to harass the friendly Sorrows tribe of the Zion Valley, but we both knew who it was without it having to be said. The eyes of the deacon and I met for a moment, and suddenly, when I returned to the face of Daniel, I saw the expression of extreme curiosity, sorrow, and friendliness about being amongst friends when the deacon asked in an apparent effort to change the unspoken subject, "So when's the next time you're headed down to Zion?" Immediately, the missionary's face grew a smile while the other emotions stayed in their place behind it all, as he answered cheerily, "Not for a while, I don't think. Probably a couple of months, maybe a year. Elder Rockwell seemed to have different tribes for me in the near future, but for now, I could use a rest. That said, what's been going on here? What's with all the crowds?" The eyes of the deacon and I met for a moment once again, and all the deacon said was, "Lots of refugees these days. Apparently lots of fighting in the east beyond the mountains and past Hanksville." Daniel nodded at the deacon, then turned to me and apparently saw something in my face when his own face showed even more of the emotions buried behind it earlier. We locked eyes momentarily, and I asked him what I assumed he already knew by his talk of the dead horses earlier. "You know about our recent visitor?" At these words, Daniel only nodded once again, seeing in his face that there was much he wanted to know and ask about, but also that this just wasn't the time or place. That nod was all that was needed, and Daniel appeared to be ready to move on to something else when the young apprentice of Martha stepped over to our table and placed a small milk crate with 4 glasses of ice water on the table before me. Upon receiving the awaited order, I stood to my feet, asked the lad, "How much do I owe Martha?" The young apprentice waved his hand. "No charge. Martha's got you this time since it's for the guard. Just return the crate and glasses when you can." My heart warmed at that, and I tossed the boy a silver coin with our community's cross on the face and back as tip. The boy caught it with a "Thanks, Lieutenant," and was about to run off for other tasks amidst the packed inn, when Daniel caught him by the shoulder and ordered something. I was just about to resume our talk, and hint at my need to depart, when again, a new person stepped up to us from out of the crowd. It was my guardsman, Carl Northrup, who before anyone could greet him, said to me in a winded breath, "Lieutenant, we need you outside. There's a situation around the charity stalls." The apprentice boy had left. Daniel and Mr. Mathers were looking at Carl and I said to nobody, perfect timing as I handed one of the waters to Carl, who downed the contents in a single gulp. Wondering what had been told to me through the crowd noise, I took the crate of water glasses in my hand, grabbed my cap, and said to the men sincerely, "I have to go. Mr. Mathers, thank you for the talk." Then to Daniel I said, "Daniel, enjoy your time with the deacon here. Welcome back, and I'm sorry to depart so abruptly, but my family and I would love to have you over for dinner. Mr. Mathers, you're welcome to show up too. With a smile, the missionary said, "That sounds nice. How does this Wednesday sound?" I gave the man a thumbs up in agreement and disappeared into the crowds, following Carl to the door outside.